Introduction. Xi and Ling Jiuze have been married for 3 years without ever meeting, a fact known to very few. At night, Xi is the president's wife, lying in Ling Jiuze's villa, playing with his dog while lounging on the custom-designed sofa he created. During the day, she is his hired tutor, receiving his salary, having to watch his expressions, and being subjugated by him. However, he can give her a cold shoulder, while others cannot. When someone insults her, he stands up for her, and when someone bullies her, he strikes back decisively, wiping out the opponent completely. Gradually, everyone notices that Ling Jiuze treats Xi differently, like an elder caring for a junior. Yet it seems different because it's so sweet and indulgent. He was originally a bully who had already gotten out of the game, but for her, he becomes ruthless and decisive again. Some even notice that Xi is different. For instance, she from a regular family, wears luxury jewelry worth tens of millions. Someone comments, her sugar daddy must be rich. Xi dismisses it with a smirk. Sorry, this is my own brand. Chapter 1. He's back. At 7 p.m. on Wednesday, Xi arrives punctually outside the Tianwen Mansion Hotel. Her phone buzzes, and she opens WeChat to find a message from Xi Jingrong. Xi, thank you for agreeing to help Dad. I'm stuck in traffic, so you go in first. Xi slows her steps, thinking about how to greet Ling Jiuze when they meet. They've been married for 3 years without ever meeting, and it's clear that Ling Jiuze does not agree with, or even resents, this marriage. It's not surprising initially. Su's company faced a crisis, and she had to bravely approach the Ling family to fulfill the marriage agreement. The eldest son of the Ling family was already married, so the marriage fell to the second son, Ling Jiuze, which was understandable given his unwillingness. Naturally, the Ling family wouldn't let the Su family be taken advantage of. They offered a dowry of 300 million to help the Su family overcome the crisis, but set a condition that the marriage would automatically dissolve after 3 years. 3 years ago, she was still under the legal marriage age in country C, and they obtained their marriage certificate in Vegas. To be precise, neither of them went. Both sides sent representatives with each other's documentation to handle it. Once they were married, Ling Jiuze went to America, and he has only returned now, 3 months before the marriage is set to be dissolved, with his resistance more apparent than ever. Yet today, her father insists on bringing her to plead with him for business purposes. Xi self-deprecatingly curls her lips, thinking about how to introduce herself. Hello, Mr. Ling. I'm your wife. Leave and look at her. It is said that before Ling Jiuze went to America, he was a notorious bully in Jiangsheng, ruling both the underworld and the legitimate world with ruthless decisiveness. However, she saw him on a financial news channel a few days ago, and he looked different from what she remembered, dressed in an expensive business suit. Although he appeared proud, his movements were elegant and composed. She hopes he will be as dignified and cultured today as he was on television, not making her feel too embarrassed. The entire Tianwen mansion is decorated in a traditional Chinese style, classical and grand, resembling a manor. Following the room number provided by Xi Jingrong, Xi heads to the 3rd floor of the Hephone Pavilion. The 3rd floor consists of suites with carpeted wooden floors, dim yellow lights, and an unusually quiet atmosphere. Reaching the suite door, Xi takes a discreet deep breath and raises her hand to knock. The door is slightly ajar, and as she touches it, the golden leaf mahogany door automatically opens a crack, surprising Xi. Could Ling Jiuze be waiting for her? Out of politeness, Xi knocks a few more times. No one responds. Xi raises her eyebrows slightly, pushes the door open, and steps inside, noticing that only the entrance is lit by a dim yellow light, while the rest is shrouded in darkness. No one. The suite is large, with a living room in the center, flanked by a leisure room and a bedroom. Just as she reaches the living room, her instincts tell her something is off, and she turns to leave when suddenly she hears water running from the direction of the bedroom, accompanied by a deep, pained voice. Come in. Xi alertness tells her to turn and leave without hesitation, but after standing still in the darkness for 3 seconds, she walks toward the bedroom. Is it Mr. Ling? What happened? Xi pushes open the bedroom door and quietly asks. Suddenly, an arm reaches out and pulls her into the bathroom. The man presses her against the wall with one hand, while choking her neck with the other, his voice strained with pain, yet cold and furious. Dare to drug me? Do you want to die? The living room has light filtering in from the windows, but the bathroom is pitch dark. Sushi fights back the urge to retaliate, her throat constricted, her voice hoarse yet calm. It wasn't me. Then who are you? The man feels as though he has been drenched in cold water for a long time, his body icy, yet his breath is hot, alternating between cold and warmth, leaving Sushi momentarily dazed. In the darkness, they lock eyes in silence. The man's breathing grows heavier, as if he has reached his limit. Suddenly, the hand choking her neck tightens, and he leans down to kiss her forcefully. His lips are cold, domineering. Sushi's eyes widen in shock, and she raises her leg to kick at him. The man's strength and speed match hers. His long legs pin her knees down, his voice rough. Help me. What do you want? I'll compensate you later. Sushi inhales sharply, never expecting to encounter such a situation. Ling Jiuze has been drugged? In the darkness, the man's presence envelopes all her senses. She weighs the options of helping him or letting him find another woman, but the overwhelming kisses begin to rain down. Sushi has forgotten how they move from the bathroom to the bedroom, still caught between resistance and compliance when the man pulls her down into the abyss. She had imagined facing such a scene after their marriage, but not under these circumstances. In the abyss, the pain and pleasure intermingle. She feels as though she has experienced more than 3 years of time. When they finally stop, someone enters, footsteps approaching the bedroom. Mr. Ling? Don't come in. The man's voice is low, laced with postcoital anger. Suddenly, the outside goes silent. After a moment, Ling Jiuze rises, puts on a bathrobe, and without glancing at the woman on the bed, strides out. Sushi pulls the blanket to her neck, seeing the lights turn on outside, a beam of light shining through the slightly ajar door. Ling Jiuze walks into the living room, leaning against the sofa, his sharply defined face revealing no emotion, only a hint of postcoital laziness in his eyes. His assistant approaches. Mr. Ling, are you okay? During the drinking party, Ling Jiuze had suddenly left, not allowing anyone to follow him. After more than 2 hours of silence, he felt uneasy and came to check. He thought he heard 2 people's breathing. Ling Jiuze pinches the bridge of his nose. I'm fine. The assistant snaps back to reality. Su Zhongrong has booked room 1009 in the Tingxua Pavilion and has arranged to meet you at 9. The time is approaching. Ling Jiuze casually asks, which Su Zhongrong? As soon as he finishes his sentence, he seems to remember something and asks indifferently, isn't it still 3 years? The assistant replies, a few months short. Ling Jiuze's tone turns sarcastic. What's the difference? The assistant says, Su Zhongrong has called several times to meet you. He probably has something to ask Mr. Ling. Ling Jiuze thinks of the woman in the room, feeling an indescribable irritation. Sold his daughter once before, and now wants to sell her again? How much face does he think he has, thinking I'll always indulge him? Or does he think his daughter is precious and can always fetch a good price? I won't see him. The last 2 words are spoken with cold ruthlessness. In the bedroom, Sushi hears every word of their conversation. Her face, which had a slight blush, turns pale inch by inch. If Ling Jiuze discovers that the woman lying in his bed is Su Zhongrong's daughter, the word cell might become even more ironic. She endures her discomfort, gets out of bed, finds her clothes, and casually pulls out the items from her pockets, placing them on the table. Without looking back, she walks straight to the balcony, pushes open the window, and leaps out. The girl spun and fell, and in an instant, she was already several meters away on the bluestone road, her slender figure quickly disappearing into the dim yellow light. Ling Jiuze and his assistant talked about other matters outside, and finally, Ling Jiuze instructed, go check who was misbehaving at the dinner party today. The assistant was taken aback, recalling the voice he had just heard, and quickly reacted, his expression stern. Understood. Ling Jiuze got up and returned to the bedroom. In the dim light, he glanced at the large bed and said softly, get up, take the money and leave, and don't show up in front of me again. No one answered. Ling Jiuze frowned, turned on the light, and under the yellow glow, the bed was in disarray, but the girl was gone. He turned to the bathroom, which was also empty. A hint of surprise flashed in his narrow eyes. Was the one who had been rolling on the bed with him just a ghost? However, he clearly saw the red marks on the bed. Ling Jiuze frowned and turned to look at the cabinet opposite the bed. He walked over slowly, picked up something from beneath the vase, and his expression darkened instantly. Chapter 2. Find her. He held a 100 yuan note in his hand. Afterward, what did she take him for? The man's face was cold and grim as he strode toward the balcony. The window was indeed open. This was a high floor. The third floor was equivalent to the fourth. How did she jump down? Was he that terrifying? Did she risk her life to escape? The wind blew in from the window, cool as water, but it couldn't extinguish the wicked fire in the man's heart. Not only did this woman humiliate him with 100 yuan, she also jumped out the window to escape afterward. He must not let her be caught. Sushi sneezed while sitting in the taxi. The driver glanced back through the rearview mirror and asked, "Little girl, are you okay? You look so beautiful but drenched. It looks like you've run into some trouble." Sushi smiled gently. "I'm fine." The driver chuckled. "You must be a student, right? Being out alone. You need to be extra careful." "Yes, thank you, sir," Sushi replied, taking out her phone and quickly typing. Immediately erased the surveillance footage from Tianyue Mansion around 7 and 9 p.m., completely destroy it. Okay. The person on the other end didn't ask anything and just followed the instructions. The man's harsh words echoed in her mind again. At this point, Sushi no longer thought about whether she should meet Ling Jiuze today, which was a useless question. She only wanted Ling Jiuze to remain unaware that she had ever been there. After getting out at Yunhai Road, Sushi paid double the fare for the taxi because she had soaked the back seat. Back at the villa, the maid, Ma Wu, was startled to see Sushi in wet clothes. "Young madam, what happened to you?" "Just ran into a little trouble. I'll go upstairs to take a shower first," Sushi said as she walked upstairs. "I'll run some water for you, young madam." Ma Wu didn't dare to ask more and hurried upstairs to prepare. A few minutes later, Sushi was soaking in a warm bathtub. Apart from a dull ache in some areas, her body gradually relaxed. Her mind was a bit chaotic, and she forced herself not to think about what had happened that evening, even burying her head in the water. After showering and changing into clean pajamas, Su Jingrong's call came in just as Ma Wu was drying her hair. Sushi's eyes turned cold, and she asked Ma Wu to step out first before going to the balcony to answer the call. As soon as the call connected, Su Jingrong asked anxiously, Shi, where are you? Did you see Mr. Ling?" Sushi's tone was emotionless. "Dad, are you worried that I can't get along with Mr. Ling? So you want to give me something to help?" Su Jingrong was taken aback. "What do you mean, give someone drugs?" "I didn't. Sushi curled her lips. "But Dad, you clearly arranged to meet Mr. Ling's assistant at 9 p.m. Why did you tell me it was 7 p.m.? There was silence on the other end. And Sushi's heart sank as she prepared to hang up. Shi. Suddenly, Su Jingrong's voice came through again, sounding guilty. "This is my fault. I wanted you to meet Mr. Ling earlier, thinking you two could spend some time alone, and he wouldn't be so resistant to the marriage." He quickly asked, "What happened? Are you okay?" Sushi could hear the genuine concern in Su Jingrong's tone and asked, "Really not you?" Su Jingrong immediately replied, "Of course not. No matter how difficult it is, I would never use such despicable means against my own daughter." Sushi didn't respond. Su Jingrong cautiously asked, Shi, are you alright?" Sushi replied softly, "I'm fine. I didn't see Ling Jiuze." Su Jingrong didn't dare to ask too much about what had happened, seemingly sighing. "In any case, this matter is my fault. I won't let you meet him again. If you don't want to stay in the mountain villa, I can come pick you up right now." Sushi's voice softened a bit. "I've been living here for over 2 years. I don't mind staying a few more months. Dad, you don't need to worry. I actually quite like it here." This villa was Ling Jiuze's private property. She moved in right after they got married and had lived there for nearly 3 years. Su Jingrong felt relieved and said with a smile, "Good, then stay a few more months. When 3 years are up, I'll personally come to take my daughter home. By the way," he paused before continuing, "this Saturday is your mother's birthday. You should come home. What she said last time when you returned wasn't intentional. Don't take it to heart. She's already regretted it, but can't bring herself to apologize." Sushi replied, "I have a class on Saturday morning. I'll return after class." "That's good. Call me if you need anything." After hanging up, Sushi thought for a moment and dialed another number. "Inging, prepare a set of the latest spring necklace and earrings. I'll come pick them up in the next couple of days." The other side acknowledged. And Sushi put down her phone. Thinking about what happened today, dark images involuntarily flashed in her mind. The man's heavy breathing seemed to echo in her ears. She rested her arms on the stone railing, burying her head down, feeling a mix of anger and resentment. At 11 o'clock that night, Ling Jiuze left Tianyue Mansion, with his assistant following behind, quietly reporting, "Mr. Ling, we found out it was Li Hai, the vice president of Tianqi. He originally intended to drug his companion tonight, but somehow the drink ended up in your hands." Li Hai was terrified and has already fled Jiangcheng to Haiqing. Ling Jiuze's ink-black phoenix eyes revealed a ruthless glint. "Since he has run away, let him never come back." The assistant lowered his head, understanding. Returning to the Ling family old residence, it was already past midnight. The Ling family's eldest couple had gone to London for an economic seminar, taking Ling Jiuze as parents with them, leaving only their daughter and son at home, who were already asleep. Ling Jiuze went straight to the 3rd floor, took a shower, and sat in a rattan chair on the balcony, wrapped in a bathrobe, casually lighting a cigarette on the coffee table. The glowing ember flickered under the moonlight. Ling Jiuze's slightly damp hair fell over his forehead, and in the dim light, his handsome face had deep contours, exuding a noble charm. He inexplicably recalled the girl from that night. In the bathroom, he sensed her unease and, fearing he might scare her, kissed her for a long time. Only when she responded did he proceed further. She clutched his arm, anxiously calling out his name. At that moment, his nerves were already in a haze, so now he was unsure whether she had actually called his name. Ling Jiuze took out the 100 yuan note. The new version now soaked. In this day and age, where mobile payments were almost ubiquitous, who would carry cash? Why did she show up in his room? Who exactly was she? Ling Jiuze suddenly felt curious. He picked up his phone and made a call. Check and find the woman who jumped down from the 3rd floor tonight. Yes, his assistant, Mingzhua, only took orders and never wasted words. The next day, after finishing class in the morning, Sushi received a call from her counselor, asking her to organize the materials for her scholarship application and bring them to the office. After getting everything ready, and before she could go, she received a WeChat message from her counselor. Sushi, I have an urgent matter and need to go to the 9th floor conference room. Just bring it over directly. Sushi replied to the message and walked toward the office building. Outside the office building, a black Bentley was parked on the green path. Just as Sushi was about to walk over, she saw a tall figure stepping out of the car. Her heart skipped a beat at the sight of the man's profile, and she instinctively turned away. Since it had been dark last night, Ling Jiuze might not recognize her. Rather, it was she who didn't know how to face him. After the car drove away and the man turned into the office building area, Sushi continued walking forward. Who would have thought that as she turned a corner, she would see the man standing there on the phone? Sushi stopped and pretended to look at her phone. When she looked up again, Ling Jiuze had already walked far away. Sushi took a deep breath, feeling puzzled about why Ling Jiuze was here. After entering the office building, she saw him just as he entered the elevator. Sushi slowed her pace, waiting for the elevator to close before walking over. Just as her hand was about to press the elevator button, the elevator that had almost closed opened again. Sushi looked up, caught off guard, and locked eyes with the man's cold, questioning gaze. Chapter 3. The woman from last night has been found. Sushi was stunned for a moment. The man spoke in a cold tone. What are you following me for? Are you a student of Jiang University? He had noticed the girl trailing behind him on his way, and whenever he stopped, she pretended to have something to do and also stopped, following him all the way to the elevator. Sushi felt a flush on her face but quickly regained her composure, responding calmly. Is this your way home? It's a public path for everyone. Why do you say I'm following you? A hint of coldness flashed in the man's dark eyes as he took a step back, gesturing for Sushi to go ahead. Sushi smirked. Forget it. I wouldn't want you to misunderstand. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the stairs. The elevator doors slowly closed behind her, blocking the man's slightly narrowed eyes. Worried about encountering Ling Jiuze again, Sushi opted to take the stairs to the 9th floor. Upon reaching the conference room, she found her counselor and the dean of the business school in discussion. Upon seeing her, they exchanged glances, signaling her to wait a moment. There were also a few other students there to submit their documents, and one of them shot a sinister glance at Sushi, scrutinizing her with ill intentions. Sushi pretended not to see and took out her phone to play Sudoku for a while. In less than 5 minutes, she finished a game when footsteps approached. You've been back for a while now. After being abroad for so long, it's time to return. With the dean's voice, 2 people entered the conference room. One was Dean Fong, and the other made Sushi frown involuntarily. What a coincidence. Ling Jiuze also noticed Sushi, his long gaze sweeping over her without stopping for a moment. The dean hurried over to greet him. Dean Fong introduced him. This is the president of Ling Group, who is also a student of our university. By the way, several of our scholarships are sponsored by President Ling. The dean's expression immediately became more respectful. After shaking hands with Ling Jiuze, he smiled. Today is just right for students to come and submit their scholarship application materials. President Ling, look. These students have all received your scholarships. Ling Jiuze glanced over, this time looking at Sushi a bit longer, and smiled lightly. Jiang University has always produced talented individuals. Sushi watched the man's handsome profile, her eyes slightly turning. Others said Ling Jiuze was a playboy. Last night he indeed acted domineeringly, exuding aggression. But now, the man appeared noble and gentle, resembling someone from a television show. Which one was his true self? Suddenly, being called out by the dean made several students straighten their backs, looking at Ling Jiuze with admiration or shyness. The girl who had been staring at Sushi earlier suddenly stepped forward and spoke with a crisp voice. Since President Ling, the sponsor of the scholarship, is here, there's something I wonder if I should say. The counselor frowned, unsure of what Zhou Ting was planning. Dean Fong smiled gracefully. This student can speak freely. Zhou Ting glanced at Su Shi, clasped her hands behind her back, and said, "The scholarship established by President Ling rewards outstanding students of Jiang University. I believe that being outstanding is not only about academics, but also character, right?" "Of course." Dean Fong nodded. Zhou Ting pulled out her phone and opened a forum post to show everyone. A few days ago, someone saw Su Shi getting into a luxury car after school. Su Shi comes from a regular family. She probably can't afford such a car. What was she doing? I think everyone can imagine. Can a student like this still be considered outstanding? Everyone except Ling Jiuze changed their expressions. The counselor whispered, "Zhou Ting, why are you saying these things in front of President Ling?" Zhou Ting raised her eyebrows. "I want President Ling to know what kind of people his scholarships are being awarded to. Is it a waste of money?" The dean's expression darkened as he took a look at the phone. The post was several days old with only a few blurry photos, showing Su Shi getting into a Mercedes-Benz S600 with a middle-aged man whose face was not clear. "Su Shi, how do you explain this?" Zhou Ting provocatively looked at Su Shi. Su Shi's delicate face showed no expression, her usually calm brows and eyes resembling a frozen lake. "Who are you? Why should I explain anything to you?" Just as Zhou Ting was about to speak, Ling Jiuze suddenly interjected, his tone filled with the usual mockery and indifference. "What era is it? Are students from prestigious schools still using such baseless rumors to tarnish someone's reputation?" Zhou Ting gritted her teeth in defense. "There are photos. How can President Ling say it's baseless?" Ling Jiuze sneered. "What do you see in the photos? If I'm speaking up for her now, are you going to say there's something inappropriate between us?" Su Shi's eyelids suddenly twitched. She was unexpectedly relieved that Ling Jiuze didn't recognize her, which made him speak so confidently. Ling Jiuze added, "Is this the quality of outstanding students from a prestigious school?" He emphasized the word outstanding, clearly mocking Zhou Ting's earlier argument. Under Ling Jiuze's imposing presence, Zhou Ting was left speechless. The expressions of everyone changed. Zhou Ting's face turned awkward, and the others weren't any better. Only Su Shi raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Ling Jiuze would speak up for her. Dean Fong frowned and said solemnly, "President Ling is right. Using a few unidentifiable photos to make accusations, such posts shouldn't appear on Jiang University's forum." The counselor immediately said, "I will have someone delete the post right away." Zhou Ting, unwilling to give up, tried to say something but was silenced by a glare from the counselor. Dean Fong turned to Ling Jiuze, smiling gracefully. "I see Dean Zhang has matters to discuss in the conference room. Let's go to my office." Ling Jiuze nodded. "All right. This way, please." As Dean Fong and Ling Jiuze left, the counselor turned to Zhou Ting, angrily saying, "Zhou Ting, you are being very unreasonable." Zhou Ting clenched her teeth but didn't say anything, glaring at Su Shi before storming out of the conference room. The counselor comforted Su Shi with a few words, and Su Shi didn't say anything else, handing in her materials before leaving. At the corner of the hallway, Zhou Ting stood there, coldly staring at Su Shi. Su Shi walked past without looking sideways, and at the moment they brushed shoulders, she paused and calmly said, "If you like Xiao Yu, go pursue him. Using such underhanded means will only make you look." She turned her gaze, her face, which was clearly pure and soft, now carrying a chilling aura, very low. Zhou Ting straightened her body in an instant, her face darkening. "What did you say?" Su Shi glanced at her and walked away unhurriedly. Zhou Ting, furious, took a step to chase after her, but her companion stopped her. "Ting Ting, calm down. This is the office building." Zhou Ting halted, her gaze fiercely fixed on Su Shi's back. "I will make her pay." In the afternoon, with no classes, Su Shi took the bus back to the hillside villa. Sitting on the bus, she couldn't help but think of Ling Jiuze again. The first time they met, they went to bed without even a proper introduction. The second time, she was first treated as a stalker and then publicly accused of being a third party. Su Shi rested her forehead against the bus window, slightly raising her brows. "He must be my nemesis." An hour later, Ling Jiuze politely declined Dean Fong's invitation and left Jiang University by car. The driver turned to him and said, "President Ling, the development meeting for the Jinshui Bay Villa area is scheduled for 3 o'clock this afternoon. There is some time to rest in between. Where are you heading?" Ling Jiuze flipped through the documents in his hands and, upon hearing the word villa, suddenly thought of something and replied, "Let's go to Qingyuan Villa." "Yes." The driver turned at the intersection. Suddenly, Ling Jiuze's phone rang. After answering, Ming's voice came through. "President Ling, the woman from last night has been found." Chapter 4. Returning to the Su family, Ling Jiuze asked Ming Zhua to investigate the woman who jumped out of the window that day. Ming Zhua immediately checked the surveillance footage at Tianyue Mansion. Strangely, there were blank periods in the recordings between 7 and 9 o'clock. And even the security personnel at Tianyue Mansion could not explain what happened, only speculating that the network might have been down at that time. However, Ming's would manage to find one person, Su Yi. Su Yi was an 18th-tier actress, following a pure and delicate style, and had always been lukewarm in her career. The surveillance showed that she entered Tianyue Mansion at 6:50 p.m. yesterday, heading towards Hefeng Pavilion. After that, there was a blank period in the footage, and it was unclear which room she went to. At 9:05 p.m., Su Yi's manager was seen supporting her as she appeared downstairs from Hefeng Pavilion. One of her legs was bent, and she looked pained, clearly injured. Since there were no further records, Ming's couldn't see what kind of car Su Yi took to leave Tianyue Mansion, so he spent some time finding out which hospital she was admitted to. Last night, she had already undergone surgery on her left leg due to a fall. Ming's also reviewed her medical records, which confirmed it was an injury from a fall. That night, in room VIP 706 of Jiangxing Medical University Affiliated Hospital, the woman lying in the hospital bed clasped her hands together, looking somewhat uneasy at Ling Jiuze sitting across from her. "Mr. Ling, what exactly do you want? What happened to your leg?" Ling Jiuze looked at her and spoke softly. Su Yi, with a leg in a cast, lowered her eyelashes, her eyes flickering beneath them as she whispered, "Does it have anything to do with you, Mr. Ling? You don't have to hide it. I checked the surveillance. Around 9 p.m. last night, your manager helped you into a car, and your leg was already broken at that time. The person who jumped from my room that night was you, right?" Ling Jiuze's tone remained as indifferent as usual. Due to privacy concerns, Tianyue Mansion did not have cameras facing the windows of the rooms, so it was impossible to see where Su Yi jumped from. But her actions clearly matched what happened that night. Su Yi was taken aback, looking up with a hint of confusion in her eyes, but her mind was already racing. Her manager, standing beside her, could not interject, afraid to breathe. Ling Jiuze crossed his legs and said calmly, "You don't need to be afraid. I said before, you helped me, and I will compensate you." Ming's placed a card on the table, his face stern. The card contained 10 million, and he added, "Do not mention what happened that night again." Su Yi bit her lower lip and after a long pause said, "I don't want the money. I was willing. Please rest assured, Mr. Ling, I won't tell anyone. I keep my promises. If you don't want money, you can make other requests," Ling Jiuze replied. Su Yi saw her manager signaling her, clenching her palm, pondering carefully, "I don't want anything. If Mr. Ling thinks highly of me, please treat me as a friend in the future." Ling Jiuze coldly interrupted her, "I think it's better for you to make a more practical request." Su Yi's face suddenly paled, her expression awkward and embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I don't want to stay with my current company anymore. Does Mr. Ling have a solution?" Ling Jiuze paused. "Are you willing to join Xingyu Media under Ling's?" Her manager's eyes lit up immediately. Xingyu is one of the top entertainment companies in the country, having produced countless first-tier artists. If Su Yi joined Xingyu, she wouldn't have to worry about resources. Su Yi's gaze softened, and she nodded gently. "Thank you, Mr. Ling." Ling Jiuze stood up. "I will have Su Chun from Xingyu contact you about signing the contract. As for the breach of contract fees with your current company, he will help you resolve that as well." Su Yi expressed her gratitude again, her voice soft and delicate. And with her pale face from the injury, she looked quite charming. As Ling Jiuze was leaving, he suddenly turned back and asked, "Why did you go to my room last night?" Su Yi was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, "I was supposed to go next door to audition, but I walked into the wrong room." After Ling Jiuze left, Su Yi remained in a daze, clearly remembering what happened last night. She had auditioned for a new play, and the assistant director had asked her to discuss it in detail at Tianyue Mansion. When she entered the room, she overheard the waiter mentioning that the next room was a suite reserved for Ling Jiuze, and she had taken a special look at it. She waited in the room for nearly an hour, and the assistant director returned drunk. It was clear he was trying to take advantage of her under the pretext of discussing the play. She resolutely refused, struggling for a long time before hiding under the window and jumping down with her eyes closed. Before Ling Jiuze arrived, her manager had been scolding her in the room, saying that if she wanted to make it in this industry, she shouldn't think about being pure and unsullied. Her manager now realized, did Mr. Ling mistake the person? Are we in trouble for deceiving him? Su Yi's face turned pale, gripping the blanket tightly. What else? Should I let that fat pig of an assistant director sleep with me? Signing with Xingyu was an enormous temptation. And even more enticing was the opportunity to establish a connection with Ling Jiuze. The Ling family controls the economic lifeline of Jiangxing and even the entire Sea country. From the government to business, everything is dictated by the Ling family. If she could win Ling Jiuze's favor, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. With fate arranging this help for her, why should she push it away? Just thinking about stepping on those who once looked down on her, and knowing that those who once stood high would come to curry favor with her in the future made her feel exhilarated. What was the harm in taking a gamble? She wasn't afraid that Assistant Director Chen would expose her. That night, when she jumped, he was so frightened that he would rather sever ties with her. Meanwhile, Ling Jiuze had left the hospital, sitting in the car with a sullen expression. He hadn't expected her to be a small actress. She looked decent, yet he felt inexplicably irritated and disappointed. Perhaps it was this sudden annoyance that made him find her humiliating him with $100 uninteresting, wanting to conclude the matter quickly. On Saturday, after finishing the last class in the morning, Sushi took a car to the Su family home. The Su family was located in the Huanhua Villa area of South City, with no public transportation available, so Sushi could only take a taxi. By the time she arrived at the Su family, it was already 11 o'clock, and the sky was overcast, with rain impending. A maid named Zhang opened the door and, seeing Sushi, managed to smile. The young lady is back. Sushi nodded slightly, changed her shoes, and walked inside. Zhang's attitude was neither warm nor cold. Sir took madam out. They will be back in a while. Please sit down first. Is my sister here? A surprised voice came from upstairs, followed by a young girl rushing down the stairs. Her pretty face was beaming with a smile, and she quickly reached Sushi. Sister, why did you come so late? I've been waiting for you all morning. Sushi smiled and greeted her. Su Tong. Zhang, facing Su Tong, smiled broadly. Miss, the dessert is ready in the kitchen. Would you like blueberry mousse or chocolate? Let us talk about it later. You go ahead and be busy. I want to chat with my sister. Su Tong said with a sweet smile. Okay. Zhang replied respectfully, glancing at Sushi before turning to head back to the kitchen. Su Tong had just styled her hair and held a pair of sharp scissors in her hand, turning to show Sushi. Mom insisted on taking me to get my hair done early this morning and wanted to change my hairstyle. Do you think it looks good, sister? Sushi nodded. It looks good. Su Tong touched the ends of her hair beneath her ear. I looked in the mirror for a long time just now and felt this part was cut poorly. I tried to fix it myself, but wasn't satisfied. Sister, can you help me cut it? Sushi glanced at the scissors handed over, took them, and asked, where? Right here by my ear. I'll hold it. And you help me cut it, Su Tong said, turning slightly and tilting her head, pointing to a strand of hair beneath her ear. Just as Sushi was about to cut the hair where Su Tong indicated, a terrified voice suddenly came from the doorway. Sushi, what are you doing? Chapter 5. Biological daughter. The woman rushed over, and the flowers in her hand hit Sushi directly, pushing her back and pulling Su Tong into her embrace. Chen Yuan nervously checked Su Tong for injuries, asking if she was hurt, if there was any bleeding, and where it hurt. Dewy petals scattered all over the ground, and the thorns from the flowers pricked Sushi's neck, causing a slight sting. She was momentarily stunned by the woman's anxious expression. Su Jingrong quickly approached and asked Sushi, are you hurt? Chen Yuan suddenly turned around, glaring at Sushi with a fierce look. What are you trying to do? Do you want to hurt Tong Tong? Seeing the disgust and hatred in the woman's eyes, Sushi felt a jolt in her heart. Su Tong glanced at Sushi and hurriedly grabbed Chen Yuan's wrist. Mom, you misunderstood. I asked my sister to help me cut my hair. She didn't hurt me. Oh, so that's what happened. Su Jingrong chuckled and said to Chen Yuan, you are always so impulsive, getting angry without understanding the situation. Look, you've even dirted Shishi's clothes. Chen Yuan realized she had wronged Sushi and, feeling awkward, defended herself. When I walked in, I saw Sushi holding scissors near Tong Tong's neck. How was I supposed to know she was just cutting hair? Enough of this. Su Jingrong gave Chen Yuan a look and turned to Su Tong. Take your sister to change her clothes. Her clothes are all dirty. Sister, come with me. Su Tong reached for her hand, but Sushi brushed the flower petals off her shoulder, subtly avoiding her touch. Once they were in the bedroom on the second floor, Su Tong said apologetically, I'm really sorry, sister. I didn't expect Mom to come back at this time and cause you to get hurt. It's not your fault. Sushi said with a faint smile on her pure face. Su Tong went to the wardrobe and took out a new white t-shirt, placing it on the sofa. This one is new and hasn't been worn. Sister, change your clothes. I'll wait for you downstairs. Okay. Su Tong closed the door, and Sushi looked at the shirt on the sofa, her expression fading. One wanted to cut hair, and the other just happened to come back. What a coincidence. After changing her clothes, Sushi walked out along the corridor. She noticed the door was not fully closed, and she could hear Su Jingrong's voice coming from inside. How could you hit Shishi with flowers? That is really too much. Sushi slowed her pace. Chen Yuan was still unconvinced. How was I supposed to know it was for cutting hair? She had scissors at Tong Tong's neck. I was scared. Su Jingrong sighed. Don't you think your attitude towards Shishi is problematic? Don't forget, Shishi is our biological daughter. Chen Yuan argued, I know. 3 years ago when she came back, I wanted to make it up to her, but she insisted on moving out. How could I make it up to her? When she said she wanted to move out, did you try to keep her? Su Jingrong asked. I know you love Tong Tong, but Shishi was switched at birth and has suffered so much outside. Can't you treat her better? Chen Yuan's voice was helpless. I want to treat Sushi better, but for the past 20 years, I've treated Tong Tong like my own daughter. How can I change that suddenly? Besides, Tong Tong is so outstanding. Piano, painting, violin, she excels at everything, smart and understanding. Look at Su Shi, she's useless. I want to care for her, but I just can't. How can you say such things about your own daughter? I'm not saying it in front of her, am I? Chen Yuan complained. And you too. Why let her come? You ruined a perfectly good birthday. Su Shi's eyes were calm and indifferent. She no longer listened and opened her bag to place the light gray jewelry box on the flower stand outside the door. Then walked downstairs. Downstairs, Su Tong was holding a plush cat. When she saw Su Shi coming down, she immediately smiled and asked, "Sister, does the shirt fit?" "It fits. Thank you." Su Shi replied politely. "We're sisters, why be so formal?" Su Tong said with an innocent smile. Su Shi smiled lightly. "I just got a call. There's something going on at the department that I need to attend to. I'll leave first. Please tell Dad for me. You're in such a hurry. We haven't even eaten the cake yet." Su Tong showed a regretful expression. "Please apologize to Mom for me. I interrupted her birthday," Su Shi said, walking towards the door. Unbeknownst to her, it had started to rain outside, lightly drizzling, and the ground was already wet. Su Tong turned and called out, "Aunt Zhang, where's Uncle Chun? Ask him to drive my sister." Aunt Zhang ran over, glanced at the rain outside, and sighed. "Oh dear, how unfortunate. Old Chun went to pick up Madam's cake and hasn't returned yet. I'll walk myself. Could you please get me an umbrella?" Su Shi said. "Okay." Aunt Zhang turned and quickly brought back an umbrella, handing it to Su Shi while reminding her, "This umbrella costs thousands. Miss, please be careful with it." A cold sneer flickered in Su Shi's eyes, but she maintained her composure, opened the umbrella, and stepped into the light rain. As soon as Su Shi stepped out the door, Su Tong saw Uncle Chun walking over with an umbrella. Aunt Zhang looked awkward and said sheepishly, "Look at my memory. Old Chin came back half an hour ago. It's really unfair for Miss to go out in this rain." Holding the cat, Su Tong smiled gently and harmlessly. "Maybe Aunt Zhang has been too tired lately. I'll talk to Mom about giving you a raise." Aunt Zhang's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Miss. From now on, I'll listen to you." Su Tong turned to go upstairs and noticed the jewelry box on the flower stand. She picked it up, still unopened, just as Su Jingrong and Qin Yuan came out. Knowing Su Shi had left, Qin Yuan felt relieved. Su Jingrong didn't want to argue with her on her birthday. So he changed the subject, looking at the jewelry box in Su Tong's hand and smiling. "Is this for your mother?" Qin Yuan smiled as she took it, opened it, and was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of surprise. "This is the new model just released by GK, still in the promotional period. It said that there's only one set of each design, and it's not easy to buy. Tong Tong, is this a birthday gift you bought for Mom?" A hint of surprise flashed in Su Tong's eyes, and she smiled without denying it. "As long as Mom likes it. My Tong Tong is so wonderful." Qin Yuan was touched and hugged Su Tong. The guilt from hitting Su Shi vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Su Shi left the Su family and walked back along the road. This was a villa area, with no buses and very few taxis. The rain pattered on the umbrella, the sound cold and chaotic. Su Shi walked at a leisurely pace, stepping through the puddles, the spring rain light and delicate, just like her current state of mind. Private cars hurried past on the road, and in one of the Bentleys, a girl in the passenger seat suddenly looked out the window and said to the man in the back seat, "Second uncle, I see a classmate. There are no buses here. Can we give her a ride?" Ling Jiuze looked at the documents in his hand, his handsome face cold, and nodded slightly. Ling Yinhua instructed the driver to reverse the car, then lowered the window and called out to Su Shi, "Su Shi, get in the car." Su Shi was taken aback. "Yinhua?" They were from the same department, but they couldn't be considered familiar. Ling Yinhua smiled charmingly. "Hurry up, we can talk once you're in the car." "Thank you," Su Shi said, opening the car door, closing her umbrella, and sitting inside. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed someone else in the car and turned to look, instantly stunned. Chapter 6. As long as its good-looking Ling Jiuze did not raise his head. Reading the documents in his hand with a focused and aloof demeanor, an air of nobility surrounding him that seemed to say no entry for outsiders. Ling Yinhua turned back and smiled. "Su Shi, are you here to be a tutor?" She knew Su Shi lived in the eastern suburbs and came from a poor family, so naturally assumed she was here for tutoring. Su Shi smiled lightly. "Luckily I ran into you." She had forgotten that Ling Yinhua was the daughter of Ling Jiuze's older brother, making her his niece. They hadn't team met for nearly 3 years, and now they had run into each other 3 times in a week. Su Shi secretly sighed. Was it the matchmaker who had just woken up? Ling Yinhua turned back to introduce Su Shi. "This is my second uncle." Su Shi pretended not to know him and nodded. "Mr. Ling." Ling Jiuze, hearing the familiar voice, turned to look, his dark eyes showing a hint of surprise, slightly narrowing. Su Shi tightened her grip on the umbrella, remaining calm on the surface. But her heart was in turmoil. She thought that he probably only knew she was a student at Jiang University, so why panic? Ling Yinhua, being naturally warm-hearted, took the initiative to chat with Su Shi. Isn't Zhou Ting pursuing Qiao Yu? Su Shi recalled what had happened yesterday, a chill passing through her eyes as she replied lightly, I think so. Ling Yinhua scoffed. Everyone at school knows Qiao Yu has liked you for 3 years. You two are so close. How could he like Zhou Ting? Su Shi instinctively glanced at Ling Jiuze and smiled. Qiao Yu and I are just ordinary classmates. It doesn't matter who he is with. Ling Yinhua gave her a look that said keep pretending, while Su Shi could only silently protest her innocence. Regardless of whether her marriage was due to an agreement, she was now officially married. On their way back to the city, there was an accident ahead, and the car was stuck in traffic. Ling Yinhua, holding her stomach, complained, when will this road clear up? I'm starving. How about we go eat first? Su Shi immediately replied, I'll just get off here and go back to school. What school? It's already noon. Let's go eat together. Ling Yinhua made the decision without discussion. Ling Jiuze, who had been silent all the way, raised his hand to check the time and instructed Ming Zhua, pull over. To the right was a French restaurant, and the three of them went in and sat down. Ling Yinhua worried that Su Shi had never eaten at such a high-end restaurant, so after asking her preferences, she took the initiative to order for her. After ordering, Ling Yinhua went to the restroom, leaving only Ling Jiuze and Su Shi at the table. Ling Jiuze leaned back on the sofa, his posture relaxed, his eyes half closed as he looked at his phone, his handsome features captivating. Su Shi's gaze fell on the man's striking face, and in a daze, she recalled that night when he was sometimes gentle and sometimes passionate, his movements fierce, completely unlike his current noble elegance. After returning home that night, she had been angry for a long time. Losing her virginity was one thing, but why did she also have to pay 100 yuan? Had she been so flustered at the time? But now, sitting here and seeing the attractive man across from her, she finally felt at ease. That 100 yuan hadn't been wasted. Noticing the gaze from across the table, Ling Jiuze furrowed his brow slightly and looked over. Su Shi casually shifted her gaze to the window, her ears burning. To have such thoughts in broad daylight was indeed a crime. Ling Jiuze's eyes were calm, carrying a hint of inquiry, his thin lips parting. What's your name? Su Shi's back tensed. Looking into the man's inky eyes, she softly replied, Su Shi. The man's handsome face showed no change, and there was no surprise in his eyes. It was evident he was unfamiliar with the name and didn't remember. Su Shi thought to herself, as expected. He didn't even pay attention to the name of the person he married. Just then, the waiter brought dessert, and Su Shi's phone received a WeChat message, interrupting their conversation. Opening WeChat, she found a message from Sheng Yangyang. Shi Bauer, guess who I saw? Ling Jiuze. He is having a meal with a woman, but I couldn't see what she looks like from behind. Is he dating a vixen right after returning to the country? Does he even remember he is married? Su Shi stared at her phone, her heart filled with mixed feelings, and after a while replied, Sorry, I am that vixen. Sheng Yangyang was her close friend and confidant. Apart from her father, Su Zhengrong, she was the only one who knew about her marriage to Ling Jiuze. Sheng Yangyang sent a shocked emoji with eyes on the ground and quickly followed up with another message. How did you end up with Ling Jiuze? Have you two recognized each other as husband and wife? Recognized as husband and wife. Su Shi looked at those 4 words, feeling a bit speechless. She glanced at the man before replying to Yangyang. No, it was a coincidence. I'll explain when I get back. Sheng Yangyang's curiosity was piqued, and she was not willing to let it go. I'm on the 3rd floor. I'll come down to find you. Su Shi's eyebrows moved, and she quickly typed, Stay there, don't move. Sheng Yangyang sent a pitiful emoji, but Su Shi ignored it, closing her phone. When she suddenly caught a whiff of a delicate and fresh perfume, a woman in a beige GK spring suit walked over and sat directly beside Ling Jiuze. Her makeup exquisite and her demeanor elegant. She cast a dismissive glance at Su Shi and said to Ling Jiuze with a teasing tone, I called you in the morning to have lunch, and you said you were busy. It turns out you had an appointment. Ling Jiuze's expression remained indifferent. There has to be a first come, first served. The woman chuckled lightly, her gaze on Su Shi becoming sharper. Let me introduce myself. I'm Han Xiao. What's your last name, miss? Su Shi sensed the woman's hostility and was about to speak when Ling Jiuze suddenly pushed the dessert toward her. His tone still cool, but with a hint of intimacy. You like raspberry mousse? Eat yours. Su Shi didn't like raspberry mousse, but obediently picked up a spoon. Han Xiao's expression darkened slightly, but she maintained her smile, curling her lips. Why protect her so much? It's just a name. Am I going to eat her? Ling Jiuze's face showed no signs of anger or joy. She is just shy and unfamiliar. Su Shi was choked by the mousse, swallowing hard. Han Xiao seemed to mock. Shy. I think some young ladies are quite bold, relying on their looks to cast their nets everywhere. Jiuze, you should be careful. Ling Jiuze crossed his knees. His thin lips curled in disinterest. As long as she is good-looking, I'm not after anything else. Sushi's hand holding the spoon trembled slightly. She could hardly finish the cake. In this battle of wits, could someone please consider the feelings of ordinary people? Han Zhao's face darkened. Clearly feeling Ling Jiuze's defense of the girl, her heart felt stifled, yet she didn't dare to vent her anger in front of him. The problem was, she didn't have the right to be jealous. Their families had a good relationship, and her father intended to matchmake, but Ling Jiuze had never given any indication. Knowing that she couldn't lose her composure at this moment, Han Zhao stood up and smiled elegantly. Then I won't disturb your meal. I'll visit Annie some other day. Ling Jiuze replied nonchalantly with an and Han Zhao, suppressing her bitterness, left in her high heels. Sushi had already eaten half of the cake on her plate and immediately put down her spoon when she saw the woman leave. Ling Jiuze raised his gaze to her, his voice returning to its previous aloofness. Don't misunderstand what I said earlier. Sushi remained calm. I understand. You're treating me to a meal. I'm helping you with a favor. We're even now. Chapter 7. Afraid of his dog, Ling Jiuze's eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at her a couple more times. Just then, Ling Jiuze returned, sitting beside Sushi with a cheerful smile, saying she had run into a high school classmate and chatted for a while. When the waiter brought the main course, the three of them started eating. Occasionally, Ling Jiuze would speak a few words, chatting with Sushi about school matters. After finishing their meal, as the three of them were leaving, they happened to run into Sheng Yangyang and her group. Sheng Yangyang was there to treat clients to a meal, and the two groups met at the entrance. Sheng Yangyang raised an eyebrow at Sushi, and the two pretended not to know each other as they brushed past. However, there were two CEOs who recognized Ling Jiuze and greeted him respectfully. The rain outside had stopped, and the road was clear. Mings would drove the car over, and the three of them got in. Sushi, where are you going? Ling Jiuze, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around to ask. If it's on the way, just drop me off at the entrance of Jiang University, Sushi replied. It's on the way, no problem. My second uncle is easy to talk to, Ling Jiuze said with a meaningful smile. Sushi chuckled awkwardly, thinking to herself that if she hadn't heard how sharp-tongued he was before, she might have believed it. It was a bit far from the school, and as she chatted with Ling Jiuze, Ling Jiuze sat silently beside them, looking down at documents. Although he was quiet, his strong personal aura made it impossible to ignore him. They were married and now sharing the same car, which gave Sushi a subtle feeling. The car stopped at the entrance of Jiang University, and before getting out, Sushi said goodbye to Ling Jiuze. Thank you, Jiuze. You're welcome. Just treat me to milk tea another day, Ling Jiuze replied, her eyes lively and cute. Sushi smiled and agreed, taking her umbrella and bag, and finally added, Thank you, Mr. Ling Jiuze merely grunted in response without looking up. Sushi turned and got out of the car, waving goodbye to Ling Jiuze. As the car merged into traffic, Sushi went to the bus station to wait for her bus. Inside the car, Ling Jiuze withdrew her gaze and suddenly remembered something. She turned to Ling Jiuze and said, Second uncle, I want Sushi to tutor Ling Jiuze. Her parents are often not at home, and a few days ago they went to London for an economic seminar, taking her grandparents with them. As soon as they left, Ling Jiuze's tutor found an excuse to quit, so now the responsibility of managing Ling Jiuze has fallen on me, and I need to find someone to help share the burden quickly. Ling Jiuze frowned slightly and raised his head, asking, Why hire a student when you have professional tutors available? Ling Jiuze huffed. The professionals can't manage him at all. Besides, Sushi is quite pitiful, relying on tutoring to earn her tuition. I want to help her. Ling Jiuze didn't trust a student who hadn't even graduated yet. You can just give her money. She has her own pride, okay? Ling Jiuze teased. Second uncle, just agree to it. At worst, let her try. If Jiuze doesn't accept her, she can just quit. Ling Jiuze scoffed. If she can manage Ling Jiuze, then that counts as her ability. Let her try? Ling Jiuze immediately nodded excitedly. I'll call her right away. Sushi got off the bus at Yunhai Road, chatted for a while with the staff at the dessert shop, Qingning, and only returned to the villa when it was getting dark. As soon as she entered, Bashi rushed over to her, acting cute. Bashi was a Samoyed dog, Ling Jiuze's pet. When Sushi first arrived at the villa, Bashi was just 3 months old, and she had raised him to 3 years old, always feeling like she was raising someone else's son. Inside the villa, there was also a maid, Aunt Wu, taking care of her, and Uncle Lin, the old butler. The three of them and the dog had lived together for nearly 3 years and had become quite close, like a family. After playing with Bashi for a while, she went upstairs to take a shower. Just after finishing her shower, she received a call from Ling Jiuze. On the phone, Ling Jiuze mentioned wanting Sushi to tutor her younger brother. Tutor at the Ling family? Sushi thought about the scenario and shook her head, declining. I'm not a professional tutor. I'm afraid I might delay Jiuze's studies. You should hire someone from a tutoring agency. They've hired a bunch of professionals, but Ling Jiuze doesn't like any of them. Sushi, please help me out. My family is often not home, and my second uncle is busy. Can you just consider it a favor for me? Ling Yinhua said sweetly, trying to persuade her. After a while of Ling Yinhua coaxing her, Sushi finally agreed to give it a try. Come over tomorrow, it's Sunday. I'll be waiting for you at home, no excuses, Ling Yinhua said quickly. Fearing Sushi would refuse, and hurriedly hung up the phone. Sushi looked at her phone, blinking in helplessness, wondering what was going on. Soon after, a WeChat message came in from Yinhua. Sushi, where do you live? Tomorrow morning, I'll have the driver pick you up. Sushi replied, at 9 a.m. I'll wait for you at the entrance of Jiang University. It's settled then. After hanging up, Sushi felt a moment of distraction as Ba-Shi jumped onto the sofa and bit at her sleepwear. Sushi lay on Ba-Shi, chuckling. Tomorrow I'm going to meet your master. Do you have any messages for him? Ba-Shi looked up at her, confused. Sushi raised her hand and patted his big head, laughing, you silly son of a landlord. That night, while chatting on the phone with Sheng Yangyang, she heard that Sushi was going to the Ling family to tutor Ling Jiuze's nephew. Sheng Yangyang was shocked into silence for a moment before excitedly saying, Tang Bao, the opportunity has come. Now you can openly enter their home, then plot against him, pounce on him, and before the agreement ends, sleep with him. Then throw the divorce certificate in his face. How cool is that? Sushi was silent for 2 seconds and decisively hung up the phone. She was afraid that if she listened any longer, she would really be brainwashed by Sheng Yangyang. However, she really needed to think carefully about how she should interact with Ling Jiuze if she frequently saw him at the Ling family in the future. The next day, at 8:50 a.m., Sushi arrived at the entrance of Jiang University. After waiting for 5 minutes, a Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of her. The driver got out and politely asked, Are you Miss Su? Sushi nodded yes. The driver became even more courteous. Miss, I've come to pick you up. Sushi thanked him and got into the car. The Ling family's old residence was in the south of the city, with black hollow iron railings on the outer walls and wisteria climbing all over. The car drove along the flower-covered wall for 10 minutes before arriving at the entrance. Passing through the black iron gate, she could see the standalone villa and garden. The servant at the entrance nodded to her and opened the door to invite her in. Sushi changed her shoes and stepped inside, but before she could take in the villa's interior, she caught sight of a shadow rushing toward her. Sushi's face changed instantly, and she lifted her leg to run inside. Seeing someone coming down the stairs, without thinking, she leaped up and hugged the man, quickly jumping up to wrap her legs around his waist and her arms tightly around his neck. She was afraid of all dogs in the world, except for Ba-Shi. David. The man's voice was calm, but carried a warning. The dog that had pounced suddenly stopped at Ling Jiuze's feet, curiously looking up and scanning Sushi. Ling Jiuze turned to look at the woman hanging on him, his handsome face darkening. If you don't get down, I'll report you for harassment. Sushi blinked, looking at the tense side of his face. Then her gaze fell on a scar behind his ear. It had been many years, and the scar was now very faint, almost unnoticeable. However, such a scar on a man who had lived in comfort still seemed out of place. Ling Jiuze frowned and tried to shake Sushi off. Sushi tightened her grip on his shoulders and whispered, You need to let it go first. Chapter 8. Calling Uncle Ling Jiuze glanced at her slightly chubby face, which was fair and soft, a faint blush spreading from her ears, like clouds tinted with sunset hues, red mixed with white, making her appear particularly youthful. More like a high school student than a college student. Perhaps out of the affection of an elder, he suppressed the coldness around him, motioned David to step back, and said lightly, You can come down now. Sushi first turned to take a look, then pretended to be calm and jumped down, immediately standing behind the man as soon as she landed, avoiding eye contact with the dog that was staring at her. The man seemed to chuckle softly as he walked towards David. She watched the man's back, suddenly realizing that she had been too close just now. Close enough to smell the faint cold fragrance on him, like the mountain spring hitting the bluestone in early spring, cold and crisp, with a hint of woodsy aroma in the aftertaste. The man reached David's side, squatted down, and patted its neck, saying in a bland tone, David usually doesn't attack people. Sushi detected an unusual implication in his words, as if he was implying that she didn't seem like a good person. She looked at the dog and realized it was a purebred adult German shepherd, even taller and sturdier than the average ones, quite intimidating. She lowered her gaze and mimicked his indifferent attitude, saying, Such familiar words are often heard in news about innocent bystanders being bitten by dogs. Ling Jiuze was taken aback, his dark eyes looking over, and he let out a light scoff. At such a young age, sharp-tongued. Just as Sushi was about to respond, Ling Yinhua came running down the stairs with a bright smile. Sushi, you're here. She had applied a delicate light makeup and greeted Sushi warmly, then introduced. My parents are not home. There aren't usually many people in the house. This is my uncle. You met him yesterday. Just call him uncle. Sushi looked at Ling Jiuze, her expression one of distaste, pursing her lips without speaking. Ling Jiuze seemed to remember Shi's earlier retort and looked at her blandly. Don't you greet your elders? Don't you understand this basic courtesy? I'm starting to doubt whether you can handle being a tutor. Ling Yinhua was confused about why Ling Jiuze was targeting Shi and made eye contact with him, but he ignored her. Shi took a deep breath, seemingly squeezing out 2 words from between her teeth. Uncle. Ling Jiuze, taking on the demeanor of an elder, replied with an and took David to sit on the sofa. Watching the arrogant Ling Jiuze, Shi suddenly believed he used to be a bully in Jiangxing. Yihang is upstairs, I'll take you to see him. Ling Yinhua smiled brightly as she led Shi upstairs. As Shi walked up the wooden floor, she glanced down and saw the man affectionately stroking the German shepherd's head. They looked quite harmonious together. However, Shi felt a sudden pang of sadness, thinking of Baxi. Baxi had never forgotten Ling Jiuze, often lying outside his old study, listening for any sounds inside, thinking its master would be there. Yet, Ling Jiuze had already found a new love and forgotten Baxi. As they turned the corner of the stairs, Ling Yinhua said apologetically, I'm sorry, Shi, for making things difficult for you on your first visit. You don't know my uncle well. He's particularly protective. If you call him uncle today, and he agrees, if you need anything in the future, he will definitely help you. Shi thought to herself that she would never need his help. Despite this thought, she smiled and said, Thank you, Yinhua. Don't mention it. We weren't close in school, but I've always admired you and wanted to be friends with you. Shi smiled lightly. We are friends. Ling Yinua's smile was exceptionally sweet as she reached to shake Shi's hand. Shi's body tensed for a moment, but did not pull away. When they reached outside Ling Yihang's door, Ling Yinhua knocked. Yihang, I'm coming in. There was no response from inside, so Ling Yinhua pushed the door open and walked in. The sight that greeted them was a small hall. To the right was a bathroom, and to the left was a bedroom. The decor was all styles that boys liked. Comics, space themes, realistic toy guns, everything but in an orderly fashion. A boy around 10 was curled up on the sofa, playing games on a tablet, not even lifting his head when he heard someone enter. Ling Yihang, this is the new tutor I found for you. She's my classmate. You're not allowed to bully her. Ling Yinhua deliberately put on a stern face and said, Did you hear that? Only then did Ling Yihang look up and nonchalantly say, Oh, before continuing to play his game. Ling Yinhua took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, worried that Shi might back off, and quickly added, My brother can be a bit difficult, so please don't give up. Don't worry. Shi gave Ling Yinhua a reassuring look. Since she had agreed, she would do her best. Although Ling Jiuze was unpleasant, Ling Yinhua treated her well. Ling Yinhua took a few steps back towards the door, saved Ling Jiuze's number on Shi's phone, and whispered, I have an appointment, so I'm leaving now. You and Yihang should get to know each other first. If he bullies you, just find my uncle. Shi felt that even if Ling Yihang kicked her out of the Ling family, Ling Jiuze wouldn't care. After Ling Yinhua left, Shi looked around the room, walked to the desk, and saw that the homework was all laid out, untouched. She returned to the sofa and sat beside Ling Yihang, speaking lightly. You're not doing your homework. Making a fuss like this is to get your parents' attention, right? His parents had just left, and the tutor had quit. He was deliberately trying to anger the tutor. Ling Yihang paused his game, glanced over with a look of hostility that surpassed his age, and said, Mind your own business. Or I'll make sure you can't stay here for even a day. Shi remained unfazed and continued, Trying to attract your parents' attention through rebellion is quite childish. Ling Yihang tightened his grip on the tablet, his face tense and silent. Shi leaned over, playing games, huh? Just do your homework, and when you're done, I'll play with you. Ling Yihang sneered. Just now you mocked me for being childish, and now you're treating me like a child to coax me. Are all adults like this with double standards? Shi frowned. Who's an adult? I'm still a kid, okay? Looking at her serious expression, Ling Yihang couldn't help but turn his head and snicker. Shi helplessly smiled, took out her phone, and said, Forget it. I'm not up to this task. Since I'm here, I'll play a game with you for a while, and then leave. Ling Yihang looked at her suspiciously. Shi had already opened the game, and said with lowered eyelashes, I'm serious. I didn't plan to teach you. It was your sister who felt sorry for me, and insisted I come. Ling Yihang frowned. What does she feel sorry for you about? Shi pressed her lips together, her voice turning low. I've never had parents. It was my grandfather who raised me. He worked hard to earn money to send me to school. A few days ago, he fell ill, and I want to earn some money for his medical treatment. As she spoke, Shi choked up a bit. Ling Yihang's brows furrowed even tighter, hesitating for a moment before putting down the tablet. If you become my tutor, will you have money to treat your grandfather? Shi's heart leaped with joy. She had indeed gambled right. Ling Yihang, who spent little time with his parents, had a deeper bond with his grandparents. And hearing about someone else's grandfather being sick would evoke some empathy in him. Shi turned her head, her eyes bright and glistening, as if deliberately hiding her sadness, and said calmly, "Yes, tutoring you pays better than teaching others, and it can help me get my grandfather to the doctor sooner." Ling Yihong's eyes flickered as he wore a reluctant expression. "Fine, I'll let you stay, but I'm only doing it for your grandfather's sake." Sushi wanted to laugh. He didn't even know who her grandfather was, yet he claimed to be doing it for his sake. She maintained her composure. Looking somewhat troubled, "Having me stay won't be useful. You still need to cooperate with me and finish your homework quickly. If I'm of no help as a tutor, your uncle will kick me out soon. Such a hassle." Ling Yihong tossed the tablet down and walked to the desk. "Then hurry up and write. And don't forget what you just said. Once you finish your homework, you'll play games with me." "Yes, sir." Sushi smiled as she stood up. Ling Jiuze had been downstairs for an hour. As he went upstairs and passed by Ling Yihong's room, he suddenly wanted to see if Sushi was really capable of managing Ling Yihong. The door was half open, and before Ling Jiuze got close, he heard Sushi shouting from inside, "I'm going to die? Where are you? Come save me." At the same time, Ling Yihong's irritated voice echoed, "You rookie. Why are you blowing up?" "That's me." "Huh." Ling Jiuze pushed the door open and walked in, just as Sushi looked up, still seemingly immersed in the game, with a confused and dazed expression on her face. "What are you guys doing?" the man asked with a serious face. Chapter 9. King Sushi instinctively wanted to hide her hands behind her, but thinking this action was too suspicious, she managed to refrain from moving. In the game, she had blown up Ling Yihong, but she had also been shot by someone else. Ling Yihong suppressed the impulse to kick Sushi to death. Yet the words he spoke were to defend her. "Second uncle, I finished my homework." Ling Jiuze was somewhat surprised, glancing at Sushi's face as he walked towards the desk. "Let me see." Ling Yihong took out his homework for Ling Jiuze to see. Indeed, it was all completed and even corrected, with mistakes fixed and some even summarized. Ling Jiuze became increasingly astonished and turned to look at Sushi. Sushi met his gaze with her big, clear black and white eyes. "I promised Yihong I would finish my homework and then play games with him." Ling Jiuze's lips curved into a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown as he put down the homework and said to Ling Yihong, "Well done. Keep playing." After saying that, he stepped out of the room. Sushi let out a breath, maintaining her composure as she exchanged a glance with Ling Yihong, both feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Ling Yihong teased, "Are you that afraid of my second uncle?" Sushi blurted out, "Aren't you afraid?" Ling Yihong raised an eyebrow. "My second uncle will kick me when he's mad, but he won't hit you. So what are you afraid of?" Sushi was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly saying, "Who says I'm afraid of him?" Ling Yihong looked at her with a teasing expression. Sushi, feeling annoyed, picked up her phone. "Don't mention your second uncle. Let's continue the game." Ling Yihong opened his tablet and threatened, "If you blow me up again, I'll shoot you first." Sushi laughed nervously. I won't. When Sushi left, she didn't see Ling Jiuze. She was still driven home by the chauffeur. Leaving the villa, she felt a sense of relief. Some people don't need to meet. Just being in the same room can feel pressuring. Ling Jiuze hadn't gone out all morning. At lunchtime, a large table was set with 10 dishes and a soup, but only Ling Jiuze and Ling Yihong were eating. Ling Jiuze took a few sips of soup, put down his spoon, and asked, "How do you feel about the new teacher?" "Not bad." Ling Yihong nodded. Ling Jiuze lightly teased, "Is it because she plays games with you?" Ling Yihong shrugged. "There are many who are willing to play games with me. I didn't say others were good." He had a proud demeanor. "Actually, I just pity her." "How is she pitiful?" Ling Jiuze asked casually. Ling Yihong frowned slightly. "She has no parents since she was little, only a grandfather, and her grandfather is sick." Ling Jiuze raised an eyebrow. "Did she tell you that?" "Yeah." "Then you can't keep her just for that reason. I'm hiring a tutor, not providing charity." His tone was indifferent. Ling Yihong thought for a moment. "It's not entirely for that. Anyway, I can understand her explanations." Ling Jiuze didn't say anything else. "Since it's acceptable, then let's settle it." Ling Yihong nodded in agreement. Ling Jiuze suddenly felt that regardless of whether she was genuinely pitiful or just acting, she had some capabilities. Sushi got out of the Ling family's car at the entrance of Jian University and then took a bus back to the hillside villa. As the bus passed the eastern suburbs, the road gradually widened with lush trees lining both sides, and large forest parks came into view. In the distance, she could see the famous Shili Lake of Jiang City and the rolling mountains on the opposite shore. High-end villa areas were nestled among the trees, with beautiful scenery and fresh air, making it a paradise compared to the crowded and noisy city center. When she went to pick up her car, Xi and Ling from the milk tea shop called out to her, Su, come in and sit for a while." "Okay." Sushi responded and entered the shop. There weren't many customers, just a few sitting in corners. Xi and Ling pulled Sushi to sit in a wooden chair by the floor-to-ceiling window. "Wait." On the wooden table was a glass vase filled with blooming yellow daisies, perfectly matching the fresh weather. Xi and Ling came over with a wooden tray and placed various desserts on the table, a peach pudding, a chocolate mousse, and a large cup of passion fruit iced milk tea. Xi Xi's eyes sparkled. These were all her favorites. Eat up, they're all yours. Xi and Ling, with her round face and big eyes framed by black glasses, smiled, revealing 2 dimples, looking very cute. Xi Xi took the pudding and began to eat. Xi and Ling rested her chin in her hands, smiling as she watched her. Since Xi Xi always parked her electric bike outside the milk tea shop, they had become friends over time. Xi, you can intern this summer, right? Have you thought about what you want to do? Xi and Ling asked. Xi Xi pinched her spoon and shook her head. Not yet. Then do you have any dreams? Or something you want to do? Xi Xi thought for a moment and answered seriously, I want to buy Qingyuan. She liked Qingyuan, but it wasn't hers. If she divorced Ling Jiuze, she would have to move out. Xi and Ling tapped the table. Can you think of something more practical? Xi Xi fell silent, finishing the pudding before starting on the cake. By the way, Xi, have you ever met Ling Jiuze while working at Qingyuan? Xi and Ling suddenly asked with curiosity. Xi and Ling had always thought Xi was working to earn tuition at Qingyuan. Xi Xi answered truthfully, no. Oh. Xi and Ling rested her chin on her hand. What a pity. Xi and Ling was studying architectural design and had heard that the hillside villa at Qingyuan was designed and built by Ling Jiuze himself. She had always admired him. After chatting for a while, Xi Xi got up to leave, and Xi and Ling gave her another piece of cake. Xi Xi carried the cake, rode her electric bike, and turned onto Yunhai Road, entering Qingyuan. Qingyuan was a mountain, a private little mountain. The roads on both sides were lined with towering French sycamores, blocking out the sun completely. As she entered the green path, the heat dissipated, and she felt refreshed. The villa was located halfway up the mountain. As her electric bike approached, the ornate iron gate opened automatically. Inside the villa was a large, neatly maintained lawn, a glass greenhouse, and century-old flowering trees. To the right of the bluestone path was the main house area, which had an American-style design. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, she could see Baishi lying on the pure white carpet. Upon seeing her enter, Baishi quickly ran out. Xi Xi squatted down and hugged Baishi. Thinking of the dog Ling Jiuze was currently raising, feeling a bit heartbroken, and patted the cake box in her hand. I'll share half with you later. Baishi became even more excited, circling around Xi Xi. Once inside the house, before Aunt Wu could come out of the kitchen, Baishi had already brought over a soft slipper, waiting for Xi Xi to change her shoes. Why are you so well-behaved today? Xi Xi smiled brightly. Aunt Wu came out and took the cake from Xi Xi's hands. Chuckling, if the young lady wants to eat cake, just tell me. The ones from outside aren't good. It was Qing Ning who gave it. Xi Xi explained. Knowing that Aunt Wu liked to make various snacks for her and disliked her eating outside food, Aunt Wu knew Qing Ning and nodded with a smile. Then tomorrow I'll have Uncle Lin take some fresh fruit to Qing Ning when he goes out. You can decide. Xi Xi smiled and went upstairs with Baishi. After taking a shower, she was enjoying cake with Baishi when a call came in. Xi Xi glanced at her phone and answered, Senior brother. What are you doing? The man's voice was deep and magnetic, with a barely perceptible hint of amusement. Eating. Xi Xi licked the cream off her finger. Mrs. Fong Sen called today, specifically asking for King himself to design a set of jade necklaces, offering 10 million just for the design fee. Xi Xi raised an eyebrow. Mrs. Fong Sen? This time she's being generous. This third lady was a high-level VIP at GK Jewelry Store, originally a model. Although she married into a wealthy family, she still had some petty ways, haggling over a $1,000 packaging box while buying jewelry worth hundreds of thousands. Why had she changed her tune this time? Next month is the 80th birthday of Madame Fong, and soon it will be time to divide the inheritance. The third lady wants to take a bigger share, so she needs to find a way to win the old lady's favor. Do you have time? Do you want to take it? Xi Xi chuckled, of course. Why not make money? A month is enough time. Then I'll reply to her tomorrow. Qin Jun paused and asked, when will you come to the design studio? Xi Xi twirled the straw of her yogurt with her pink lips and rolled her eyes. Maybe this weekend, depending on the time. All right, I'll wait for you. Chapter 10. Public confession. It was past 10 o'clock at night when Ling Yinhua returned home and saw Ling Jiuze sitting on the living room sofa. With a sly glance, she gestured to the servant who was about to speak to her and tiptoed upstairs. Come here. The man leaned against the back of the sofa, holding a book in his hands, and spoke lightly. Ling Yinhua knew she couldn't escape, so she walked over nonchalantly. Uncle, you're not asleep yet? Ling Jiuze raised his eyes to look at her. No wonder you were so eager to find a tutor. It's because you were in a hurry to go out on a date. Do you have a boyfriend? No. Ling Yinhua immediately shook her head. I just went shopping with a classmate. A boyfriend is a classmate? Ling Jiuze stated, his tone questioning. Ling Yinhua knew she couldn't hide anything from her uncle. This old fox. She sat down opposite him and admitted, yes, I have a boyfriend. I know our family is special, but uncle, could you please not investigate him or monitor us? I just want to have a normal relationship. Don't worry, he's really nice. And I've never told him about our family situation. Ling Jiuze put down the book, picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and then slowly spoke. You're in your third year, so dating is normal. I can choose not to investigate, but you need to be cautious. Your parents are not home, and I have to be responsible for you. Ling Jiuze's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, uncle. You're the best. Stop buttering me up. Go upstairs and sleep. Ling Jiuze chuckled. After a pause, he added, by the way, Yihang accepted your classmate. Let her continue coming next week. Really? Ling Jiuze's smile widened as she fished out her phone and turned to go upstairs. I'll tell her right now. Ling Jiuze called out as he heard her reach the middle of the staircase. Sushi, are you asleep? After a response from the other end, Ling Jiuze smiled and said, my uncle said you taught very well. Your tutoring for Yihang is set. Classes every Saturday and Sunday morning. How does that sound? He lowered his eyes and unconsciously frowned. When did he say she was good? By the time Ling Jiuze had gone upstairs, her voice faded away. The man felt there was no need to argue with a little girl, so he continued reading his book. On Monday afternoon, Sushi went to class with Cheng Xiaoxiao. As they passed the foreign language building, a group of people suddenly rushed towards them. The tall and handsome boy at the front was staring intently at Sushi. It's Xiaoyu. Cheng Xiaoxiao excitedly tugged at Sushi's sleeve. Sushi frowned unconsciously at the large bouquet of roses in Xiaoyu's hands. She turned to leave, but in front of her were Zhou Ting and a few other girls, all with unfriendly expressions. Zhou Ting liked Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu liked Sushi. This was a well-known story at Jiangda University. In an instant, Xiaoyu was in front of her, his gaze focused and his voice gentle. Sushi, I like you. Let's be together. Cheng Xiaoxiao was much more excited than Sushi, constantly pinching her arm and signaling her to agree. Xiaoyu was wealthy, handsome, and the president of the student council. How could such an outstanding person have steadfastly liked Sushi for 3 years and still want more? The crowd began to cheer, urging Xiaoyu, be together. Be together. The noise was deafening. A man passing by in the corridor of the administrative building glanced down at the commotion and saw a familiar figure in the crowd, causing him to slow his steps. Sushi took a deep breath. She had once shut the whole world out and had worked hard in recent years to be gentle and adapt. However, the surrounding noise made her feel restless. She looked at Xiaoyu and said seriously, I don't like you. Xiaoyu's smile froze slightly, but he still refused to give up. With graduation approaching, he didn't have time to waste. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, his handsome face full of determination. Sushi, don't test me anymore. I know you like me. He didn't believe Sushi had a reason not to like him, thinking her refusal was just a tactic to draw him in. I'm not testing you. I really don't like you. Sushi said expressionlessly. Xiaoyu looked straight at her, and the others fell silent, the atmosphere becoming awkward. Xiaoyu stood up. This was his first public confession, and he had put his pride on the line. He didn't expect Sushi to be so merciless. He felt a bit angry, even furious, and he struggled to suppress his emotions. Sushi, if you don't like being watched by so many people, let's find a quiet place to talk. I've made myself very clear. Sushi remained unmoved. She believed that if she didn't like someone, she should refuse directly. Procrastination and ambiguity would only harm everyone. Xiaoyu's expression darkened little by little. You really don't like me? I don't like you. Sushi's tone was resolute. The roses in Xiaoyu's hands fell to the ground. His face gradually turned pale, and he stared at Sushi, then suddenly turned to Zhou Ting. Do you want to be with me? Zhou Ting was taken aback, biting her lip, and quickly walked over to ask Xiaoyu, what do you mean? Xiaoyu looked at Sushi, suddenly wrapping his arm around Zhou Ting's shoulder and forcefully kissing her. The crowd gasped. Sushi found it utterly boring and turned to leave, while behind her, Cheng Xiaoxiao snapped out of her shock and hurriedly followed. Sushi, Xiaoyu suddenly shouted hoarsely. Sushi stopped but didn't turn around. If you take another step, I guarantee you'll regret it. Xiaoyu's eyes turned red, staring at Sushi's back with a fierce gaze. Sushi didn't stay any longer and walked away without looking back. Zhou Ting's face turned pale as she pushed Xiaoyu's arm away and shouted, what do you take me for? After saying that, she glared at Sushi and stormed off. On the third floor, Ling Jiuze had his hands in his pockets, expressionless as he watched the entire scene unfold. Jiuze, Principal Fong walked over with a refined smile. Why are you standing here? Come in. I'll brew you a good cup of tea. Ling Jiuze glanced at the girl who had already walked far away, smiled lightly, and said, it's stuffy inside. I just came out for some fresh air. There was a bit of a situation just now. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's talk inside. Principal Fong politely ushered Ling Jiuze into his office. Downstairs, Xiaoyu left angrily and dejectedly, and the others dispersed one by one. Cheng Xiaoxiao turned back to take a regretful look at Xiaoyu's back and couldn't help but complain to Sushi, what were you thinking? You don't even like Xiaoyu. Who else can you like? If he really gets together with Zhou Ting, you'll regret it. Sushi looked helpless. I really don't like him. Should I just accept him even if I don't like him? Then who do you like? Sushi paused for a moment. I don't like anyone. Cheng Xiaoxiao glanced at her. I thought you would say you like me. Sushi looked at her in surprise. Did you forget something at home in your hurry to leave today? Cheng Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. What thing? Your face. Cheng Xiaoxiao reacted and pinched Sushi's arm. You. Sushi, I'm doing my best for you, and you still dare to mock me. Sushi laughed and ran away. Stop it. Today is your White Moonlight's class. You're going to be late. Chapter 11. I'm not doing this for you. The foreign language teacher is a British man, looking refined and handsome. Cheng Xiaoxiao often mutters that the foreign language teacher is her perfect Prince Charming, her White Moonlight. When they arrive in the classroom, many people turn to look at Sushi, probably having seen or heard about what just happened downstairs at the foreign language building. The gazes vary. Some admire Sushi, while others mock her for being too aloof and unappreciative. Sushi remains calm, sitting down with Xiaoxiao, taking out her books and pen, ready for class. After one class, Cheng Xiaoxiao seizes the opportunity of asking questions to approach her White Moonlight. Sushi waits for her in her seat. After waiting for 10 minutes, with Cheng Xiaoxiao still going on, Sushi gets up to go to the bathroom. As she exits the bathroom and is about to return to the classroom, she runs into Zhou Ting, who is accompanied by several girls. Zhou Ting glares at Sushi with a dark expression. As she approaches, she steps in front of Sushi's path, warning her in a commanding tone to stay away from Qiaoyu. Sushi replies calmly, You should talk to Qiaoyu. Zhou Ting's expression changes immediately. You think you're so special, huh? Used to being arrogant and holding a grudge from a few days ago, she seizes the opportunity to strike, raising her hand to slap Sushi's face, intending to embarrass her in front of everyone and save face for Qiaoyu. Before Zhou Ting's hand can reach her, Sushi kicks her in the left leg. Zhou Ting's leg is directly broken from the kick. Sushi's clean and delicate features often give people the illusion that she is soft and easy to bully. In reality, her way of resolving problems is equally decisive and straightforward, and she never uses unnecessary words. An hour later, Sushi stands in the principal's office. Zhou Ting has already been sent to the hospital, and now Zhou Ting's father, Zhou Xiangquan, is causing a scene with the principal. The counselor defends Sushi, explaining that Zhou Ting was the one who attacked first, and Sushi's response was self-defense. Zhou Xiangquan angrily points at him. Why are you protecting this little slut? She seduced Tingting's boyfriend. Just look at her. She is not a good person. Don't tell me you two have some kind of hidden relationship. This accusation makes the counselor's face turn pale. Don't slander her. The principal's expression also darkens. Mr. Zhou, that's not how you should speak. Defamation can lead to legal action. Zhou Xiangquan becomes even more furious. I don't care about your internal issues, but you must give Tingting an explanation. If you don't expel this wretched girl, I want my 10 million back that I donated to the school. The Zhou family is wealthy. Last year, when Jiang University was building a new library, Zhou Xiangquan donated 10 million. I'm a benefactor to Jiang University, and now you treat me like this for a poor student? Give me my money back. Zhou Xiangquan stands with his hands on his hips, looking arrogant. Please allow us a few days, Mr. Zhou. The school can't produce 10 million all at once. The principal responds, maintaining his dignity as a scholar. No negotiation. I want my money back now. Zhou Xiangquan refuses to budge. I will pay it back. A cold, magnetic voice comes from behind the sofa, and a tall figure stands up and walks over. Zhou Xiangquan's greasy, twisted face freezes, staring blankly at the man. Ling Jiuze? Sushi suddenly looks up. While they were arguing, someone had been sitting on the sofa, but no one had seen his face. Sushi had been calm before, but now she feels a bit guilty, not expecting to run into Ling Jiuze in this situation, especially after hearing Zhou Xiangquan's loud accusations. Zhou Xiangquan has lost his earlier momentum. He has been successful in business over the years, worth billions, but in front of the Ling family, he is nothing. Principal Fong steps forward and speaks softly. This is a matter between the school and the student's parents. Jiuze, you don't need to get involved. He has a personal connection with Ling Jiuze's father and had invited him for the school celebration, so he doesn't want to trouble him with this matter. Zhou Xiangquan didn't expect Principal Fong to have a relationship with Ling Jiuze. He immediately changes his expression to a flattering smile. I didn't know, mister. Ling was here. The money doesn't need to be returned. I was just joking. Ling Jiuze is firm and doesn't pay him any mind. He takes out his phone and instructs his assistant to transfer 20 million to the school, hanging up and turning to Principal Fong. Return it along with the interest. Zhou Xiangquan's face turns pale. Ling Jiuze has just returned to the country, and he hasn't had a chance to curry favor with him before offending him. At this point, Principal Fong doesn't say much more. The money is quickly transferred and then sent to Zhou Xiangquan. Zhou Xiangquan leaves awkwardly, thinking about how to regain his face in front of Ling Jiuze. The principal and counselor go out to see Zhou Xiangquan off, leaving only Su Shi and Ling Jiuze in the office. Su Shi feels embarrassed, no matter how you look at it. She is now a tutor for the Ling family and a teacher to Ling Yinhua. Yet here she is standing because of a fight. And it was Ling Jiuze who paid to settle this matter. She feels she should say something. She looks up at the man, about to speak. But Ling Jiuze suddenly says, "No need to thank me. I'm not doing this for you." Su Shi is left speechless, feeling an awkward lump in her throat. She has experienced this man's sharp tongue before and is still left feeling stifled. She replies lightly, "I wasn't planning to thank you." The man, taller than her, looks down at her. "From the way you kicked Zhou Ting, have you practiced?" The hallway surveillance footage has already been reviewed, and Ling Jiuze has seen it. Zhou Ting was aggressive, striking quickly and fiercely, while Su Shi didn't even blink, kicking Zhou Ting's leg. And how could an ordinary girl break someone else's leg with one kick? A dark look flashes in Su Shi's eyes, and she calmly replies, "I practiced self-defense when I was younger." Ling Jiuze nods. "Don't worry, I have a clear sense of right and wrong. I won't expel you because of this incident." Just as Su Shi is about to speak, she hears footsteps approaching and quickly closes her mouth and lowers her head. Ling Jiuze watches her pretend to be obedient and can't help but want to laugh. Principal Fong walks in, looking at Su Shi, and says earnestly, "Su Shi, I believe you are a good student, but no matter what, you shouldn't resort to violence. Don't let it affect your future." Su Shi lowers her long eyelashes. Nodding obediently, "Yes, thank you, Principal." "Don't thank me." Principal Fong smiles gently. "You should thank Mr. Ling. He helped you." Su Shi takes a deep, inconspicuous breath, steps forward, raises her head, and lightly says, "Thank you, Mr. Ling." Ling Jiuze's expression remains unchanged, but there is a hint of mockery hidden in his dark eyes, as if laughing at her earlier claim that she wouldn't thank him. "No need to thank me." However, Ling Jiuze says slowly, as a student, "It's best to be well-behaved and not tarnish Jiang University's reputation with these messy matters." Su Shi's face turns slightly pale, biting her lip and remaining silent. Principal Fong tries to ease the tension and changes the topic. "I'm really sorry for making you spend 20 million for no reason. The school will repay that money." Ling Jiuze glances at Su Shi, indicating that she should pay it back. Su Shi gasps, staring at him in disbelief. Principal Fong thinks Ling Jiuze is joking and smiles at Su Shi. "It's getting dark. You should go home. Don't worry about Zhou Ting's matter. The school will handle it." Su Shi thanks Principal Fong again, not daring to look at Ling Jiuze, and turns to leave the office. After Su Shi exits, Principal Fong invites Ling Jiuze to sit back down, smiling. "Don't scare her. She is still a child." Ling Jiuze smiles lightly. "I see she is not scared at all." Chapter 12. The school beauty Cheng Xiaoxiao had been waiting downstairs for Su Shi. When she saw her come out, she immediately ran over and asked, "How is it? Did the counselor say how they would punish you?" Su Shi, with her backpack on, held the straps with both hands and replied calmly, "Why should I be punished? I was just defending myself." Cheng Xiaoxiao looked at her in disbelief. Zhou Ting has a broken leg, and her dad came over all furious. How could that just end like this? Su Shi smiled. "Well, it's all settled now." Although Cheng Xiaoxiao had her doubts, she felt relieved and followed Su Shi out of the school, muttering, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't stuck with Bai Yueguang, we could have left earlier and none of this would have happened." Su Shi nonchalantly replied, "Zhou Ting was prepared. She might have been waiting for me all along. It wouldn't have mattered if we left early or late. She deserved her leg to break." Cheng Xiaoxiao was furious, then suddenly her expression changed, and her eyes brightened as she looked at Su Shi. "Su Shi, have you practiced martial arts? Teach me how to take Zhou Ting down with one move." Su Shi pursed her lips. It was probably just a kick. Cheng Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. "You got me all excited for nothing. I thought you had some mysterious martial arts background." Su Shi scoffed. "Read fewer novels. It's not good for your brain development." The two chatted and laughed, walking leisurely towards the school gate. Once outside, Cheng Xiaoxiao tugged at Su Shi's arm, signaling her to look to the left. "Look, it's the school beauty Su Tong." Su Shi turned her head to see a Mercedes parked by the roadside, the driver getting out and opening the door to help Su Tong into the car. Many people stopped to watch, girls envious, boys admiring, and someone even shouted, "Goddess." Cheng Xiaoxiao sighed. "You say Su Tong has such a good life? She is smart, beautiful, and born into such a wealthy family. If I could have just one of those, I would bow to the heavens 18 times to thank them for not being too harsh on me." Su Shi looked away and smiled. "The last two are predetermined at birth, but you can work hard on the first one. Come on, with my IQ, even if I study hard, I can't catch up to her. But you can." Cheng Xiaoxiao turned to look at Su Shi. "To be honest, if you had a rich dad, the school beauty title wouldn't go to anyone else, would it?" It's a pity you lost out to Su Tong in terms of family background. So you can only be a department beauty. Sushi nodded in agreement. You can call me school beauty in private. Chung Xiaoxiao laughed heartily and dragged Sushi to buy ice cream across the street. Stop dreaming. Today I'm treating you to calm your nerves. Then I want to. Sushi took the opportunity to rob her. All right, you're good looking. You get to call the shots. Su Tong returned to the villa in the car. Today, Su Jingrong came back early, and the three of them sat down for dinner together. Su Jingrong sat at the head of the table and said to Chen Yuan, when you have time, give Shishi a call and ask her to come home for dinner this weekend. Chen Yuan looked up. Is there something? Can't I invite Shishi home for a meal if there's nothing? Su Jingrong frowned slightly. Besides, there was a misunderstanding on your birthday. Now that everyone has met, the misunderstanding is gone. Regarding that day's matter, Chen Yuan felt guilty and awkwardly said, then you can call her. Su Tong picked up some sea cucumber for Chen Yuan and said gently, Dad is right. How can family have grudges overnight? This weekend, I'll make a cake for my sister. Chen Yuan looked at her with gratitude. It's good that you understand, Tong Tong. By the way, she set down her soup spoon and hurriedly said, this afternoon, Teacher Li called me and said there's an art exhibition at the museum in early June. You need to prepare a traditional Chinese painting. It might be exhibited. Really? Su Tong's eyes brightened. Then I'll start preparing right away. Chen Yuan nodded with affection. After dinner, Su Tong returned to her room, thinking about the theme for her exhibition. Chen Yuan knocked on the door and came in with a bowl of bird's nest and pear. I saw you didn't eat much tonight. So I asked Aunt Zhang to stew this for you. Eat it while it's hot. Su Tong took out her previous artworks and asked Chen Yuan for reference. The mother and daughter chatted for a while, and when Su Tong yawned, she told Chen Yuan to look at the paintings first while she went to take a shower. Chen Yuan tidied up her desk. Her finger brushed against the mouse, and the computer on the desk lit up immediately. Chen Yuan glanced at the screen casually and frowned instantly. The computer display was the Jiangdao Forum, and the post title was eye-catching. Su Shi and Zhou Ting fight over the school honk. Chen Yuan browsed down a bit. It was mostly about Su Shi fighting another girl over a boy at school, and there were all sorts of discussions in the comments. She frowned as she read, and after a quick glance, she closed the page with a darkened expression. Su Shi was her biological daughter, who had been swapped at birth and only recognized her roots at 17. She wanted to make it up to Su Shi, but looking at how unambitious Su Shi was compared to the smart and sensible Su Tong beside her, how could she not be biased? She couldn't help but feel relieved that she hadn't publicly announced that Su Shi was a daughter of the Su family. Otherwise, she would be embarrassed. Leaving Su Tong's room, Chen Yuan's expression remained grim. When she returned to the bedroom, she saw Su Jingrong about to dial a phone number on his mobile phone and immediately said, don't call Su Shi. Su Jingrong was taken aback. What's wrong? Chen Yuan's face was dark. I just don't want to see her. What happened? We were just fine at dinner. Su Jingrong frowned at her. It's nothing. I just don't want to see her. Chen Yuan said as she took her pajamas from the closet and went to the bathroom to shower. Su Jingrong threw his phone on the table and sighed deeply. At Qingyuan Villa, Su Shi ran back, took a shower, and snuggled into the sofa, petting her dog Baishi while opening a mobile game. As soon as she logged in, the system prompted a friend request. Su Shi opened it and smiled. It was Ling Yihong. She sent a voice message. Have you finished your homework? Ling Yihong replied. How about you come over now for a check? Su Shi didn't waste words. Follow me. I'll help you level up. Ling Yihong rolled his eyes at her. Su Shi was not very good at games, and Ling Yihong found her very annoying. Yet he loved to play games with her, probably because he wasn't that great either and wanted to seek some presents through her. The two played games for an hour and a half, and when Su Shi saw that it was almost 10 o'clock, she urged Ling Yihong to go to bed. Ling Yihong didn't reply, but his character went offline. Su Shi took out the third-grade textbook she bought today and opened it to look. Since she became Ling Yihong's tutor, she needed to work hard. She hadn't attended elementary school or followed a structured curriculum, so she needed to catch up quickly. On Saturday, the driver from the Ling family picked her up to the Ling family villa. When she went upstairs, Su Shi didn't see Ling Jiuze and didn't know if he had gone out or was still asleep. Ling Yinhua was also absent, probably out on another date. She knocked on Ling Yihong's door, and he was still playing games. Su Shi put down her bag and gently said, Today, let us review the knowledge points you learned this week. Ling Yihong sat on the sofa and responded, but didn't move. Su Shi waited for him. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 15 minutes passed, and as half an hour approached, Ling Yihong hadn't even shifted in his seat. Chapter 13, She Only Cares About Your Money. Su Shi finally understood why Ling Yihong's tutor had resigned. The children of wealthy families cannot be scolded or hit. If you try to reason with them, they find you annoying, and if you try to coax them, they find you childish. That sense of powerlessness makes one automatically give up. Su Shi stood up and noticed some darts on the table. She glanced at the target, raised her hand, and threw a dart, hitting the bullseye. When she hit the bullseye with her third dart, Ling Yihong looked over, surprised. Sushi picked up darts in both hands, threw them without looking, and both darts, moving at the same speed, knocked out the previous darts and hit the bullseye simultaneously. Ling Yihong stood up, walked over to Sushi, and tilted his head to look at her. Have you practiced? Sushi raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying. Ling Yihong became interested. Then teach me. Sushi crossed her arms and pointed at the desk. Finish today's study tasks, and I'll teach you. Ling Yihong scoffed. Can't you change your approach? Sushi shrugged. I can't just come to your house a second time and be kicked out for being incompetent. I have my pride. Ling Yihong scoffed. Actually, I could have my second uncle teach me. He's better than you. Then go find your second uncle now and see if he'll teach you, Sushi said confidently. If he wanted to teach you, he would have done it by now. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Ling Yihong's face as he weighed his options, then nodded. All right. I'll listen to you for studying, but after that, I want you to teach me archery. Can you do it? Archery? Sushi frowned slightly. Ling Yihong showed a hint of pride. You can't do it, can you? My second uncle hits the target every time. Who says I can't? Let's learn first. Sushi walked toward the desk. What if you trick me? Darts and archery are two different things. Ling Yihong challenged. Sushi paused, turned around. If I trick you, I'll call you teacher. Deal. Sushi squinted and smiled. The morning sun cast a soft golden glow on her fair and delicate face. Perhaps due to her family's excellent genes, Ling Yihong was quite smart and learned quickly. An hour later, the two had completed their review and stood on the villa's lawn. Ling Yihong said he wanted to practice archery, and the butler had already prepared the area with moving targets, bows, arrows, and protective gear. Ling Yihong put on the protective gear and looked at Sushi suspiciously. Can you even handle the bow and arrow? Don't overdo it. If you can't even shoot an arrow later, you'll embarrass yourself. Sushi smiled. It's more embarrassing to give up without trying. She picked up the bow and arrow, stood straight, drew the bow, and aimed. It had been a long time since she practiced archery. Looking at the distant target, a moment of memory overlapped with the present, and she felt a moment of daze. With a whoosh, the arrow shot through the air, whistling and hitting the bullseye with a loud thud. Ling Yihong cheered and immediately ran over. How did you do that? Sushi smiled calmly. How about it? Teach me. I can teach you. But you have to promise that every time I come, you'll come over to study without procrastinating. Sushi took the opportunity to set conditions. Ling Yihong, focused on learning archery, readily agreed. On the third-floor balcony facing the lawn, Ling Jiuze leaned lazily against the railing, listening to a phone call. But his gaze was fixed on the two people shooting arrows on the lawn. Sushi hit the bullseye again, her picturesque brows and eyes dancing freely, as the spring sunlight danced on her fair, soft face, making her seem lively and bright. Ling Jiuze hung up the phone and watched for a while longer. He saw Sushi hit the bullseye 3 times in a row. Ling Yihong was so excited he was about to jump up, looking at Sushi with admiration. Ling Jiuze narrowed his eyes slightly. He had previously seen Sushi kick Zhou Ting, which clearly showed she had some skills. She claimed to practice self-defense as a child. But hitting the target every time with archery, could that also be for self-defense? Sushi played with Ling Yihong for an hour, and it was almost noon, so she packed her things to go home. As she came down from the second floor, Han Xiao happened to be entering with some items. Han Xiao stared at Sushi for a moment. Then her expression quickly darkened. Ling Jiuze actually brought her home. Is he serious? We meet again. Han Xiao handed the gifts meant for the Ling family to the servant, took a couple of steps forward, raised her chin slightly, and spoke with a cold elegance. With the Ling family's background, Jiuze cannot marry a girl from an ordinary family like yours. Do you understand? Sushi suddenly smiled. Han Xiao looked at her smile, puzzled, then calmed herself and continued. I speak plainly and don't like to beat around the bush. You and Jiuze have no future. I think you understand that too. Why are you with Jiuze? For money? How much do you want? I can give it to you. Sushi's eyes were clear, looking like an innocent girl. The money you give can't compare to what Ling Jiuze gives me. Han Xiao immediately replied. Whatever he gives you, I guarantee it will be more. Sushi seemed to consider for a moment. 1 billion, and I won't appear here in the future. How about that? Han Xiao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly looked behind Sushi. Jiuze, did you hear that? She is only with you for money. Sushi's heart skipped a beat, and she turned around just in time to meet Ling Jiuze's gaze as he stood in the middle of the stairs. The man wore a beige thin shirt and coffee-colored casual pants, exuding a bit of laziness, with an inherent nobility and elegance in his every move. Sushi noticed the woman beside her holding her breath, and she couldn't help but smile slightly. She had to admit that this man was strikingly handsome both in bone structure and skin. Ling Jiuze walked down slowly, his ink-like phoenix eyes fixed on Sushi. His tone low and magnetic. I'll take you back. Han Zhao's expression changed immediately, looking at Ling Jiuze in disbelief. Did you not hear what she just said? Ling Jiuze's expression remained indifferent. I heard it. So what? Huh? Han Xiao let out a mocking laugh, took a deep breath to maintain her elegance. Jiuze, you two are not suitable. Ling Jiuze's brows showed a hint of impatience. I know whether we are suitable or not. After saying that, he looked at Su Shi and lowered his voice. Shall we go? Su Shi nodded and stepped out the door first. Han Xiao stood there, watching the two of them walk out one after the other, suddenly feeling like a fool. Due to this unexpected situation, Ling Jiuze personally drove Su Shi home. Su Shi sat in the back, watching the scenery outside whiz by, and thought about the day's events, feeling inexplicably amused. Ling Jiuze glanced at the rearview mirror and suddenly spoke. What are you laughing at? Chapter 14. You can kick, I'll handle it. Su Shi was slightly taken aback and immediately said, I didn't laugh. Ling Jiuze raised his long eyebrows. Are you afraid of me? You are a classmate of Inua and a tutor for Yihong. You can call me second uncle with them. I am usually tolerant and gentle with juniors. Su Shi wanted to laugh even more, pretending to be calm as she nodded. All right. Ling Jiuze's gaze slid over her face, looking ahead as he spoke again. In the future, if you encounter Han Xiao, just ignore her. Su Shi felt quite innocent. She blocked my way. Ling Jiuze said, Aren't you someone who can kick people? Su Shi raised an eyebrow. Can Miss Han kick too? Ling Jiuze's tone was emotionless. Of course, you can kick as much as you want. I'll handle it. Handle it? Su Shi slightly raised the corners of her eyes. This sentence revealed his previous way of doing things. Ling Jiuze probably feared she would overthink it, adding, It's because I've caused you trouble, so I will naturally clean up afterward. Su Shi looked at the man's exquisitely chiseled profile. Did this mean he was saying she could act willfully? There was a moment of silence in the car. Ling Jiuze spoke lightly. How much do I give you? Su Shi was startled, quickly realizing that she had previously asked if the money Han Xiao gave was more than what Ling Jiuze would give. She maintained her composure and replied seriously. Inua said it's 1,000 per class. If the salary is paid by Mr. Ling, you would need to pay me 8,000 a month. Ling Jiuze nodded. Then wanting 100 million is indeed quite a bargain. After all, even if Su Shi taught Ling Yihong until he went to college, she wouldn't earn 100 million. Su Shi smiled in disappointment. What a pity. The man asked. What a pity about what? It's a pity that Miss Han didn't want to give it. Ling Jiuze. He realized that Su Shi was mocking him for not being worth 100 million. She was indeed a girl with a grudge and a sharp tongue, not willing to miss any opportunity to tease him. Su Shi turned to look at the scenery outside the window, her lips slightly curling up, feeling inexplicably good. On Monday, at the entrance of Jiang University, cars were bustling and people were coming and going. Inside a Maybach, Han Xiao sat in the back seat, staring out the window until she spotted Su Shi's figure. She immediately turned to the man beside her. That's her, Su Shi, a third-year student in the business administration department. The man raised his head and followed Han Xiao's, spotting the girl at a glance. She wore a simple white shirt and light blue jeans, slightly rolled up at the cuffs, with white shoes on her feet. What caught attention wasn't her good looks, but her cleanliness, giving off a pure feeling at first glance. While others might be impressed, Shen Ming, who had been through countless beautiful women, merely smiled coldly. It's Monday. I have an important meeting this morning. Did you call me here just to see a girl? Han Xiao didn't waste words and said directly, catch up with her. I will give up the 2 points of shares from the Shen family. Han Xiao was the daughter of Shen Ming's aunt. The old man of the Shen family had established a will to give 2 points of shares to his granddaughter Han Xiao after 100 years. 2 points. Over 100 billion. A hint of astonishment finally appeared on Shen Ming's handsome face as he turned to look at the girl again, raising an eyebrow in disdain. Is she worth that much money? Han Xiao's beautifully crafted face showed determination. Are you chasing or not? Shen Ming smirked wickedly. Of course, I will chase. Beauty and money. It's a win-win. Where can I find such a good deal? Han Xiao looked at him. How long will it take to win her over? Shen Ming's face was full of self-confidence. At most 3 days. I'll have her lying in my bed. Han Xiao nodded. All right, then you send me a photo, and I'll sign the agreement to give up the shares. Deal. Cheng Yi had something to do and left after her morning class. Around noon, she went to eat alone. Outside Jiang University's East Gate was an ancient-style street, and there was a noodle shop in one of the alleys that served authentic food. Su Shi and Cheng Yi were regulars there. Today, after finishing her meal, Su Shi came out and was stopped by a few girls at the alley entrance. A girl dressed entirely in denim stood at the forefront, coldly staring at Su Shi. Ting Jie is still in the hospital. Do you think this matter is over? Su Shi remained calm. What do you want? The girl coldly said. Go to Ting Jie's hospital bed and slap yourself to apologize. If Ting Jie feels better, we won't pursue this anymore. Su Shi looked at her indifferently. What if I don't go? What do you think? A girl behind stepped forward, holding a baseball bat, threateningly looking at Su Shi. Su Shi's eyes grew colder. Since you are so close to Zhou Ting, should I send you to the hospital to accompany her? You're looking for death. The girl with the bat showed a fierce expression, swinging the bat towards Su Shi's head. Just as Su Shi was about to lift her foot, a hand suddenly reached out from the side to catch the bat, revealing a slender wrist from a light blue shirt, as white as a woman's. At the same time, a teasing voice rang out. So many people bullying one person, do you have no shame? Su Shi turned her head to see a man about 185 meters tall standing beside her, his skin fairer than a woman's, with slightly slanted fox-like eyes and red lips carrying a hint of a smile, yet exuding a wicked aura. After he finished speaking, he forcefully swung the bat aside and coldly uttered a word, "Get lost." The girls were initially stunned by the man's beauty. When their companion stumbled back, their expressions changed. The girl in denim flickered her gaze. "Mind your own business." The man smirked, his cold and white face showing a hint of ruthlessness and disdain. "I'm not interested in other people's business. Her business is my concern." The girl in denim frowned. "Who are you to her?" The man stood protectively in front of Su Shi, turned to look at her with a charming smile. "Her boyfriend." Su Shi looked at the boy, her gaze as clear and calm as ever, like a spring, seemingly gentle and lively, yet equally cold and piercing. The few girls on the opposite side saw the man's imposing demeanor and expensive attire. Unable to discern his identity, their voices softened. "She broke our friend's leg. She must apologize." The man squinted. "Your friend?" The girl immediately responded with a hint of pride. "Yes, Zhou Ting. Her father is the chairman of Xinka." The man suddenly laughed, a laugh filled with disdain. "I thought who it was? You want my girlfriend to apologize to Zhou Xiangkuei's daughter? I'm afraid that would scare Zhou Xiangkuei to death." The girls were taken aback, and the girl with the bat tugged at the sleeve of the girl in denim, whispering something. The girl in denim was startled, looking at the man blocking Su Shi with a mix of surprise and soon turning to fear and panic. Looking back at Su Shi with suspicion. No wonder Su Shi rejected Xiao Yu, it turns out. Forget about today's matter. The girl in denim's voice clearly lacked confidence as she took a few steps back, exchanged glances with the girls behind her, and turned to leave. Su Shi's eyes flashed with surprise, but didn't he ask more? Once the girls walked away, she turned to the man and said, "Thank you." Her tone was sincere. And after speaking, she prepared to return to school. The man had his hands in his pockets, watching the girl's delicate profile, and smiled lightly. "I saved you. Is a thank you all you have?" Chapter 15. Catching up to her. No need for 3 days. His voice was lazy and carried a hint of warmth, like the sunlight on a spring afternoon. Neither too cold nor too fierce, just comfortably right. Su Shi turned around, looking at the unfamiliar man in confusion. The man took 2 steps forward, lowered his gaze to Su Shi, and his fox-like eyes sparkled. Even if he wasn't asking for a commitment, at least treating her to a meal was the minimum courtesy, right? After saying this, he extended his right hand and introduced himself. "Let's get to know each other. My name is Xin Ming." Su Shi looked at the bony palm in front of her, but did not shake it. Instead, she turned and continued walking forward. Xin Ming was taken aback and quickly followed her. "Hey, didn't you understand what I said?" Su Shi stopped and looked at him indifferently. "I understood. You don't need to treat me to a meal. I can handle things myself without what happened earlier. We just met. There's no need to get to know each other. This is where it ends. I have class." After saying that, Su Shi turned and walked away without looking back. Xin Ming stood there, staring at the girl's back, still in shock. He was actually rejected by a little girl. Even if she didn't know him. Without relying on the Xin family's status, just based on his looks, he should be irresistible. Where did she get the confidence to reject him? Xin Ming scoffed. He couldn't believe it. The next day, Tuesday, Su Shi only had 1 class in the afternoon. As she was leaving the school, she saw many girls huddled together in discussion. She walked towards the bus stop and heard a girl nearby excitedly exclaim, "Is it really Xin Ming?" "Yes. I've seen photos of him with my friend Yu Bao. It's definitely him." Su Shi instinctively glanced towards where the crowd was gathered, her steps faltering. In front of the school gate was a Rolls-Royce Phantom convertible, its back seat piled high with bright red roses, particularly eye-catching. What drew even more attention was the man sitting inside the car, dressed in a white shirt and a fitted vest, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and with exquisitely handsome features. He looked like a prince straight out of a comic book. Xin Ming had become increasingly famous in Jiangxing over the past 2 years. The Xin family was already well known in Jiangxing, and Xin Ming was the only heir of the family. However, he wasn't famous for his accomplishments in business, but rather for his continuous rumors with various female celebrities. He was handsome, flirtatious, extravagant, yet had a sharp business mind. These were the labels the people of Jiangxing had given him. At this moment, the prince from the comic stepped out of the car, holding a red rose as he walked towards Su Shi. The group of girls erupted in screams, their gazes converging on Su Shi, filled with jealousy and envy. Across the street, a Bentley was parked. Mingzwa looked out the window and remarked, "Isn't that Miss Su?" Ling Jiuze, sitting in the back seat, was initially focused on the documents in his hands and didn't he immediately register which Miss Su he was referring to. He casually lifted his head, and upon seeing it was Su Shi, his gaze deepened, falling on her slightly surprised face. The driver who usually picked up Ling Inua had something come up. So Ling Jiuze and Mingzwa happened to pass by Jiang University and decided to pick her up. Now, as they waited for Ling Inua to come out, they unexpectedly witnessed someone confessing to Su Shi. Mingzwa explained, "Shen Ming is the son of Shun Wenxi. He grew up abroad. When you went abroad, he happened to return. Over the past 2 years, he has been doing very well in the Shun family's Zhonglong group. By the way, he is the one competing with us for the land under Jinshui Bridge." Ling Jiuze nodded slightly, his eyes calm, watching as Shen Ming approached Su Shi step by step. Su Shi was indeed a bit surprised. It wasn't strange that Shen Ming knew she was a student at Jiang University. But the fact that he was waiting here prepared today indicated that he already knew which department and class she was in. What did he want? A person like him. She didn't believe would develop feelings for her just from a brief encounter. She watched Shen Ming approach with an even expression, her clear eyes showing no surprise or deliberate coldness, only a subtle hint of vigilance. Shen Ming stopped in front of her, surrounded by gasps and whispers. His fox-like eyes curved, shimmering with light as he looked at Su Shi intently and spoke in a low voice. "You may not believe it, but I really fell for you at first sight. You didn't want to treat me to a meal yesterday, so how about letting me treat you to one today? What do you say?" Su Shi heard someone in the crowd exclaim, "My heart isn't beating anymore. Hurry and call 120. Su Shi looked at the flowers Shen Ming held out towards her and shook her head lightly. "Sorry, I have something else to do." Shen Ming seemed a bit surprised but smiled gently. "It's just a meal. It doesn't represent anything from you. Besides, it would soothe my restless night because of you." Another wave of screams erupted around them. With good looks, wealth, and a touch of romanticism, scenes only seen on television, causing the onlookers' adrenaline to spike, far more than the main characters. Noticing that someone was taking pictures, Su Shi felt a bit annoyed. Her expression remained unchanged, but her refusal became even more resolute. "I'm really sorry." She stepped forward to leave, but Shen Ming stepped in front of her first, his eyes cool, a faint smile on his lips, and lowering his voice said, "Don't do this. So many people are watching. Give me a favor. After dinner, I'll take you home." Su Shi didn't want to continue this entanglement, refusing again as she moved forward. Shen Ming frowned, instinctively reaching for her arm. Su Shi immediately took a step back, looking at Shen Ming with a sudden intensity in her eyes, no longer indifferent, but rather sharp. Shen Ming was momentarily taken aback. The girl's gaze was cautious and irritated, not a game of desire, but genuine annoyance. He pressed his lips together and took a step back. "All right. If you don't want to eat, then at least accept these." He gestured to the flowers piled in the car behind him. Su Shi's attitude was cold. "I don't want them. Then do you want us to keep entangling here for everyone to watch?" Shen Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness as he chuckled. He realized that Su Shi didn't like being the center of attention. Su Shi took a deep breath. "Do I really have to accept them?" Shen Ming's gaze was fervent and persistent, jokingly saying, "Yes, if you don't accept them, I won't let you go." In the Bentley, Mingzwa frowned. It seems Shen Ming is making it difficult for Miss Su. Ling Jiuze also noticed, a shadow passing through his eyes, his hand resting on the car. Just about to open the door to get out when he saw Su, she suddenly turned and walked towards Shen Ming's car. He didn't move, wanting to see what she would do. Shen Ming, watching with anticipation, thought that with so many flowers, Su Shi wouldn't be able to take them all by herself. In the end, she would still have to get into his car and leave with him. She was still a girl who hadn't stepped into society yet. Always a bit reserved and proud, he would just find a way to give her an out. Once she got into his car, they could discuss going out for dinner. And after dinner, going to a hotel would seem natural. In psychology, this is known as the foot-in-the-door technique. He told Han Xiao he could wrap it up in 3 days. It seemed he wouldn't need that long at all. Chapter 16. Unexpectedly, she walked straight to the sports car, but instead of grabbing the bright red roses, she opened the door and got into the driver's seat. Pressed the button to close the door, then started the engine with one touch, swiftly turned the steering wheel, and sped onto the main road. A series of actions left everyone, including Shen Ming, dumbfounded. The confident smile on Shen Ming's face slowly froze. He never expected Su Shi to leave without the flowers, but to take the car along with them. At that moment, he stood among the crowd, holding a flower in his hand, drawing attention like a fool. His expression darkened, shifting from red to white, then to green, with anger and frustration choking his chest, and for a moment, he had the impulse to strangle Su Shi. What on earth was Han Xiao making him pursue? No wonder she was willing to give up hundreds of billions. Was she deliberately playing him? The onlookers were buzzing with discussions, and among them, a less noticeable voice quietly wondered how she could drive a Rolls-Royce. She seemed very skilled. Wasn't her family quite poor? Inside the Bentley, Ming Zhua, who usually wore an expressionless face, showed some astonishment and said softly, "Miss Su," after a pause. He added 2 words, really impressive. Xinming probably had never experienced such humiliation. Ling Jiuze lowered his hand from the car door, glanced at the sports car that had already disappeared from view, and couldn't help but curl his lips, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Xinming. From the Xin family? Suddenly, Ling Jiuze thought of something. His gaze deepened, and he took out his phone to dial a number. After 2 rings, the other party answered, and there was an unmistakable excitement in the voice. "Jiuze?" Ling Jiuze directly asked. "Did you instruct Xinming to pursue Sushi?" Han Xiao was taken aback for a moment, not expecting Ling Jiuze to find out so quickly. Caught off guard, she instinctively denied it. "It wasn't me." After a moment, she added, "Who could manipulate someone like Xinming? How could I influence who he likes? Isn't that for the best?" Ling Jiuze said lightly, "Stay away from Sushi. Don't provoke her, or don't blame me for disregarding elder feelings." Han Xiao's voice clearly choked up, a mix of grievance and unwillingness. "Do you like her that much? It has nothing to do with you." After saying that, Ling Jiuze hung up the phone. He despised entanglements and hoped Han Xiao would stop here so he wouldn't have to use Su Shi as a pretext anymore. In the end, Xinming took a taxi back to the Shun family's villa. The servant was surprised to see him back so early and approached to ask what he wanted to drink. Seeing his bad mood, the servant pretended to be busy and kept a distance. Xinming had a strange temperament, and his moods were unpredictable. The servants avoided provoking him whenever possible. Indeed, he had never suffered such a loss. The women around him always flattered him, and even those who played hard to get knew how to keep their distance and not truly irritate him. But today he was not only annoyed but also very angry. That girl named Su, she really gave him no face at all. He went upstairs to take a shower and changed into another set of clothes. He had no mood for anything, and after playing a game, he was severely let down by his teammates. Throwing his phone aside, he suddenly remembered something. How would Sushi return the car to him? His car was limited edition, with no more than 2 in the entire Jiang City. He didn't believe she would dare to drive it home or just throw it away somewhere. She might seek help from the police, but the police wouldn't let her go easily. At that time, all he had to do was say a few words, and she might find it hard to prove her innocence, ultimately having to come back and beg him. While Xinming was contemplating, he suddenly received an unknown call. He swiped to answer, and the other person spoke in a businesslike tone. "Is this Mr. Xin?" Xinming showed a hint of expected smugness, lazily leaning against the sofa. "Who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Xin. I am a traffic officer from Shijing Road. We just saw a car by the roadside, and after checking the license plate, we found it belongs to you. Selling flowers by the roadside is not allowed, so please move your car as soon as possible." Xinming frowned. "Selling flowers? What flowers?" The traffic officer hesitated. "Maybe you should come and see for yourself." After hanging up, Xinming went to the garage to get another car, quickly driving out of the villa. Half an hour later, Xinming looked at the sports car that Su had driven away with, his expression dark enough to drip water. The car was parked by the roadside, with a piece of paper on top that read, "Selling flowers, 10 yuan each, cash only. Self-service." Half of the precious golden roses in the car were already gone, and a pile of change was thrown in the passenger's seat, underneath which was the car key. Nowadays, very few people carried cash, so someone saw the opportunity and stood nearby with a stack of 10 yuan bills to make exchanges. The pricing was clear. Scanning to pay 12 yuan for 10 yuan in cash. Surprisingly, quite a few people were exchanging money, with 5 or 6 people surrounding the exchange. Some exchanged cash to buy roses, throwing down money and taking the roses right in front of Xinming. It was precisely because it was so lively here that the traffic officer was drawn over. Xinming was almost laughing in anger. This was amazing. A whole industry chain was about to form. Another person came over to buy roses, but was met with Xinming's fierce glare and left awkwardly. Muttering as they walked away, "Who does a flower seller think they are?" The traffic officer initially wanted to educate Xinming a bit, but seeing his displeased expression and that he was in such an expensive car, it seemed there was a reason behind it. So he didn't say anything else and just asked Xinming to move his car quickly, suppressing the surging anger in his chest. Xinming called his driver to come pick up the car. At that moment, the boy who was helping to exchange cash walked over, looking up at the 183-meter-tall Xinming. "Are you Uncle Xin?" "That's my family's convenience store." The boy, around 11 or 12 years old, pointed at a nearby convenience store and continued. "A pretty sister came earlier to buy water and told me I could help exchange cash to earn pocket money." Xinming narrowed his eyes and grabbed a handful of cash from the car to give to the boy. What else did she say? The boy pocketed the money and grinned. That sister said when I help make money, I should watch the car, and when a fierce and angry uncle comes over, I can go home. Xi and Ling, fierce and angry? She even predicted his expression, but she always managed to be beyond his expectations. Strangely, the anger in his chest dissipated, and instead, a sense of fighting spirit arose. He refused to believe he couldn't handle a little girl. He curled his lips into a cold smile, patted the boy's head. All right, go home. The boy, thrilled with his hefty earnings, ran off happily. Just then, Han Xiao called. Did you get it? Xi and Ling replied impatiently. It's only been 2 days. What's the rush? After saying that, he hung up the phone. With a dark expression, he sat in his car when suddenly the phone rang again. He thought it was Han Xiao again and darkened his face, but upon picking up the phone, he saw it was Sun Kong. Sun Song asked him to come to Kaixing. By the time he arrived, it was already dark. Pushing open the door to the private room, he was met with deafening noise and a cloud of alcohol, a scene of debauchery. As soon as he entered, those playing cards, singing, or hugging hostesses all stood up to greet him, clearing the middle seats for him. Xi and Ling sat down and waved for others to continue enjoying themselves, and the private room quickly became lively again. Sun Song sat beside him and smiled. What's wrong? Not happy. I could tell from the phone earlier. Nothing. Xi and Ling poured himself a drink. A few new faces arrived, but didn't touch the drinks. Want me to cheer you up? Sun Song said with a meaningful smile. Xi and Ling glanced at him. Is this your first day knowing me? Sun Song raised an eyebrow, extinguishing his cigarette. Could it be because of that female student? Xi and Ling shot him a glance, asking with his eyes how he knew. Sun Song chuckled. You forgot. My sister is at Jiang University. I saw your photo in her friend's circle. What does that girl come from to reject our Ming Xiao? Xi and Ling sullenly downed his drink, not saying a word. Sun Song leaned in closer. Can I give you some advice? Xi and Ling scoffed. Those women of yours are all won over with money. This trick won't work on her. Sun Song replied, you don't understand. For a girl like her, you can't use money. Otherwise, she'll think you're insulting her. Xi and Ling looked over. Then what should I do? Sun Song explained. Girls like her have read a lot but lack social experience. Deep down, they still have a sense of heroism. So the best approach is to be the hero who saves the beauty. If she sees you as a noble person, then the opportunity will come. That's useless. Xi and Ling recounted the first time he met Su Shi. That doesn't count. Those girls weren't a threat at all. You have to wait until she truly encounters danger and feels desperate and helpless. Sun Song raised an eyebrow at Xi and Ling with ill intentions. Xi and Ling fell into deep thought, and after a while, slowly curled his lips into a smile. Chapter 17. Are you in love? The next day, Xi and Ling calculated the time when Su Shi would finish her meal and come out of the alley. He gave a glance to the bodyguards behind him and calmly instructed. No need to hold back. Go for it. A few bodyguards disguised as young delinquents nodded in understanding and walked deeper into the alley. Xi and Ling leaned against the ancient bluestone wall, took a few puffs from his cigarette, and after about 10 minutes, feeling the time was right, he extinguished the cigarette and walked in leisurely. There were many college students coming for a meal at this time, so his men took Su Shi to a secluded corner where sounds couldn't be heard through several walls. He imagined Su Shi disheveled, pinned to the ground by several men, and at her most desperate moment, he would descend like a deity. She would look at him with eyes sparkling with gratitude and admiration. To repay him for saving her life, she would give herself to him, and from then on, she would be utterly devoted to him. As Xi and Ling imagined this, a smile crept onto his lips. As he got closer, he heard sounds of a fight and muffled groans from men. To his astonishment, the scene before him shocked him. The ones being pinned and beaten were not Su Shi, but his bodyguards, each one sporting bruises and lying on the ground, clutching their stomachs in agony. Su Shi, with her hair tied in a ponytail and wearing a beige hoodie, stood calmly with her right foot on one man's chest, exuding a chilling aura as if the surrounding air had solidified. The bruised bodyguards, seeing Xi and Ling, instinctively begged for mercy. President Xi, save me. Xi and Ling's expression changed drastically, and he saw Su Shi's cold gaze turning towards him, her eyes radiating a clear murderous intent. His heart raced, and he turned to run, only to feel a gust of wind behind him as someone grabbed his shoulder, lifted him off the ground, spun him 360 degrees, and slammed him onto the ground. Damn! Xi and Ling saw a flurry of golden stars before his eyes. The starlight flickered, just as he had imagined. When Han Xiao called, the private doctor of the Xin family was treating Xi and Ling's wounds. Xi and Ling's face was ashen as he swiped his phone angrily, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with force, and cursed, "Get lost. If you dare mention Su Shi in front of me again, don't even think about staying in Jiangqing." After saying that, he smashed his phone. The private doctor trembled all over, his hands shaking as he held the cotton swab. Xi and Ling felt like his chest was about to explode, panting heavily. he would definitely take revenge for this. Absolutely. On Saturday morning, She went to the Ling family. Ling Jiuze hadn't returned last night, and Ling Yihong lost track of time while playing games, so when She arrived, he was still asleep. Ling Yinhua also got up late, hurriedly greeting She before heading out. She waited for an hour before Ling Yihong finally appeared after washing up, eating, and changing clothes. However, he kept their agreement from last time, didn't he act up, and obediently listened to her explain the problems. Because he was an hour late. By the time they finished the lesson, it was already noon. A servant came over to say that the young lady had left a message for She to stay for lunch, with Ling Jiuze not at home. It was only Ling Yihong, so She agreed to have lunch with him. Just as they sat down, Ling Jiuze returned. After the servant inquired, they learned that Ling Jiuze hadn't had lunch yet, so they quickly prepared his utensils. She didn't expect him to come back. So she stood up and said, "Since Mr. Ling is back, why don't you have lunch with Yihong? I'll leave first." Ling Yihong frowned. "You're leaving as soon as my uncle comes back. Are you afraid of him, or do you dislike him?" She took a deep breath. Was it really necessary to retaliate just because she had given him a few difficult problems in class? She shot Ling Yihong a glare and turned to see Ling Jiuze looking over, seemingly waiting for her to answer Ling Yihong's question. He had taken off his suit jacket and was holding it over his arm, wearing a blue-gray shirt with 2 buttons undone, revealing a delicate collarbone and a small patch of toned muscle. She shifted her gaze, smiled gently. "How could that be? I have only respect for Mr. Ling." Ling Jiuze also seemed to have no intention of arguing with her, and said calmly, "You two eat first, I'll go change my clothes." After he went upstairs, She felt that as a guest, it was more polite to wait for the host to have a meal together, so Ling Yihong didn't start eating either. Once Ling Jiuze's figure completely disappeared at the top of the stairs, She huffed, "If you don't want me to be your tutor, just say it directly. No need to be so cruel." Ling Yihong looked a bit awkward. "Isn't it just childish? I've never heard of it." She retorted, "Didn't you tell me not to treat you like a child?" Ling Yihong raised an eyebrow. "If you don't treat me like a child, does that mean I'm not one?" She refused to argue with a child. "At worst, next time I'll just stop scolding you when we play games." Ling Yihong threw out an olive branch for peace. She put on a proud look. "I'm already very good at it." Ling Yihong said seriously, "Do you have a misunderstanding of the word good?" As they were bickering, Ling Jiuze came down from upstairs, now wearing a casual white thin shirt and beige pants, making him appear even taller and more elegant. She and Ling Yihong tacitly fell silent. Ling Jiuze sat at the head of the long table, picked up his chopsticks, and said lightly, "Teacher Su is having her first meal at home. Just make yourself at home, no need to be polite." She smiled, "Thank you." The kitchen had made both seafood soup and old duck soup, and the servant brought them over, asking She what she wanted. She chose the old duck soup, and the servant respectfully served it in front of her. Then Ling Jiuze and Ling Yihong also chose the duck soup. The 3 of them started eating in silence. Ling Yihong took a sip of soup and asked Ling Jiuze, "Uncle, is my sister in a relationship?" Ling Jiuze was surprised how he knew. Ling Yihong raised his eyebrows. "She's not around every weekend. Last night, I even saw her on the terrace talking on the phone, her mouth almost grinning like an emoji." She lowered her head, eating rice without saying a word. Ling Yinhua seemed to really be in a relationship. A few days ago, she saw her sitting with a fair-skinned boy in the school library, whispering and laughing intimately. Cheng Yi gossiped that the boy was from the foreign language department, named Zhou Yang. Ling Jiuze's expression remained unchanged as he said lightly, "Your sister is already an adult. It's normal for her to be in a relationship. Don't worry about her. Just take care of yourself. I don't need anyone else to worry about me." Ling Yihong muttered, suddenly looking at She. "You're an adult too. Are you in a relationship?" Cough. She choked a bit, quickly grabbing a tissue to cover her mouth, and looked at Ling Yihong. "No. Then you need to hurry up. You're already in college and still not in a relationship. Others will say you lack charm," Ling Yihong said with an air of maturity. She squinted her eyes and smiled. "What you're really thinking is that if I'm in a relationship, I want to have time to be your tutor, right?" Ling Yihong shrugged. "I didn't say that. I'm just concerned about you." "Then thank you. Even my grandpa isn't as anxious as you are." Ling Jiuze, listening to their banter, suddenly remembered something and looked at She thoughtfully. Chapter 18. The king does not see the king. When She left, Ling Jiuze happened to have something to do and offered to take her back to the city center. In such a closed and cramped space, She felt a bit uneasy and turned her head to pretend to admire the scenery. Once the car was on the asphalt road, Ling Jiuze looked ahead and casually asked, "Is Xinming pursuing you?" She turned back in surprise, not expecting Ling Jiuze to know. "I saw him giving you flowers outside Jian University that day," Ling Jiuze explained, as if he understood her thoughts. "Oh." She nodded slightly. Ling Jiuze's handsome hand gripped the steering wheel, and the midday sun cast a glow on his profile, highlighting his chiseled jawline, handsome and noble. He spoke softly. Before you consider Xinming, I need to tell you something. He and Han Xiao are cousins. Han Xiao's mother is his aunt. This surprised Sushi a bit. I see. Ling Jiuze continued. I don't know if Xinming's pursuit is sincere, but I felt it was my responsibility to inform you of their relationship. As for whether you want to date Xinming, that's up to you to decide. Sushi gazed out the car window, a slight smile on her lips. No need to decide. I think he won't come looking for me again. Ling Jiuze didn't understand her meaning and glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Her eyebrows and eyelashes were dark, her lips red and teeth white, naturally beautiful. As the sunlight fell on her face, her slightly chubby cheeks looked so soft and inviting that one couldn't help but want to pinch them. Sushi remained silent, lost in thought, and smiled happily to herself. In a good mood, she waved goodbye to Ling Jiuze when she got out of the car. She bought 2 boxes of popular starry candies at a dessert shop next to the school and took the bus back to Qingyuan Villa. After getting off at Yunhai Road, she gave 1 box of candies to Qingming. Back at the villa, she read, played games, and teased Ba Shi. The afternoon passed quickly. At 6 o'clock, Sushi received a call from Sheng Yangyang, who was already on her way to the villa. Half an hour later, Sheng Yangyang parked her red Porsche outside the villa. Seeing Sushi come out, she took off her sunglasses and whistled at her. Beautiful girl, you look even prettier after a few days. Sushi smiled slightly and got into the car without changing her expression. Sheng Yangyang pulled out a pile of shopping bags from the back seat and handed them to Sushi. My mom just came back from France today. And these are all for you. Clothes, jewelry, bags. Just take a look. Sushi hugged the bags, smiling. Please thank my godmother for me, but I usually don't need these. Tell her not to buy them in the future. Sheng Yangyang turned the steering wheel to make a U-turn, saying helplessly, I told her that the whole GK belongs to Sushi. Does she need these? But my mom said, what as hers is different from others. Anyway, she just wants to satisfy her shopping desire. Just accept them. A warm current flowed through Sushi's heart, and she didn't say anything else. Where are we going? A friend of mine just opened a restaurant, and she invited me to support her. Perfect timing to take you out for a nice meal. Sheng Yangyang smiled brightly under the setting sun. The restaurant opened by Sheng Yangyang's friend was located in a prime area of the city, elegantly decorated, with a bustling entrance. Once inside, Sheng Yangyang led Sushi directly to a reserved private room. The boss, Jean Dan, a strong woman in her 30s, was a senior of Sheng Yangyang from her overseas studies, and they had kept in touch after she returned to the country. Jean Dan greeted Sheng Yangyang warmly upon entering and helped them order the signature dishes and drinks. The restaurant was busy, and people kept looking for Jean Dan. So she had to leave, reminding Sheng Yangyang to take good care of Sushi. The waiter soon brought out the dishes, mostly seafood, premium abalone, salt-baked red snails, and Boston lobster, all beautifully presented and delicious. As the two ate and chatted, the conversation naturally turned to Ling Jiuze. Sheng Yangyang, full of curiosity, asked, You've been to the Ling family so many times, and Ling Jiuze doesn't know about your relationship? Sushi calmly nodded, no idea. Sheng Yangyang laughed uncontrollably. This is interesting. What do you think his expression would be if he found out? Sushi recalled what he had said that night at Tianyue Mansion and sighed. He might just throw me out. So I suggest you sleep with him first. Take the initiative. Sheng Yangyang said with a glint in her eye. With Ling Jiuze's figure and looks, we won't lose out. Sushi raised her eyes at her. Do you think Ling Jiuze is that easy to sleep with? The first time was purely an accident. Sheng Yangyang smiled and said, Beautiful girl, you need to be confident. Or should I teach you a few tricks? Don't. Sushi immediately replied, Those tricks of yours are for men, not women. Save them for Lu Mingsheng. Sheng Yangyang laughed brightly. Do I need to use tricks on him? Sushi nodded in agreement. It's all Lu Mingsheng using tricks. Sheng Yangyang laughed so hard that she almost spat out her drink. Halfway through their meal, Lu Mingsheng called Sheng Yangyang. Sushi, fearing they would discuss inappropriate topics, got up to go to the restroom. She walked down the corridor and turned right when a man walked out from a side corridor, flanked by several people, who were respectfully chatting with him. The group walked to the private room, and someone opened the door, letting Ling Jiuze enter first. Inside the room were more than a dozen people, who all stood up upon seeing Ling Jiuze, calling out, Jiuge, second master. Everyone spoke respectfully. Ling Jiuze had been away from Jiang City for 3 years. Yet those who had surrounded him before still regarded him with the same awe. Everyone in the room stood, except for one person who remained seated without even looking at Ling Jiuze. Next to him, Zhao Tianhai leaned in and smiled. Mr. Shun, this is Mr. Ling. Xinming then stood up, hands in his pockets, lazily smiling. Mr. Ling, I've heard so much about you. Ling Jiuze walked slowly to the seat opposite him and calmly replied, Nice to meet you. Everyone took their seats, poured drinks, and tried to lighten the mood, as if they were all long-lost friends. Zhao Tianhai raised his glass and smiled. I've been wanting to invite both Mr. Ling and Mr. Shin to dinner for a long time. Today I'm lucky enough to have you both here, so I'll drink first. Shin Ming smiled without sincerity. Mr. Zhao? You should have said earlier, I would definitely come. After all, Mr. Ling just returned to the country. We should have hosted a welcome feast for him long ago. Ling Jiuze's expression remained neutral. No need to be polite. We are all acquaintances. Shin Ming smiled meaningfully. Yes, all acquaintances. The Ling family and the Shun family had business collaborations and competition. The Ling family was the ruler of Jiang City, while the Shun family was equally ambitious. Shin Ming had heard about Ling Jiuze while abroad. Both were heirs to their families and would eventually face off one day. Shin Ming had been looking forward to this day, but when he returned to the country, Ling Jiuze had already left. He waited for 3 years, and now Ling Jiuze had finally returned. Everyone could sense the undercurrents between Ling Jiuze and Shun Ming, and they spoke carefully to maintain the atmosphere. After all, none of them could afford to offend either side. Meanwhile, Sushi was washing her hands in the restroom, where 2 women were touching up their makeup and chatting. One woman in a blue dress smiled at the other and asked, "Ee, how did you end up with Shengyu?" The woman in white, with a gentle and lovely appearance, replied with a warm laugh, "I guess it was just good luck. You've been keeping this from me despite us being so close." The woman in blue teased, "I heard you were personally chosen by Ling Jiuze. You hit the jackpot." She lowered her voice and asked ambiguously, "Tell me, how did you end up in his bed?" Chapter 19. Mr. Ling's woman. The words were quite explicit, and Su Yi felt a bit embarrassed. She originally wanted to deny it, but after a moment's thought, she just smiled subtly and said, "I don't know why he likes me." Sushi turned her head to glance at the woman called Yi. At first, she found her somewhat familiar, and soon recalled that Su Yi had played a princess in a fantasy drama that Cheng Yi had pursued before. Although her role was small, she stood out, and Cheng Yi had mentioned that it was a pity she wasn't more popular. Sushi also remembered the woman in the blue dress, a small star named Intong. Intong did not hide her envy, saying, "With Ling Jiuze, you can have whatever you want. Just don't forget to help me out when you become an actress." Su Yi smiled modestly. "Why would you need my help? Don't you have Lu Mingxin?" Intong's gaze flickered as she applied lipstick in front of the mirror and said proudly, "It took me so much effort to win over President Lu's heart. I can't make demands yet." Su Yi smiled lightly. "If you don't ask, President Lu will still give you what you want." Intong, with her lips painted red, pretended to be angry and said, "He only buys me jewelry and bags, but refuses to give me a good role. The last time, I had to coax him for a whole night before he agreed to let me play the second female lead. President Lu is afraid you'll grow wings and ignore him." Su Yi teased, and Tong pouted and laughed in a spoiled manner. "Even if I grow wings, I can't escape from his palm." The private rooms in the store all had restrooms, so few people came here. The two chatted without restraint for a while, and just as they were about to leave, they heard a cold voice from behind, "Stop." Both of them jumped in surprise and turned around abruptly. Behind them was a tall, hollow wooden door. Since it was their first time here, Su Yi and Intong were unaware of the layout and thought it was just a wall, so they spoke freely, not expecting it to be a door. They exchanged glances, unsure of how much Sushi had heard. Intong spoke first. "Who are you?" Sushi approached, coldly looking at Intong. "Are you really with Lu Mingxin?" Intong relaxed immediately, realizing Sushi was just one of the many women infatuated with Lu Mingxin. She rolled her eyes, crossed her arms, and said, "What is it to you? President Lu hates clingy women. You better not cause me trouble, or if he sees you, I can't help you." Sushi raised an eyebrow. "Is he here?" Intong tilted her chin. "Yes, President Lu brought me here to eat. Take me to see him," Sushi demanded. Intong scoffed. "Who do you think you are?" Without saying another word, Sushi grabbed her collar, yanked the door open, and pulled her outside. Intong was startled, stumbling after Sushi. Although she was slightly taller than Sushi at 1.7 meters, she had no strength to struggle in Sushi's grip. "Let go of me. Let go." Intong tried to hit Sushi with her bag. Sushi's gaze was icy as she threw Intong against the wall. Intong's head hit the wall, and she screamed, collapsing to the ground. Sui, whose leg was still not fully healed, hurriedly caught up and reached for Sushi's arm. "Who are you? Let her go." Sushi shook off her arm, causing Sui to stagger back and hit the wall, crying out. Sui's manager, Sisterly, rushed over to help her up, angrily shouting, "Where's the security? Someone come." The store's security and passing waitstaff all rushed over, blocking Sushi. "Miss, no matter the reason, you cannot hurt anyone here, or we will call the police." Sushi still held on to Intong, her face pale, her cold eyes filled with hostility. "Get out of the way." Su Yi spotted a familiar figure passing by and immediately shouted, "Mr. Su." Su Chun walked over, looking at the chaos in front of him, and asked in shock, "What happened?" Su Yi's tears flowed down instantly as she shook her head weakly. "I don't know. I was having dinner with Sister and Tong, and that lady just came over and hit her without reason." Sister Li supported Su Yi, angrily saying, "Our Yi's leg was just getting better. She was supposed to start filming next month, but now it might be serious again." Su Chin's expression darkened as he said in a low voice, "Mr. Ling is also dining here. I'll go inform him." Since Su Yi was arranged by Ling Jiuze, Su Chin naturally believed she had a connection with him. And now that Su Yi was injured, he felt it necessary to inform Ling Jiuze. Hearing that Ling Jiuze was here, Su Yi's eyes lit up. "Mr. Ling is here? Yes, I'll be right back." Su Chin glanced at Su Shi in the distance and quickly walked towards Ling Jiuze's private room. Meanwhile, Sister Li, realizing Ling Jiuze was present, became more aggressive and yelled at the security blocking Su Shi, "Stop her. Don't let her escape." Su Shi turned back, throwing in Tong aside, her tone icy. "Looking for someone? I'll be waiting. What is going on?" Jean Dan, having heard the staff's report, quickly walked over and stood beside Su Shi, astonished. "Shi? What happened?" The staff briefly explained the situation, not knowing the specifics, only that Su Shi had injured in Tong. Jean Dan apologized to Su Yi. "I'm so sorry. Shi is young and didn't hold back. Please, for my sake, don't hold it against her. I'll cover all the costs for today's meal and drinks as an apology, and if either of you are hurt, I'll take full responsibility." Sister Li sneered. "No wonder she is so arrogant. Turns out she is a friend of Boss Jean." Jean Dan remained calm. "Yes, I admit my oversight." Sister Li's expression tightened. "Today, no matter who pleads for her, it won't work. You think our E is easy to bully? I'll let you know today that some people you can't afford to provoke." Jean Dan's expression turned cold, losing her earlier good temper, and smiled lightly. "Then please let Miss Su's friend come out. I'd like to see which mountain Miss Su is relying on." Su Yi's gaze darkened, and she curled her lips into a faint, cold smirk. And Tong, leaning against the wall, got up slowly and moved to Su Yi's side. Looking back at her for confirmation, Su Yi slightly smiled and said in a voice that only the two could hear, "Mr. Ling just happens to be dining here." And Tong's eyes brightened instantly, turning around and pointing at Su Shi with an air of arrogance. "No one leaves today. If you don't leave sideways, I'll shout for your ancestors." Su Chin found the private room, knocked, and entered. Under everyone's gaze, he approached Ling Jiuze and whispered, "Mr. Ling, could you step out for a moment?" "What is the matter?" Ling Jiuze asked. "Miss Su has been injured by someone, and the other party is still causing trouble." Su Chin replied. Ling Jiuze's eyes darkened, calmly asking, "Who is it?" Su Chin shook his head. "Not sure, but they're quite arrogant." Ling Jiuze nodded, standing up and walking towards the door. As they exited the private room, Shun Ming, with his fox-like eyes, asked, "Is she Mr. Ling's woman?" Zhao Tianhai laughed. "It seems so." Shun Ming smiled. "Then I must go see how beautiful the woman who makes Mr. Ling so anxious is." Chapter 20. Let's set him up. Together, the onlookers in the corridor had been cleared out by Jean Dan, leaving only the security personnel from the store surrounding the area. The warm yellow light from the chandelier overhead cast a tense atmosphere. When Ling Jiuze arrived, everyone instinctively stepped back to make way in the middle. Su Yi took a couple of steps forward with the support of Sister Li, her eyes shimmering with tears as she looked at Ling Jiuze, appearing weak and delicate. Her tone filled with grievance and guilt. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ling, for disturbing your meal." "What happened?" Ling Jiuze asked, raising his gaze to the opposite side. When he saw Su Shi, his eyes narrowed slightly. Jean Dan did not expect it to be Ling Jiuze, and her expression changed slightly as she stepped aside to shield Su Shi behind her. No wonder Su Yi was so fearless. Sister Li hurriedly recounted the events, naturally embellishing the story, such as how Su Shi had hit Su Yi and slammed her against the wall, causing a resurgence of Su Yi's leg injury, which had just healed a bit. Su Shi also saw Ling Jiuze, her gaze calm, only surprised to find that Su Yi was indeed his lover. Jean Dan, protecting Su Shi, spoke up, "So Miss Su is Mr. Ling's friend. My friend accidentally hurt Miss Su, and I will definitely take responsibility for this matter." "You'll take responsibility?" Sister Li's tone was sharp. Yi was supposed to join the crew next month. She has an important role. Now that her leg injury has flared up again, who knows how long it will take to recover? The entire crew will have to stop working and wait. How do you intend to take responsibility? What do you want me to do? Speak up. A mocking voice came from behind the crowd. Shen Ming walked over, a mischievous smile on his face as he approached Su Shi, looking her up and down with concern. "Baby, are you hurt? If you lose even a hair, I'll make them all bald." Everyone was taken aback. Jean Dan noticed that Shen Ming and Su Shi seemed to be quite close, and she took a step back to give Xinming space. Su Shi raised an eyebrow, unsure of Xinming's intentions. Xinming stood protectively beside Su Shi, his expression turning cold as he fixed his gaze on Sisterly. What do you want my baby to take responsibility for? Xinming's reputation in the entertainment industry was greater than that of first-tier male stars, and Sisterly naturally recognized him. She was shocked to encounter him here, her face turning pale as she dared not speak. Xinming sneered disdainfully. To be honest, my baby hates you actors the most. You haven't read many books and are full of thoughts about male prostitutes and female thieves, flaunting wealth every day. I don't care who your backers are. If you upset my baby today, no one will get away with it. As he spoke, Su Yi and Intong's expressions changed to ugly embarrassment. Their eyes filled with hatred, wishing they could tear Su Shi apart. Su Shi took a deep breath, realizing now what Xinming was trying to do. He was clearly using this opportunity to retaliate against her. Moreover, it seemed he also had a conflict with Ling Jiuze, dragging him down as well. She turned to look at Xinming, who happened to lower his head, smiling gently. With me here, don't be afraid. Su Shi's eyes were cold and profound as she replied meaningfully, I'm not afraid. Just don't be afraid. Xinming's smile froze for a moment before he affectionately ruffled her hair, his smile deepening. It's okay. For you, I'm willing to go through fire and water. Su Shi smiled back. I'll give you that chance. The two spoke softly, Xinming's gestures affectionate and gentle, as if they were truly lovers. Jin Dan looked at Xinming in confusion. The two seemed like a couple, but his earlier words sounded like he was inciting hatred against Su Shi. Among everyone present, only Ling Jiuze remained calm and composed, his deep eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts. There was a 3-second silence in the corridor before Ling Jiuze, who had been silent, suddenly walked towards Su Shi, stopping in front of her, looking down at her, and speaking softly. Seeing me? Why didn't you greet me? Everyone was stunned again. Did she know Ling Jiuze? Su Shi looked into his eyes. Without hesitation, she called out, Second uncle. Everyone gasped. Xinming's playful smile gradually faded as he turned to look at Su Shi. Su Shi smiled faintly at Xinming, introducing, This is my second uncle. You can just call him second uncle too. Xinming. He suspected that Su Shi and Ling Jiuze were setting him up, although he had no proof. Ling Jiuze also looked at Xinming, his demeanor relaxed, waiting for Xinming to call him second uncle. Xinming's face tightened, and he forced a smile. Another day. I will come visit formally with Shi. Su Yi walked over, looking at Su Shi with a changed expression, from hatred to warmth, smiling. So it turns out you are Mr. Ling's niece. This is truly a big misunderstanding. Sisterly's temper is hasty, and her words were heavy. Please don't take it to heart. Sisterly hurriedly apologized. I truly didn't know you were Mr. Ling's. It's all my fault. And Tong also approached, looking fearful. Miss Shi, I'm really sorry. With just one call of second uncle, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Su Shi's gaze was cold as she replied, Missin, you shouldn't call me Shi. You should call me ancestor. And Tong's face turned pale instantly. She had thought that Ling Jiuze would support Su Yi and confront Su Shi, but now she realized she had spoken too soon. Su Shi was Ling Jiuze's niece, much closer than Su Yi. Moreover, for some reason, she felt that Su Shi had always been targeting her. Did Ling Jiuze's niece like Lu Mingxing? Su Yi smiled awkwardly. Everyone was just angry earlier, and the words were a bit harsh. Miss Shi, please don't mind. And Tong blurted out, right? You can just consider it as me letting out a fart. Xinming chuckled, mocking, as expected of an actress. The skill of adapting to the wind is top-notch. Su Yi and Tong's expressions turned sour. What happened? A clear voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. Jin Dan turned around and immediately called out, Yao Yao, you're here. Xing Yao Yao had been stuck to Lu Mingxing earlier, and after finishing a phone call, she came out to find Su Shi, only to discover something had happened. She walked up to Su Shi, her eyes scanning Tong and the others. What is going on? However, at the moment Tong saw Xing Yao Yao, her expression changed drastically, and she quickly turned away, saying to Su Yi, I have something to do. I'll leave first. After speaking, she pushed past the security and hurried away. Su Yi looked at Tong's departing figure in shock, her expression cold. Tong had just abandoned her. It's all fine now. Jin Dan smiled at Xing Yao Yao, then turned to Su Yi. Miss Su, is your leg still hurting? Should I arrange a car to take you to the hospital for a checkup? Su Yi hurriedly replied, It's fine. It doesn't hurt anymore. After speaking, she turned to Ling Jiuze softly. I won't delay you any longer, Mr. Ling. I'll take my leave. Ling Jiuze responded with a faint and Sisterly immediately took Su Yi away. Why did everyone run as soon as I arrived? Xing Yao Yao teased, her smile carrying a hint of coldness. Jin Dan smiled lightly. Perhaps your appearance is just too intimidating. With the matter resolved, Ling Jiuze looked at Su Shi calmly. Did you come to eat with friends? Sushi nodded yes. Then go ahead. Call me later, Ling Jiuze said, his voice deep and magnetic, as always pleasant to hear. Okay, I'll be going now. Sushi nodded slightly, not even glancing at Shun Ming as she left with Sheng Yao Yao. Jean Dan followed the two out, instructing the security to withdraw as well. Chapter 21. The failed main wife. Only Ling Jiuze and Shin Ming remained in the corridor. Both were of similar height, handsome in appearance, and exuded an extraordinary aura. The atmosphere in the corridor was heavy, and the light seemed to dim a bit. Shin Ming's fox-like eyes glimmered with a cold light as he smirked. Is Sushi really President Ling's niece? Then why doesn't she have the Ling surname? Ling Jiuze replied nonchalantly. No matter what her surname is, she still calls me second uncle. Shin Ming clenched his jaw, forcing a smile. Is that so? I thought she was a temporary addition. Ling Jiuze smiled lightly. I'm not that bored to suddenly recognize a niece, let alone a girlfriend. Shin Ming raised an eyebrow. Although she only agreed to be my girlfriend last night. It's not exactly a temporary arrangement. Ling Jiuze suddenly realized. Then I really can accept being called second uncle by you, President Shun. Shin Ming cursed inwardly. Damn. I've been outsmarted. At that moment, Zhao Tianhai and others happened to arrive, and the two men engaged in a fierce staring contest for 300 rounds before casually averting their gazes. Back in the private room, Shin Ming felt as if he had aged a lifetime compared to Ling Jiuze, burning with anger and finding everything displeasing. He made an excuse to leave before the banquet was over. Sushi and Sheng Yangyang returned to the private room. Sheng Yangyang plopped down and directly asked, Is it because of that bitch named Intong? Sushi raised her eyebrows. You know her. Sheng Yangyang sneered. She wanted to go deliver warmth to Lu Mingsheng in the middle of the night, but I caught her before she could get in and slapped her. I thought that would teach her a lesson, but apparently not. She took a sip of red wine and asked, What did she say to make you angry? Sushi briefly recounted what she had overheard in the bathroom. Sheng Yangyang's expression remained unchanged as she took out her phone and found Lu Mingsheng's number in her recent call log. It rang once before a refined and gentle male voice came through. Yangyang. Sheng Yangyang asked, Is Intong still at your company? Lu Mingsheng replied, Yes, and then asked, What's wrong? Nothing much, just that Shi Bao overheard Intong boasting about how she got the role of the second female lead by sleeping with you. Shi Bao got angry and slapped her. That shouldn't affect her ability to make money for you, right? Sheng Yangyang tapped her diamond-studded nails on the table, smiling in a way that sent chills down one's spine. Lu Mingsheng fell silent for 5 full seconds before calmly responding, No, because starting tomorrow, she will be kicked out. After saying that, he lowered his voice and gently explained, I have never slept with her, nor have I had any improper relationship with her. Sheng Yangyang teased. But she sounds quite convincing. Lu Mingsheng said, Are you still in love with him? I'm coming over. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly. Sheng Yangyang put down her phone and glanced at the table, noticing the dishes had gone cold. I'll have the kitchen prepare fresh ones. Sushi remained silent, taking a sip of her wine, and quietly asked, Is it tiring being with Lu Mingsheng? The Sheng and Lu families had a long-standing friendship, and Lu Mingsheng and Yang Yang had known each other since childhood, having a close relationship. They were already engaged last year. The Lu family's business mainly revolved around media and entertainment, and as the heir, Lu Mingsheng was wealthy and handsome, with women flocking to him daily. The entertainment headlines often featured Lu Mingsheng with various celebrities, and Yang Yang's status as the main wife wouldn't change, but wouldn't it be exhausting to face these troublesome matters frequently? I'm used to it. Sheng Yangyang sighed and smiled. You know my feelings for him. Nothing could make me give up. Sushi understood but felt pity for her. Soon, Lu Mingsheng arrived and called Sheng Yangyang to ask which room she was in. Sushi stood up. You two talk. I'll take my leave first. Sheng Yangyang frowned. I'll take you out. Of course, I need to see you back. You and Lu Mingsheng aren't strangers, so why leave? Am I supposed to stay and eat dog food? Sushi blinked and chuckled. Besides, you've had some drinks. How will you take me home? I'll just take a taxi. Sheng Yangyang helplessly replied. Then call me when you get home. Okay. Sheng Yangyang saw Sushi out, only to run into Lu Mingsheng, who had hurried over. The man was dressed in a business suit, smelling of alcohol, as if he had just come from a social gathering. With a refined and handsome face, he greeted Sushi warmly through his gold-rimmed glasses. He walked over to Sheng Yangyang and naturally took her hand. Sushi bid farewell to the two and stepped out. The doorman asked if she needed anything. Just as Sushi was about to speak, she suddenly saw a group of people surrounding Ling Jiuze as he walked out. She declined the doorman's assistance and stood by Ling Jiuze's car, waiting for the crowd to disperse before turning to him. Mr. Ling. Ling Jiuze turned around, his phoenix-like eyes deep like the night, looking at her lightly. Have you finished eating? Yes. Sushi nodded. Thank you, Mr. Ling, for today. Ling Jiuze had his hands in his pockets, tall and handsome as ever. No need to thank me. We are helping each other. Sushi was a bit puzzled. What did I help you with? Nothing. Ling Jiuze replied leisurely. Xi Ming said you agreed to be his girlfriend. Is that true? Sushi showed a look of surprise and disbelief. Did he tell you that? Yes. Sushi was both angry and amused. He is deliberately getting back at me. Ling Jiuze raised an eyebrow. What happened? Sushi briefly explained how Xi Ming had sent someone to trouble her, and after she exposed him, she gave him a good beating. The brilliant lights by the roadside reflected in the man's dark eyes, sparkling as he listened to Sushi's words. He first showed a hint of surprise, then a smile appeared on his lips. After a moment, he calmly nodded. Well done. Sushi smiled, her beautiful eyes bright and lively, her lips glistening under the lights, making her features appear even more vivid. Ling Jiuze shifted his gaze, looking behind her. Are you alone? I'll have the driver take you. Thank you, but it's not necessary. Sushi replied politely. My friend is coming to drive, so you can go ahead, Mr. Ling. Ling Jiuze said nothing else and turned to get into the car. After watching Ling Jiuze's car merge into the traffic on the main road, Sushi slowly walked toward the roadside. Sitting in the taxi, Sushi realized that her relationship with Ling Jiuze seemed to have softened a lot. Perhaps it was because Ling Jiuze also disliked Xi Ming, so when it came to dealing with Xi Ming, they had a common goal and naturally stood on the same side. Sushi turned to look at the colorful neon lights outside the car window and thought of Intong and Sui. If Intong and Lu Mingsheng were fake, then what about Sui? Was she really Ling Jiuze's lover? Sheng Yangyang, as the main wife, could openly confront Lu Mingsheng, while she, as the main wife, had to politely thank Ling Jiuze. Oh no, she truly was a failed main wife. Chapter 22, asking her to pretend to be Aunt Air. It was almost 11 o'clock when Sushi returned to the villa. After taking a shower, she cuddled up on the sofa and called Sheng Yangyang to check in. She also casually inquired about how things were going between her and Lu Mingsheng, wondering if they had argued. The phone rang until it was about to disconnect when someone finally answered. It was Lu Mingsheng's voice, hoarse and low, saying that she might not be able to take your call. Was there anything he needed to relay? Sushi then heard Sheng Yangyang's voice in the background. Choked with tears, Mingsheng. Sushi abruptly hung up the phone, her cheeks burning with anger. She couldn't help but grit her teeth, thinking about how Sheng Yangyang was such a flirt who couldn't resist the sweet talk of an enemy. The next afternoon, when Sushi returned from the Ling family, she received a large package containing the jewelry and clothes that Sheng Yangyang had given her the night before. Sushi picked out a pair of earrings that didn't look too flashy, intending to give them to Qing Ning. However, when she passed by the dessert shop on Monday on her way home, the other staff members told her that Qing Ning had taken leave and wasn't at work. On Wednesday noon, Sushi received a call from Ling Yihong, asking to meet. Thinking something was wrong, she hurriedly took a taxi to the Chinese restaurant they had agreed upon. Outside the restaurant was Ling's family car, with a bodyguard in a suit standing next to it. Upon entering the restaurant, Sushi found Ling Yihong and asked sternly, "What happened?" Ling Yihong looked relaxed, saying, "It's nothing, don't be nervous. I just wanted to take you out for a meal." Sushi looked at him suspiciously. "Really? What are you eating?" Ling Yihong pushed the menu towards her. Sushi put down her bag, leaned back in her chair, and said, "Just tell me, what is it?" Ling Yihong placed his hands on the table and said seriously, "My uncle seems to be quite dissatisfied with you and wants to dismiss you." Oh, Sushi let out a sigh of relief, thinking it was something serious. This time it was Ling Yihong who looked puzzled. "Why aren't you worried?" "Worried about what?" Sushi retorted. Ling Yihong furrowed his brows. "Don't you want to earn money to treat your grandpa's illness?" "Of course I do, but can I change your uncle's mind?" Sushi picked up her glass of water. Looking a bit helpless, Ling Yihong said, "You can't, but I can. I can speak well of you and convince my uncle to keep you." Sushi looked at the little brat in front of her and suddenly smiled. "You want me to help you with something, right?" Ling Yihong adopted a mature tone. "Young lady, don't be so materialistic. Can't we help each other out without any interests involved?" Sushi nodded in agreement. "You're right. I was being shallow. But," Ling Yihong grinned, "I really do want to ask you for a small favor." Sushi snorted, looking as if she had expected this. "Go ahead. What is it?" Ling Yihong leaned forward slightly and whispered, "I'm telling you this because I consider you one of my own." Sushi squinted her eyes. "How honored." Ling Yihong continued, "The teacher asked me to have my parents come to school. Can you go in their place?" Sushi raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Did you not do well?" "How could that be?" Ling Yihong said proudly, then showed a hint of guilt. "I got into a fight with 2 classmates." Sushi frowned, examining him. "You got into a fight with your classmates? Were you hurt?" "No, I've been practicing boxing with my uncle for so long. It's more than enough to deal with them." Sushi sighed in relief. "Why did you fight? Who told them to bully people?" Ling Yihong said indignantly. "Just because Zhao Wenkai didn't let them copy answers during the exam. They kept bothering him every day. Today they even made him wet his pants in the bathroom. I couldn't stand it and fought back." Sushi exclaimed in shock. You're being a hero. Is the teacher asking you to call your parents to commend you? Ling Yihong looked at her in surprise. You're serious? He thought Sushi would take the opportunity to lecture him, telling him that good students shouldn't fight. Sushi nodded sincerely, of course. Helping a bullied classmate, isn't that heroic? Ling Yihong's pure eyes lit up, but then he looked dejected. But I broke their heads. And their parents are looking for me. The teacher asked me to call my parents to school this afternoon. Doesn't your teacher know you are from the Ling family? Sushi asked. Ling Yihong nodded. There are so many people with the surname Ling in the school, and my file has my parents' names on it. They are very low-key. Sushi understood. You want me to pretend to be your parent? Smart. Ling Yihong smiled, revealing his newly grown front teeth. Sushi also smiled. No way. Ling Yihong's smile froze. Why not? First, I'm not your parent. If your uncle finds out, I'll definitely lose my job. Sushi said seriously. Second, I'm still technically your teacher. I can't help you deceive the teacher. If you don't say anything, no one will know. Still not okay. Sushi was adamant. Why don't you ask your uncle? Ling Yihong lowered his eyes. My uncle promised me that if I don't make any mistakes for a week, he will personally teach me to ride a horse this weekend. Sushi said, but this time there is a reason for it. Ling Yihong shook his head. My uncle is very principled. Wrong is wrong, no matter the reason. Sushi shrugged. Then it's difficult. Ling Yihong's eyes twinkled. You can come to my house to tutor. How much will my uncle pay you? 8,000. What's wrong? As long as you help me. I'll tell my uncle that you teach well and let him double your salary. How about that? Sushi took a sip of water and raised her eyebrows. Do you mean what you say? Of course. Ling Yihong assured. Sushi's heart wavered. 8,000 meant an extra 96,000 a year, getting her one step closer to buying Qingyuan. But who do I pretend to be? Your grandma? Sushi asked, puzzled. She can pretend to be older. But I'm afraid the teacher will suspect. Ling Yihong stared at her without blinking, then reached into his backpack for his phone. I'll call my uncle right now and tell him you want to be his mom. Uffed. Sushi spat out water, grabbing a tissue while stopping Ling Yihong. Stop. Otherwise, I might backtrack. Ling Yihong said confidently. If you backtrack, I'll tell my uncle you want to take advantage of him. Sushi feigned innocence. Then who should I pretend to be? Your teacher should have seen your mom, right? Ling Yihong immediately replied. I've thought it through. You can pretend to be my Aunt Air. Sushi's eyes widened. You want me to pretend to be myself? The two stared at each other for 3 seconds before Sushi spoke first. If your uncle finds out, I think he won't only refuse to raise my salary, but he might also kick me out. He won't find out. Are you sure? Absolutely. Sushi sighed deeply, considered for 5 seconds, and dramatically said, fine. Ling Yihong was delighted. To show my gratitude, I'll treat you to dinner. What do you want to eat? Order anything. Sushi opened the menu, suddenly feeling like she was being sent to a death sentence. Chapter 23, damaged by him in the afternoon. Sushi took a leave of absence from school to accompany Ling Yihong to school. Upon arriving, the two headed straight to the homeroom teacher's office. After knocking and entering, they found that the homeroom teacher was not present. Other teachers, upon realizing that Sushi was there to address an issue as a parent, were quite polite, offering her a glass of water and asking her to wait a moment. She vaguely overheard 2 teachers discussing. Who is this? A student's parent. So young? Looks like a student. Ling Yihong whispered to Sushi, don't worry, it's fine. I'll explain to our teacher that my second uncle likes young ones. Sushi thought to herself, you don't need to explain. Men like young ones. As more teachers came in, some recognized Ling Yihong and greeted him warmly, saying he had made significant progress lately. Sushi took this as a compliment and humbly accepted it. As the number of teachers increased, in order not to disturb their work, Sushi took Ling Yihong to a nearby conference room to wait. After about 5 minutes, someone pushed the door open, wearing a blue-striped suit and black-framed glasses. Ling Yihong stood up and said, Teacher Wang, my second aunt is here. Sushi stepped forward with a gentle smile and said, Teacher Wang, I am Yihong's second aunt. Teacher Wang showed a hint of surprise and then smiled. Yihong's second aunt is here too. Just in time. I also called your second uncle. After saying this, Teacher Wang turned to the person who had entered behind him and said, Mr. Ling, what a coincidence. Your wife is also here. Sushi turned abruptly, meeting the man's pitch-black eyes. Her mind buzzed, and she froze completely. Ling Yihong was also taken aback, swallowed hard, and stammered, second, uncle. Ling Jiuze's long gaze swept over the two, carrying an inscrutable meaning, and he responded with a neutral hum. Teacher Wang smiled at Ling Yihong, saying, I called your dad. He can't come back from abroad, so he asked me to contact your second uncle. I didn't expect you to bring your second aunt yourself. Then he turned to Sushi apologetically. I'm sorry to trouble you with this. Sushi didn't dare to look at Ling Jiuze, forcing herself to remain calm. It's no trouble. Yihong was worried that his second uncle might be busy, so he asked me to come. Yes, anyone can come. Teacher Wang smiled warmly. Ling Jiuze looked at Sushi deeply and said, "You take Yihong outside to wait. I'll handle this." "Oh, okay." Sushi nodded repeatedly, not daring to look at Ling Jiuze, pulling Ling Yihong quickly out. Once they left the office, Sushi's expression changed. She glared fiercely at Ling Yihong. "Didn't you say he definitely wouldn't know?" Ling Yihong protested innocently. "The teacher asked me to call a parent. How was I supposed to know she secretly called my dad?" Sushi gritted her teeth. "You're going to get me killed." Ling Jiuze drove over himself. An hour later, he sat in the driver's seat with Xi and Ling Yihong in the back. The car remained parked by the roadside while Ling Jiuze took a few calls to handle matters in the group. Xi and Ling Yihong sat straight, trying to minimize their presence. When Ling Jiuze hung up, Sushi immediately spoke. "Mr. Ling, this matter is my fault. I shouldn't have lied with Yihong. I didn't set a good example. I apologize to you and to Yihong." Ling Yihong quickly added, "It's not Su teacher's fault. I forced her to pretend to be my second aunt. It's my fault. Yihong is young and doesn't understand. I'm already an adult and should have a proper sense of right and wrong. I already said it has nothing to do with you." Ling Yihong defended her. "You're taking our family's money, so of course, you listen to me. I'm an adult and also your teacher. I shouldn't be swayed by money. It's my fault." "Very good." Ling Jiuze suddenly spoke, glancing at the two through the rearview mirror. "So loyal? Why don't you make a vow right now?" Sushi and Ling Yihong fell silent. Ling Jiuze paused and said to Ling Yihong, "It's not wrong to act bravely to protect the weak when you're sure of your safety, but you don't need to be so heavy-handed with classmates." Ling Yihong obediently responded, "Oh, overall, you didn't do anything wrong. I won't scold you." Ling Jiuze's expression brightened. "Thank you, second uncle." However, Ling Jiuze's tone grew serious. "But what about having Su teacher pretend to be a parent? How do you explain that?" Just as Sushi was about to speak, she saw Ling Jiuze's deep gaze in the mirror and immediately shut her mouth. Ling Yihong lowered his head. "I was wrong. I won't do it again." It's not just about knowing your mistake. You also need to correct it." Ling Jiuze's voice softened. "You have one more class. Go to class." "Yes." Ling Yihong replied, and before getting out of the car, he looked back at Sushi with concern. "Second uncle, you forgive me. Can you also forgive Su teacher?" Looking into Ling Yihong's pure eyes, Sushi's heart softened. "Don't worry, I won't fire her," Ling Jiuze said. Ling Yihong felt relieved, bid farewell to the two, got out of the car, and walked into the school with the bodyguards. Once he left, only Sushi and Ling Jiuze remained in the car, and the atmosphere became subtly tense. Sushi was about to apologize again when she saw Ling Jiuze's thin lips curl slightly in the mirror, casually saying, "Has your IQ dropped to the level of an elementary school student? Do you think just saying you're his second aunt would convince the teacher?" Sushi's face turned pale, and she firmly replied, "First of all, elementary school students can also be very smart. It was wrong for me to lie and not set a good example for Yihong. You can fire me, but you can't insult me or bring others down with you." Then, her eyes flickered, and she didn't continue. Ling Jiuze showed no visible emotion. Looking at her through the mirror, "What else?" Sushi took a deep breath, her expression serious. "Yihong said you like young ones, so having a young second aunt is understandable." Ling Jiuze's handsome face relaxed. His lips pursed into a smile as he turned to look out the car window. His arm resting on the steering wheel, his shirt sleeves rolled up, revealing a strong and well-defined arm. Sushi thought for a moment and added, "Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to be Yihong's second aunt. You're thinking too naively." The man interrupted her, half smiling. "Rest assured, even if I like young ones, I don't like minors, so you don't need to worry." Sushi frowned, wanting to say she was already an adult, but she felt that saying it might lead to unnecessary speculation, so she simply remained silent. Ling Jiuze asked again, "You said you were bought by money. How much did Ling Yihong give you?" "Huh." Sushi's expression changed slightly. Did she say that? Had her IQ really dropped to the point of self-revealing? Since she had already lost enough face today, Sushi decided to go all out. "He said that after the matter is settled, he would persuade you to double my salary." Ling Jiuze nodded, speaking slowly. "Yihong's studies have improved. I did indeed have the idea of raising your salary before." Sushi's heart leapt with joy. Ling Jiuze continued, "But now, that idea is gone." Sushi. Chapter 24. Love makes people foolish. She felt that he must be doing it on purpose, killing her spirit. He just wanted to see her regret and disappointment as a lesson and punishment for her. However, thinking about it, no matter how one looked at it, she was indeed in the wrong. It seemed quite good that Ling Jiuze didn't fire her and had no intention of doing so. Ling Jiuze watched as the girl's expression slowly shifted from frustration and dejection to calmness, even a hint of joy. He couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips again and asked, "Shall I drive you back to school?" Sushi's mood had returned to normal. "Sure." Half an hour later, the Bentley stopped at the gate of Jiang University. As Sushi prepared to get out of the car, she chuckled, "Thank you, Mr. Ling." "You're welcome." The man's voice was warm. "I should thank you too. At least you didn't pretend to be my mother." Sushi chuckled awkwardly. "You don't need to be polite either." It wasn't that she didn't want to, but Ling Yihong hadn't agreed. The man noticed her ears turning red and stopped teasing her. Opening the door carefully. "Yes, you drive carefully too." Sushi got out of the car and walked straight towards the school gate. Ling Jiuze watched her slender figure until she entered the school gate before driving away. Late at night, Ling Yihong invited her to play games and subtly inquired about what his uncle had said to Sushi after he left, wondering if he had vented his anger on her. Sushi remained calm, saying nothing, seemingly swallowing all her grievances, bearing everything alone. As expected, Ling Yihong felt uneasy in his heart. Not only did he give her plenty of equipment, but he also protected her throughout the night, taking quite a few hits himself. At 9:30, Sushi told Ling Yihong to go to bed. Unlike usual, he didn't scoff but quietly exited the game and went asleep. Later, Sushi received a call from her father, Su Jingrong, saying that there would be a big family gathering at the old house this weekend, as her grandparents had asked everyone to return. "What is it about?" Sushi asked. Su Jingrong replied, "Your cousin Chu Ci has graduated from abroad and received 2 master's degrees. This gathering is partly to welcome her back and partly to celebrate her joining the Ling family as the president's secretary." Sushi raised her brows. "The president's secretary? My cousin is Ling Jiuze's personal secretary? I have something to do this weekend, but I won't be going. Please apologize to Grandpa and Grandma for me," Sushi said. She had grown up outside, and even though she had recognized her roots, she wasn't close to the elders of the Su family. She had attended family gatherings before, but had always felt out of place, especially on such festive occasions. It was better not to go. Su Jingrong tried to persuade her. "It's a rare opportunity. Your cousin is very outstanding. You two can talk more." "Dad, I really have something to do." Sushi's voice was calm but firm. "All right," Su Jingrong said with a smile, accepting that there would be more opportunities to meet in the future. After hanging up, Sushi played games for a while. Suddenly, a black eagle emblem appeared on her phone. Slowly, the eagle's head changed from black to transparent. Sushi exited the game and got up from her bedroom. In the yard, Uncle Lin was walking the dog, and Aunt Wu was preparing ingredients for breakfast in the kitchen. The entire villa was as quiet as usual. Sushi walked to the study next door, entered her fingerprint, and opened the door. Inside the study, there was no desk or bookshelf. Just a computer in the middle and 2 black and white screens on the opposite wall. She stood in front of the computer, which and the screens automatically turned on. Sushi opened a desktop icon with an eagle emblem, and a password box popped up. She quickly entered a 6-digit code, and a 3-dimensional file with images immediately appeared. Sushi skimmed through it and spoke lightly. Half a month ago, the Song family photographed a bronze artifact with a human head and bird body in London. When it was being transported back, the plane crashed on the border of Outer Mongolia, and now the artifact is missing. The Song family is looking for us to find it, and the reward is 12 million. After finishing, Sushi asked, "Are we taking this case?" A childlike voice came from the white screen. "Yes, I'm nearby and have a lead." Sushi nodded. "I'll send you the pictures of the artifact and the profiles of the related personnel." "Eagle," Sushi instructed, "you assist Song Ying." "Understood." The voice of the eagle was calm and deep. The 3 discussed some details, and by nearly 11 o'clock, Sushi left the study. On Saturday morning, when Sushi arrived at the Ling family's house, surprisingly, Ling Yinhua had not gone out. Knowing she was there, Ling Yinhua pulled her into her room. "Yihang's scores improved a lot in this month's exam. My uncle is very satisfied with you, Sushi. Thank you so much. You've solved a big problem for our family." Ling Yinhua exclaimed excitedly. Sushi smiled lightly. "I received your family's salary, so this is what I should do. No need to thank me." Ling Yinhua had already changed into her clothes and was preparing to go out. While talking to Sushi, she took out several necklaces and held them up to her neck, asking Sushi which one looked better. They were all expensive brands, with a few being limited editions. And this one, Ling Yinhua carefully opened a box to show Sushi, her voice filled with joy. "This is what Zhou Yang just gave me. Is it pretty?" Sushi looked at the necklace in the velvet box and said nothing. The necklace was from GK, with a leaf-shaped pendant. This necklace was designed by her. The leaf had 7 veins, inlaid with 7 different colors of diamonds using a special technique on a gold leaf. When sunlight hit it, the diamonds sparkled, and the veins looked like water flowing, making it very exquisite. Ling Yinua's necklace had 8 veins, and the veins were made of cheap moissanite. Seeing that Sushi was silent, Ling Yinhua put the necklace around her neck, her smile still pure. "I know the necklace is fake. Zhou Yang's parents are ordinary people. He doesn't have enough money to buy a real GK." Sushi said, "If he can't afford it, he shouldn't buy it." And there's no need to buy a fake one. I haven't told him about my family situation. Our relationship is very pure. He just wants to make me happy, Ling Jiuze explained. Sushi couldn't agree. He's a student. It's normal for him not to have money for luxury items. But buying a fake means he either thinks you're materialistic or that you're naive enough to be fooled. Ling Jiuze immediately shook her head. It's not like that. I know him. He wouldn't deliberately deceive me. Maybe he was deceived himself, or he simply doesn't know about the GK brand. After all, he never cares about these things. Sushi could see that Ling Jiuze was very protective of Zhou Yang, and since she didn't know much about him, she stopped talking. Ling Jiuze still wore that necklace, completely unconcerned, smiling brightly and innocently. I'm leaving now. I'm counting on you to take care of Yihong. I'll treat you to a nice meal another day to thank you. Stay safe, Sushi said. Ling Jiuze gave her a reassuring gesture and then flew out the door like a happy little bird. Love makes people foolish. A sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind. Sushi turned around to see Ling Yihong standing by the wooden railing, his expression full of disdain. Chapter 25 The real her Su. She looked up, raised an eyebrow. Do you understand love? Why do you say that? Look at her, smiling like a fool. Ling Yihong snorted. Sushi walked upstairs. The essence of love is to make people feel happy. Ling Yihong scoffed. Then I won't date in the future, and neither should you. Sushi was puzzled. Why shouldn't I? Ling Yihong replied confidently. If you become mentally challenged, how can you teach me? Sushi looked at him expressionlessly. Do you know what your second uncle said to me that afternoon? Ling Yihong curiously asked. What did my second uncle say? Your second uncle said that my IQ is as low as yours. Sushi sneered coldly, bypassing him and walking forward. Ling Yihong was stunned for a moment, but quickly caught up. My second uncle couldn't have said that. An hour and a half of class quickly passed. And when Sushi packed her things and went downstairs, she saw Ling Jiuze sitting on the sofa. Remembering what happened last time, she felt somewhat embarrassed and pretended not to see him, thinking of slipping away. Unexpectedly, Ling Yihong followed her closely and suddenly spoke. Su teacher. This afternoon my second uncle and I are going to the horse ranch. Why don't you come along? Sushi paused, and Ling Jiuze indeed looked up. Put down his phone, walked over, and said in a calm voice, Class is over? Yes. Sushi smiled and nodded. Ling Yihong said again, Uncle, can we take Su teacher with us? Sushi politely declined. No need, you guys go ahead. Ling Jiuze, with his handsome face unchanged, said, If you have nothing to do this afternoon, then let's go together. I happen to have an appointment at the horse ranch to discuss business, and there's no one to accompany Yihong. Since he said that, Sushi felt it was inappropriate to say otherwise and nodded in agreement. Ling Jiuze raised his hand to check the time. Then let's set off now. The manor has prepared a barbecue. We can have lunch there. Great, Ling Yihong exclaimed, almost bouncing with excitement, and eagerly asked Ling Jiuze, Can I go fishing? Sure, we'll have lunch with the fish you catch. Ling Jiuze ruffled Ling Yihong's hair. A faint smile in his dark eyes. It was the first time Sushi saw Ling Jiuze with such a gentle expression, and she couldn't help but look a little longer before shifting her gaze away. Everyone enjoys appreciating beautiful things. Ling Jiuze personally drove, taking Sushi and Ling Yihong to the horse ranch. In the car, Sushi lowered her voice to ask Ling Yihong, Didn't you say that as long as you make a mistake, your second uncle wouldn't take you to ride horses? Ling Yihong proudly replied, Yeah. The previous promise was cancelled. This time it's a reward for my bravery. Sushi, this can work too. Should she praise him for being consistent or for being clear with rewards and punishments? The right to explain always belongs to the referee. But Ling Yihong had a reward, while her salary that should have increased was deducted. What kind of situation is this? She needs to calculate this account with Ling Yihong when she has time. Ling Jiuze, seeing Sushi roll her eyes in silence, almost immediately thought she was feeling sorry for her money, and involuntarily, a smile curved at the corner of his lips. The horse ranch belonged to the Ling family. It used to be a place where Ling Jiuze raised horses himself, and it was only open to the public after he went abroad. The address is near the southern suburbs, covering a large area, with beautiful scenery and complete facilities, including Chinese and Western restaurants, accommodation hotels, indoor entertainment, a racetrack, and a professional track. Today was the weekend, and there were more people than usual. The three of them first went to change into riding outfits. Sushi changed quickly and waited for the two in the leisure area. She took out her phone and replied to a WeChat message from Sheng Yangyang. While typing, she heard a girl next to her exclaim in surprise. She looked up and saw Ling Jiuze walking over. Dressed in black long boots, long pants, a white shirt, and a black fitted vest, his tall figure was accentuated. And with his handsome, charming face, 4 or 5 women had already stopped because of him. In an instant, Sushi forgot what she wanted to say to Sheng Yangyang. Fortunately, Ling Yihong ran over, waking Sushi up and avoiding the embarrassment of being seen by Ling Jiuze. The three went to the stable to choose horses. Ling Jiuze and Ling Yihong both had their own horses raised there, so only Sushi needed to select a temporary one. She chose a short horse and was teased by Ling Yihong. Sushi accepted the teasing calmly. She liked to keep everything under control. For her first time riding, she preferred to ride a short horse and be teased by Ling Yihong rather than force herself to choose a big horse and risk falling off and embarrassing herself. Seeing her determination, Ling Jiuze showed a hint of appreciation. The short horse was very obedient. As someone who had never ridden before, under the guidance of a professional horse trainer, she was able to sit steadily on it and control it. Ling Jiuze and Ling Yihong waited for her on their horses, and only after she became more proficient did they take her along. The three rode at a slow pace along a leisurely path, with tall water firs on both sides and peach blossoms and cherry blossoms planted beneath them. It was late spring, the spring breeze brushed against their faces, and the falling petals were a flurry, hitting their faces when they ran fast. It didn't hurt, just felt a bit ticklish, making one feel relaxed and refreshed from the inside out. Ling Jiuze rode ahead, hearing Sushi and Ling Yihong chatting behind him, followed by Ling Yihong's exaggerated laughter. He turned around, and the girl on the short horse, dressed in a white shirt and black suspenders, with her hair tied up high, had sunlight dancing on her delicate features. Her expression was not as reserved and humble as usual, but rather exuberant, radiating a special glow. In a moment of daze, Ling Jiuze felt that she was the real Sushi. The three rode for more than 10 minutes and turned onto an asphalt road, at the end of which was a villa, in English style, with a half-timbered structure, a triangular roof, exquisite chimneys, and symmetrical large floor-to-ceiling windows on either side of the wooden door. In front of the villa, a small river flowed, clear and bottomless. Walking along the flower-filled path felt like stepping into a fairy tale. The servants knew Ling Jiuze was coming and had already set up the barbecue grill and prepared the fishing rods, buckets, and umbrellas that Ling Yihong wanted. A car approached from the opposite path. Ling Jiuze glanced at it and said to Ling Yihong, "Go fishing with your teacher. I have some business to discuss, and I'll eat the fish you catch later." Sushi smiled. "I will take good care of Yihong." Ling Yihong snorted. "We don't know who will take care of whom." Ling Jiuze smiled slightly and walked towards the person getting out of the car. Sushi turned to take a look. It was a tall white man who greeted Ling Jiuze warmly, and the two chatted for a few moments in English before entering the villa. Ling Yihong was already fiddling with the fishing rod. "Let's have a competition to see who catches more fish." Sushi placed bait on her hook. "What is the point of winning or losing? Do adults always have to bet? Can't we think of something simply?" Ling Yihong looked at Sushi with sarcasm. Sushi nodded. "Sorry, I was too superficial." After teaching Sushi a lesson, Ling Yihong felt very proud and forcefully cast his hook into the river. Half an hour later, Ling Yihong looked at the three lively fish in Sushi's bucket and then at his empty bucket. He threw down his fishing rod. "I'm not fishing anymore. It's boring." Sushi lay on the lounge chair, half closing her eyes, calm and composed. "Young man, you need to be patient. Getting frustrated won't improve your situation." Ling Yihong walked over, excitedly inviting Sushi. "Let us have a water fight." Sushi opened one eye. "Aren't you two bored?" 5 minutes later, the bored duo donned waterproof vests, each holding a water gun, expressionless as they stared at each other. Ling Yihong sneered. "I'll give you 3 seconds to run." Sushi smiled. "What is the point of 3 seconds? 1 second is enough." After finishing his words, he did a backflip and shot a gun at the same time. The gun was loaded with water bullets, the size of glass marbles, with a range of up to 5 meters. When the water bullet hits a person, it bursts, causing no pain but a thrilling sensation. For the next half hour, Sushi and Ling Yihong moved through the woods, attacking or fleeing. After sending the guests off, Ling Jiuze returned only to find both of them missing. Hearing some noise from the nearby woods, he stepped inside. Ling Yihong had just filled his water bullets and was shooting in Sushi's direction, shouting, "You commoners, come out and face your doom." Sushi, who had been hiding behind a camphor tree, saw Ling Jiuze suddenly appear and, in a daze, felt as if she had fallen into a trap. Seeing the water bullet about to hit him, without thinking, she lunged forward, hugged him, and used her back to shield him from the incoming water bullet. Chapter 26. He is not blind again. Ling Jiuze stopped there, not startled by Ling Yihong's sudden attack, but rather taken aback by the girl who suddenly jumped out. However, he did not immediately push her away because he felt her rapid heartbeat. Lowering his head slightly, he saw her in a disheveled state, her long eyelashes wet, her eyes flickering with a hint of fear. Sushi once again saw the scar behind the man's ear, which had faded to a light pink, almost the same as normal skin. For a full 5 seconds, Ling Jiuze said nothing, waiting for the girl to catch her breath before teasingly asking, "Is this your umpteenth time throwing yourself at me? Do you really want to be my second aunt?" Sushi snapped back to reality. abruptly raising her head to see the man's eyes filled with inscrutable mockery. Their gazes met, and the dim light of the woods reflected in his dark eyes, growing even darker. She took 2 steps back, a blush creeping across her face as she clumsily explained, I just wanted to block for you. I was just a bit too forceful. Ling Jiuze looked at her dodging eyes, the corners of his lips still slightly curved. And only when her ears turned red did he slowly speak, his voice gentler and lower than usual. I'm not teasing you anymore. Go play. The tone of the last few words was like coaxing a child. Sushi felt embarrassed and somewhat flustered by her earlier recklessness, not noticing the man's tone, and pretended to be calm as she turned around. As she turned, she suddenly caught a whiff of a delicious smell, the smell of meat, and her eyebrows instantly perked up. Over by the villa, the servants were already grilling fish, along with marinated beef and venison that had been brought in from the dining room. Upon smelling the aroma, Sushi's anxious emotions were instantly soothed, leaving only hunger. Ling Yihong went to refill his water balloons and boasted to Ling Jiuze, "Second uncle, I'm getting more accurate." Indeed, among Sushi and Ling Yihong, Sushi looked the most disheveled, with wet hair and pants, while Ling Yihong showed no signs of being hit by water balloons at all. That was because I let you. Sushi scoffed. Let us have second uncle be the referee, and we'll continue fighting until I convince you. Ling Jiuze replied. Let's call a temporary truce and go eat first. Ling Yihong was also hungry and had no objections, happily heading back to the villa, teasing Sushi along the way. Listening to the two banter, Ling Jiuze's gaze deepened as he watched their backs. Sushi and T missed, but all her hits had landed on Ling Yihong's waterproof vest. In front of the villa, the servants had already set the dining table, with a light gold tablecloth, exquisite bone china bowls and plates, and blooming tulips. Even a casual meal outside was done to perfection. Sushi went inside to change clothes, while Ling Jiuze and Ling Yihong sat down waiting for her. The chef brought over the grilled fish and other meats. Ling Jiuze looked at the 3 fish on the plate and asked with a faint smile, "Which one did you catch?" Ling Yihong scoffed. "Today all the fish in the river are male." Ling Jiuze raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Seeing beauty and forgetting loyalty, they all swam toward Teacher Su because she's pretty. Ling Yihong muttered. As Sushi came out of the house, she heard Ling Jiuze's low laughter. Approaching, she asked, "What are you laughing about?" Ling Jiuze replied lightly, "We were discussing the male and female fish in the river." "Sushi, these two are so boring." Ling Jiuze's deep eyes held a smile as he looked at her, the curve of his lips widening, and he said in a low voice, "Let's eat." The two had been waiting for her, and only after she sat down did they begin their meal. Ling Jiuze took a plate of venison, cutting it into small pieces and then sharing it with Ling Yihong and Sushi. Sushi said thank you, thinking to herself that she was benefiting from Ling Yihong's presence today, being treated like a child by Ling Jiuze. Ling Yihong also said thank you, thinking he was benefiting from Teacher Su's presence, which was why his second uncle was being so gentlemanly and treating him like a child. The 3 of them each had their own thoughts and silently ate. Perhaps it was the beautiful surroundings or the chef's excellent skills. But Sushi felt very satisfied with her meal. As they were finishing up, Ling Yihong wanted to drink yogurt, and the servant promptly went to get it. Ling Jiuze casually said, "Get 2 bottles." Ling Yihong and Sushi whispered to each other, discussing whether to go horseback riding or play ball in the indoor arena after eating, as there were supposed to be 2 horse races in the afternoon. When the yogurt was brought over, the servant placed 1 bottle in front of Ling Yihong, and Ling Jiuze naturally placed the other bottle beside Sushi. Originally, the plan was going well, but after eating meat and drinking yogurt, Ling Yihong lost his desire to move. Ling Jiuze accompanied them to fish by the river. After all, it wasn't suitable to engage in vigorous exercise right after a meal. The 3 of them formed teams, with Sushi and Ling Yihong on one side and Ling Jiuze on the other, with the loser treating dinner that night. Time passed slowly, and Sushi's expression shifted from being spirited to laid back, looking at the lively fish in Ling Jiuze's bucket and then at her empty bucket. Along with Ling Yihong bouncing around beside her cheering, she had resigned herself to her fate. Ling Jiuze rarely had such a leisurely afternoon. His usually deep eyes softened considerably. Could this be considered a result? Sushi looked at Ling Jiuze and asked, "Do you know there is a type of person called a jinx? Wherever Ling Yihong goes, misfortune follows, so she couldn't be blamed for not catching any fish." Ling Jiuze chuckled softly, his eyes expressing sympathy, and then asked Ling Yihong, "Didn't you say there are only male fish in the river?" Ling Yihong sighed. Maybe after eating, they changed shifts. Ling Jiuze couldn't help but laugh out loud again. After fishing, the 3 went horseback riding. Ling Jiuze personally taught Ling Yihong horseback riding skills, while Sushi couldn't keep up and simply rode a small pony along the edge of the grass. When Ling Jiuze and Ling Yihong stopped to rest, They saw Sushi sitting on a bench along the shaded path, with a boy standing beside her, leaning down and talking to her. The boy was dressed in white riding attire, tall and handsome. Even the horse beside him was white, and with Sushi's striking appearance. They looked like a prince and princess straight out of a fairy tale. Ling Jiuze took a couple of glances before shifting his gaze and taking a big gulp of water. Ling Yihong was very interested, continually looking in Sushi's direction, and curiously asked his second uncle, "Is that boy pursuing Teacher Su?" Ling Jiuze glanced at the two still conversing and replied calmly, "It's normal for someone as beautiful as Teacher Su to have admirers." Ling Yihong teased, "So you think Teacher Su is beautiful too, second uncle?" Ling Jiuze looked straightforwardly at him. "Yes. It's obvious to everyone. My eyes aren't blind." Ling Yihong frowned, "But I don't want Teacher Su to date." "Why? I think we get along quite well. If she starts dating, you'll have to hire a new tutor for me. Who knows what the new tutor will be like?" Ling Yihong said unhappily, looking down. Ling Jiuze smiled faintly, "But you can't hold her back from her lifelong happiness just for your own sake." Ling Yihong joked, "If my sister were a boy, that would be great. She could date Teacher Su, and they wouldn't have to go out on weekends." "Put away your imagination." Ling Jiuze snorted, his tone turning serious as he straightened his body and tightened his grip on the horse's belly. Chapter 27. She overthought it. The three of them spent the afternoon at the horse ranch and left in the evening. Ling Jiuze first drove Sushi back to Jiang University. Originally, Sushi was supposed to treat dinner after losing a fishing bet. But Ling Jiuze had something to do that evening, and they agreed to postpone it for another day. On the way, Sushi and Ling Yihong were discussing things about the horse ranch. Ling Jiuze drove silently, and instead of feeling annoyed by the noise coming from the back, he felt a special sensation that was quite pleasant. The car stopped at the entrance of Jiang University. Sushi bid farewell to the two of them and got out of the car. As she walked towards the school gate, a boy in sportswear called her name and ran over excitedly. Ling Yihong's eyes widened. Wasn't that the boy they met at the horse ranch? Did they set up another meeting so quickly? He felt a sense of frustration. It was over. Sushi was going to fall in love and become as foolish as his sister. Ling Jiuze didn't turn the steering wheel, but continued to watch as Sushi and the boy chatted. The boy then took out a cake, and Sushi accepted it. Ling Jiuze gazed at the two of them standing together, the corners of his lips slightly curling up. This was the kind of love that Sushi should have at her age. His eyes dark and profound like the night. He turned away and steered the car away quickly. The person talking to Sushi was named Song Changfeng. They had met at the horse ranch and exchanged a few words before discovering they were both students at Jiang University. Song Changfeng was a junior in the foreign language department, studying French, and they were working on a project. Sushi had given him some insights, and he had a breakthrough that solved a problem he had been struggling with for days. Grateful, Song Changfeng had bought the cake hoping to run into Sushi at school. He didn't expect to actually see her. Sushi accepted the cake as a token of his gratitude, declined his invitation for dinner, and took the cake back to the Qingyuan villa. That night, Qingying and Kanjing logged on. The mission was completed, and the 12 million was fully credited. According to their usual practice, the three of them would split it equally. Sushi suggested that Kanjing take a good rest for a while and that she wouldn't take on any tasks for the time being. In the following week, Sushi prepared for an exam, diving into the library every day after class. Occasionally, she would run into Song Changfeng, the sunny and handsome boy, who greeted her warmly. She also saw Ling Yinhua and Zhou Yang having a meal together, with Zhou Yang thoughtfully serving Yinhua food and wiping the soup off her lips. Sweet and loving, completely in a romantic state. Sushi hoped she was overthinking it. Perhaps Zhou Yang really didn't recognize the GK brand. Soon it was Saturday again. Sushi arrived at the Ling family home on time, but didn't encounter Ling Jiuze. When she was about to leave at noon, Ling Jiuze returned from outside. Sushi took the initiative to greet him and asked with a smile, "Mr. Ling, are you free tonight?" Ling Jiuze, who was about to go upstairs, paused upon hearing this, his expression indifferent and distant. "Is there something?" His cold demeanor made Sushi hesitate for a moment before smiling and saying, "I owe you a meal from earlier. If you're free tonight, I'd like to treat you and Yihong." "No need." The man simply replied with that one sentence, offering no explanation, and turned to go upstairs. She thought he was busy, but when they met again on Sunday, his coldness made her realize that their relationship was like this. She thought they were somewhat familiar, at least to the point where they would greet each other when they met, but now she understood she had overthought it. She got out of the car at the entrance of Jiang University and took the bus to Yunhai Road. Seeing the dessert shop reminded her of Qingning. She hadn't been to the dessert shop for half a month. Sushi took out her phone, found Qingning's number, and called her. The phone rang 4 or 5 times before Qingning's voice came through. "Susu?" Sushi smiled and said, "Why haven't you been to the dessert shop for so long? Aren't you working there anymore?" "Susu." Qingning's voice choked up a bit. "I've run into some trouble." Sushi's smile faded, and she asked seriously what happened. Qingning paused, seemingly controlling her emotions, before slowly explaining, my dad is a gambler. He has been gambling since I was little, and he still is. He didn't come home for a month, and half a month ago, he came back and told us he owed someone $300,000 and wants to sell our house. My mom absolutely refuses to sell the house, and after dragging it out for half a month, yesterday, those people took my brother away. Now my mom and I are in a rush to sell the house to raise money. The debt collectors said they want the money tonight, or we will never see my brother again. Sushi frowned as she listened. Have you reported it to the police? Qingning's voice was filled with exhaustion and helplessness. My mom is afraid to call the police and won't let me call either. What about your dad? He ran away. After saying this, Qingning couldn't hold back any longer and started to cry. Don't cry, Sushi said calmly. Don't rush to sell the house. If you sell the house, where will you and your mom live? I've been working while studying for these years and saved about 20 to 30,000, but it's still not enough. Our relatives are scared of my dad borrowing money and won't believe us or lend us any more money. Sushi didn't expect the usually optimistic Qingning to have such an unbearable family background. Not all parents deserve to be called parents. This was something she understood better than anyone. Qingning, don't sell the house. I'll think of a way for you, Sushi said calmly. But you're still a student. What can you do? You don't need to worry about it. Our house may be old, but it's worth something. Qingning didn't want others to worry about her. So even though she was desperate in the last half month, she hadn't contacted Sushi. Today, when Sushi called, she couldn't control herself. Don't you know I work at the Ling family? I can borrow money from them, Sushi said. Qingning was astonished. Really? Sushi feigned a relaxed tone. Really? 300,000 is small change for the Ling family. It's easy to borrow. Qingning immediately said, then help me borrow it. I'll write them an IOU. I promise to pay it back. No rush. Do you know where your dad often gambles? Sushi asked. Qingning replied, I know. I went there before and had a big fight with my dad. Send me your location, Sushi said, her voice steady. Then you go home first. And tonight I'll go with you to pay the money. Why do you need the location? Qingning asked suspiciously. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid. Sushi laughed lightly. Take your mom home and wait for my news. Hearing Sushi's calm voice, Qingning felt more at ease. Okay, thank you, Susu. You're welcome. We're friends, Sushi replied. Qingning choked up and replied with a heavy After hanging up, Sushi sent a WeChat message. Qingning, help me with something. At 9 o'clock that night, Sushi and Qingning appeared at Landu. Landu was one of the larger entertainment venues in S City, more accessible than Kaixing, with varying prices leading to a mix of people and some under-the-table dealings. After entering, they reported their private room number, and a server led them there. It was Qingning's first time in such a place, and she was nervous as she saw men embracing women passionately in the hallway, unsure of where to look. Don't be afraid. Sushi held her hand. Qingning nodded. With Sushi there, she felt much more at ease. When the private room door opened, a deafening wave of sound mixed with the smell of alcohol rushed at them. Inside, people were singing, drinking, and laughing, creating a chaotic atmosphere. When they saw the two of them enter, the people in the room ignored them, swaying in their drunkenness and doing whatever they wanted. Qingning's hand trembled slightly as she held Sushi's, instinctively wanting to back out. Sushi raised her foot and kicked the door, making a loud bang that finally caught everyone's attention. Chapter 28. Cannot call the police. Sitting on the sofa, the man embracing the escort looked over, around 40 years old. His body hollowed out by indulgence, his eyes dazed. He glanced at Sushi and Qingning and grinned, asking, Who is Wei Qingning? Qingning stepped forward, summoning her courage to meet the man's gaze. I am Rong Gu. Someone beside Li Rong lit a cigarette for him. Someone turned off the flashing lights in the private room, and the lighting returned to normal, making the scene in the room clearer. There were about 20 men and women in the private room. The men were red-faced from drinking, their eyes brazenly roving over Sushi and Qingning, filled with ill intentions. Among them were several female escorts, leaning in the men's arms, their gazes towards Sushi and her companions resembling that of wolves eyeing sheep that had fallen into their den. Li Rong exhaled a puff of smoke, leaning back on the sofa with his belly protruding. Did you bring the money? Qingning looked at Sushi. Sushi spoke. I want to see Wei Jiangning first before I give you any money. Li Rong waved his hand, and two men resembling thugs stood up and walked towards the bathroom in the private room, quickly returning with a man who had his hands and feet bound, his mouth taped shut, struggling desperately upon seeing Qingning. Brother, Qingning shouted. Li Rong tugged at his sleeve, revealing a thick gold chain, sneering, put down the money, and take the person away. Sushi reached into her pocket, but what she pulled out was not a bank card, but a USB drive, which she threw onto the table. Li Rong squinted. What is this? Sushi said coldly. It's the surveillance footage from your venue. Cheating and scamming have all been clearly recorded. So the money Wei Linsheng lost was not due to gambling. It was a scam. And I won't give you a single cent. You want to die? One person next to him kicked Wei Jiangning, who whimpered in pain. Brother, Qingming shouted again, wanting to run over to protect Wei Jiangning, but was pulled back by Su Shi. Li Rong's triangular eyes fixed on Su Shi. How do you have our surveillance? That's not important. Su Shi's voice was calm. Release Wei Jiangning, or I will call the police. You haven't even grown your hair, and you dare to play tricks on me. Li Rong kicked the marble coffee table in front of him, causing the wine bottles and glasses to crash to the ground, making a loud sound of shattering glass. Li Rong was fearless, his face full of flab shaking. Once you enter this room, you won't be able to leave. If you dare to call the police, I'll chop off your hands immediately. Qingming's shoulder trembled slightly as she tightly grasped Su Shi's hand. Su Shi's tone remained steady. So, I already called the police before coming here. They will arrive in about 10 minutes. If the police come, I don't think it will just be about gambling. Su Shi glanced over at a few people in the corner who were convulsing, implying something. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the expressions of the more than 10 people in the room changed, and they moved behind Li Rong, their gazes wary and fierce as they stared at Su Shi. Did you really call the police? Li Rong asked. Su Shi opened her phone's call log for him to see, the recent contacts clear and distinct. Li Rong's face darkened. You little brat, you definitely don't know the consequences of playing tricks. Su Shi put away her phone, took out the IOU, and said, release Wei Jiangning. Li Rong stared at Su Shi, his face dark and malicious as if weighing his options. Time passed second by second, and soon 5 minutes had gone by. The people beside Li Rong could no longer hold their composure. Rongo? Li Rong gestured to the person next to him. Get a bottle of liquor. The person immediately brought a bottle of white liquor and placed it on the coffee table, while Li Rong pulled out 2 cups from below and poured 2 glasses of liquor. Letting them go like this is against the rules. How will I mix with my brothers in the future? Li Rong pushed the 2 cups of liquor forward. You 2 girls, 1 cup each. Drink it up, and I'll let you go. The cups were not large, about 2 taels of liquor each. Qingming immediately said, I'll drink. Su Shi stopped her. Looking at Li Rong, I'll drink it myself. You let Qingming and her brother go first. Li Rong sized up Su Shi, seeing that she was not very old, probably still in school, very beautiful, but her eyes were cold and deep, as if she had seen life and death, and had seen through the ugliness of human nature, making her seem far from a little girl. His heavy eyelids shifted, and he sneered, tearing up the IOU, and instructed the person beside him, let Wei Jiangning go. Wei Qingming immediately ran over to help her brother up, but they refused to leave. Su, I'll drink. Let's go together. Su Shi gave her a look. Lowering her voice, hurry and go outside. If the police arrive, your brother won't be able to leave. Su. Qingming was about to cry. Wait for me outside. Su Shi's voice was steady. Qingming nodded, tears in her eyes. I'll wait for you outside. Li Rong suddenly spoke. You can let them go. But you have to drink Wei Qingming's liquor first. Su Shi did not hesitate, picked up the cup and drank it down. Wei Qingming wiped the tears from her face, supporting Wei Jiangning as they quickly walked outside. As the door closed, the others immediately surrounded Su Shi. The private room fell silent, and the lights seemed to dim a few degrees. Li Rong grinned. You little girl have good loyalty and guts. There's still 1 cup left. Drink it. The other men began to jeer, looking at Su Shi as if she were a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They had already caught a whiff of blood and were eager to pounce. Li Rong chuckled, revealing his yellowing teeth, raised the cup of liquor, and maliciously handed it to Su Shi. Su Shi looked at him, her gaze suddenly turning cold, and with a puff, the liquor she had just drunk sprayed all over Li Rong's face. At the same time, she reached out, grabbing Li Rong's clothes and tossing him out like a sack. In an instant, screams, the sound of bones breaking, and the sound of glass shattering were all confined within the private room by a door, while outside, the lights were still bright, and the music still loud. 10 minutes later, Su Shi left the private room, her coat stained with someone else's blood. She took it off and casually threw it into a trash can, wearing only a t-shirt as she walked outside. At the door, Su Shi ran into Qingming, who was about to go in. Upon seeing her, Qingming's panic turned into surprise, and she cried, Su, are you okay? Su Shi said the police would arrive in 10 minutes, but they had not come yet. She didn't dare to wait any longer and planned to go in to find her. I'm fine, where's your brother? Su Shi asked. I took a taxi and had the driver take him home. Qingming said urgently. After we left, did they make things difficult for you? What about your clothes? They're all soaked with the smell of liquor. I couldn't go home, so I threw them away. Qingming lowered her voice and asked, didn't you call the police? Why haven't they come? Su Shi said, I didn't call. Qingming was even more confused, but your phone records. Under the streetlight. Su Shi's eyes were clear as she smiled softly. Actually, it's your call record. I changed your name to Yao Yao Ling. Qing Ning's eyes widened in surprise. Sushi smiled gently. You're about to graduate and find a job. You can't call the police. Qing Ning's eyes glistened with tears as she understood Sushi's meaning. If she called the police would dig deep into the matter, and her father would definitely be implicated, perhaps even leaving a criminal record. She had just graduated, and her father's record would completely ruin her. Sushi had thought of everything for her. A gust of wind blew, and Qing Ning choked back her sobs. The matter is resolved. You should hurry home. Your mother is still waiting for you. Sushi patted her shoulder. Susu. Qing Ning held Sushi's hand, her eyes brimming with tears, words of gratitude choking in her throat, feeling that saying thank you was too light. Hurry and go. Sushi pushed Qing Ning. Go home and check on your brother. Qing Ning sniffled, asking, how are you getting home? In a bit, a friend of mine will pass by here. She'll take me back. Sushi brushed back her scattered hair, her brows and eyes delicate and youthful, looking entirely like a student. Okay, then I'll go. Text me when you get home. Qing Ning shook the phone in her hand, got into the taxi, and waved goodbye to Sushi from inside the car. Watching Qing Ning leave, Sushi's expression gradually softened, but her brows furrowed slightly. She felt a bit off. Her body was weak and soft, and her heart was racing, pounding as if it were about to burst out of her chest. Chapter 29 Wrong number. She was afraid that there was something wrong with Li Rong's drink, so she didn't dare to swallow it at all. Unexpectedly, after holding it in her mouth for a while, she still fell for it. Fearing that she might faint at any moment, she didn't dare to take a taxi and walk to the small garden across the street, sitting on a bench. She took out her phone to call Xi and Ling. By the time she took out her phone, her vision was already blurry. She struggled to unlock it and searched for Xi and Ling in her contacts. Behind her was the noisy sound of singing and dancing. In front of her was the clamor of cars, and the light above shone on her phone, causing Sushi to feel dizzy. She didn't panic and remained calm. However, after dialing, Xi and Ling didn't answer. Sushi's palms began to sweat, sticky against the phone. She took a deep breath to keep herself awake. The phone rang until the last tone, and then it connected. Sushi breathed a sigh of relief and immediately said, I'm in the small garden across from Landu on Beijiang Road. Come find me right away. After saying this, she was already breathless, hung up the phone, and quietly waited against the back of the chair. Xi and Ling would be here soon. On the other end of the call, Ling Jiuze was sitting in a private room at Kaixing, staring at the phone in a daze for a moment. Beside him, Jiang Chun leaned over and smiled. Who called? Ling Jiuze doubted he had answered the wrong call. Sushi actually spoke to him in a commanding tone. Was she drunk? Playing a daring game? The tone of her voice seemed a bit off. Ling Jiuze picked up the suit jacket draped over the armrest, said calmly, something came up, you guys carry on. I'll leave first. Everyone got up and asked what was wrong. Jiang Chun lazily laughed. You're not being nice. You've been back for so long and Haven tea gathered with everyone. And now that you finally came, you want to leave before even warming your seat? Ling Jiuze smiled lightly. There really is something. You guys have fun. The bill is on me. Jiang Chun scoffed. Who has short on money? All right, hurry up and go. The next part is my show. Ling Jiuze patted his shoulder and said earnestly, take it easy. Don't worry. The two joked for a bit, and Ling Jiuze drove off, speeding toward Jiangbei Road. Sushi checked the time. 15 minutes had already passed. She felt increasingly hot, an overwhelming emptiness threatening to consume her. A couple had just walked by, probably noticing something was off with her, and asked if she needed help. She tried to stay calm, saying she was waiting for someone. At this moment, besides Xi and Ling, she didn't trust anyone else. She buried her head in her arms, her palms almost breaking from gripping so tightly, the pain keeping her momentarily awake. What's wrong? A familiar voice suddenly called out beside her. Sushi thought she misheard, took a moment to respond, then slowly lifted her head, only to see the man's deep, night-like eyes. His eyes were truly dark, like a deep-sea abyss, wrapped in stars and waves, as if enticing you to come closer, yet ready to swallow you whole when you least expected it. Caught off guard, a wave of heat surged through her body, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. She immediately bit her lower lip, as if fighting against the enemy within her body, gritting her teeth, refusing to succumb. However, in Ling Jiuze's eyes, she appeared entirely different. The girl sat on the bench with her knees hugged, slightly tilting her head back. Under the dim light, her eyes were misty and charming, her face flushed, biting her lip, wanting to speak yet hesitating, gazing at him intently. When he found her just now, she was curled up on the bench. He had called her twice, but she didn't respond. He had to come closer, half squatting to ask her what was wrong, only to find her in this state. Really drunk? Sushi? Ling Jiuze called out again. Are you still awake? You. Sushi struggled to suppress the chaos in her body, finding it hard to speak, as if she were trapped in a dream. The more she tried to say something, the less she could get it out. Ling Jiuze leaned in slightly, getting closer to her. What did you say? You. Go. Su Shi's urgent voice trembled. She was afraid she would lose control and throw herself at the man. Why was he here? Why hadn't Tianyang arrived yet? What had Li Rong put in the drink? After just holding it for a while, she had ended up like this. Ling Jiuze tilted his head to look at the girl, realizing something was wrong as he got closer, his eyes narrowing slightly. You're not drunk. Someone drugged you? Don't. Mind your own business. Su Shi's face was serious, but her words were weak. Stop messing around, the man said sternly, reaching out to touch her face. Su Shi wanted to dodge, but her body was out of control, collapsing into the man's arms. Without thinking, Ling Jiuze caught her, noticing that she had her eyes closed. Already in a semi-unconscious state, her body burning hot, clearly having consumed something tainted. He cast a cold glance at the brightly lit landau across the street. A hint of irritation passing over his face, then quickly carried her out. After placing the girl in the back seat and fastening her seatbelt, Ling Jiuze took out his phone to call the private doctor at the old residence. After hearing Ling Jiuze describe the situation, Dr. Wang cautiously asked, "Do you know what she ate?" Ling Jiuze glanced back at Su Shi, who was twisting in the back seat, clearly unable to answer, and replied calmly, "Can't be sure." Dr. Wang said, "In this situation, there are only two solutions. Either the man and woman share a room, or you go to the hospital for a gastric lavage. However, gastric lavage is usually done before the drug takes effect. Going now probably won't help. Will she die?" Ling Jiuze asked in a calm tone. Dr. Wang replied, "There have been cases of death abroad. It depends on how much she ingested." Ling Jiuze felt a bit irritated. Besides sharing a room, was there any way to make her suffer less? Dr. Wang paused for a moment, then calmly said, "Cold water might help." "All right." Ling Jiuze hung up the phone, thought for a moment, then started the car and quickly merged into the flow of traffic. At Landau, the front desk manager knocked on Xun Ming's private room, and upon entering, whispered, "Mr. Xun, something has happened." Xun Ming, half drunk with fox-like eyes, lazily asked, "What happened?" Everyone in one of the private rooms was beaten up. Xun Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is that so? Let me see who dares to act wild in my territory." He got up and walked out, with Sun Tsung and a few others following. In a regular private room, security stood outside. Xun Ming pushed the door open and saw people sprawled on the floor in disarray, frowning slightly. Quite ruthless. Sun Tsung was also shocked and asked, "How many people came?" "To take down a whole room of people." The lobby manager frowned and said, It seems like just one person." "One person?" Sun Tsung's eyes widened. Xun Ming also found it puzzling. He found someone among the crowd who could still speak and asked what had happened. That person stammered out a rough explanation. At the back, Sun Tsung listened in disbelief. The one who fought was a girl? At that moment, the lobby manager downloaded the surveillance footage and showed it to Xun Ming. It should be her. Xun Ming looked at the familiar face on the screen. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he laughed. Chapter 30. Both are restraining themselves. The manager found some pink pills and white powder in the room and showed them to Xun Ming. "Mr. Xun, should we call the police?" Li Rong, who was lying on the ground with his head smashed by a bottle, staggered to his feet. "Don't call the police. Don't call the police." He was more afraid of the police than anyone else. "Call the police," Xun Ming coldly replied, kicking Li Rong again. "You dare to take drugs here? You're asking for death." The manager cautiously spoke, "Then I'll hand over the surveillance footage later." "Destroy it," Xun Ming interrupted him, ordering in a calm voice, "Destroy any footage of that girl appearing. If the police ask, just say the internet was down." The manager didn't understand why Xun Ming was doing this, but complied. Xun Ming then called over a waiter. "You will go to the police station later and testify that you saw these people drinking heavily, and that it was an internal fight over the spoils. Understand?" The waiter nodded immediately, indicating he understood. These people usually only did bad things, and once they got into the police station, it would keep the police busy checking their past activities. Before leaving, Xun Ming glanced at the group of people wailing in the room, thinking that the girl was ruthless. And recalling the last time he was beaten, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed she had gone easy on him. Back in the private room, Xun Ming had the manager transfer the video of Su Shi leaving to his phone. He watched it twice with great interest. When she finished fighting and left, she looked calm, taking off her outer jacket and casually throwing it into the trash can, looking exceptionally cool. If they weren't enemies, he would really want to be friends with her. However, having helped her so much, he needed to think carefully about how to get something in return from her. 10 minutes later, when Ling Jiuze carried Su Shi out of the car, he felt she was as soft as if she had no bones, and her body was frighteningly hot. Once in the elevator, Su Shi seemed to regain some awareness, but it was less than nothing. She resembled a little beast that had been left hungry in the wild for a day and night. rushing into its mother's embrace, wanting milk. Ling Jiuze held her tightly, pinching her face with his fingers, and said in a deep voice, "Hold on, or I'll throw you out." Sushi blinked in confusion, feeling wronged, and then softly leaned on his shoulder. Ling Jiuze took a deep breath. The seconds in the elevator felt like minutes. It was silent except for the faint, hurried sound of their breaths, which stood out. Both were restraining themselves. Sushi was restraining herself from pouncing like a starving wolf, while Ling Jiuze was restraining himself from throwing Sushi down. The elevator stopped on the 31st floor, and Ling Jiuze strode out, inputting his fingerprint to enter, not turning on the lights, and walked straight into the bathroom. With a whoosh, cold water poured down, causing Sushi to shiver and stare blankly at the man. Feeling the cold water cascade over her head and flood her senses, threatening to drown her, she gasped for air, clinging to Ling Jiuze as if he were a lifeline. The cold water slightly cleared her mind. When their eyes met, there was not only embarrassment, but also some inexplicable emotions that grew like vines. Sushi couldn't stand on her own, and Ling Jiuze wrapped his arms around her waist, accompanying her under the cold water. His voice, muffled by the sound of the water, asked, "Is it better?" Sushi took deep breaths, the heat in her body slightly alleviated by the cold water, but inside, it felt like thousands of bugs were crawling out, seeking the coolness outside. She trembled all over, suddenly recalling that night. The same thing, the same scene, the same person, but it was her who needed him. The images of that night flashed clearly in her mind, making her unable to endure any longer. She could help him, so why couldn't he help her? She clung tightly to the man, pressing her body against him. Ling Jiuze's body tensed, his fingers gripping her chin, his voice hoarse. "Don't provoke me. I'm a man too." Even though he knew he was considered her elder, he wasn't a true elder. Setting everything aside, in this closed, hot space, he was a man, and she was a woman continuously tempting him. Sushi tilted her head back, her misty eyes glimmering with a hint of light, and slowly parted her lips. "Help me." Ling Jiuze's breath hitched, his grip on her face tightened, his voice even lower. "Do you know what you're saying?" Sushi responded, unsure if it was an acknowledgement or an involuntary reaction. Ling Jiuze gazed deeply into her eyes. "I am your elder." But before he could finish, the girl suddenly stood on her toes, sealing his lips with hers and forcefully prying open his mouth. She felt that if she didn't do something soon, those bugs would consume her. Her experiences and training had taught her that life comes first. Protecting her own life was being responsible for herself and others. Moreover, this person before her was someone she had once helped. He should help her once. Ling Jiuze didn't move. Under the dim light, his gaze grew darker. He closed his eyes, slowly pulling the girl's hand away, and hoarsely said, "No." The two words were spoken softly, unsure if he was warning Sushi or himself. "Why not?" Sushi leaned against the bathroom wall, her voice weak but calm, staring unblinkingly at the man. Seeing that he wouldn't relent, she struggled to rise. "If you can't, then I'll go find someone else." She pushed past him and took a few steps out before her arm was suddenly grabbed, and her body was lifted off the ground. She clung tightly to the man's neck, feeling the strength in his tense arms. Ling Jiuze held her, his dark gaze hiding both reason and anger, but clearly. In that moment, impulse overcame reason, and he lowered his head to kiss her. They kissed in the bathroom, with Sushi placed on the sink, the height allowing them to kiss each other easily and passionately. In the darkness, the temperature rose again and again. Ling Jiuze felt as if this scene was familiar, but before he could think further, his thoughts were interrupted by Sushi. She looked innocent and soft, but with a little indulgence, she would reveal her true nature. Wild and flamboyant, just like the day she had ridden the horse. Ling Jiuze removed her top and carried her toward the bedroom, and they both fell onto the soft bed. The man slightly lifted himself, gripping Sushi's chin, forcing her to open her eyes and meet his gaze. "Do you know who I am?" Sushi was already at a loss for words, only letting out a whimper and nodding. The man's voice was hoarse. "Once you do this, don't regret it. If you wake up, you mustn't cry or make a fuss." Sushi was already impatient, pushing herself up and blocking his lips. The scent on the man was pleasant. At first, it was a faint smell of cold water, but upon closer inspection, it turned into a warm wood scent. That night, Sushi smelled the rich warm wood scent on him, permeating every part of her body, like a brand that would never dissipate. In a daze, she seemed to hear the man ask her in her ear, "Who did you give your first time to?" Sushi wanted to say it was him, but she felt as if she had fallen into a dream, wanting to say it, but unable to. She was indeed dreaming again, a long dream. A dream that brought her immense joy. The room remained unlit, and the moonlight and starlight poured in through the half-open window, illuminating Sushi's flowing black hair and also shining into her joyful dreams. From then on, Her dreams were no longer just bloody and gloomy. Chapter 31 New Agreement. The next morning, when Sushi woke up, the sky was already bright. She opened her eyes and looked at the unfamiliar room, taking a while to remember what had happened last night. She turned her head slightly and saw that she was the only one in bed. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Did Ling Jiuze jump out the window and run away? But no, because she soon heard his voice. Following the sound, Sushi saw the man standing on the balcony with his back to her, talking on the phone. Ling Jiuze was wearing a bathrobe, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and long-legged. Just his back made one's heart race. He was asking Ming as well how much longer was left in the agreement with the Su family. Sushi calculated in her mind that there was still more than a month to go. On the other end of the phone, Ming's gave him the exact number of days. Ling Jiuze's voice was calm as he instructed to contact the Su family and terminate the agreement, handling the procedures in the next couple of days. His thoughts were simple. He had given enough to the Su family. Although he had never met Miss Su and had no feelings for her, he had respected this marriage during the 3 years abroad, never crossing a line. After returning to the country, the last time he was forced, this time, regardless of the reason, he had violated the principle of mutual fidelity in marriage, and it was not right to delay Miss Su any longer. Sushi looked at the man's upright back and quietly muttered, "Scumbag. Just slept together and now wants a divorce." While she was grumbling, the man finished his call and walked in. Their eyes met. He was calm, while Sushi pretended to be composed. "Do you have a sleepwear I can wear?" They were not in a hotel. The house had a gray-white tone, simply decorated, like an apartment Ling Jiuze used for temporary rest. Ling Jiuze went out and quickly returned with a white shirt. "Someone will deliver clothes later. You can wear this for now." "Okay, thank you." Sushi nodded. Ling Jiuze turned around, listening to the rustling sounds behind him. A moment later, the girl spoke. "All set." He turned back to see Sushi sitting up against the bed, wearing his shirt, which was oversized and wide, almost enveloping her whole body. She lowered her head to tidy the hem of the shirt, and as she bent down, through the wide collar, he could see the faint red marks on her pale skin. Ling Jiuze's gaze darkened, and he looked away, sitting on the sofa opposite her. Once she was finished, Ling Jiuze smiled lightly and said, "Fortunately, you didn't cry." Sushi could still pretend to be calm, but this sentence made her blush, her heart flustered. She maintained an impassive expression. "Of course not. I still want to thank Mr. Ling for being willing to give." Ling Jiuze's gaze deepened as his thin lips parted. "How long have you been planning for this day?" Sushi was taken aback. "What? From the day we met at school, you followed me from behind. To the repeated encounters later, even everything that happened last night, was it all a coincidence?" Ling Jiuze's tone held no questioning or coldness. It was warm and casual, as if asking Sushi if Ling Yihong had been behaving in class lately. Sushi lowered her gaze and thought for a moment. Some things indeed seemed too coincidental. Just like last night, which she couldn't explain. Ling Jiuze took her silence as an agreement and asked, "What do you want?" Sushi quickly raised her gaze. "I want to let you take responsibility." Ling Jiuze smiled. "Do you think I'm shirking responsibility by saying that?" He stood up and walked over to her bedside. Leaning down, arms on either side of her, looking at her intently, "Little girl, what do you want?" Sushi always thought her self-control was quite good, but at this moment, she was completely captivated by the enticing tone of the man, staring blankly into his eyes as she spoke her heart. I want a house." She wanted his Qingyuan. Whatever the cost could be negotiated. Ling Jiuze's long lashes lowered slightly as he looked at her pink lips, casually asking, "Do you have a grandfather?" Sushi nodded lightly. "You want a house for your grandfather to live in?" Ling Jiuze asked again. Sushi didn't speak. They were too close, and she found it hard to breathe. At this moment, she seemed to see the devilish side of Ling Jiuze. Ling Jiuze leaned down and kissed her lips, just a light peck before pulling away, his voice husky and low. "I'm a businessman. I never make losing deals. One night for a house, I'm at a loss." The man seemed tender yet calm, a mix of contradictory emotions showing on his face, but upon closer inspection, his eyes were filled with indifference and coldness. Sushi hadn't eaten last night and had exercised for so long. Now, lacking amino acids, her brain was in a haze. She didn't quite understand what he meant. "What are you trying to say?" Ling Jiuze's dark eyes fixed on her. "Did you have fun last night?" Sushi discreetly took a breath. Her palm under the blanket was sweaty and damp. "This house is very close to Jiang University. You live here, and if your classes start at 8:30, you can sleep until 8:15. When this house completely belongs to you, you can also bring your grandfather over," Ling Jiuze said lightly. "Smart people don't need to be too straightforward." Sushi's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "You want me to be your mistress?" Ling Jiuze's expression was calm. "Isn't that what you want?" Sushi looked straight at him, and suddenly turned her head and burst out laughing. The more she thought about it, the funnier it became. She fell onto the soft bed, burying her head in the blanket, laughing so hard her shoulders shook. What are you laughing at? Ling Jiuze asked. Sushi lay on the blanket, turned her head to look at Ling Jiuze, her eyes sparkling with tears of laughter. Ling Jiuze, you're losing big with your looks and figure. Sleeping with women without payment is a loss, and you still want to give her a house. Are you sure you're a shrewd businessman? Ling Jiuze's face remained unchanged, but his gaze became deep and cold. What do you mean? Are you scolding me? Sushi laughed a couple more times, sitting up on the bed to look him in the eye. You're not wrong. Last night, I had a great time, and no one owes anyone anything. But your offer of allowing me to sleep until 8:15 really excites me, so I agree to your proposal. However, she looked around the room. This house, if rented out, would probably cost around 30,000 to 40,000 a month, right? I'll just rent this one room, and I'm still a poor student. So how about I give you 5,000 a month? She smiled, leaning toward him. As for the rest, we can both get what we need. If you come over when I'm happy, we can have fun like last night. Sheng Yangyang said to enjoy life in the moment. She used to scoff at that, but now she felt it made sense, as her two experiences with the man brought her pleasure, making her consider a long-term arrangement. This was supposed to be her rightful marital right. Moreover, this house, so close to Jiang University, indeed made her heart flutter. So almost instantly, she made this decision. Ling Jiuze locked his gaze on her seemingly clear eyes, narrowing them slightly. Are you sure? Sushi remained calm. Sure, if you agree to only charge 5,000 in rent. Ling Jiuze stood up, regaining his elegant composure, looking down at her with a detached demeanor. If you were a hunter, you would certainly be a good one. Sushi's gaze was steady. Don't worry, I won't pretend to be prey. Ling Jiuze looked into her eyes for a long time, then smiled without showing any particular emotion. Then it settled. No talk of money or feelings, just seeking happiness. He found her hard to see through, but that didn't affect the pleasure they gave each other in bed. With the marriage agreement dissolved, he could have a partner. He thought that one day he would know what she truly wanted. Sushi thought for a moment, then smiled lightly. If someone has someone they like, they should honestly tell each other and part ways happily. No problem. Ling Jiuze nodded slowly, glanced at his watch, and said, It's Monday. I have a meeting this morning, so I need to leave now. Someone will bring the clothes to you later. I don't come to this house often, aside from the master bedroom and my study. You can use the other rooms freely. Sushi maintained a faint smile and replied, Then I truly earned my 5,000 rent. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Ling. Ling Jiuze gave her a half smile as he looked at her, then stepped outside and closed the door behind him. Chapter 32. If you want a divorce, just agree. The moment the door closed, Sushi's expression faded. Reflecting on her conversation with Ling Jiuze, she found it a bit unbelievable. But she didn't feel it was a moment of impulse. She turned around to look for her phone and saw it charging on the opposite cabinet, now dead and shut off. Turning it on, countless missed calls and WeChat messages popped up. There were messages from Qing Ning, from Muma, and the latest one was from Su Jingrong. She guessed what Su Jingrong wanted to say, so she first called back Qing Ning and Muma. Qing Ning was almost in tears. After not receiving a call from Sushi last night, she kept calling her and even went to Landu to find her. Worried sick all night, nearly calling the police. Sushi reassured her, saying her phone had died. Qing Ning sighed in relief on the phone, glad everything was fine. By the way, I went to Landu for the second time last night and saw police cars outside. And I also saw Li Rong and those people being taken away. She was puzzled at the time, as Sushi had said she hadn't called the police. Sushi replied calmly, it was probably someone from Landu who reported it. In her plans, Li Rong wouldn't report it himself, if someone from Landu reported it. By that time she had already made Qing Ing delete the surveillance footage. Even if the police found her, she had other arrangements. The sudden physical discomfort disrupted her plans. The footage wasn't deleted, and if Li Rong accused her, the police department should have contacted her by now. However, after checking the missed calls, there were no calls from the police station. After calming Qing Ning, she called Wuma to report she was safe before calling Su Jingrong. Su Jingrong was anxious. The Ling family just called and said they want to terminate the marriage agreement early. What happened? Sushi lowered her eyes in thought for a moment and replied calmly, Leave it to me. I will handle it. Oh, if the Ling family is adamant about the divorce, just agree. You've been wronged all these years. Su Jingrong said in a deep voice. Sushi's tone remained unchanged. I will solve it. After hanging up, Sushi stretched, enduring the soreness in her legs as she walked to the balcony. The room she slept in should be oriented to the side, with a large balcony. Looking out from the balcony, the entire Jiang University was almost in view. The Minjiang River flowed like a silver ribbon winding through high-rise buildings. Further away, she could even see the Ling Group's iconic building in Jiangqing. She knew this property, Shangping Yuding, was just a 10-minute walk to Jiang University, a place where every inch of land was precious. Checking the time, it was now 8:20 a.m., and she had class at 9. Getting up and having breakfast was just right. Very nice. The bathroom had new toiletries, and after washing up, she went out, only to discover that the place was quite large, nearly 200 square meters of flat, with the living room connected to the balcony corridor, and opposite was the master bedroom, probably where Ling Jiuze occasionally stayed. The kitchen was spacious and fully equipped, but it looked completely unused. After taking a look around, when she returned to the living room, she heard the doorbell ring. She went to open the door, and outside stood a woman in a professional suit, her voice gentle. "Are you Miss Su?" "Mr. Ling has ordered clothes for you at our counter. We have dry cleaned and ironed them as per Mr. Ling's instructions. Please try them on to see if they fit." Sushi took the clothes, smiled lightly. "No need to try. Thank you. You're welcome. We look forward to serving you next time." The counter lady kept her smile and elegantly turned to leave. Sushi closed the door and took out the clothes, which were from a low-key luxury brand, including not only an outer garment, but also matching underwear. She returned to the bedroom to try them on, and the size was just right. The sizes of the underwear were very precise. In the afternoon, after class, Sushi arrived at the agreed coffee shop. At 5:10 p.m., Mingzwa entered on time with the documents and walked to the reserved table. There wasn't much to discuss. All the divorce terms had already been signed when they got married. When he reached the table and saw Sushi, his usually expressionless face showed rare shock. Sushi stood up, her tone polite. "Please sit down. I ordered you an iced Americano." Mingzwa sat opposite her, looking at Sushi with deep eyes. "So that's how it is. It turns out it was like this." Sushi smiled lightly. "Don't be surprised, because what I'm about to say may surprise you even more." Half an hour later, Mingzwa and Sushi left the coffee shop together, one turning left and the other turning right, parting ways like strangers. There was no trace of the new agreement they had just reached. While sitting in the car, Mingzwa still found it hard to believe, not believing that Sushi was Ling Jiuze's wife, and even less believing that he would agree to help her keep it a secret. He later realized that he had underestimated Sushi. Her seemingly innocent appearance had fooled everyone. She could remain completely unperturbed in front of Ling Jiuze and persuade him to help her hide things, showing she was not simple at all. If she were a sniper lying in ambush, she could certainly deliver a fatal blow. There was no need to handle the divorce procedures anymore. Mingzwa thought about where to go in the next few days to avoid Ling Jiuze's eyes. Fortunately, he had always trusted him. On the way back to the Qingyuan villa, Sushi received a call from Sheng Yangyang, who was very excited. "Shi Bauer, are you home yet? I'll come pick you up soon and take you out to play." Sushi replied indifferently, "Not today. I need to go back and pack my things to prepare for moving." "Moving?" Sheng Yangyang asked curiously. "Why are you moving?" Sushi sneered. "Isn't it thanks to you? Why didn't you come last night?" "Didn't he come?" "Where to?" Sheng Yangyang was puzzled. Sushi instinctively opened her mouth. "You didn't receive my call." But before she could finish, she thought of something. Quickly checking her call log and finding the call she made around 10 o'clock last night, it was not Sheng Yangyang's name, but Ling Jiuze's. She gasped, her mind momentarily blank. No wonder Ling Jiuze asked her how long she had been plotting. Anyone would suspect that she had done it intentionally last night. Shi Bao. Sheng Yangyang pressed on her phone. Sushi's voice had calmed down. "It's nothing. I'm on the bus. I'll talk when I get back." After hanging up, Sheng Yangyang sent a WeChat message, asking her where she was moving to and what happened last night. Sushi briefly explained. After hearing the whole story, Sheng Yangyang exclaimed, "Wow," and summarized it. Back at the villa, it wasn't until dinner time that Sushi called Wu Ma and Lin Shu to discuss her moving out. Wu Ma was surprised. "Is it time for the 3-year period to be over? If the Ling family hasn't said anything, you could still continue to live here." Sushi smiled lightly. "It's still a month away. I'm just too busy with my studies, so I rented a place closer to school." There was a moment of silence in the dining room, and Sushi suddenly left, which was too sudden for Wu Ma and Lin Shu. After a while, Lin Shu finally asked, "What about Bashi?" Sushi said, "Bashi belongs to Ling Jiuze, so it should stay here." Lin Shu fell silent, while Wu Ma looked reluctant. The three of them had lived together in this lonely villa for 3 years, treating each other like family. If any one of them left, it felt like a piece was missing from their hearts. Chapter 33. That kid from the Ling family. After dinner, when Sushi went upstairs to tidy up, Aunt Wu came in, having prepared cake, ice cream, and chocolate mousse, all neatly arranged on the table. "The young mistress has been craving these, so I made them for her. The ones sold outside aren't fresh," she said. Sushi wasn't an emotional person, but seeing Aunt Wu's reluctant and affectionate gaze, she felt a moment of warmth and gently hugged her. "Maybe I'll come back again," she said. Aunt Wu choked up slightly and replied, "Old Lin and I will be waiting for your return." Sushi nodded. "I'll pack my clothes today and come back tomorrow to collect them." Please take care of Bashi for me. Of course. Aunt Wu lightly patted her shoulder. You need to take care of yourself too. The next afternoon, with no classes, Sushi returned to the villa to pack her things for Yuting. Her clothes and books were already packed, and there was only one book left in the innermost drawer of her desk. She took it out and flipped to the page with a photo. The background of the photo was a primitive forest, with 9 people in mercenary uniforms, wearing helmets and painted in camouflage, their eyes glinting like wolves. The man in the center had a wild and unruly gaze, exuding a fierce aura. He had his hand resting protectively on the shoulder of a small, slender figure beside him, who looked indistinguishable as a girl due to her equally bloodthirsty and indifferent eyes. Suddenly, her pants were tugged, and Sushi looked down to see Bashi. She closed the book and placed it back in the drawer. Bashi seemed to sense that she was leaving and had been sticking close to her. Sushi hugged Bashi and played with him on the balcony sofa for a while. Remembering something, she took out her phone and sent a video. When the video connected, an old man dressed in gray cloth was polishing a piece of wood in a quaint courtyard. He smiled and asked, "Are you going home?" Sushi shook her head. "No, I'm moving. Just wanted to let you know." The old man perked up. "Moving? Did you call off your engagement with that kid from the Ling family?" Sushi rolled her eyes. "No? Then where are you moving to?" "I'm moving to another house of that kid from the Ling family," Sushi replied. The old man stared at her for a moment before directly hanging up the video. Sushi frowned, muttering softly, still as irritable as ever, no improvement at all. Bashi nestled in her arms and let out a whimper. Sushi's expression softened as she stroked his soft fur, looking out at the mountain scenery. It was already late spring, and the trees on the mountains had turned a deep green, rising and falling in a new cycle of the year. Sushi sat there until evening, watching the red clouds roll across half the sky, as if they were ablaze. Her phone, which she had left on the sofa, rang. It was Sheng Yangyang come to pick her up. Sushi bid farewell to Aunt Wu, Uncle Lin, and Bashi, and got into Sheng Yangyang's car to head down the mountain. All the way, Sheng Yangyang praised her, saying, "Quick, accurate, and ruthless. You truly inherited my skills." She always regarded her success in dealing with Lu Mingsheng at 17 as her greatest achievement. Sushi glanced at her. "We're not the same." "Of course not. If it were me, Ling Jiuze wouldn't have been able to go abroad 3 years ago," Sheng Yangyang teased. Sushi was speechless. "That's not what I meant." Sheng Yangyang chuckled and asked, "What is it like being with him?" Sushi knew what she was referring to and feigned calmness. "It's fine." Sheng Yangyang continued. "Does he have any quirks?" Sushi's ears began to heat up as she searched her muddled memories. "Not that I know of." Sheng Yangyang was relieved and reached into her bag, pulling out a box and tossing it to Sushi. "If you don't want to get pregnant for now, take this. 1 pill each time. It's very safe, with basically no side effects on the body, but for 100 safety, it's best to let him take precautions next time." Sushi glanced at the box, opened it, and took a pill, putting it directly into her mouth. When she was 4, her adoptive parents died in a car accident, and she entered an orphanage. Almost all her enlightenment regarding female physiology, emotions, and sex came from Sheng Yangyang. They were each other's best friends, teachers, and family. Upon arriving at Yuting, the two went upstairs, opened the door, and found the room just as it was when Sushi left. It seemed Ling Jiuze hadn't been there in the last couple of days. It was already dark, and the two put down their luggage and went downstairs to eat. Directly opposite was a nice Western restaurant, and they found a window-side seat. Sheng Yangyang asked, "If Ling Jiuze doesn't come back often, you'll be living here alone. Can you manage meals? Maybe you should hire a nanny to take care of you." Sushi slowly cut her steak without looking up. A poor student who can afford rent from tutoring is one thing, but hiring a nanny would raise too many questions. Sheng Yangyang laughed. "So how long are you planning to keep this from him?" Sushi initially had no intention of hiding it, but what he said that night made it impossible for her to reveal her identity in front of him. As for what happened afterward, it was indeed beyond her expectations. "I'll see how it goes," she said nonchalantly. She continued, "Ling Jiuze doesn't come here often, but the room is very clean, so there should be a regular cleaner. As for meals, I can cook for myself." Sheng Yangyang burst out laughing. "You cook? Well, it's just for you anyway. I'll take you out to eat often to make sure you don't become malnourished." Sushi frowned slightly. Cooking skills can improve. I believe in you," Sheng Yangyang said, stifling a laugh to boost her confidence. After chatting and joking for a while, Sheng Yangyang said, "By the way, next Saturday, old Madame Fong is turning 80, and I actually received 2 invitations, one from the eldest daughter of the Sheng family and one from Lu's future daughter-in-law. No wonder they say the Fong family is traditional. Look at how thoughtful they are in their arrangements." Sushi replied calmly, "I received 2 invitations as well. One is for my design studio partner King, and the other is for GK's president." Sheng Yangyang took a bite of foie gras and asked, "Then I'll pick you up next Saturday." Sushi shook her head. "I don't plan to go." "Why not?" I heard that old Madame Fong is going to announce her will that day. There might be a good show to watch. Sushi raised her eyes. What good show? Sheng Yangyang blinked. You'll find out then. After dinner, Sheng Yangyang went to meet Lu Mingsheng, and Sushi returned to Yuting alone. The living room had large floor-to-ceiling windows that showcased the bustling night scene of Jiangcheng, dazzling and colorful, reflecting the nightlife of countless people. Sushi turned on the lights, entered her room, and found that the messy sheets and blankets from the morning had already been replaced with new ones. The cleaner must have come. Suddenly, Sushi thought, had Ling Jiuze ever brought women here before? Had the cleaner already become accustomed to it? Chapter 34. Not every man is the same. She shook her head self-deprecatingly, opened her suitcase, and put her clothes into the wardrobe. In another suitcase were her computer and 2 monitors, which Sushi placed in the study next door. The house was spacious, with a good layout. The owner had his own study, and even the side bedroom was equipped with a study. Plus, there was another room that seemed to be a storage room. After organizing everything, Sushi took a shower and lay on the bed. The loneliness and panic of being alone in such a large room quickly made her fall asleep. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wu Ma called Ling Jiuze to inform him that the young mistress had moved out. After reporting this, she casually inquired whether she had returned to the old house or would continue to stay in the villa. At noon, Ling Jiuze received a call from Ming Zhua, saying that the procedures had been completed. Just after the divorce, the young lady of the Su family had moved out. From this perspective, she was quite sensible. Let her stay there, Ling Jiuze said. There aren't too many people at the old house now, and we don't need that many. Wu Ma agreed. The next day, Sushi indeed slept until 8:15. Looking outside at the bright sunshine, she stretched and felt refreshed. After class, with less time spent on the road, she suddenly had a lot of free time. In the afternoon, she went to the supermarket to buy various seasonings, vegetables, and fruits needed for cooking. She planned to make a meal for herself in the evening. Of course, she also bought her favorite ice cream, cake, and snacks. The fridge, which originally had only a few bottles of water, was suddenly stuffed to the brim. She opened her phone, found a recipe, and chose something simple: scrambled eggs with tomatoes and spicy shredded potatoes, then steamed some rice. With the 2 dishes, she was busy for an hour and a half. Finally, she sat at the dining table, frowning at the food in front of her, unable to figure out why the scrambled eggs with tomatoes were spicy and the other dish, a sticky mass, seemed to have nothing to do with shredded potatoes at all. Back in the kitchen, looking at the pot of rice that could last her 3 days, she finally understood why Xing Yangyang was worried. Sushi poured the sauce from the scrambled eggs with tomatoes over the rice. It was sour, sweet, spicy, everything mixed together. In the end, she surprisingly ate 2 bowls of rice. On Friday night, Sheng Yangyang took her out to dinner. Knowing that Ling Jiuze hadn't come over all week, she wondered what was going on. Sushi took a sip of lemon water, and didn't he find it strange? He had said before that he rarely came to this house. But Sheng Yangyang was puzzled. Could it be that he was dissatisfied with your performance that night? Cough. Sushi choked a bit, hurried to grab a tissue, and coughed 4 or 5 times before stopping, her face flushed. She glared at Sheng Yangyang with her big eyes. Xing Yangyang squinted and smiled. I'm just joking. My Shi Bao is so cute and fair. How could he be dissatisfied? Sushi calmed her breath and said nonchalantly, not every man is as beastly as Lu Mingsheng. The term beastly was one that Sheng Yangyang had used to describe Lu Mingsheng. Sheng Yangyang smiled knowingly. You still don't understand men. Sushi didn't refute, but still felt that not every man was obsessed with such things. On Saturday morning, she went to the Ling family as usual. As she entered, Ling Jiuze happened to be coming downstairs. Mr. Ling. Sushi greeted him as usual. Ling Jiuze's gaze swept across her face, nodded slightly, and passed by her towards the living room. Their relationship seemed to have not changed at all. Sushi paused slightly and continued upstairs with an indifferent expression. 2 classes passed quickly, and when she came down, Ling Jiuze was playing with David in the living room. Seeing Sushi come downstairs, Ling Jiuze patted David on the back, and David went out to the garden through the side door. He stood up and said naturally, I'll take you back. What about the driver? Sushi asked. Ling Jiuze had already walked to the entrance, and upon hearing her question, he paused for a moment and turned back to explain, I happened to be passing by. Sushi smiled lightly. Thank you. As the car left the Ling family, Ling Jiuze asked in a calm voice, Are you getting used to living there? Yes, it's very good. Sushi nodded and thought for a moment before asking. I want to change the white bed sheets in the side bedroom to a different color. Is that okay? Ling Jiuze replied, Of course. That room is entirely yours while you live there. You can decorate it however you like. Sushi thanked him again and said, We can split the cost of the housekeeper. She only learned after moving in that the housekeeper would come every other day at 3 in the afternoon to clean and tidy up. Ling Jiuze's voice was gentle. No need. Even if you don't live there, I would still hire a housekeeper. This is part of the rental benefits. Sushi raised an eyebrow. feeling like she had gained another advantage. Ling Jiuze indeed was passing by. After dropping her off at Yuding, he drove away without any intention of going up. Sushi returned home and first ordered several sets of bedding online, then looked around and added an armchair similar to the one in the villa and a bookshelf. She spent most of the afternoon practicing her cooking skills. A week passed quickly. This Saturday was the day of the elder Mrs. Fang's 80th birthday celebration. Sushi went to the Ling family early, planning to go to the celebration after finishing her class with Ling Yihong. The banquet was held in a 3-story villa in the Fuhai Road Villa area. By 9 o'clock, luxury cars filled the parking lot, and the front hall was already crowded with people. To please the main guests, the second floor of the villa was arranged as a birthday banquet hall, where guests could visit the elderly lady. The first floor was set up as a Western-style banquet for the younger crowd, suitable for dancing and entertainment. The Su family also received an invitation. Chen Yuan brought Su Tong along, wearing the complete set of jewelry that Su Tong had given her for her birthday. She first took Su Tong upstairs to pay respects to Mrs. Fang, who was already 80, with gray hair, but in good spirits, praising Su Tong endlessly. Several sons and daughters-in-law of the Fang family were also present, casting glances at Su Tong, comparing her with the few socialites who had come earlier, wondering which would be a better daughter-in-law for their sons. Chen Yuan wore a modest smile, holding Su Tong's hand and saying, "Our Tong Tong is indeed quite outstanding. She has always been at the top in everything since elementary school. Next month, there will be an art exhibition at the art museum, and her painting will be featured. The old lady can come and take a look then." The eldest daughter-in-law of the Fang family asked, "Which teacher is Su Tong with?" Chen Yuan proudly replied, "Teacher Li Zheng." Immediately, praises erupted around them. "So impressive. Teacher Li is a proud disciple of Master Qin, a national painting master. Miss Su has a bright future ahead." Chen Yuan became even prouder, while Su Tong smiled modestly, exuding grace and poise, resembling a refined socialite. After chatting for a while, more and more guests arrived to pay their respects. Chen Yuan led Su Tong to the group of ladies nearby, introducing her to more people. No matter where Chen Yuan took Su Tong, it wasn't long before compliments for Su Tong filled the air. Mrs. Zhang, who usually didn't get along well with Chen Yuan, couldn't stand it, and sneered, if one didn't know. They'd think this was a celebration for her daughter, not Mrs. Fang's birthday. However, Mrs. Wang kept staring at the eye-catching diamond necklace on Chen Yuan's neck, which was one of the spring styles promoted by GK 2 months ago. "I always liked it, but later I didn't see it in their store. Turns out Mrs. Su bought it." With a glint in her eye, she pulled Mrs. Zhang toward the circle of women where Chen Yuan was. As everyone praised Su Tong, Mrs. Wang joined in with a few compliments before steering the conversation to the necklace. "Mrs. Su's necklace is the new model from GK, right?" As soon as she said that, everyone turned to look at Chen Yuan's neck, their expressions instantly filled with amazement. Chen Yuan felt increasingly proud, brushed a curl of hair behind her ear, and feigned nonchalance. "Yes, it's a set with the earrings. It was a birthday gift from our Tong Tong last month." Chapter 35. Being slapped in the face in public. Everyone gasped in amazement, praising the necklace, complimenting Su Tong's filial piety, and saying Chen Yuan was lucky. Mrs. Wang, feeling a mix of envy and regret, said, "I had my eye on this necklace when GK was promoting it, but unfortunately, I didn't see it in the store. I even asked their manager, who said this set of jewelry was pre-ordered by someone. Turns out it's Miss Su. It seems Miss Su is a super VIP of GK." Another lady chimed in, "I asked too, and I heard it was ordered from Director Huang." "Miss Su, do you know Miss Hua? That can't be true, right?" Mrs. Zhang, who had been silent, scoffed. Chen Yuan looked at Su Tong in surprise. "You know Miss Hua? Hua Ying is the design director at GK, renowned both domestically and internationally, having won numerous awards." Since the moment people began discussing the necklace, Su Tong felt increasingly anxious. Although she felt guilty, under the astonished, admiring, and expectant gazes of the crowd, she could only nod and force herself to respond, "We are friends." The crowd immediately stirred with exclamations. Chen Yuan excitedly grasped Su Tong's hand, her eyes sparkling. "Why didn't you tell me before?" Su Tong awkwardly smiled. "She's just an ordinary friend." "That's still impressive. I heard Director Hua comes from a prestigious family in Kyoto. She's very proud and remarkable," one lady exclaimed. The commotion attracted more ladies who came over to inquire about what was happening. When others learned that Su Tong knew GK's designer Hua Ying and had pre-ordered a set of jewelry from her, they surrounded Su Tong, showering her with compliments. Surrounded like a star, Su Tong felt uneasy, but more so, she felt a sense of satisfaction and honor. Chen Yuan secretly encouraged Su Tong, "Tong Tong, you really make me proud." Just as Su Tong was about to respond, a lady exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that Miss Hua?" She's also here to celebrate the birthday of the old lady from the Fong family. Su Tong suddenly turned her head to see a young woman in a light coffee-colored long dress walking over, exuding an elegant and aloof demeanor, drawing everyone's attention as she walked. Su Tong tensed up, her gaze flickering. She glanced at her for only a moment before looking away. Mrs. Zhang, noticing Su Tong's expression, chuckled. We've all heard of Miss Hua's great name, but haven't had the chance to meet her. Since Miss Su is friends with Miss Hua, why not introduce us? That way, when GK launches new products, we can get a head start. Su Tong's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, no need, Miss Hua must be very busy. It wouldn't be good to delay her. Mrs. Wang was eager, just a few words won't take long. Someone had already sent a servant to invite Hua Ying over. Soon, Hua Ying was walking toward them, and everyone greeted her. Chen Yuan specially led Su Tong to the front, standing upright with her chin slightly raised. Su Tong's back was already slick with sweat. She hadn't expected Hua Ying to really be here. Should she pretend to be familiar and greet her, or turn around and walk away immediately? But Chen Yuan held her hand tightly, leaving her no chance to escape, and she could only walk step by step until she stood in front of Hua Ying. The ladies began to greet Hua Ying, who smiled politely in return. Her gaze paused for a moment on the necklace around Chen Yuan's neck before she casually looked away. Mrs. Zhang, with a few crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, glanced at Su Tong and asked with a smile, aren't Miss Su and Miss Hua friends? Why aren't you greeting her? All eyes immediately turned to Su Tong. Her scalp tingled, and her face flushed as she looked at Hua Ying, forcing herself to smile. Miss Hua, long time no see. A hint of confusion flickered in Hua Ying's eyes, and before she could speak, Chen Yuan stepped forward. Holding Su Tong's hand with a friendly smile, I just found out today that Miss Hua is friends with our Tong Tong. Come over to our house to play sometime. Hua Ying glanced again at the necklace around Chen Yuan's neck, understanding dawning on her. She slowly smiled and said, Mrs. Su seems to be mistaken. I don't know this Miss Su. A gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd, which quickly fell silent as they looked at Su Tong with various expressions. Su Tong tightly lowered her head, tugging at Chen Yuan's sleeve, whispering, Mom, I don't feel well. Can we go home? Chen Yuan's smile froze, her eyes flickering with confusion. Mrs. Zhang immediately spoke sharply, Don't know her? How could that be? Just now, Miss Su said she knew Miss Hua, and the necklace gifted to Mrs. Su was also pre-ordered from Miss Hua. Could it be? She feigned an incredulous expression. Someone is lying? Hua Ying smiled with indifference, her gaze cool. I indeed do not know her. Mrs. Zhang let out a scoff. Oh, this is interesting. If the friendship is fake, then the necklace can't be real, can it? Hua Ying spoke softly. Is it the necklace Mrs. Su is wearing? The necklace is real, and it was indeed ordered by a Miss Su from me. But not this Miss Su. With that, Hua Ying nodded to the crowd. I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. Goodbye, Miss Hua. Goodbye. Everyone bid farewell to Hua Ying, but when they turned back to look at Chen Yuan and her daughter, their expressions had changed. Just moments ago, they were envious of Chen Yuan for having a clever, artistic daughter and were amazed that Su Tong knew Hua Ying. Now their envious glances had turned into disdain and mockery. Mrs. Zhang crossed her arms, not bothering to hide her glee. You know, it's better to be low-key, especially when you don't have the strength to avoid being embarrassed when you're slapped in the face. Exactly, at such a young age, how could she be so vain? Luckily Miss Hua came, or we would have been fooled. Everyone should say less. Chen Yuan's face was as dark as it could be, especially feeling humiliated in front of her nemesis, Mrs. Zhang, which made her furious. She pushed Su Tong hard and scolded, Aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay here and embarrass us? After saying that, she walked quickly downstairs in her high heels, her face stern. Su Tong followed her, holding back tears. They didn't attend the banquet any longer and went straight home. It was Saturday, and Su Jingrong was not at the company. He was practicing calligraphy at the desk in the living room. When he saw the two come in, he smiled and looked up. Aren't you going to the Fong family's old lady's birthday banquet? Why are you back so soon? Chen Yuan plopped down on the sofa, her face tense, not saying a word. Su Jingrong then realized something was off. He walked over and saw Su Tong standing beside her, her face pale. He hurriedly asked, What happened? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Tong burst into tears. Su Jingrong was taken aback, while Chen Yuan threw a cushion at Su Tong, angrily shouting, You're still crying? How dare you cry? Su Tong didn't dodge. When hit by the cushion, she cried even harder, covering her face with her hands. Trembling all over, Su Jingrong, feeling heartbroken, hugged her shoulders and said solemnly, What on earth happened? Chapter 36. The necklace was bought by Su Shi. Chen Yuan tugged hard on the necklace around her neck and threw it onto the coffee table, gritting her teeth as she said, This necklace she claimed was hers. and she even said she knew Hua Ying from GK. But today, in front of so many people, she was exposed. She made me lose face. Su Jingrong frowned at the diamond necklace on the coffee table. Isn't this the one Tong Tong gave you for your birthday? Chen Yuan pointed at Su Tong. Ask her. Su Tong was crying, trembling and choking on her sobs. She lowered her hands, her face streaked with tears, and looked at Chen Yuan with teary eyes. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. Su Jingrong frowned. What on earth is going on? Su Tong sobbed. The necklace was given by my sister. Su Jingrong was taken aback, and Chen Yuan was also stunned. Sushi? No wonder Hua Ying said the person who ordered the necklace also has the surname Su. It turns out to be Sushi. Su Jingrong's face darkened, and he said sternly, Tong Tong, this is where you went wrong. Since it was given by your sister, why did you say it was from you? Su Tong cried. Unable to catch her breath, I wasn't being vain, nor did I want to deceive you. I was just scared. I was afraid that if Mom saw such a beautiful necklace from my sister, she wouldn't like my gift anymore. I was even more afraid that you and Mom wouldn't like me and would not want me anymore. Mom and Dad, I'm really so scared of losing you. She covered her face and crouched down, crying bitterly as if she had been holding back for a long time. And finally, through this incident, she expressed her feelings. Chen Yuan, who was initially angry about Su Tong's lie, suddenly seemed to realize that ever since they acknowledged Su Shi, Su Tong had not felt secure and had been living so cautiously. The anger dissipated, leaving only heartache. Chen Yuan walked over, hugged Su Tong, and said tenderly, Silly child. How could I not like you? Su Shi is our daughter, and so are you. Su Tong immediately hugged Chen Yuan, crying loudly, Mom, I'm sorry. I lied and made you lose face. When I earn money in the future, I will buy you the best necklace. Am I not as good as my sister? Am I not as good as my sister who can earn money? Do you still like me? Chen Yuan hurriedly comforted her. Of course I like you. You are my precious child. Don't say such silly things anymore. Mom, I will never lie to you again. Please forgive me. Su Tong threw herself into Chen Yuan's arms. The mother and daughter knelt on the carpet, crying and comforting each other for quite a while. Su Jingrong watched the emotional mother and daughter and felt very comforted. But he still felt that something was off. What was it? It took a full hour for Chen Yuan to calm Su Tong down enough for her to stop crying. And then she sent her back to her room to rest for a while. When she came out, Chen Yuan's eyes were still swollen, and Aunt Zhang brought her an ice towel to apply to her eyes. I really didn't know Tong Tong felt so oppressed. As she spoke, Chen Yuan started to cry again. Su Jingrong poured her some water and comforted her a bit, then thought of Su Shi and said softly, We also owe Shi. But suddenly, Chen Yuan remembered what Su Tong had said, that she was not as good as Su Shi in earning money. Yes, the limited edition GK necklace is so expensive, at least over $1 million for a complete set. Where did Su Shi get that much money? Her heart sank, and her expression turned serious as she asked anxiously, Where has Su Shi been living for the past 2 years? What has she been doing? She hasn't done anything illegal, has she? Su Jingrong was taken aback, and his expression turned ugly. What kind of talk is that? Then how could she afford to buy the GK necklace? Chen Yuan questioned. Su Jingrong originally wanted to tell the truth, but remembered that the marriage with the Ling family had already been cancelled. If he spoke up, it would lead to more explanations, so he decided to keep it a secret and said, I gave Shi the money. Chen Yuan's eyes widened. Why did you give her so much money? Su Jingrong replied, We owe her so much after all these years. It's not easy for a girl to be out there. What's wrong with giving her a little more money? You spend more than that on clothes for Tong Tong every year. Chen Yuan looked away, feeling guilty. I'm just afraid she might waste the money and go astray. She didn't waste it or go astray. She saved it all to buy you a birthday gift. Su Jingrong said with a snort as he got up to leave. Chen Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable, unable to articulate why, just feeling very restless. Su Shi finished her class with Ling Yihong, and Sheng Yangyang picked her up at Jiang University. She first went to her personal styling room to change clothes before heading to the birthday banquet. On the way, Su Shi received a call from Hua Ying, who briefly explained what happened at the Fong family today. Su Shi replied with an to indicate she understood. After hanging up, Sheng Yangyang asked her what was going on. Su Shi relayed Hua Ying's words to Sheng Yangyang, who was so angry that she swore, What a shameless thing. She deserves to have her face thrown on the ground and stepped on. I said your sister was no good, otherwise. Your mother wouldn't have been so cold to you these past few years. After saying that, she snorted coldly, We don't need her. Holding on to a white lotus as a treasure, she'll regret it sooner or later. Su Shi recalled the last time she went back to the Su family. Her gaze cool as water, turning to look out the car window. When they arrived, Mrs. Sheng was waiting outside for them. As soon as the car stopped, Mrs. Sheng rushed over and hugged Su Shi tightly. My darling, it's been so long since I've seen you, and you've become more beautiful. She looked over Su Shi, her eyes lighting up more with each glance. Sushi was wearing a small dress chosen by Xi and Ling. A black velvet knee-length dress with off-the-shoulder sleeves, looking cute and slightly sexy, perfect for such a semi-formal occasion without being too flashy or inappropriate. Sushi was already beautiful, and with her hair up and light makeup on, she looked stunning. She didn't like being close to people, but she was helpless every time she met Mrs. Sheng. Sushi turned to seek help from Xi Yang, who was leaning against the car door, only smiling gleefully. When Xi Yang was 12, she was kidnapped, and the kidnappers wanted to extort the Sheng family, but encountered Sushi on the way. Sushi followed the kidnappers' car to their hideout and made the four of them kneel and beg for mercy, saving Xi Yang. The Sheng family regarded Sushi as their savior, and, despite the objections of the Jiang family who had taken in Sushi at the time, directly recognized Sushi as their goddaughter, making her call Mrs. Sheng godmother. They also sent Xi Yang to the Jiang family to learn self-defense from Sushi. Xi Yang stayed with the Jiang family for a summer, and although she didn't learn much, she became a lifelong friend with Sushi. Mrs. Sheng was affectionate with Sushi for a while before leading the two to the birthday banquet. Once inside the courtyard, Mrs. Sheng smiled and said, "The upstairs is full of noisy women, not suitable for you young people. You two can just go to the banquet on the first floor to eat and drink. After the banquet, we'll go soak in the hot springs together." Xi Yang was uninterested. What's so fun about eating and drinking? I heard someone from the Fong family is putting on a big show about property disputes today. Shouldn't we go up and take a look? Otherwise, it'll be a wasted trip. What's so interesting about that? Be good. You take Shi Bauer to eat something delicious. I'll tell you about the big show later. Mrs. Sheng pushed Xi Yang and seriously instructed, "Take good care of Shi Bauer." Sushi, because when she first came to Jiang City, she knew nothing about it and was somewhat naive in social matters. Mrs. Sheng has always treated her like a child. Got it. Xi Yang waved her hand impatiently, linking arms with Sushi as they walked towards the banquet on the first floor. Chapter 37. Do you like my second uncle? The first floor is a Western-style banquet, mostly filled with young people. Soft music plays in the hall. Some are dancing, others are drinking and chatting. A few people notice the entrance, their eyes flashing with surprise as they immediately ask their companions who the girl in the black dress is. Sushi is not used to high heels and doesn't want to move once she sits on the sofa. Xi Yang knows she likes sweets and brings a piece of every dessert, finally placing a large plate on the coffee table in front of her, along with 2 cocktails. Sushi only had a little to eat during her makeup break at noon, and she is already hungry now. She focuses on eating, not quickly but soon finishes half a plate of pastries. She eats seriously, as if she came just to eat, completely unconcerned about the odd stares from others. Just as she is about to finish, she reaches for the cocktail beside her and sees a man in white shoes and a gray plaid vest standing in front of her. The man looks quite young, his hair neatly styled, and his slightly upturned peach blossom eyes appraise Sushi. When he notices her looking over, he immediately smiles, thinking himself charming. "Miss, do you mind if I sit here for a while?" There are plenty of empty seats around. Clearly he is intentionally getting close to Sushi. Sushi's expression is indifferent. "I do mind." The man is taken aback, but then smiles even more greasy. "Miss, don't be too defensive. I just saw you sitting alone and wanted to keep you company for a while." Sushi replies seriously, "I'm not lonely." The man, just as he is thinking of other reasons to flirt, hears a cold laugh from behind. "I heard that young Master Li is pursuing Miss Su from the Su family. Why are you here flirting with others? Is it because Su Tong is ignoring you?" Li Jing turns around abruptly, seeing Xi Yang. A look of embarrassment crosses his face. "Miss Sheng." Xi Yang is known in the upper-class social circle for her sharp tongue and explosive temper, and these rich young men are wary of her. No one dares to provoke her. "It's just a friend of Miss Sheng, my apologies." Li Jing awkwardly smiles and leaves in a hurry. Xi Yang places 2 glasses of wine on the table, glances at Li Jing's back, and explains to Sushi. "He is the second son of the owner of Zhiheng Industry, and he has been pursuing your sister Su Tong recently. But Su Tong probably doesn't think much of this third-rate rich second generation, neither accepting nor rejecting, just keeping him hanging." Sushi is not very interested and responds lightly, then curiously asks about the colorful drinks on the table. "What kind of wine is this?" "It's sweet, with a hint of cream. You should give it a try." Xi Yang takes a sip and finds it good. Sushi takes a sip and indeed finds it tasty, finishing half a glass in one go. Xi Yang laughs. "Drink a little less. Even though it's sweet, it has vodka in it, so the after-effect is quite strong." Sushi takes another sip, feeling that drinking this wine won't get her drunk. The two lean on the sofa, chatting, drinking, watching the people in various formal dresses at the banquet mingling and laughing. They seem to blend and yet feel isolated from the intoxicated crowd. It's been a long time since Sushi sat and chatted like this with Xi Yang, both leaning on the sofa, laughing and talking, Everyone else becomes a background. Most of the time, it is Sheng Yangyang talking about how she drives away the foxes around Lu Mingsheng, mentioning that Lu Mingsheng's company has signed a new batch of recruits, some of whom look quite unruly. Sushi feels that Sheng Yangyang is very tired, but she enjoys it. Occasionally, someone comes over to flirt, and Sheng Yangyang stands in front of Sushi, raising an eyebrow seductively. Want to have a drink with me? The man immediately retreats politely. Of course, not to mention Sheng Yangyang's temperament. Just her identity as Lu Mingsheng's fiancé is enough to keep anyone from approaching her. In the evening, Sushi sees Ling Jiuze at the banquet. In the reception area, several men from the Fong family are talking to Ling Jiuze, their demeanor unconsciously carrying a humble and flattering smile. The sky has darkened, and the courtyard and banquet hall are lit up, the lights sparkling, the man in a well-fitted suit, exuding a natural sense of nobility in his gestures. In this moment, it seems as if he is the center of the spotlight, with everyone else as mere accessories. As she watches him, 5 or 6 women in sexy dresses casually pass by him, pretending not to notice. Sheng Yangyang has gone to dance, leaving Sushi alone on the sofa. She plays a game with Ling Yihong for a while when a scent of perfume wafts by. Sushi looks up and sees Su Yi, Ling Jiuze's lover? Or one of them. Su Yi is wearing a deep blue, diamond-studded backless dress, her appearance lovely and her smile inviting. Miss Shi. Sushi greets Ling Yihong, exits the game, and smiles back. Miss Su. Su Yi has recently gained some fame by being a guest on a popular variety show thanks to Xingyu's resources. Her attitude is much more friendly than before, smiling. I just saw President Ling. Miss Shi came with him, right? Sushi has had 4 or 5 types of wine that afternoon and feels a bit unwell, only smiling faintly and not speaking. Your second uncle must care for you a lot, right? When Su Yi mentions Ling Jiuze, her eyes shine. Sushi nestles into the large, comfortable sofa, her head slightly tilted, looking at the woman with bright eyes. Miss Su, do you like my second uncle? A hint of embarrassment passes over Su Yi's face as she lowers her eyes and smiles. How could I be worthy of President Ling? If you're not worthy, then that means you admit to liking him. Sushi's smile becomes even purer as she asks, last time I heard you chatting with Missin. She said you were in my second uncle's bed. Is that true? Su Yi becomes even more embarrassed. That was just a coincidence. Sushi blinks, growing more curious. What exactly happened? You should tell me in detail. My grandmother has recently been chasing my second uncle to find a woman to marry. If you really have something going on, I can help you speak a few good words in front of my grandmother. And it will be just right for my second uncle to take responsibility for you. Su Yi's heart skips a beat, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Really? Sushi looks at her. Trust me. Su Yi leans closer, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, the black contact lenses blurring her current unease and expectation, whispering, last month. At Tianyue Mansion, your second uncle got drunk, and Wishi shyly lowers her eyes and doesn't continue, but everything is already unsaid. A trace of astonishment crosses Sushi's calm eyes as she thinks for a moment, asking, was it on March 14th? Su Yi exclaims in surprise. How do you know? Sushi stares into the woman's eyes, suddenly smiling, because I had some special circumstances that day too. And your second uncle came back very late that night, so I remember clearly. Su Yi looks enlightened, feeling somewhat awkward, actually. I didn't want President Ling to take responsibility. It was just a coincidence, a misunderstanding. President Ling has been treating me well now. Sushi chuckles. I will mention it to my grandmother. Don't let your second uncle think it was my idea. Su Yi's expression is shy and timid, lowering her head and whispering, I don't dare to climb too high. Sushi smiles, looking up at the tall man standing behind a large floral arrangement, saying softly, is that person looking for Miss Su? Su Yi turns around, seeing a friend who came with her looking around for her. She stands up. It's my friend. They might be looking for me. I'll go over first and come back to talk to you later. Miss Shi. Okay. Su Yi returns her a gentle and sincere smile before walking away gracefully. Sushi takes a sip of the cocktail, sweet and not at all spicy from the vodka. When she is about to take a second sip, a man in a suit stands in front of her, handsome and gazing at her with striking eyes, extending his right hand and gentlemanly asking, Miss, may I have this dance? She lowered her gaze to the man's hand. Before she could speak, a familiar voice rang out above her. Sorry, I can't accept your invitation because I need to go home. Sushi looked up and met Ling Jiuze's ink-black eyes. Chapter 38. Like real lovers they left. Ling Jiuze also reached out his hand to her. The man was tall, blocking the light, and this small patch of light suddenly dimmed, outlining his perfect profile, calm as usual, revealing no emotion. At this moment, someone at the party played upbeat music, and her heart began to beat in rhythm, probably because she had drunk too much, her head dizzy, and her heart racing. The man who had invited him awkwardly greeted Ling Jiuze and quickly left. Sushi held Ling Jiuze's hand, stood up, and drowsily followed him outside. After taking 2 steps, her high heel twisted, and she bumped into Ling Jiuze's shoulder. Ling Jiuze wrapped his arm around her waist and directly picked her up, walking steadily outside. Su-yi happened to look up and saw this scene, feeling a bit envious as she whispered to her companion, "Mr. Ling is really nice to his niece." As soon as they exited the villa, Sushi kicked off her high heels, burying her head in the man's arm, quiet and obedient, like a docile cat. Mingzhou had already brought the car over, and when he opened the door, his gaze swept over Sushi's face before quickly averting. Ling Jiuze placed her in the back seat and went around to the other side to get in. The car started and drove out into the dim twilight. Sushi closed her eyes, feeling very dizzy. It dawned on her that she was indeed a bit drunk, especially sitting in the car. The feeling of dizziness was even more pronounced. Ling Jiuze noticed Sushi's obvious frown. "Uncomfortable?" the man asked. Sushi kept her eyes closed and mumbled a soft her voice childlike, as if coming from her nose. "Do you want to lean on me?" Ling Jiuze's voice lowered a bit. Sushi opened her eyes and met the man's gaze in the dim light. He had been indifferent before. Why was he taking the initiative today? After a few seconds, she leaned closer, resting her head on the man's shoulder, smelling the faint scent of cold spring water on him, which made her feel much better. She opened her eyes and, with the faint light in the car, saw the scar behind the man's ear. Ling Jiuze glanced sideways. "What are you looking at?" Sushi lowered her gaze, furrowing her brow, feeling a headache. When she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, her lips brushing against the man's neck, and in that instant, she felt the pulse in his neck, so clear and strong. The man lowered his long gaze, raised his hand to pinch her chin, his eyes sparkling with fragmented light. But more so, an unfathomable darkness. It was unclear who moved closer first, but when their lips met, Sushi closed her eyes. Ling Jiuze had also drunk, and the mixed aromas of various wines made one dizzy and chaotic. Perhaps it was the alcohol's influence. Sushi felt pleasure from the inside out. Like a child unaware of satisfaction, clinging to him for more. Ling Jiuze pressed a button, and the car's central control activated, separating the space into 2 independent areas. Sushi became increasingly reckless. After a long while, they separated. Ling Jiuze gently pressed his finger against her soft, pink lips, his deep eyes smiling. "Does your head still hurt?" Sushi clutched the front of his shirt, her once clear eyes now misty, and she nodded slowly, feeling more oxygen-deprived and in increased pain. Ling Jiuze chuckled softly. "What should we do? Continue artificial respiration?" Sushi's eyes curved into a smile. "We can try again." Ling Jiuze pulled her onto his lap, cradling her head gently, and kissed her tenderly. They intermittently pulled away and leaned in again, both lost in this intoxicating game that sent dopamine soaring, indulging in giving and receiving. Sushi's phone on the seat lit up briefly. It was a message from Sheng Yangyang. "Beautiful girl. Did you get picked up by Ling Jiuze? Are you having fun?" Since no one responded, the phone screen quickly returned to darkness. The car entered the city and stopped in the underground parking lot of Yuting half an hour later. Ling Jiuze carried Sushi out of the car and walked straight to the elevator. After reaching the floor and entering the room, without turning on the lights, Ling Jiuze placed the girl on the bar counter and continued to kiss her. The heated kisses traveled from her cheek to beneath her ear, and the man suddenly spoke. His voice deep and magnetic. "What did you say to Sui?" Sushi breathed softly, grasping a bit of rationality in the haze, and replied quietly. "She asked me if I came with you." The man tugged at her earlobe. "What else did she say?" In the dark, Sushi lightly kissed his cheek and whispered, "She said she likes you." "And how did you respond?" Sushi tilted her head against his shoulder, smiling warmly. "I said she needs to work hard to catch up with my uncle." Ling Jiuze chuckled softly, his hand gripping her slender waist, his lips lingering on her neck. "If I hadn't shown up today, would you have gone with the man who invited you to dance?" Sushi answered hoarsely, "No." "Good." Ling Jiuze's voice was low and gentle, a gentleman's invitation. "Do you want to be happy?" Sushi's body softened, about to slide off the bar counter. She could only wrap her arms around his neck, and under his intense gaze, she obediently nodded. "I do." "Kiss me," Ling Jiuze softly coaxed. "Make me happy, and I'll make you happy." Sushi's slightly dazed gaze fell on the man's lips. She tightened her arms, tilted her head, and tentatively kissed him. The man's breathing grew heavier, and he took the lead, deepening the kiss. Sushi gradually couldn't hold on, almost entirely leaning against him. The man held her waist with both hands, and with a slight exertion, he pulled her into his embrace and strode toward the side bed. In the bedroom, only faint light seeped through the balcony, creating a hazy atmosphere. This wasn't Sushi's first time, yet she still felt a bit nervous, constantly gripping the man's arm. Ling Jiuze soothingly kissed her forehead and quietly asked, Do you have any precautions? Sushi's mind was already fuzzy. After a moment, she realized what the man meant and quietly replied, in the drawer of the bedside cabinet. Xi and Ling had told her to prepare some after the last time. So during her second trip to the supermarket for household supplies, she bought a box. Ling Jiuze chuckled softly. When did you prepare it? Sushi's half-lowered eyes reflected the lights outside. Her pink lips parted slightly. For many days. The man kissed her cheek, his voice low and husky. Were you waiting for me? Sushi looked at him with unwavering eyes, her beautiful gaze tinted by the moonlight, that touch of brightness spreading across her face. Yes, she said playfully, her half-drunk eyes sparkling. The man smiled. Next time, you can call me to invite. Okay, she whispered in his ear, prompting him to chuckle lightly. The two leaned against each other, like lovers in love. The lights turned on and off, and the true darkness of the night began. Sushi always felt that the elegance and composure were merely Ling Jiuze's facade. Deep down, this man still harbored the rebelliousness, dominance, and arrogance of youth. Especially in the dark, his concealed wildness would unconsciously reveal itself, with an intimidating aggression in every part of him. Chapter 39, Who Needs Supplementation? The next day. When Sushi woke up, it was already bright outside. Ling Jiuze was not there. She was the only one in bed. When she got out of bed to find her clothes, her thighs trembled slightly, and she almost lost her balance. She let out a sigh, as if she had returned to the time when she had just started intense training. She thought Ling Jiuze had already left, but when she opened the door and went out, she saw him sitting on the balcony chair with a cup of coffee, looking at his computer. Ling Jiuze was dressed in casual attire, looking as handsome and noble as ever, even more spirited than yesterday. Even Sushi couldn't help but marvel at the huge gap in physical strength between men and women. When Ling Jiuze heard the sound and looked over, Sushi smiled and greeted him. Good morning, Mr. Ling. Only after saying it did she realize her voice was a bit hoarse, and her ears turned warm, making her awkwardly retract her smile. Ling Jiuze's expression was as usual, seemingly unaware of her little embarrassment, and he said calmly, I've ordered breakfast. You go wash up first, and come over to eat in a bit. Sushi glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. She hurriedly said, Thank you, but it's not necessary. I need to leave right away. I'm going to be late for Hang's class. She hadn't expected to sleep so soundly. Half the morning had already passed when she opened her eyes. Don't worry, Ling Jiuze said. I've already called Hang and told him you have something to do, so he'll start class 2 hours later. Sushi widened her eyes slightly. You already called? Yes, is there a problem? Sushi smiled and said, No problem, thank you. The breakfast was lavish. Sushi glanced at the food box and saw it was from a nearby 5-star hotel. Meeting Ling Jiuze even meant takeout from a 5-star hotel. Ling Jiuze sat across from her and placed a bowl of sea cucumber and fish maw soup in front of her. This is for you. At first glance, it was something very nourishing. Sushi instinctively shook her head and pushed it back. No need to be polite. You need it more. Ling Jiuze's gaze deepened as he raised an eyebrow and looked at her. You think I need supplementation? Wasn't last night enjoyable? Sushi was taken aback and stammered. And no, I mean, not enjoyable. The man narrowed his eyes, clearly. What I meant was, you don't need supplementation. Sushi immediately interrupted him. Feeling nervous and at a loss for words. You really don't need it. Really, you don't. Then you drink it. The man smiled faintly. Oh. Sushi didn't dare to say another word and obediently drank the soup. She held the spoon to drink the soup, lowering her head, her face alternating between red and white, almost biting her tongue while drinking. Afterward, they silently ate, neither of them speaking again. The atmosphere was neither awkward nor tense, but it had an inexplicable peculiarity, probably because it was their first time having breakfast together. After finishing the meal, Ling Jiuze said, No need to clean the table. The cleaner will come over. Wait for me a moment. I'll go change clothes. Sushi asked, Are we leaving together? Ling Jiuze replied naturally, Yes, what's wrong? Sushi blinked. I'm afraid Hang might misunderstand. Ling Jiuze's deep eyes remained calm as always. If looked at closely, they were always tranquil and indifferent. He asked, Misunderstand what? Sushi pressed her pink lips together, smiled lightly, and shook her head. It's nothing. I'll wait for you here. Ling Jiuze went to change clothes. And Sushi glanced at her phone. Xi and Ling had sent her a WeChat message. Hey, did you have fun last night? Sushi replied, It was okay. Xi and Ling responded, Another one of those? And then sent a smirking emoji. This was an inside joke only the two of them understood. And Sushi smiled at her phone. When Ling Jiuze came out, he saw Sushi sitting on the sofa, grinning at her phone. The morning sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a soft glow on the girl's fair face. Her eyes were bright and clear, slightly curved, as if there was something in her phone that made her very happy. He suddenly remembered what Ling Hang had told him yesterday morning. If a person was always smiling foolishly at their phone, they must be in love. Because his sister, Ling Jiuze, was just like that now. So, did Sushi also have someone she wanted to be in a relationship with in her phone? Ling Jiuze walked toward the entrance and said, "Ready to go?" Sushi put away her phone, coming. By the time they drove to the Ling family, it was already 10:30. Sushi went upstairs to give Ling Yihong his first lesson, while Ling Jiuze parted ways with her at the stairs, heading to his study on the 3rd floor. Ling Yihong didn't ask her why she was late, nor did he know she had come back with Ling Jiuze. He was happy that Ling Jiuze hadn't returned last night, allowing him to sleep in. What he didn't know was that these two matters were actually one and the same. During the class, a servant came in to say that the second young master wanted to keep Sushi for lunch and asked if she had any dietary restrictions. Sushi had eaten at the Ling family once before, but that time was a last-minute decision, and the food was already prepared. This time, they could prepare in advance. And the servant politely inquired. After the class, it was already 11:30. Sushi came down with Ling Yihong and saw a familiar face in the living room. Han Zhao's gaze fell on Sushi, and there was no longer the obvious hostility from before. She just glanced over, like someone unrelated. Ling Jiuze stood up. "Class is over. Let's eat." Han Zhao also got up and walked to Sushi's side, smiling gracefully and politely. "So, Miss Su is Yihang's tutor. I misunderstood before. I apologize for any offense, and I hope you won't mind." She had just learned from the servant that she was there to tutor Ling Yihong. Upon hearing this news, she relaxed immediately, so that is how it was. She was quite sure that the Ling family would never let Ling Jiuze marry a tutor. Even though the Ling family was wealthy and influential, and Ling Jiuze didn't need to engage in a business marriage, marrying into a wealthy family still required a proper match. Sushi was taken aback by her words and turned to look at Han Zhao. Han Zhao smiled at her. A proud and distant smile, like a peacock that had defeated its rival. Sushi felt a bit complicated. Dishes were served one by one, mostly seafood, especially with 2 kinds of crabs, indicating that the Ling family really liked seafood. Ling Jiuze sat at the main seat. Han Zhao sat on the left side of the first row next to him, while Ling Yihong, who seemed to dislike her, sat on the right side of the long table in the second row, with Sushi sitting next to him. From such a seat arrangement, Han Zhao could also see her future status in the Ling family, feeling even more pleased. As they started eating, Han Zhao asked Ling Jiuze when their parents would return. Ling Jiuze's handsome face was indifferent as he said softly, "My brother's meeting has been postponed. We still don't know when they will come back." Han Zhao frowned. "My dad wants me to work at the family company, but I can't make up my mind. I was hoping to discuss it with Ling's mother." Ling Yihong looked up. "Why are you asking my grandmother about your own matters?" Chapter 40, Are you familiar with each other? Han Zhao showed an awkward expression and forced a smile, saying, "I always received guidance from Aunt Ling whenever I encountered difficulties before, so I wanted to ask for her opinion this time as well." Ling Yihong replied nonchalantly, "So when you get married in the future, will you also ask my grandmother?" Han Zhao's face flushed, and she glanced at Ling Jiuze with a hint of meaning. "Of course." Ling Yihong sighed. "Then you're in trouble. My grandmother likes the guy playing the eru under the Jiangdong Bridge the most. She'll definitely recommend you to him." Han Zhao. Sushi stifled a laugh and stuffed a piece of vegetable into her mouth. A hint of amusement flashed in Ling Jiuze's eyes as he pretended to be angry. Children shouldn't talk while eating. The expressions of everyone varied, but Han Zhao's face looked the worst. After a moment of silence, Han Zhao spoke again, this time only to Ling Jiuze. "Jiuze, my friend opened a nightclub, and I went to check it out. It looks pretty good. How about we go there tonight?" Ling Jiuze lowered his head to eat, his expression indifferent. "I didn't sleep well last night, so I want to rest early today." Han Zhao asked with concern, "Did you have a meeting last night?" Ling Jiuze's gaze remained calm. "No, just some other matters." Han Zhao suddenly remembered, "Right? Last night was the snooker tour doubles championship. You watched the match, right?" Ling Jiuze glanced at Sushi and casually replied, "Yeah." Han Zhao earnestly expressed her concern, "Don't stay up too late. Take care of your health." After finishing their meal, Sushi continued to give Ling Yihong a lesson. Han Zhao came under the pretense of visiting the Ling family parents. And after mooching a meal, she had no reason to stay longer, reluctantly leaving. After class, Ling Yihong asked Sushi to teach him shooting, and the two went to the lawn in the yard to play for a while. Ling Jiuze sat on the balcony on the 3rd floor, basking in the comfortable sunlight. He indeed hadn't slept well last night and was dozing off against the sofa. Laughter could be heard from the yard, and he turned his gaze to see Sushi. She was teaching Ling Yihong to shoot again, dressed in a simple sweatshirt and long pants, her hair tousled by the wind, but standing upright. Sunlight reflected in Ling Jiuze's dark eyes, the light shimmering in his dark pupils like flowing light. He had never thought about finding a bed partner. Physically, he rarely acted impulsively, When he first married into the Su family, he resisted it from the bottom of his heart, didn't take the marriage seriously. Nor did he think about truly having a wife by his side. Before that night, he never believed he would have anything to do with Su Shi. After all, they were too different in terms of age and experience. But after that night, everything seemed to change naturally. He couldn't quite grasp Su Shi's intentions, nor did he care. They were like passengers who boarded the wrong train, ultimately getting off at the destination, parting ways, and disappearing from each other's worlds. He closed his eyes and squinted for a moment, and when he opened them again, he had regained his usual calm sharpness. He no longer looked at Su Shi's back while shooting and got up to walk towards the study. May in Jiang City had already started to heat up, and the semester was coming to an end, making students at Jiang University busier. Fourth-year students were busy looking for jobs, preparing for graduation defenses, saying their goodbyes, while Su Shi and her friends were also starting to prepare for exams and internships in the second half of the year. On Thursday evening, there was a party in Su Shi's class for the class monitor's birthday, just the right opportunity for everyone to relax and relieve recent study pressures. During lunch, Cheng Yi asked Su Shi if she was going that evening. She was a bit excited. This time the class monitor is really splurging. The party is at Kaixing, and I haven't been to Kaixing yet. I definitely want to see the world this time. Su Shi, stirring chili into her noodles with a spoon, said softly. I'm not going. You never participate in class activities. I know you don't like crowds, but those people always talk about you behind your back, saying you're aloof and unsociable. Cheng Yi mumbled while eating her noodles. The class monitor specifically asked me this time, saying he would definitely make you come. Su Shi focused on eating her noodles, unfazed. Cheng Yi pouted. Come on, it won't be fun for me alone. Just consider it as accompanying me. Besides, I bragged in front of the class monitor. Su Shi held her chopsticks in her right hand while raising her left hand, extending 2 fingers. Cheng Yi immediately laughed. 2 ice creams, deal. She raised her hand to slap Su Shi's hand, which opened up, and the two high-fived in perfect sync. That evening, the two arrived at Kaixing and entered the private room, only for Su Shi to realize that the class monitor had invited not only their class, but also students from other classes. Among the crowd, Zhou Ting and Xiaoyu sat together. When they saw her come in, Xiaoyu stared at her face for 3 seconds with a gloomy expression before looking away. Zhou Ting had been recovering at home for over a month and returned to class last week. Perhaps love had diluted her hatred towards Su Shi. She didn't cause any trouble for Su Shi when she returned. Upon seeing Su Shi, Zhou Ting immediately leaned against Xiaoyu's shoulder. Glancing at Su Shi to silently assert her claim. The large private room was lively, and the class monitor welcomed Su Shi and Cheng Yi in, laughing heartily. Cheng Yi, you're amazing. You really brought Su Shi here. Su Shi handed the class monitor a box and softly said, Happy birthday. Thank you, I'm really popular. The class monitor patted his chest, pretending to be pleasantly surprised. With old Cheng here, 1 is worth 2. Cheng Yi proudly chuckled, handing him her prepared gift. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thank you, 2 beautiful ladies. Find a place to sit. Order whatever you want to eat or drink. The class monitor said with a smile. How generous. Cheng Yi gave him a thumbs up and pulled Su Shi to sit on the sofa. The lights in the private room flickered, and everyone's faces seemed different than usual. For example, girls who usually looked gentle might be sitting on boys' laps drinking, while boys who were usually composed might be loud and boisterous after drinking. Some boys were sneaking glances at Su Shi, admiring her cool demeanor but not daring to approach her, so they urged Cheng Yi to invite Su Shi to play games. Cheng Yi rolled up her sleeves. Su Shi doesn't like this kind of vulgar noise. I'll join you guys. One girl, with a half smile, said, Right, we're all vulgar. Whereas the elegance of sitting in a Mercedes. Su Shi turned to look and saw the girl tilted to one side, holding a few playing cards. Her lips painted bright red, making a dismissive expression. Cheng Yi suddenly stood up, grabbed a handful of cards from the table, and threw them at the girl's face, sternly saying, What did you say? If you have something to say it clearly. Don't be so sarcastic. Everyone was taken aback, and the girl who was hit by the cards lost her earlier bravado, awkwardly saying, What did I say? I was just joking. Cheng Yi retorted. What kind of joke is that? Are we that familiar with you? Chapter 41. Caught by him, the girl looked at Cheng Yi, her eyes reddened, tears streaming down her face, as if she had suffered a great injustice. A few people nearby came over to mediate, pulling Cheng Yi away and comforting the crying girl. Su Shi held Cheng Yi's hand and whispered, Sit down, don't be impulsive. Cheng Yi snorted coldly, I can't stand this kind of pretentious green tea bitch. The crying girl moved aside, while others tried to persuade Cheng Yi. Li Wen said, That's just how Su Shi talks, don't take it to heart. Don't be angry. Su Shi remained composed, encouraging Cheng Yi to continue playing games with everyone, not to let it affect her mood. The atmosphere became lively again. treating the earlier incident as an unimportant interlude. Fortunately, the private room was bustling with groups of people, and no one noticed the commotion here, maintaining an overall cheerful and lively atmosphere. Cheng-yi played games while Su-shi watched nearby. When she came to Jiangcheng, her grandfather talked to her for a long time, urging her to put away her hostility, let go of all past grievances, and live well, treating others kindly. She presented herself gently, never holding grudges as long as her bottom line wasn't crossed, yet she still found it hard to fit in with others. At first, she wanted to build good relationships with the girls in her class, but their conversations mainly revolved around makeup, clothes, bags, and boys. She knew nothing about these topics and couldn't join in. Over time, she became an independent figure in the class. The only reason she could become friends with Cheng-yi was that they both loved sweets. Zhou Ting's group was playing Truth or Dare, and Xiao Yu was chosen. A girl asked him, "Who is your favorite person?" Zhou Ting looked at Xiao Yu with eager eyes. However, Xiao Yu's gaze drifted towards Su-shi, and Cheng-yi shifted her body slightly to block Su-shi. She had previously supported Xiao Yu pursuing Su-shi, but ever since Xiao Yu's confession failed and he got together with Zhou Ting, she automatically placed him on the opposing side. The people on that side were making a fuss, and Xiao Yu lowered his eyes and said softly, "My favorite person is right here." The girl who asked wouldn't let it go, insisting, "What kind of answer is that? You have to say a name." Another girl next to her tugged at her, saying, "Of course, he's talking about Tingjia. Why are you still asking? Come on, keep playing." Zhou Ting glanced at Xiao Yu, her lips curling into a smile, reaching out to hold his hand. But Xiao Yu avoided her hand, picked up a glass of alcohol, and drank it down. Zhou Ting's expression darkened, casting a sidelong glance at him, thinking to herself, some people just make her uncomfortable. Su-shi had a couple of glasses of juice and got up to go to the bathroom. The bathroom door in the private room was locked from the inside, and Su-shi initially planned to wait, but suddenly she heard unusual sounds coming from inside, along with a girl's deliberately suppressed moans. She was taken aback. Here? Instinctively, she turned to look into the private room. The lights were flickering, and a group of people was having fun, making it impossible for her to tell who was missing. The two inside might not finish anytime soon, so Su-shi had to go to the bathroom outside. When she returned, she saw a tall figure leaning against the wall beside the door, eyes downcast, seemingly drunk. Su-shi walked straight past the boy, just about to push the door open when Xiao Yu suddenly grabbed her wrist, his voice hoarse. "Su-shi." Su-shi turned her head. "Are you drunk?" It was unclear if her words provoked Xiao Yu, but he suddenly tightened his grip, spinning her around and pinning her against the wall, his tall figure looming over her. A pair of red eyes fixed intently on Su-shi. Su-shi pressed her back against the wall, her gaze cold and clear. "Let go." Xiao Yu refused to budge, his hands bracing against her shoulders, leaning down to stare into her eyes, saying in a low voice, "Just now someone asked me who my favorite person is. And I didn't finish my answer. My answer is, my favorite person is right here. Her name is Su-shi." Su-shi frowned, about to push the half-drunk boy away when she looked up and saw two people walking down the corridor toward her. The man in front wore a light gray casual shirt. His handsome face still bore the usual indifference, his long eyes sliding over her face as he walked past without changing expression. The man beside him looked at Su-shi a couple of times and said to Ling Jiuze, "Young people are great, always full of passion." Ling Jiuze glanced at him. "Don't be cowardly, you can too." Jiangchen shook his head with a smile, sighing, "I'm already old. I've long lost the impulse of youth. Sometimes when I look at the women in bed, they all seem the same." Ling Jiuze replied unperturbed, "The price is still different." Jiangchen laughed heartily. The two figures had already walked far away, and Xiao Yu's attention was entirely on Su-shi. "Seeing me with Zhou Ting, how do you feel? Do you regret it?" "If you regret it, Xiao Yu." Su-shi interrupted him. "Do you really want me to call Zhou Ting out?" Xiao Yu looked at her in shock, pain and disbelief in his eyes. "Su-shi, don't you have any feelings?" Su-shi's pupils constricted slightly, and through the injured man, she seemed to see the face of a hysterical woman, banging her head against the wall, cursing, "Are you an idiot? Are you even my child? You heartless waste." How old was she then? 3 or 4? Su-shi couldn't quite remember. Her gaze was cold and calm as she pushed Xiao Yu's hand away and expressionlessly entered the private room. Upon entering, Zhou Ting looked up from the group of people, her eyes filled with panic and vigilance. Suddenly, she felt Zhou Ting was very pitiable. At 10 o'clock at night, the group showed no signs of dispersing. Su-shi told Cheng-yi and the class leader that she was leaving first. Cheng-yi took the last subway home, while Su-shi walked back to Yuding. When she got home, she took a shower and went to bed. In the middle of the night, Su-shi woke up from a nightmare, hearing noises coming from the living room outside. The outside was pitch black, and she glanced at the time. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. A thief? Such a high-end community shouldn't have thieves. Su-shi got up, opened the door, and saw the kitchen light on, with a figure standing in front of the refrigerator. Ling Jiuze was standing in front of the refrigerator, looking a bit dazed at the fridge stuffed with yogurt, chocolate, and cake, and after a while, he finally found his water in a corner. "Mr. Ling," Sushi spoke up. She hadn't expected Ling Jiuze to come back at this time. Ling Jiuze twisted open the water bottle and took a sip, saying softly, "Did I wake you? I had a bit to drink, and since it's closer here, I came to rest for a while. You should go back to sleep." Indeed, Kaixin was very close to here. Sushi nodded and returned to her room. After Ling Jiuze finished his water, he went back to his room to take a shower, lying in bed with no sense of drowsiness. He found it hard to fall asleep. Tonight he had drunk alcohol, and his cerebral cortex was particularly excited, making it impossible for him to sleep for a while. He got up and walked to the sofa, casually picking up a book to read. When Sushi knocked and entered, she saw the man sitting on the sofa under the floor lamp, the warm yellow light outlining his sharp profile, giving off a sense of aloofness in the dark night. Ling Jiuze looked up. "What is it?" Sushi placed the tea she was holding on the coffee table, her voice gentle. "I brewed some hangover tea. It can help relieve headaches." Ling Jiuze smiled faintly. "Thank you. You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll stay with me for a while." Sushi's words were interrupted by Ling Jiuze, who slowly spoke. "If you're not tired, can you sit with me for a while?" Chapter 42 Family Gatherings. Sushi nodded, sitting on the sofa beside him. It was her first time in the master bedroom, which was much larger than the side bedroom. There was a small leisure area by the balcony, furnished only with a sofa and a bookshelf. Ling Jiuze picked up the wine-removing tea and took a sip. Turning to look at Sushi, he asked gently, "That boy confessed to you in the hallway today?" The sofa was wide, and Sushi placed her feet up on it, nodding, "Yes." Ling Jiuze pondered for a moment. He was quite a handsome young man. "Did you agree?" Sushi replied in a calm tone, "No." The man asked, "Why not? You don't like him?" Sushi maintained her indifferent expression. "I'm afraid that if I agree, I will lose this place that only cost me 5,000 in rent." Ling Jiuze chuckled softly, his voice deeper and richer due to the alcohol, sounding particularly pleasant. He leaned in closer to her, lifting his hand to pinch her chin, his gaze clouded with a slight drunken haze. "You know, with your face, you could trade it for many houses." Sushi met his gaze. "I only want a unique house." The man squinted slightly. "What is a unique house?" Sushi blinked. "The one that catches my eye is unique." Ling Jiuze leaned even closer, lowering his voice, laced with an inexplicable allure. "Do you like me? Or do you like the house?" Sushi paused for a moment before replying, "The house." "Do you like me? Or do you like the happiness I give you?" Sushi said, "I like happiness." Ling Jiuze's thin lips slowly broke into a smile, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction at her answer. He said in a low voice, "Remember your answer today, because if you had answered me, both the house and happiness would be gone." Sushi looked at him calmly, saying nothing. Ling Jiuze lowered his head to kiss her, the faint scent of alcohol blooming in her mouth, permeating every part of her. She closed her eyes to respond. From tenderness to passion, there were no tricks, yet it made one shudder involuntarily. The man lifted her onto his lap, pressing her into the sofa to kiss her. He had drunk, but he wouldn't lose control, just more intense than usual. After a long time, Ling Jiuze stopped, his eyes dark. He asked her in a husky voice, "Do you want happiness?" Sushi slightly tilted her head back, her forehead resting against his chin, giving a barely audible hum. Ling Jiuze took a deep breath, turning his head to kiss her cheek, following her elegant facial contour all the way to the corner of her lips, then continued to kiss deeply. He kissed her while lifting her up, not heading towards the large bed nearby, but opening the door and walking to the side bedroom. He supported her shoulder with one hand and wrapped his other arm around her waist, crossing the long living room, never leaving her lips along the way. It seemed that the previous few times had some unexpected situations, either being unclear or someone was drunk. Tonight, both of them were very sober. Before 3 o'clock, Ling Jiuze returned to his room, and after taking a shower, Sushi lay on the bed and fell asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. When dawn broke, Sushi's phone on the bedside rang. She was too sleepy to open her eyes, picked up the phone without seeing who it was, answered with a mumble, and continued to sleep. At 8 o'clock, Sushi got up, opened the door, and found that Ling Jiuze had already left. There was breakfast from a 5-star hotel takeaway on the table, still in its packaging. She returned to her room to wash up, changed clothes, and went to class after having breakfast. During class, she suddenly remembered the phone call from that morning, immediately took out her phone, opened it, and saw that the call was from Su Jingrong. In an instant, she recalled the content of the call. Su Jingrong told her that there was a gathering at the old house this weekend and asked her to join. She seemed to have agreed at that time. Sushi frowned. Her reaction and vigilance had decreased significantly. Was it because she was too tired yesterday? The gathering was on Saturday, and she needed to ask Ling Jiuze for a day off. After class, Sushi called Ling Jiuze. It rang twice before he answered. Hello? It's me, Sushi. She hurriedly said. Ling Jiuze chuckled. I know, you called me with this number before. Sushi was taken aback. Remembering that night when she accompanied Qingming to Landu, she meant to call Sheng Yangyang, but ended up calling him, causing her face to heat up. The man asked, what's up? Sushi came back to her senses and said calmly, I have something on Saturday. I can't go to Gibby hang a class. I'm asking for a day off. Okay, no problem. I'll let him know, Ling Jiuze replied gently. Thank you, goodbye. You're welcome. After hanging up, Sushi's expression turned thoughtful. What kind of relationship did they have? Husband? Partner? Employer and employee? It was quite a mess. The next day was Saturday, and it started raining in the morning. Sushi took a taxi to the Su family's old house. Sushi's grandparents, her grandfather and grandmother, were still alive. They had 3 sons. The eldest, Su Jingchun, and his wife, Zhang Yinyun, had a daughter, Su Chusi. The second, Su Jingrong, and his wife, Qin Yuan, had 2 daughters, Su Shi and Su Tong. The youngest, Su Jingxing, and his wife, He Li, had a daughter, Su Shishir, who was 19 and a junior at Jiangqing Fine Arts Academy, and a 10-year-old son, Su Qinghao. The Su family's old house was in an old villa community located in the southern city, with rows of European-style villas, carrying the weight of history, proclaiming to the world that the residents here were among the older aristocrats of Jiangqing. Because of the rain, the taxi driver saw Su Shi, a pretty young girl, and drove a bit further in. The housekeeper, Wang, saw the taxi coming and pretended not to see it, turning back into the courtyard. A taxi rider could only be the eldest daughter from the second masteress side. Sure enough, as he walked into the courtyard, he caught sight of Su Shi getting out of the car, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Su Shi walked through the courtyard towards the main house. The servant, Chun Ma, came over with fruit, forcing a smile as she said, Miss Su Shi has arrived. The room was lively, with her third uncle's family gathered around her father, Su Hitang, and her mother, chatting and laughing. Hearing Chun Ma's voice, they suddenly fell silent. Su Shi walked over and politely greeted, Grandpa, Grandma, third uncle, third aunt. Oh, little Shi is here today? Third Aunt Healy exclaimed dramatically. It's been a while since we've seen you. Truly a rare guest. Have a seat. Help yourself to the fruit. Su Shi's mother looked her up and down before continuing to watch a video of Su Qinghao participating in a TV show on her phone. Su Shi had attended 2 family gatherings before. Accustomed to their way of speaking and attitude, she found an inconspicuous spot to sit down. Su Qinghao ran over. Holding his phone, Sister Su Shi, do you play games? Let's team up. Su Shi took a look. It was the game she usually played with Ling Yihong. She replied honestly, I'm not very good. Su Qinghao was very enthusiastic. I'll help you. Su Shi took out her phone. Okay, I'll pull in another teammate. Suddenly, the housekeeper Wang rushed in, his excited voice instantly resonating throughout the hall. Sir, Madam, Grandma, and Miss Chusi have arrived. Chapter 43. Many people singing good plays. Su Hatong and Su Mu immediately stood up. Is Chusi I here? Su Shi had heard of Su Chusi's name several times, and looked towards the door. She saw a tall woman walking in, wearing a beige suit with a wine-red long dress inside, her face exquisite, her demeanor aloof, and her eyes filled with pride. The children of the Su family were all exceptionally good-looking. Su Chusi smiled gracefully. Grandpa, Grandma, third uncle, third aunt, hello everyone. Oh, my dear baby, you finally came. Your grandpa and I have been talking about you all morning. Su Mu hugged Su Chusi, her gaze warm and kind. Third Madam He Li, feeling a bit jealous, pouted at her husband, hinting that Su Fu and Su Mu were biased. However, there was nothing to be done. After all, Su Chusi was the most outstanding child of the Su family. Since childhood, Su Chusi had been exceptionally intelligent, having obtained the highest level certificates for piano and violin, and was awarded a full scholarship to a world-renowned school. After graduation, she became the secretary to the president of the world's top financial consortium, representing the entire Su family's face. Perhaps they would even have to curry favor with this eldest daughter of the first house in the future. Chusi also misses you all, but she is too busy with work to find time to come, said the eldest lady Zhang Yinyun. Working at Ling's must be tough. But please don't let it wear you out, my Chusi. Su Mu frowned with concern, calling out, Aunt Chun, has the bird's nest been prepared? Bring a bowl to Chusi right away. It's here, it's here. Aunt Chun carefully brought over a white bone china bowl, happily saying, I knew Miss Chusi was coming, so I started cooking it early. Su Chusi politely thanked Aunt Chun. On the sofa, Su Shi and Su Qinghao were engrossed in a game with Ling Yihong. When Su Jingrong walked in, he happened to see this scene and frowned slightly. Where are Tong Tong and her mother? Su Mu asked when she saw him come in alone. Next month, Tong Tong will participate in an art exhibition. Today, Qin Yuan took her to visit Teacher Li. So she won't be coming, Su Jingrong explained. Participating in an art exhibition? That's important. She can come next time. It's just that I haven't seen her for a while, Su Mu said kindly. The exhibition is quite grand, featuring famous artists. Yutong's selection is truly impressive. Zhang Yinyan said politely. Not at all. She's not as good as Chu Xi. Su Jingrong humbly replied, subconsciously glancing at Su Shi, but saw that she was still focused on watching Su Qinghao play the game, completely uninterested in the conversation, making him frown again. He called out, Shi, come here for a moment. Su Shi looked up and put down her phone, walking over. Su Jingrong smiled kindly at Su Chu Xi. Chu Xi, this is my daughter Su Shi. She couldn't come last time when we welcomed you, so today I'm formally introducing you. Su Chu Xi had been abroad, so they hadn't met before. Su Shi was the first to speak. Cousin. Su Chu Xi glanced at Su Shi and smiled lightly. You are very pretty. Su Jingrong smiled warmly. In the future, I hope Chu Xi can look after Shi. Su Chu Xi maintained a formal smile. There are many people to look after, and she must work hard herself. Su Jingrong immediately said, yes, Shi will definitely learn from you. Su Shi's expression remained indifferent, as if she didn't take their words to heart, yet her demeanor was obedient and gentle, leaving no room for reproach. Su Jingrong encouraged Su Chu Xi to look after Su Shi, while the third house, fearing being left behind, also hurried to praise their own daughter and son, asking Su Chu Xi to take care of them. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shi quietly left and returned to the sofa to continue playing games with Su Qinghao. The Su family's old residence had a rule set by Su Hetong: small gatherings every Monday and large gatherings every half-month. During gatherings, the men would discuss business matters while the women would chat about family matters to strengthen their bonds. Su Shishir only arrived just before dinner. Being an art student, she dressed quite uniquely, throwing her handbag onto the sofa and resting her legs on the coffee table, looking quite nonchalant. Healy walked over, hinting for her to greet Su Mu, but Su Shishir ignored her completely. When the dishes were ready, everyone took their seats one after another. Su Hetong sat at the head of the table, with Su Mu on his left and a reserved seat for Su Chu Xi on his right. Others took their seats in order, and when Su Shi walked over, only the end of the table was left empty. Su Jingrong felt a bit pained, wanting to call her over to sit next to him, but Su Shishir plopped down instead, and he could only keep quiet. The Su family liked to discuss matters at the dinner table, so there was no rule of silence while eating. Everyone chatted and laughed, creating a lively atmosphere, with Su Chu Xi still being the central topic of discussion. Chu Xi is working at Ling's, so she should help our family business more in the future, Healy said with a smile. Su Chu Xi smiled subtly. President Ling knows my identity, yet allows me to be by his side, which is complete trust in me. The implication was clear. She wouldn't steal company information for the Su family, nor should they have such thoughts. Su Hetong chuckled. If that's the case, it would be petty of us. The Ling family trusts us, so we shouldn't do that. Healy's smile stiffened slightly, and she awkwardly laughed without speaking. As long as Chu Xi does well at Ling's, the Ling family will consider Chu Xi's face and take care of our Su family. Sumu looked at Su Chu Xi with kind eyes. That's true. Zhang Yinyun chimed in, tugging at Su Chu Xi's sleeve to reveal an exquisitely crafted diamond bracelet. This new GK bracelet was given by President Ling, showing he still cares for our Chu Xi. Oh my, that bracelet has long been coveted by our Shishir. She couldn't get it at all. President Ling is truly impressive. Su Shi, who was eating spicy shrimp, was startled by He Li's exclamation and looked up at Su Chu Xi's wrist. Su Chu Xi calmly pulled down her sleeve to cover the bracelet, the corners of her lips slightly curling up as she said gracefully, "It's just a company benefit." Such a gift is a company benefit? I don't believe it. He Li's eyes were full of shrewd calculations. Perhaps soon, our Chu Xi will not just be a secretary, but Mrs. Ling. By then, Chu Xi will have to take good care of your third uncle. Su Fu and Su Mu looked at Su Chu Xi with expectant eyes. The usually generous and graceful Su Chu Xi's ears turned slightly red, and she smiled softly. Third, and is joking. Su Jingrong and He Li flattered and fawned over Su Chu Xi, making the atmosphere at the dinner table even livelier, while the end of the table remained exceptionally quiet. Since the discussion turned to the relationship between Su Chu Xi and Ling Jiuze, Su Jingrong felt a bit awkward, observing Su Shi's expression while frowning. Su Shishir, disapproving of her parents' sycophantic behavior, took out her phone to play. Healy glanced at her daughter and, feeling frustrated, tapped her hand. All you do is play games. Only those who are unambitious play games. Can't you learn from your cousin Chu Xi? Su Shishir's expression turned sour, and she put down her phone, poking the chicken wings in her bowl with her chopsticks, as if they were her enemies. Zhang Yinyun stepped in to smooth things over. Shishir is very talented too. She studies design and can start her own studio in the future. Speaking of this, Healy pretended to be reserved. She's still young and lacks experience. So I plan to let her intern in King's design studio for a while after graduation. Chapter 44. Being his companion is King, the creator of the Arctic design studio? Zhang Yinyun was surprised and asked directly. It is indeed Arctic. Healy smiled. Su Chusi looked over. Arctic had just won the highest artistic achievement award at the International Film Festival. Strictly speaking, Arctic is a team that has won countless design awards abroad. And many classic film characters' costumes in the domestic entertainment industry were created by this team, which holds a very high status. As the chief designer of Arctic, King seems to also have a connection with GK Jewelry. GK is a legend, originally established as a top domestic brand. It took 3 years to enter the international luxury market, becoming one of the 3 major luxury brands globally. The jewelry and clothing designs have won multiple international awards, and each time a new product is released, it inevitably causes a stir in the aristocratic circles. Such a top-tier team is naturally not easy to join. So both Zhang Yinyun and Su Chusi were astonished. Zhang Yinyun looked at Su Shishir and asked with a smile, "Do you know King?" King is known to be mysterious and low-key, and few have seen him, but everyone has heard of his legendary achievements. Su Shishir had a hint of pride on her face, and Healy explained, "I don't know him, but Shishir has a friend who works in the design studio, and he said he can help Shishir get into Arctic." Upon hearing this, Sushi looked up at Su Shishir, her eyes flickering. "Is that friend reliable?" Su Hatong suddenly asked. Su Shishir raised her head confidently and said, "Of course." Everyone stopped talking, and there were praises all around. Healy was beaming, feeling that she had finally regained some face today. During the conversation, Su Hatong lightly coughed and looked at Su Shi with a serious tone. "Xiao Shi, this isn't Grandpa criticizing you. Your sister and cousin have achieved a lot. You can't be too mediocre. Although you returned to the Su family later, you are still a Su, representing the family's face. Tong Tong is already better than you." "Dad." Su Jingrong suddenly interrupted Su Hatong. "Xiaoxi is doing well in school." Healy smirked. "If I remember correctly, Xiaoxi repeated her senior year, right? So what is there to boast about for a repeat student? Dragon has 9 sons, each different. As long as Chusi brings glory to our Su family, that's enough." Su Mu said meaningfully. Healy looked at Su Qinghao, who was sitting with Su Shi, and scolded, "Put down your phone. Always playing on your phone. Do you want to repeat a year too?" Su Jingrong's face suddenly darkened. Just as he was about to explain for Su Shi spoke in a calm voice. "Yes, I will work hard." Su Hatong replied nonchalantly, ending the topic. "All right, let's all eat." After dinner, Su Mu and a few others gathered to play mahjong, while Su Shi excused herself to leave. She actually wanted to integrate into the Su family, but it seemed to fail each time. As she was leaving, she heard the butler fawning over Su Chusi. "Miss Chusi, aren't you leaving with the madam? I can drive you." "No need. I came by car." Su Chusi declined coldly. The butler continued to say something, following Su Chusi like a lapdog. The rain had stopped, but the late spring wind was still a bit cold. After leaving the villa area, Su Shi stood by the roadside waiting for a car when a red sports car roared past, and she only caught a glimpse of Su Chusi's long curly hair blown by the wind. Another Ferrari drove by, quickly turned around, and stopped in front of Su Shi. The window rolled down to reveal Shun Ming's handsome face. He took off his sunglasses and grinned. "Girlfriend, long time no see." Su Shi remained unfazed, her gaze fixed ahead. Shin Ming raised an eyebrow, his tone disappointed. "Still ignoring me? I've done so much for you behind your back. Even cleaned up for you with Li Rong and the others." Su Shi's eyes flashed with surprise as she looked at him. "That day you called the police? Get in the car, and I'll tell you." Shin Ming squinted his fox-like eyes. Su Shi replied calmly, "I don't want to know." "Really?" Shin Ming smiled charmingly. "I told the police they were fighting amongst themselves. They didn't believe me and are still looking for clues. Do you think I should give the police the copied surveillance footage? Don't worry, I won't harm my girlfriend. I'll delete the footage of you and keep the one with that girl you went with. How about that? By the way, it seems Li Rong's people have been looking for that girl's father." Su Shi frowned, staring at Shin Ming for 3 seconds before opening the car door and getting in. Shin Ming showed a triumphant smile. "It would have been better if you had done this sooner. You made me waste so much breath." Su Shi looked at him coldly, and after a moment, her gaze calmed down as she said, "I apologize for hitting you last time, and thank you for not turning in the surveillance footage. From now on, let us keep our distance and call it even. How about that?" Shin Ming grinned. "You hit me. I helped you. That doesn't seem like it can be called even, right?" Su Shi asked, "What do you want then? Shall we draw a line?" Shin Ming laughed uncontrollably. "Draw a line? You think this is a martial arts competition? I definitely can't beat you. I want to ask you, where did you learn your skills? Shaolin Temple?" Su Shi looked at him without speaking. Shin Ming slapped the steering wheel with his right hand and said, "How about this? I'm going to a cocktail party today, and I forgot to bring a companion. You can be my companion today, and that will settle our past grievances. Su Shi's gaze was calm as she tried to discern Xun Ming's intentions. Xun Ming added with a smile, "You're not afraid, right? Don't worry, with your skills. I can't do anything to you. How about I add another condition? Let Li Rong's people not find that girl's father. That should work, right?" Su Shi felt she indeed owed Xun Ming a favor and wasn't afraid of any tricks he might play, so she nodded and agreed. "Okay, I'll go with you." After saying that, she added, "I don't have a dress." Xun Ming smiled like a blooming flower. "That's fine. You'll look great just like that." The party venue was not far from the Su family, located in a villa area in South City, with garden villas that were rarely occupied, mostly used by the wealthy for gatherings. Xun Ming's car drove into a European-style villa, and the large yard was filled with luxury cars. A uniformed doorman ran over to open the door for them, and upon seeing Xun Ming, the doorman's smile grew even more respectful, as if he recognized him. Xun Ming stood there, waiting for Su Shi to come over, and extended his hand to her. Su Shi understood his intention, her eyes slightly cold, signaling him not to overdo it. Xun Ming smiled and emphasized, "You are my companion." Su Shi also emphasized, "That's fine, as long as you're not afraid of me breaking your arm." Xun Ming. He suspected Su Shi had come from the primitive era, so rough and savage. The two entered the hall one after the other, but as long as they appeared together, regardless of whether they held hands or not, they were destined to become the focus of everyone's attention, especially from the women. As soon as Su Shi entered, she sensed several glaring eyes filled with jealousy and hostility directed at her. In that moment, she understood Xun Ming's purpose. Women were not to be feared, but what made her uneasy was that she saw Ling Jiuze among the guests at the gathering. She had taken leave to say she couldn't teach Ling Yihong today. Yet here she was with Xun Ming. She let out a slight sigh. Chapter 45. Being difficult today as host is Mr. He, whose family name is not as renowned as the Ling or Xun families in Jiang City, but has been in business for generations and is considered a wealthy family. Mr. He is in his 40s, slightly plump, with a scholarly demeanor. Upon seeing Xun Ming, he smiles and approaches. "Ming Xiao, long time no see. How is your father doing?" Xun Ming is the late child of his father, who is over 70 this year and rarely attends such gatherings. Xun Ming smiles politely. "Yes, well. He said to invite you over when you have time. I'll definitely visit soon." Mr. He replies with a beaming smile, then turns to Su Shi, and this is. Xun Ming subtly takes Su Shi's hand and introduces her with a faint smile, "My friend." Su Shi is taken aback by Xun Ming suddenly holding her hand. She stiffens for a moment, unable to pull away in front of the host, and endures silently. Many people in the banquet hall are watching them, and one person jokes, "Xin Xiao has a new girlfriend again?" Another adds, "She looks quite young, a college student?" Jiang Chun, standing next to Ling Jiuze, glances over and scoffs. Xin Xiao's taste has always been eclectic. Ling Jiuze has been staring at Su Shi since she entered. And upon hearing Jiang Chun's words, a flicker of darkness passes through his eyes. Noticing Xun Ming's brief introduction, "Mr." He doesn't dare to ask further and instead smiles. Fei Fei and the others aren't here. How about? Before he can finish, a girl in a purple long dress rushes over, excitedly calling out, "Brother Ming, you're here." Mr. He pretends to be angry. "You've graduated from college. And you're still so reckless and undisciplined." Fei Fei sticks out her tongue playfully, but when she sees Su Shi, her smile freezes, and she directly asks, "Who is she?" Mr. He's expression darkens, fearing Xun Ming would be unhappy. Just as he is about to speak, Xun Ming laughs casually. "She's my friend. Please take good care of her, Fei Fei." Fei Fei forces a smile, though her eyes lack warmth, and she says meaningfully, "She is Brother Ming's friend. How could I neglect her?" Xun Ming lets go of Su Shi's hand, gently nudges her, and smiles down at her affectionately. "Girlfriend, have fun. If anything comes up, make sure to call me." Her hand is so cold that even his hand feels chilled. Su Shi glances back, her lips parting slightly. "You will be satisfied." Xun Ming's fox-like eyes blink, sparkling with charm. Seeing the two of them being affectionate, Fei Fei grows increasingly jealous and immediately says to Su Shi, "Come with me. I'll introduce you to some of my friends." Su Shi doesn't look at Xun Ming again and follows Fei Fei to a nearby flower hall. The flower hall connects to the banquet hall, and a group of young women sitting on the sofa has seen some of what just happened. They all rise. Their gazes varied. "Mrs. Xun Xiao's friend? What is your surname? You look unfamiliar. You're not from our circle, right?" The crowd surrounds Su Shi, scrutinizing her as if she's some novelty. If she were a naive girl, this scene alone would likely scare her senseless. Fei Fei has already sat down on the sofa, watching the show with a smirk directed at Su Shi. Since they are attending a banquet, all the women are dressed up meticulously. Even if they're not in formal gowns, they're in designer outfits. Only Shi stands out in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, feeling out of place among them. Being put in a difficult position, making her uncomfortable. That is Xi and Ling's intention. My surname is Su. Shi answers this one question, then sits calmly on a small sofa, facing the scrutiny of those around her without flinching. One woman in a red diamond-embellished gown coldly mocks, "When did our Shun Xiao's taste become so bland?" After she finishes, she looks at another girl in a white strapless short dress and says, "No wonder he didn't take a liking to our Vivi." Vivi, dressed in a fitted dress that accentuates her curves, coldly retorts, "What are you saying? You're chasing after Ling Zong, and he hasn't paid you any attention. What nonsense are you talking about?" The woman in the red dress, angered and embarrassed, stands up, ready to confront her. He Fei hurriedly intervenes, pouting, "What are you all doing? I invited you here to have fun, not to fight." The other women also come over to de-escalate the situation. Vivi and the other woman sit down angrily, turning their heads away in defiance. He Fei glances at Shi, seeing the chaos unfolding, and notices Shi sitting steadily on the sofa, her distinctly black and white eyes watching with interest. Well then, they haven't made Shi a laughingstock. Instead, they've created a scene for her amusement. She grows even angrier, sitting on the sofa and coolly saying, "What are you all doing? Shen Xiao asked us to take good care of Miss Su, and yet you're all playing around and leaving her out in the cold. Is this appropriate?" Everyone looks at He Fei, instantly understanding her implication and collectively shifting their focus onto Shi. The first to take the lead is the woman sitting next to Shi, whose chin is as sharp as a wedge. She asks Miss Su, "Where do you usually go shopping?" Shi replies, "I don't shop." The second woman asks, "Which brand of jewelry do you like?" Shi answers, "As long as it's jewelry, I like it." The third woman inquires, "What bag do you usually carry?" Shi says, "A backpack." The crowd collectively reacts. The fourth woman walks over with a glass of red wine. "Miss Su, it's our first meeting today, let me toast you." As she pretends to bump into the table's edge, feigning a stumble to spill her drink on Shi. Shi helps her by preemptively lifting her leg to kick the table away. The heavy wooden table is subtly kicked back half a meter. The woman doesn't hit the table, losing her balance, and falls directly to the ground, the wine glass shattering against her chest, a pitiful sight. He Fei's eyes widen, and she squeezes out a few words through her teeth. What is going on? Several women rush to help the fallen woman, creating a chaotic scene. At this moment, a short-haired woman pulls Shi aside and smiles. "You're really impressive." They typically act like this. Whenever they see someone who doesn't belong to their circle, they team up to have fun, especially since you're someone Xi and Ling brought along. Their hostility towards you is even stronger. Shi remains non-committal. She only knows how to deal with such direct approaches. If Yang were here, she would handle them all without breaking a sweat. The short-haired woman smiles sincerely. "I'm Zhao Na, nice to meet you." Shi nods lightly. "I'm Shi." Zhao Na lowers her voice. "Don't worry, they only have these few tricks. As long as you're not afraid, they won't dare to do anything to you." Shi nods. "I'm not afraid." Zhao Na's smile is warm, and she notices red wine stains on Shi's shoes. She takes out a wet wipe from her bag. "Your shoes are dirty. Let me help you clean them." As she squats down, Shi immediately crouches down too. "Thank you, I'll do it myself." She reaches for the wet wipe in Zhao Na's hand, but her eyes suddenly turn cold as she grabs Zhao Na's left hand reaching toward her pants and coldly asks, "What are you doing?" Zhao Na winces in pain, dropping what she was holding, which clinks as it falls to the ground. It's a ruby-studded earring. Her expression changes, and she screams loudly, "Ah!" He Fei and the others immediately look over. What happened? Zhao Na forcefully pushes Shi away, stepping back a few paces, and points at the earring on the ground. "I saw something fall out of her pocket and tried to pick it up, and she grabbed my hand. It hurts." Shi takes a deep breath and slowly stands up. Chapter 46. He stood up for her. The woman named Vivi immediately shouted, "Fei, that's the earring you just said you couldn't find." He Fei stormed over, grabbed a glass of wine, and splashed it towards Shi. "You're a thief." Shi reacted quickly, grabbing her wrist and lifting her arm, causing the wine glass to spill onto He Fei, but some still splashed onto her white t-shirt, spreading like drops of blood. He Fei was drenched, her eyes wide with shock, and she screamed loudly, as if she had been stabbed. Everyone was drawn to her scream, and the banquet hall quieted down, with the men who had been chatting and drinking turning to look. Mr. He immediately walked over, alarmed. "Fei, what happened?" He Fei ran to her father's arms, crying pitifully, "Daddy, she stole my earrings and splashed wine on me." Mr. He's expression darkened as he glanced at Shi. "Impossible. This young lady is brought by young Master Shun. How could she do such a despicable thing?" He Fei continued to cry. Zhao Na saw it with her own eyes. Zhao Na, standing beside them, looked even more frightened than Su Shi, trembling. Yes. I saw the earring fall out of her pocket. Other women chimed in, condemning Su Shi without evidence. Su Shi didn't defend herself, but looked towards Ling Jiuze. Her voice crisp, "Uncle, uncle." Everyone followed her gaze, and when they saw Ling Jiuze, the entire hall fell silent. Ling Jiuze walked over to her slowly with a faint smile in his dark eyes, his gaze deep, as if just realizing she was here. "What are you doing here?" Su Shi responded obediently. "I ran into Xi Ming on the way, and he brought me here." Ling Jiuze glanced at her stained clothes, furrowing his brow. "What happened?" Su Shi picked up the earring from the ground and looked at the dazed Zhao Na and He Fei. "They said I stole this earring." Ling Jiuze turned to Mr. He. "What do you think, Mr. He? Would my person steal your daughter's earrings?" "Your person?" Others were unaware, but Su Shi's heart skipped a beat. His long eyes showed no joy or anger, and his questioning voice wasn't loud, but inexplicably, the surrounding atmosphere became tense, making it hard to breathe. Mr. He stammered, "I didn't know she was yours." "No, there must be a misunderstanding." Ling Jiuze was his most important guest. He had actually organized this banquet to get involved in some of Ling's recent projects, not expecting his daughter to provoke Ling Jiuze's niece. "Isn't she Xi Ming's girlfriend?" "No, she is Su, not Ling." But at this moment, he didn't dare to ask. Ling Jiuze looked at Zhao Na again. "You saw it with your own eyes?" Zhao Na felt her scalp tingle, not daring to nod or shake her head. Ling Jiuze took out his phone and made a call. "Find Ming Yin and check the surveillance footage in the banquet hall to see who stole the earrings." "Yes." Mingzhu immediately replied. Mr. He hurriedly said, "There's no need to check, Mr. Ling. It's a misunderstanding. It definitely wasn't your niece who stole them." Ling Jiuze spoke faintly. "Let us check anyway." To clear things up. At this moment, Xi Ming suddenly appeared from somewhere, smiling as he asked, "What happened?" Mr. He quickly grabbed Xi Ming, whispering, "Young Master Shun, you've caused my downfall. Why didn't you tell me this Miss Su is Mr. Ling's niece?" Xi Ming chuckled lightly. "Does it matter who she is? What happened?" Ling Jiuze's expression was cold and inscrutable. "Someone said Su Shi stole something." Xi Ming looked at the disheveled He Fei, his tone turning flat. "Miss He, I asked you to take care of Su Shi, and this is how you took care of her? She stole your earrings? Why don't you say she stole your brain?" "Oh, right, you don't have one." He Fei scolded like this in front of her father. Dared not show any anger, only sobbing softly. "It was Zhao Na who said it. I didn't know." Xi Ming questioned Zhao Na again. "You saw Su Shi steal the earrings with your own eyes?" Zhao Na couldn't withstand the questioning from both Ling Jiuze and Xi Ming, her lips trembling, tears flowing continuously. Su Shi remained silent, quietly watching Xi Ming perform. Soon, the surveillance footage was sent to Ling Jiuze's phone. He looked down for a moment, then smiled coldly, asking for the footage to be projected in the banquet hall. Soon everyone clearly saw the group of women surrounding Su Shi, asking ridiculous questions. When they heard the third question and Su Shi mentioned her backpack, Xi Ming chuckled, and others couldn't help but laugh. The group of women, however, looked increasingly pale. After that, someone deliberately splashed wine on Su Shi, and in the chaos, Zhao Na moved behind He Fei. He Fei secretly handed something to Zhao Na, and the projection enlarged, revealing a ruby earring. Zhao Na pretended to be friendly with Su Shi, taking out a wet wipe from her bag, while also pulling out the earring, clutching it in her left hand. Squatting down to pretend to wipe Su Shi's shoes while trying to secretly stuff the earring into Su Shi's pocket. Su Shi noticed and caught her in the act. Zhao Na immediately screamed to attract attention, accusing that the earring had fallen from Su Shi's pocket. The entire process was clearly recorded by the surveillance. It was like a play, revealing everyone's schemes and ugliness. While watching the footage, He Fei and Zhao Na's faces changed, going from red to pale, then to green, quite the spectacle. Ling Jiuze had the projection turned off, his voice sinking like ice. "Mr. He, how do you explain this?" Mr. He's face turned pale as he suddenly turned around and slapped He Fei's face. "You reckless child, you've embarrassed me." His expression was fierce, completely unlike his previous elegance. He Fei cried out, covering her face. Mr. He then coldly looked at Zhao Na. "You must have instigated this from behind. Get out. Fei doesn't need a friend like you." Zhao Na trembled in fear, having come to cling to He Fei, originally wanting to meet some wealthy people at this high-class banquet. Now, with her face ruined, she didn't dare stay any longer and ran away. Xi Ming stepped in to smooth things over. All right. Luckily we have the surveillance to clear Su Shi's name. I think Miss He didn't do it on purpose. Just being mischievous." He Fei looked at Xi Ming with tear-filled eyes, full of gratitude for him speaking up for her at this moment, completely unaware of who had dug such a big pit for her. Mr. He kept apologizing to Ling Jiuze and Su Shi, sincere and heartfelt, almost kneeling down. Ling Jiuze maintained a serious expression, quietly asking Xi, "What do you think?" Xi locked her eyes on his, softly saying, "Let it be." Zhao Na was He Feifei's gun, and He Feifei was merely Xun Ming's gun. Ling Jiuze had already helped her out, vented his anger. And there was no need to hold on to it, which would only offend Mr. He while letting Xun Ming, the fox, watch the drama from the sidelines. Mr. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly telling He Feifei, "Miss Su is very understanding. Hurry up and thank her." Although He Feifei was reluctant, she had to lower her posture, saying softly, "I'm sorry. You got Miss Su's clothes dirty. Take her upstairs to change." Mr. He reprimanded He Feifei again. He Feifei nodded with tears, softly saying, "Miss Su, come with me upstairs." Ling Jiuze held Sushi's hand. "I'll go with you." Xun Ming watched their hands clasped together, feeling a bit uncomfortable, narrowing his eyes and silently sneering. Chapter 47. At a critical moment. Uncle's call was quite pleasing. After going upstairs, He Feifei led the two into her dressing room, opened the closet, and pulled out a stack of clothes. Placing them on the sofa, she whispered, "These clothes have never been worn. Miss Su can choose for herself." "Okay." Sushi nodded lightly. He Feifei didn't dare to look at Ling Jiuze, cautiously glancing at Sushi, her gaze flickering. "Miss Su, you can change your clothes now. I'll go outside first." After saying that, she lowered her head and hurriedly walked out. Once the door closed, Ling Jiuze stepped forward and picked out a dress from the pile for Sushi. "How about this one? I'll wait for you outside." He didn't leave, but sat on the sofa in the outer dressing room, separated from the changing area by a sheer curtain. Sushi didn't hesitate, turned around quickly, and changed into the dress. Ling Jiuze hadn't slept well the night before, so he took this opportunity to lean against the sofa and close his eyes for a moment. Soon, he heard the rustling of the curtain, and Sushi stepped out. Saying, "I'm ready." He slowly opened his eyes. The girl was already dressed and standing in front of him. The dress he chose was a long, mixed-color gown, with a simple light gray top, a base of lotus color below, and a layer of gray sheer fabric on top. The dress was long, reaching her ankles, covering Sushi's white shoes, accentuating her slender figure, and the soft color scheme added a touch of gentleness and purity to her demeanor. Ling Jiuze looked at her for 2 seconds, then walked over, reached up, and pulled off the black hair tie from her ponytail, letting her black hair fall down. Sushi looked up in surprise. Ling Jiuze turned to the nearby vanity, selected a pearl hairpin, and slightly turned to help Sushi arrange her hair. His hands passed over Sushi's shoulders in an embracing manner, using his fingers to style her hair. They were very close, and Sushi slightly lowered her head, her nose almost touching his suit collar, the familiar scent of cold spring filling her senses. They had been closer than this before, but it felt completely different. Sushi seemed to hear her own heartbeat, thumping like a rabbit trying to escape. For some reason, she recalled his words, "my person." His long fingers glided over her scalp, and she felt a jolt, involuntarily tensing up. Sushi took a discreet breath, feigning calmness, and asked, "Can you still style hair?" "My mother liked to style her hair when she was young, and my father would help her. I watched a few times." Ling Jiuze's voice was steady, neither hurried nor slow. After 2 attempts, he successfully pinned Sushi's shoulder-length black hair back with a single hairpin, keeping everything in place without any mess. Sushi turned to look in the mirror, her expression one of surprise. Ling Jiuze was also pleased with his handiwork, looking at the girl in the mirror. "Isn't it perfect?" Sushi raised an eyebrow, playfully responding, "Isn't it because I'm good-looking?" Ling Jiuze stared at the mirror. The girl had no makeup on, but her eyes were dark and bright, with long black lashes, pink lips, and white teeth, giving her a natural beauty. With her hair pinned up, her delicate, snow-white neck was exposed, her collarbone exquisite, and the long dress accentuated her tall and proportionate figure, every aspect perfectly balanced. Ling Jiuze's gaze deepened, the corners of his lips curling up slightly, blurring the line between amazement and sarcasm. They locked eyes in the mirror for 3 seconds, and Sushi's heart raced. She lowered her gaze and turned away, thinking, "We should go." She stepped towards the door, hearing Ling Jiuze follow her. Just as her hand reached for the doorknob, her shoulder was suddenly pressed down by someone, and then she was turned around and pushed against the wall, the man's tall frame leaning down to kiss her cool, soft lips. Sushi didn't have time to close her eyes, crashing straight into his deep, dark gaze. His eyes seemed like an abyss. Just one more glance would pull her in deeper. The man was fixated on her, kissing her eagerly and passionately. Sushi hurriedly closed her eyes, her hands pressed against the wall, instinctively tilting her head back. The laughter and chatter of the people downstairs filtered through the door, but inside, it was quiet, and she could clearly hear the man's swallowing sound. In an instant, her blood rushed, and her heart raced. The wall against her back was cold, but her chest felt the heat, the alternating sensations making it hard for her to bear. Even her breathing became difficult. Finally, the man stopped, his hand still on the wall, leaning down beside her ear, his voice husky and indistinguishable in tone. At a critical moment, Uncle's call was quite pleasing. Sushi breathed lowly, knowing the man would bring up past debts. She wasn't sure if he was angry, and lowered her voice to say, "My grandfather told me that when facing difficulties, if there's a shortcut, don't be stubborn." The man seemed to chuckle softly, his tone neutral. "Why not find Xi and Ling?" Sushi's fingers gently pinched the hem of his shirt. "Didn't you notice he did it on purpose? He's taking revenge on me. Since you know, why still come with him? I owe him a favor." Ling Jiuze looked down at the girl's delicate eyebrows and eyes. "Because of Li Rong's matter?" Sushi looked up in surprise. "How do you know?" Realizing it herself, she remembered that night she called him right next to the Blue City. So he must have checked later. Ling Jiuze simply said, "Those people from Li Rong won't talk nonsense inside, and the police won't find you. You don't have to worry about anything." Sushi reacted, realizing he had already taken care of things for her, her lips unconsciously curving into a smile, a hint of warmth passing through her eyes. Before she could speak, the man leaned closer to her ear and continued, "Stay away from Xi and Ling. I don't have the habit of sharing a bed with others." Sushi was taken aback, her expression slightly stiffening. The warmth from a moment ago chilled instantly, as if a block of ice was stuffed into her warm heart. She spoke softly, "I understand." The smile that had curved her lips turned into self-mockery. She didn't know what she had been hoping for earlier. They had previously agreed not to discuss money or feelings, only to be happy together. Ling Jiuze had already stood up, his expression unchanged. His deep black eyes still looked as if they held unfathomable affection, but inside, they were calm and indifferent. "Let's go," the man said. Sushi nodded slightly, turning to open the door and walk out. They had been inside for so long that no one dared to ask. Not even a curious glance was thrown, only respectfully approaching Ling Jiuze. The way those women looked at Sushi had turned into wariness, their expressions evasive and unnatural. Sushi felt a bit stifled and went to the hallway for some fresh air, planning to leave soon. Who would have thought that someone was already in the hallway, leaning against the wooden railing smoking, and it was Xi and Ling. Hearing the sound, he turned around, his gaze landing on Sushi, surprise flashing in his fox-like eyes. He smiled openly and unabashedly praised, "You look stunning." Sushi maintained her composure and replied calmly, "Your goal has been achieved. Can I go back now?" Xi and Ling extinguished his cigarette, leaning against the railing, and smiled. "What's the rush? Let's chat." Sushi said, "We have nothing to talk about." "Then let's talk about you and Ling Jiuze." Xi and Ling raised an eyebrow. "What is your relationship?" Sushi's gaze was calm. "Didn't you hear me call him uncle?" Xi and Ling let out a scoff of laughter, which uncle would watch his niece change clothes in the dressing room. "Don't lie to me. Let me guess. You're his kept woman?" Chapter 48. Anger. Unrelated to feelings, Sushi didn't say anything, neither denying nor admitting it, letting Xi and Ling think whatever he wanted. Xi and Ling smiled casually, "Just follow me. No matter how much he offers you, I'll give you double, and I'll spoil you even more. At least I'm better than Ling Jiuze." Sushi's gaze turned slightly cold. "Are you very free?" Xi and Ling retracted his smile and said seriously, "No, I'm quite busy. The work pressure is high, so I always want to find some fun for myself. For example, stealing Ling Jiuze's woman." He laughed again, a mischievous smile. "Last month, he snatched a piece of land from me. If I take you away, does that count as evening the score?" Sushi felt a bit impatient. "Don't involve me in your matters. We're even." Xi and Ling smirked. "It's only even after the banquet ends, and it's not over yet." With that, he suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Sushi's wrist, pulling her into the banquet hall. Sushi struggled a bit and lowered her voice to shout, "Xi and Ling, what do you want?" Xi and Ling knew she had skills, so he held her wrist tightly, glancing back with a smile. "You'll know soon enough." The corridor and the banquet hall were separated by just a wall, and as they spoke, they had already entered the hall. Ling Jiuze noticed the two walking together and slowly narrowed his long eyes. As Xi and Ling brought Sushi out, the banquet hall gradually quieted down, and everyone looked on in confusion. Xi and Ling led Sushi to the center of the hall, still holding her wrist, and gently looked at her, saying, "Let me formally introduce my girlfriend, Xi." He paused, looking at Ling Jiuze, whose expression had darkened. "Also, she is the distant niece of President Ling, so please take care of her." Sushi instinctively looked up at Ling Jiuze and saw the icy glint in his eyes, staring deeply at the two. Her heart sank. Just moments ago, Ling Jiuze had warned her to keep her distance from Xi and Ling, and before she could even leave the villa, she had become Xi and Ming's girlfriend. Could she now slap Xi and Ling to clear her name? Xi and Ling tightened his grip on her wrist, looking at the stunned women around them. His smile unchanged, but his gaze turning cold. "I'll say this clearly today. If anyone dares to bully her when I'm not around, don't blame me for my bad temper." The group of women who had just made things difficult for Xi trembled, each feeling that Xi and Ling's words were directed at them, especially the one named Vivi, whose face turned pale. Xi and Ling was notorious, but he had never officially acknowledged dating any woman, and today, in front of so many people, he said Xi was his girlfriend. Of course, this was the women's perspective. The men were thinking, could the Xun family be marrying into the Ling family? Xi looked at him and said through gritted teeth, "What are you doing?" Xin Ming stared into her eyes, his expression full of affection. "Don't be shy. We'll have to go public sooner or later." Xi wanted to smash his head, to see if there was anything but nonsense in it. Ling Jiuze had already walked over, his gaze cold as he fixed his eyes on Xi. When did this happen? Xi's face turned slightly pale as she tried to break free from Xun Ming's grip, but he held on tighter. Xun Ming smiled lightly. Xi is shy and embarrassed to tell you. Ling Jiuze's expression was one of a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Then Mr. Xin plans to change her title too? Xun Ming's gaze was mischievous as he pulled Xi closer on the day of the engagement. It won't be too late to change. Engagement? Ling Jiuze's eyes darkened a few degrees. Was this developing too quickly? The entire banquet hall fell silent. Only Ling Jiuze and Xun Ming were talking, both with smiles on their faces as if discussing family matters. But somehow, everyone felt the air around them had solidified, not daring to breathe. Xun Ming affectionately glanced at Xi. When a relationship is good, it naturally progresses quickly, right? Xi wanted to kick him 1,000 miles away. Ling Jiuze glanced at their still clasped hands. In that case, I'll take Xi back for a proper talk. He looked at Xi. Let us go back. Seizing the opportunity, Xi stepped forward, breaking free from Xun Ming's hold, appearing meek and obedient. Uncle. Ling Jiuze shot her a glance before turning to bid farewell to Mr. He. Mr. He quickly said, "President Ling, no need for formalities. The children's marriage is more important." Ling Jiuze still smiled, but the darkness in his eyes deepened, remaining silent as he turned to leave. Xi immediately followed him. Ling Jiuze drove himself. When Xi got into the back seat, she hadn't even settled in before she saw Ling Jiuze's cold gaze shoot over, sit in the passenger seat. Xi took a deep breath and opened the passenger door. As soon as she fastened her seatbelt, the car shot forward, then made a sharp drift, exiting the villa and hitting the asphalt road. Once the car stabilized, Xi spoke. Xun Ming did it on purpose. The man stared straight ahead, his handsome face revealing no emotion, only saying blandly, "I know." Xi knew the man was angry, but it had nothing to do with jealousy or feelings. It was just that he and Xun Ming were enemies in business, and now Xun Ming was provoking him. Any man would be angry. It was a manifestation of male possessiveness. Xi knew that saying anything at this moment was useless because Ling Jiuze understood everything. So she simply stopped explaining, looking out at the scenery for a while before slowly closing her eyes. Today was Saturday, and there was a lot of traffic. It took an hour to get from the villa to the city. By the time the car stopped at Yuting, it was already evening, and night was about to fall. Ling Jiuze entered the elevator with a stern face. The elevator went up to the 31st floor, and they walked out one after the other. As soon as Xi stepped inside, the wooden door slammed shut behind them, and the man pressed her against the wall, kissing her fiercely. He held her shoulders, kissing her lips heavily. There was no warmth in Xi's eyes, only coldness, as she turned her head to avoid him. In the dim light, the man's gaze was indifferent. "What? Have you really fallen for Xun Ming?" Xi looked at him calmly. "Ling Jiuze, we are together to make each other happy. I am not your tool to vent your anger." The man's gaze flickered, as if suddenly realizing something in that instant. He gradually calmed down, the anger in his eyes transforming into his usual calmness and indifference. He paused for a moment, pushing her palm upward, his fingers brushing her face, and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry." Xi lowered her gaze. "I was also wrong today. It won't happen again." If she saw Xun Ming again, she would keep her distance. If he provoked her again, she would hit him. Seeing the girl's gentle and soft demeanor, the man's heart felt like it had been brushed by something, a little itchy and soft. He lowered his head again, gently kissing the corner of her lips. "I apologize for my earlier loss of control, but now, I want you." Chapter 49, watching a movie together after he finished speaking. He pried open her lips and kissed her, but this time it wasn't as rough as before. Instead, it was a gentle request for her to respond. Carefully considering her feelings, he explored the depths of her mouth again and again, like a gentleman inviting a lady to dance at a banquet. Xi had been calm like still water, but she couldn't resist his gentle invitation, her body softening as she involuntarily began to respond. As soon as she did, he immediately entangled her, dancing not an elegant waltz, but a fiery close jazz. The sky gradually darkened, and the entire room fell into a deep twilight. Noticing Xi was getting emotional, Ling Jiuze picked her up horizontally and strode towards the side of the bed. After placing Xi on the bed, Ling Jiuze instead took his time. He spent a full meal's worth of time giving Xi rich appetizers before the main course. Xi, who had a sweet tooth, quickly realized for the first time that no matter how sweet the desserts were, they couldn't fill her stomach. Instead, they only made her hungrier. Ling Jiuze showed no intention of hiding his deliberate actions, waiting for her to beg him. As soon as Xi opened her mouth, he immediately surrendered. He couldn't wait any longer either. When the girl held her breath, Ling Jiuze pressed down, his voice low, "Little girl, don't steal. I'll give you any feast." Sushi's eyes were misty, quickly rippling out. When Xi woke up, the room was pitch dark, and she was alone in bed. She glanced at the time. It was 12:30 at night. She had only slept for 2 hours. Feeling extremely thirsty, Xi got dressed and went downstairs to the kitchen to find some water. Upon entering the living room, Xi was taken aback and turned her gaze towards the balcony. A tall figure stood at the railing, his fingertips shimmering like falling stars from the sky. The sky was overcast, the living room lights were off, and it was dark outside. The man stood tall, exuding an inexplicable sense of loneliness. Xi walked over, stood beside him, and turned to ask, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Her voice was a bit hoarse, causing the man's gaze to darken. But his tone remained calm. "Can't sleep." Xi raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Do you have insomnia?" He took a puff of smoke and replied softly, "It's difficulty falling asleep. It's a problem I developed when I was a soldier many years ago." Xi frowned. "Have you seen a doctor?" "I have, but it was of no use." Xi looked at the flickering smoke in his hand. "Then you shouldn't smoke. It's worse for your sleep." In fact, she rarely saw him smoke. He probably only did it when he couldn't sleep. The man turned to her with a smile, his features clearly defined in the darkness. "Extraordinarily handsome. If you don't let me smoke, won't I have no one to keep me company at night?" Sushi's heart trembled, an unclear emotion rising, making her throat dry. She paused for a moment, watching his handsome smoking posture, and asked, "Can I have a puff?" Ling Jiuze looked at her in confusion. Xi smiled slightly. "I've always been curious about the taste." Ling Jiuze chuckled softly, switching the cigarette to the other hand and bringing it to her lips. Xi parted her pink lips, mimicking his posture to take a puff. The smoke choked her throat, and she immediately turned to cough. Ling Jiuze took the cigarette back, chuckling softly, "Just know what it tastes like, don't try it again." Xi coughed until her eyes turned red, nodding with tears. Ling Jiuze noticed a drop of water at the corner of her eye and reached out to wipe it away. "Good girl." Xi looked into the depths of his eyes, which seemed both indulgent and affectionate, stirring her heart involuntarily, and she quickly turned her head away. Knowing it was an illusion and needing to stay calm, Ling Jiuze extinguished the cigarette and asked, "Is your grandfather better?" Xi lazily leaned against the iron railing. Looking at the night view of Jiangcheng, it was just a cold. "He's fine now." Ling Jiuze smirked. "You're really just lying to children." Xi frowned in disagreement. "How can you say it's a lie? It's a kind-hearted lie." Ling Jiuze laughed. "What you say is kind-hearted is kind-hearted." Xi felt a bit embarrassed and didn't speak. After a moment of silence, Xi turned her head to ask, "Are you hungry?" Neither of them had eaten dinner. Ling Jiuze asked, "Is there anything to eat?" Xi thought for a moment. "I'll go boil some noodles. That's quicker." Ling Jiuze lifted the corners of his lips. "All right. Wait for me," Xi said, turning to head to the kitchen. Ling Jiuze took another cigarette, lit it, leaned against the wooden railing, and slowly inhaled. He thought about how the girl had choked on the smoke earlier and couldn't help but chuckle. Turning back, he saw the kitchen light was on, and he could vaguely see the girl's busy figure, standing in the darkness. Looking at the kitchen filled with light and the smell of smoke, he felt a strange emotion wash over him. 20 minutes later, the two sat facing each other across a dining table, each with a bowl of noodles in front of them. It was just simple plain noodles, each bowl containing a poached egg. "Eat." Xi picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the noodles, revealing a satisfied expression. Ling Jiuze had just caught a whiff of something burnt, so he hesitated to start eating, but seeing her enjoy it, he began to use his chopsticks. After taking a bite, the man paused, his expression somewhat complicated. He took a tissue and spat out a piece of egg skin. He intended to say something, but saw that Xi seemed quite hungry and was eating intently, so he kept quiet and continued to eat from his bowl. Xi quickly finished her bowl of noodles and sat waiting for Ling Jiuze. Ling Jiuze finished the last sip of soup, put down his chopsticks, and heard Xi ask, "How does it taste?" "It's okay," the man said, slowly wiping his mouth with a tissue, then smiled. "It takes talent to make a bowl of noodles taste this bad." Xi showed a look of astonishment. "Is it really that bad?" Ling Jiuze didn't answer, but asked in return, "Do you usually eat this?" "No wonder you're so thin," Xi retorted. I've been thin since I was a child. It has nothing to do with what I eat. Ling Jiuze thought for a moment and said, in the future, I'll have the cleaning lady come later to clean and cook dinner for you. Sushi immediately shook her head. No need. I don't eat at home every day. Besides, I still want to practice my cooking skills. Practice makes perfect. It's not that hard. Ling Jiuze chuckled lightly. All right then, I wish you success. Thank you. When I learn well, I'll cook for you. Sushi smiled. Ling Jiuze? He hoped there wouldn't be such an opportunity again. Seeing that he didn't seem sleepy, Sushi suggested, shall we watch a movie together? Ling Jiuze nodded. Sure. Sushi stood up to clean the bowls and chopsticks. Wait for me a moment. Ling Jiuze took the bowls from her hands. I'll clean up. You go find a movie. Okay. Sushi smiled and turned to walk into the living room. After taking a few steps, she turned back and saw Ling Jiuze carrying the bowls into the kitchen. His tall figure and cold, noble demeanor made him seem unlikely to be someone who would wash dishes. Moreover, the current situation felt a bit strange. Sushi slightly curled her lips as she searched for movies on her phone. After Ling Jiuze washed the dishes, he changed into another outfit. And when he returned to the living room, the movie had just started. The lights in the living room were off, illuminated only by the flickering light from the TV. Sitting on the sofa and watching the beginning of the movie, the man frowned slightly and asked, somewhat unconvinced, what movie is this? Sushi, looking at the TV with a hint of excitement in her eyes, replied, it's a horror film. The man leaned back against the sofa and glanced at her. Are you sure it's appropriate to show a horror film to someone with insomnia? Chapter 50. Horror movies cure insomnia. Sushi turned her head. Are you scared? Ling Jiuze looked serious. Of course not. Then there's nothing inappropriate about it. Besides, horror movies can actually help with sleep. I always sleep very soundly after watching them. Sushi sat cross-legged on the sofa, munching on a snack while watching intently. 10 minutes later, Ling Jiuze suddenly stood up. I suddenly feel sleepy. I'm going to bed now. You can keep watching. Sushi snapped back to reality from the movie plot and quickly laughed. See, I told you. Horror movies can help with sleep. Ling Jiuze stood in the dim light, his expression inscrutable. He ignored her and turned to stride into his bedroom. By the time Sushi glanced at the clock and saw it was almost 3, she brushed her teeth after returning to her room and lay down in bed, quickly falling asleep and sleeping soundly until dawn. When she opened the door to go out, Ling Jiuze was setting up breakfast, still from the hotel. Hearing the door open, Ling Jiuze turned around and saw Sushi in a white silk nightgown, her hair softly framing her face. With her slightly chubby oval face, she looked innocent and harmless, like a child unaware of the world. Good morning, Sushi said, smiling lightly. I thought you had already left. Ling Jiuze continued to arrange breakfast, replying in a calm voice, it's the weekend, I have nothing to do. I'll take you back later. Sushi sat across from him, took a small steamed bun, took a bite, and casually asked, did you sleep well last night? Ling Jiuze raised his head, giving her a meaningful look, and nodded slightly. Not bad. Sushi smiled. Then next time you can't sleep, I'll accompany you to watch horror movies. Ling Jiuze took a sip of porridge and suddenly found it hard to swallow. He glanced at her, seeing her genuine smile, and for a moment, he didn't say anything else. After breakfast, Ling Jiuze drove her back to the Ling family home. As soon as they entered the yard, David, who was playing on the grass, saw Ling Jiuze and immediately jumped up and ran over. Sushi's expression changed instantly. She dodged behind Ling Jiuze, gripping his shirt tightly. Ling Jiuze wanted to turn around and ask her if she could sleep if David was guarding her bed at midnight. What did she think about watching horror movies to cure insomnia? He squatted down, petting David's head, and turned back to Butler Fu. Please take Miss Su inside. Yes. The old butler looked at Sushi kindly. Miss Su, please follow me. Sushi immediately followed the old butler into the villa, her heart still pounding. But suddenly, she felt a bit excited. 2 days later, during lunch, Sushi was eating out with Cheng Yi when she received a call from Su Qinghao. Su Qinghao sounded anxious. Sister Shi, can you help me with something? Since the family gathering that day, Su Shi, Ling Yihong, and Su Qinghao often played games together and had become a tacit team. Of course, Ling Yihong didn't know about their relationship and thought they were just friends from the gaming world. Sushi put down her chopsticks and smiled warmly. What is it? Just tell me. Su Qinghao's voice was a bit rough due to his changing voice. My sister wants to get into that Arctic design studio. She says she knows someone inside who can help her get in. Recently, my sister has been asking my mom for a lot of money to smooth things over. And I suspect that person is scamming her. Sushi's eyes narrowed slightly. What's that person's name? Chongbo. Sushi replied. Okay, I understand. I'll help you check if there's someone by that name in the Arctic design studio. Su Qinghao immediately replied. Thank you, Sister Shi. Don't mention it. After hanging up, Sushi continued eating noodles. Cheng Yi looked over. What happened? Sushi focused on her noodles and replied softly. Just a small matter. After class in the afternoon, when she returned to Yuting, Sushi called Qin Jun directly, asking, "Senior, is there someone named Chong Bo in the design studio?" The studio was initially founded by her and Qin Jun together, but later she had to go to school, so she handed everything over to Qin Jun and rarely visited. If new people came to the studio, she indeed didn't know. Qin Jun called the HR manager to ask, and then replied to Sushi, "There's no one by that name." Sushi understood. "Okay, I got it." Qin Jun's voice was calm. "Are you busy lately? When do you have time to go back and see the master?" Sushi stirred the noodles in the pot with her chopsticks. "I found a part-time job this weekend. Once summer vacation starts, I'll go back." "All right." After hanging up, Sushi called Su Qinghao to confirm. "There's no one named Chong Bo in the Arctic." Su Qinghao said angrily, "I knew they were being scammed." "Yeah, tell your mom to cut her losses while she can," Sushi said calmly. Meanwhile, after finishing the call with Sushi, Su Qinghao came downstairs, and Li was coming from the direction of the living room, calling out to him, How, it's time for dinner." Su Qinghao wanted to tell her about Chong Bo, but when he looked up, he saw his sister walking in. "Why are you back so early today?" Li asked. Su Shishir seemed a bit distracted. "There wasn't much going on at school, so I came back." "That's great. Let's eat together." Su Jingshang was out for business, so the three of them sat together at the dining table for a meal. During dinner, Su Shishir glanced at Li, hesitating to speak. As the meal was almost finished, she finally opened her mouth. "Mom, can you give me another 100,000? Li looked up. "Why do you need money again? Is it for bribing someone?" Su Shishir said impatiently. "Yes, Chong Bo said their deputy director will agree. As long as I buy some valuable gifts for him, it will be fine." Li frowned. "You've spent almost $1 million already. Is it really going to work?" Su Shishir immediately replied, "Of course it will work. Even if I spend $2 million, there are people who are dying to get into the Arctic." Su Qinghao suddenly spoke up. "I've asked. There's no Chong Bo in the Arctic design studio. You're being scammed." Su Shishir's expression turned furious. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Li looked over and asked Su Qinghao, "Who did you ask?" Su Qinghao replied honestly, "I asked Sister Xi." Li showed a look of shock. "Your second aunt, Sushi?" "Yes." Su Shishir let out a mocking laugh. "You asked her? Does she know anyone at Arctic?" Su Qinghao firmly believed in Su Xi. If she says there's no one, then there isn't. Su Shishir simply ignored him. Li also seemed hesitant. "Is that Chong Bo really from Arctic?" Su Shishir angrily said. "Mom, you believe Sushi's words? She just came out of the mountains 4 years ago, and even now my second aunt won't let her into the house, keeping her identity as the Su family's daughter a secret. She's just a country bumpkin. How can you trust her?" Su Qinghao clenched his fists, angrily saying, "You can't talk about Sister Xi like that." Su Shishir raised her hand to pinch his face. "She's your sister, and who am I? You little ingrate. I'm doing this for your good. I'm not an ingrate." Su Qinghao tried to swat her hand away, his eyes turning red. "All right, how old are you two, still fighting?" Li scolded. Su Shishir put her hand down and said sweetly, "Mom, that Sushi must be jealous of me. That's why she's deliberately stirring up trouble. She just can't stand to see our family do well. Think about it. If I get into Arctic, our family will have face in front of Grandpa and Grandma, and you won't be overshadowed by Aunt and her daughter." Chapter 51. Something happened. Li was persuaded by Su Shishir and nodded. "Okay, wait a moment. I will transfer you 100,000 yuan." Su Qinghao anxiously said, "Are you all fools? You know that Chong Bo is a scammer, yet you still want to give him money. Who is a scammer?" Su Shishir pinched Su Qinghao's face again. "I think your sister Su, she is the real scammer." "She is not a scammer, but you must be a fool." Su Qinghao shouted loudly. How? You must not speak like that to your sister." Li reprimanded Su Qinghao with a stern face. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Su Qinghao's eyes filled with tears. "You will be scammed by him, and one day you will regret it." After saying that, he got up from the chair and ran upstairs. Li shook her head. "This child really doesn't understand anything." Su Shishir sneered. "Isn't it learned from that Sushi? Mom, you should let Qinghao have less contact with Sushi." Li angrily said, "Who let them interact? It was just that day at the old house when the two of them played games for a while, and that Sushi took advantage of Hao." Su Shishir curled her lips, looking very understanding. "Can't you see this? Sushi wants to return to the Su family, and since no one else pays attention to her, she is using our little fool." Li's face darkened. "I will tell Hao later that he must not have anything to do with her." As soon as Su Qinghao went upstairs, he called Su Xi. The call connected, and he was almost in tears. "Sister Xi, my mom and sister don't believe what I said. What should I do?" Sushi had just finished eating and was standing in front of the fridge getting ice cream. Hearing Su Qinghao's words, she said calmly, "You can try looking for your dad." Su Qinghao helplessly replied, "My dad is usually very busy and listens to my mom about family matters. It's useless to tell him." He lowered his voice. "Sister Xi, please help me." Sushi thought for a moment and replied, "Okay, I will give it a try. In fact, she didn't want to help Li and her daughter at all and didn't care whether they were scammed or not, but this matter was somewhat related to her. After all, that Changbo was using the Arctic's name to scam people. The next day, while Li was playing mahjong with a group of ladies, she received a phone call. Hello, Mrs. Su. I am from the HR department of Arctic Design Studio. We heard that someone is impersonating our Arctic name to scam people. The person on the other end began. Before he could finish, Li interrupted. Oh, this call is coming to me. Did Sushi ask you to call? The person on the phone frowned. What do you mean? Who is Sushi? Li sneered. Don't pretend. If you don't know Sushi, how do you know my number? After hanging up the phone, she directly blocked the number when it called again. Sushi heard Qin Jun mention this matter and was speechless. Some people's determination to be scammed was truly unwavering, and no one could shake it. However, things developed rapidly, and an incident occurred over the weekend. The day before Su Shishir's incident, Li had called Su Jingrong, asking him to let Sushi have less contact with Su Qinghao so as not to delay her son's studies. Su Jingrong hadn't figured out how to talk to Sushi, and a day later, he heard that Su Shishir had been arrested for hitting someone. Su Shishir wanted to enter Arctic Design Studio, not only boasting to Li but also bragging to her classmates that she would definitely become a senior designer at Arctic. After taking 100,000 yuan from Li and giving it to Changbo, Changbo told her that their deputy director wouldn't even look at a gift of 100,000 yuan and asked her to contribute a little more to get it done. Su Shishir knew that Li was already a bit hesitant and didn't dare to ask her for more money. So she stole a family heirloom jade from home and gave it to Changbo. Changbo was pursuing a woman named Su Yan, so he gave the jade to her. Coincidentally, Su Yan was a cousin of one of Su Shishir's classmates. They met at a nightclub, and when Su Shishir saw the jade around Su Yan's neck and asked, she found out it was given by Changbo and realized she had been scammed. Furious, she and her two classmates beat Su Yan up, reportedly breaking Su Yan's head. But Su Yan was not someone to mess with. She was the girlfriend of Jiang Chun, the young master of the Jiang family. Now, Su Shishir was locked up in the police station, and Su Yan was going to sue her. If Su Shishir was prosecuted and sentenced, she would at least face 3 years in prison. When Changbo saw that things had gone wrong, he had already run away overnight. After such a big incident, Su Jingshang went home and scolded Li harshly, while Li cried with tears streaming down her face. Shishir firmly believed that Changbo was reliable. I didn't know he was a scammer. Su Qinghao stood on the stairs, coldly watching. I said it long ago, but you just wouldn't believe it. What should we do now? Li regretted deeply. The people from Arctic called me before and said that Changbo was a scammer, but I didn't believe it. Su Jingshang was shaking with anger. You brainless fool. I see this family will eventually fall apart because of you. Li cried. Stop scolding me. The most important thing now is to get Shishir out. She can't really go to jail. Su Jingshang was furious. How to save her? She hit Jiang Chen's girlfriend. Don't you know who Jiang Chen is? He is the young master of the Jiang family. I called his dad, and he didn't even bother to listen to me and just hung up the phone. Li wiped her tears. Then let's ask Dad for help. Let Dad call the Jiang family. They should give Dad some face. Su Jingshang sat down on the sofa, feeling troubled. Our Su family is no longer what it used to be. Now the Ling family, Jiang family, and Shen family are the real powers in Jiangqing. I've met Jiang Chun. His temperament is unpredictable and hard to deal with. Even if Dad goes to plead, he may not give us face. Li suddenly thought of something upon hearing about the Ling family and hurriedly said, let's ask the Ling family for help. I heard Jiang Chun has a good relationship with Ling Jiuze. We can ask Chu Ci for assistance. Chu Ci works with Ling Jiuze and should be able to say something. Su Qinghao ran down from the stairs. I think it's more useful to ask Sister Shi for help. Little ancestor, don't make trouble. Li anxiously pushed Su Qinghao away. Su Jingshang was considering Li's words. Then let's call Chu Ci and ask. Okay, I will call right now. Li immediately turned around to find her phone. Seeing that they still didn't trust him, Su Qinghao shouted angrily, you are all idiots. What did you say, brat? Su Jingshang shouted coldly. Su Qinghao looked stubbornly into his eyes. You will regret it sooner or later. Li had already found her phone and said to Su Qinghao, how? Why don't you go play upstairs and stop causing trouble? Okay, quick, make the call. Su Jingshang urged. Li found Su Chusi's number and dialed, anxiously waiting. After ringing 6 or 7 times, the call finally connected. And Su Chusi spoke in a low voice. Third aunt, what's the matter? I'm in a meeting. Li choked up. Chusi, I didn't mean to disturb you. Your sister Shishir is in trouble. Chusi, you are the only one who can help her. Su Chusi walked outside the meeting room. What happened? Chapter 52. Do you need my help? Li cried as she recounted the situation, finally pleading with Su Chusi to ask Ling Jiuze to help plead on behalf of Jiang Chun, hoping he would let Su Shishir go. I see. Su Chusi's voice was flat. All right, when Ling is free, I will talk to him. Thank you, Chusi. Sure is still in the police station. She's never experienced anything like this and must be scared to death. You have to act quickly. Su Chusi felt a bit impatient. I know. I have a meeting to attend, so I'll hang up now. Healy still had more to say, but seeing the call ended, she didn't dare to call back. What did Chusi say? Su Jingshang immediately asked. Healy replied. Chusi said she would talk to Ling Jiuze. That's good. Su Jingshang felt relieved. Healy was still a bit worried, but could only wait. Meanwhile, Su Chusi returned to the meeting room to continue the meeting. An hour later, the meeting was adjourned, and she followed Ling Jiuze back to the president's office. Su Chusi recalled Healy's words and pondered how to approach Ling Jiuze. The fact that Healy and her daughter were deceived by a man made it awkward for her to bring it up. She feared Ling would mock her for it. Ling Jiuze sat behind a large desk, with a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, allowing him to overlook half of Jiangxing. The man wore a well-tailored suit, handsome, with a distant and aloof demeanor. He signed a few documents with a pen in hand and, noticing Su Chusi's hesitant expression, looked up and asked in a calm voice. Is there something you need? Su Chusi hesitated. When she interviewed for her position at Ling's company, she had firmly stated she would separate personal from professional matters. Now, she was worried that bringing up a personal issue might tarnish her image in Ling Jiuze's eyes, especially since it was a situation that could embarrass her. Suddenly, Ling Jiuze's phone rang. He picked it up and walked to the window to answer. Sunlight streamed in, casting a bright glow around him. One hand was in his pocket while the other held the phone, his voice deep and magnetic, radiating an impressive aura. Su Chusi gazed at him softly, her eyes fixed on his silhouette. The caller was Su Shi. She hadn't seen him all morning and heard from Yi Hang that he had gone to the office. Are you at work? Yes, there was something urgent at the company. Go ahead, he replied gently. It's like this. Yi Hang said his dad's birthday is coming up, and he wants me to go with him in the afternoon to pick out a birthday gift. Ling Jiuze's eyes reflected a gentle light, a subtle hint of warmth. You don't want to go? Su Shi paused. Not really. Generally, people don't like their tutors mingling with their kids privately, so I wanted to check with you. Ling Jiuze smiled slightly. Do you think I'm that clear-cut about personal and professional matters? Su Shi bit her lip and remained silent. Go ahead, be careful. If you see something you like, you can buy it and have Uncle Fu reimburse you. Consider it a benefit, Ling Jiuze said softly. Su Shi agreed. Okay. I won't disturb you at work anymore. Goodbye. Su Chusi was taken aback by Ling Jiuze's gentle tone. He usually kept his emotions hidden and maintained a proper distance from everyone. She had never heard him speak so kindly before, despite not seeing his expression. It was clear he was in a good mood. Who was that? She thought, sensing it didn't sound like a girlfriend. When the man hung up and turned around, Su Chusi had made up her mind. She stepped forward, poised yet graceful, and said, Ling, I have a request for you. Ling Jiuze, sitting in his chair, looked up at her with his usual detached demeanor. What is it? Su Chusi explained the situation regarding Healy and her daughter, apologetically stating, My cousin has been spoiled by my aunt and acted impulsively, which led to her hurting young Master Zhang's girlfriend. But she is still young. If she really goes to jail, her life will be ruined. I kindly ask Ling to speak a few good words for her in front of young Master Jiang. Ling Jiuze's usual cold and indifferent gaze regarded her. Then he nodded. All right, I will mention it to Jiang Chun. Su Chusi didn't dare to ask him to call immediately. Just having him agree to help was enough for her. She smiled warmly and said, Thank you, Ling. Please continue with your work. I'll take my leave. Ling Jiuze nodded lightly and returned to the documents in front of him. After leaving the president's office, Su Chusi immediately called Healy to inform her that she had spoken to Ling Jiuze, and he agreed to help speak on Su Shishi's behalf. Healy was overjoyed, repeatedly thanking her. Chusi, you're truly capable. Thank you so much. As long as Shishi can come out safely, my husband and I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. We're family. There's no need to be so polite. Su Chusi said, All right, I have work to do, so I'll hang up. She politely ended the call, a smirk of irony and pride forming on her lips as she walked in her high heels back to her office. Healy thought that with Su Chusi intervening, this matter would be resolved quickly. However, after waiting for 1 day, 2 days, and 3 days, Su Shishi remained in the police station. A week passed, and when she went to see Su Shishi, the girl had changed drastically. Her eyes were sunken, her complexion pale, and her eyes filled with terror. The previous arrogance was gone. Mom, I want to go out. I don't want to stay here. Mom, save me. Healy felt heartbroken and called Su Chusi again, but Su Chusi didn't answer. Back home, Healy scolded Su Chusi. Today was Saturday, and at noon, Sushi stayed at the Ling family for lunch. The kitchen happened to be making sweet, glutinous rice wine duck soup, which Sushi loved, and she drank a whole bowl in one go. Ling Jiuze glanced at her lips, moistened by the soup, and said softly, "If you like it, have the kitchen pack a portion for you. So you don't have to eat that undercooked, burnt noodle soup when you go back tonight." Sushi was taken aback and immediately shook her head. "Thank you, but no need. Just a bowl of soup, it's fine to take it." Ling Yihang scoffed. Ling Jiuze instructed the servant to pack the duck soup in a thermos for Sushi. Sushi said nothing more, just smiled and thanked them both. Suddenly, her phone rang. She stepped aside to answer. It was Su Qinghao, asking Sushi to help save his sister. Although Su Qinghao was annoyed with Su Shishir for being foolish, seeing Healy crying made him feel distressed and anxious. After all, she was his sister. Not knowing who else to turn to, he could only call Sushi again. Sushi didn't promise to help, but reassured Su Qinghao a few times before hanging up. Back at the dining table, Ling Yihang asked, "Was that Su Qinghao?" The three of them had often teamed up to play games together, forming a camaraderie. "Yes, his sister is in a bit of trouble," Sushi replied. Ling Yihang said, "Oh, no wonder he hasn't been online these past few days." Ling Jiuze listened to their conversation and asked, "Is she Su Jingshang's daughter?" Sushi nodded yes. "Do you know about this?" Ling Jiuze replied nonchalantly, "I know a little." Su Chusi had asked him for help before, but Jiang Chun went abroad, so he didn't pay much attention. This week, he had been busy at the company and almost forgot about it. He raised an eyebrow at Sushi. "Are you close with that Su Qinghao?" Sushi's eyes flickered, and she replied nonchalantly, "Not bad. He is quite sensible." Although Su Qinghao was young, he was one of the few in the Su family who understood things clearly, at least before Su Shishir got into trouble. He had keenly noticed that Chang Bo was deceiving them. Ling Jiuze lowered his head to sip his soup and casually asked, "Do you need me to help?" Chapter 53, Are you doing this on purpose? Sushi did feel a bit sorry for Su Qinghao. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "Can you help?" Ling Jiuze looked up at her. "It's not a big deal. If you want to help, I'll call Jiangchen later." Sushi met his deep and dark gaze, instinctively avoiding it, and said softly, "Then thank you." Ling Jiuze gave her a glance, but didn't say anything more and continued eating. After finishing the meal, when Sushi was leaving, the servant in the kitchen handed her a thermos filled with glutinous rice wine duck soup and reminded her that if she wanted to eat noodles, she could boil the duck soup and put the noodles in for 3 to 5 minutes. Sushi's face turned a bit red, as if everyone in the Ling family knew she couldn't cook noodles. She smiled and thanked them, hugging the thermos as she left. Upstairs, Ling Jiuze was calling Jiang Chun to ask him to release Su Shishir. Jiang Chun curiously asked, "Who asked you to speak for her?" Ling Jiuze frowned and replied, "That's none of your business. Just let her go." Jiang Chun laughed. "My girlfriend was beaten and is still in the hospital. You expect me to let the Su family go just like that?" Ling Jiuze lit a cigarette and sneered. "Su Yin was beaten, and you're still out there playing around. And you dare to call her your girlfriend?" Jiang Chun joked, "At least for now." Ling Jiuze glanced out the window and saw Sushi leaving. She was wearing a fitted dress that accentuated her slim waist, and her legs were long and fair. He felt a bit distracted and said lightly, "Stop talking nonsense. I have things to do. Call your lawyer and withdraw the lawsuit." After hanging up, he turned to see Su. She had already gotten into her car and left the compound. That evening, Su Shishir was picked up by her family and taken home. Su Jingshang, along with the family, brought heavy gifts to thank Su Chusi at the Su family's elder's house. On the way, Su Qinghao frowned and said, "Why are we going to Uncle's house? It was Sister Sushi who helped. That's why my sister is back home so quickly." Healy frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking? It was clearly your sister Chusi who went to the Ling family for help." Su Shishir, who had been locked up for a week, had a gloomy expression. "Don't mention that Sushi again. Don't associate with her anymore, do you hear me?" Su Qinghao anxiously asked, "Why don't you all believe me?" "Believe you in what?" Healy scolded. "She's just a student. What help can she provide? I think you've been bewitched by her. If you mention Sushi again, I will confiscate your phone, and you won't be allowed to play games anymore." Su Qinghao felt wronged, but no one believed him. He clenched his fists in anger and turned to look out the car window. His mother had been looking for Su Chusi for a week, and nothing was resolved. He called Su Shi at noon, and his sister was released in the afternoon. Who else could it be if not Su Shi? Why was his family so foolish? When they arrived at Su Jingxuan's house, Su Jingshang and Healy thanked Su Chusi profusely, praising her for her abilities. Su Chusi was a bit surprised. She thought Ling Jiuze had forgotten about this matter, but it turned out he had always kept it in mind. Did this mean he valued her highly? Anyway, the matter was resolved, and the two families enjoyed a harmonious evening until late at night. As soon as Su Qinghao got home, he immediately called Su Shi. His voice was choked with emotion as he apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Shi. No matter what I say, they just don't believe it was you who helped." Su Shi was sitting on her bed, smiling indifferently. "It's okay. The goal was to get your sister home. As long as that was achieved, it's fine." She had never thought the Su Zhengshun family would thank her. She just wanted to help Su Qinghao. Su Qinghao said earnestly, Sister Xi, you are the best in my heart. No matter what others say, I will always treat you like my own sister. Su Xi bit her lip, and just then, Ling Jiuze came over and hugged her. His cool lips kissed her neck, causing her to shiver slightly. She said goodbye to Su Qinghao, telling him not to take it to heart and to sleep early. After hanging up, Ling Jiuze tightened his embrace around her waist. That's Su Qinghao? Yeah. Su Xi nodded lightly. He called to thank me. Ling Jiuze's lips traveled up her neck, his voice husky. Then how are you going to thank me? Su Xi's breath hitched, and she bit her lip. You didn't say anything about needing thanks when you helped. Ling Jiuze's voice grew even deeper. If I don't say it, do you not thank me? Isn't that the least bit polite? Then, Su Xi looked innocent and said seriously, I'll cook you some noodles as a token of thanks. There's still half of the duck soup left. The man's forehead rested against the back of her head as he chuckled. Su Xi, are you doing this on purpose? Deliberately being this cute. Su Xi raised an eyebrow and mumbled softly, I already know how to cook noodles. If you don't believe me, I can right now. Before she could finish, the man pushed her down, and a flurry of kisses descended upon her. The next morning, Ling Jiuze took Su Xi to the Ling family. When they entered Ling Yihong's room, he was playing a game. Upon seeing Su Xi, he put down his phone and walked over to the desk. I saw you came with my second uncle. How did you end up together? Ling Yihong casually asked. Su Xi lowered her head to organize her books, her expression unchanged. He just happened to pass by Jiang University. Oh, Ling Yihong didn't suspect anything and simply said, last night my second uncle didn't come back again. I don't know where he went to have fun. Su Xi's face felt a bit hot, and she laughed. You've gotten bold. You dare to tease your second uncle now? Ling Yihong snorted. Are you going to report me? Su Xi smiled lightly. I wouldn't dare. You're my benefactor. How could I offend you? Ling Yihong grinned proudly. Su Xi took out a set of papers. Today we're going to do a little test. Huh. Ling Yihong's face immediately fell. What huh? I'm more nervous than you. I have to show your paper to your second uncle. If you don't do well, it means I didn't teach you well, Su Xi said. Who wants to take an exam if there's nothing going on? Ling Yihong huffed, his eyes darting. If I do well, what do I get for helping you save face in front of your second uncle? What do you want? Su Xi asked. If I score above 95, can you help me with a favor? Ling Yihong said seriously. Su Xi raised an eyebrow. What favor? I broke a watch that my second uncle really likes. I've already had it repaired, but I'm afraid to return it. Can you help me deliver it to his study later? Ling Yihong looked at her eagerly. Just like that? Su Xi asked. Ling Yihong nodded vigorously. Just like that? Okay, if you score above 95, I'll help you with that. Su Xi readily agreed. Ling Yihong sat down and said, bring me the test papers. Su Xi found the papers for him and sat beside him, playing a game while supervising. In less than an hour, Ling Yihong finished the paper and confidently pushed it in front of Su Xi. Look, Su Xi smiled. It looks like you're quite confident. It's mainly because the teacher teaches well. Ling Yihong flattered her. Su Xi felt happy inside, smiling on her face. But she thought to herself that they would talk about scores over 95 first. She started grading the paper while Ling Yihong played darts beside her, not worried at all. Soon, Su Xi finished grading the paper and saw a score of 98, which was better than she expected. She folded the paper and said to Ling Yihong, where's the watch? Bring it here. Ling Yihong opened the drawer, took out a wooden watch box, and handed it to Su Xi. Hurry back. I'll wait for you outside. The watch box was from a high-end brand, and Su Xi held it in her hand along with Ling Yihong's test paper as she went to see Ling Jiuze. Ling Jiuze's study was on the third floor. Su Xi walked up the thick carpet and stopped outside the door, gently knocking. Come in. A deep voice came from inside. Chapter 54 Illusion. Su Xi pushed the door open and entered. The study was spacious, with a large floor-to-ceiling window facing her, allowing a view of the lawn and the yard. Ling Jiuze's desk was on one side of the window, while opposite it stood a row of tall redwood bookshelves. At that moment, Ling Jiuze was sitting behind the desk reviewing documents. He turned his head upon seeing Su Xi, a hint of surprise crossing his long eyes, seemingly not expecting her to come find him. He was wearing the black shirt he had put on that morning when they left together, with two buttons undone at the collar, exuding a cold yet slightly lazy demeanor. Mr. Ling. Su Xi closed the door, stepped forward 2 paces, and placed the rolled-up paper on the desk. This is a small test on the knowledge points for Hang this month. Please have a look. Ling Jiuze took it, glanced at both sides, and nodded. Not bad. He.S. doing well, and you're teaching well too. Thank you for the compliment. Su Xi smiled lightly and handed over a watch box. This is from Hang for you. What is it? Ling Jiuze took it and casually opened it. The moment the wooden box opened, Su Xi saw a black object spring out, lunging towards Ling Jiuze's face, bearing bloodthirsty fangs and making a screeching noise. Even scarier than the monsters from the horror movie she had watched last night. Her eyes widened, and without thinking, she lunged forward to grab it. Ling Jiuze was startled as well, raising his hand to throw the wooden box away, but then saw the black-faced monster emitting a puff of black smoke from its mouth. His expression changed slightly, and he tossed the box aside, pulling Xi into his arms. Xi pressed against the man's chest, her heart racing. Turning to look at the wooden box, seeing the black-faced monster still grinning, while the black smoke had dissipated. There was a 3-second silence in the room. Only the sound of the monster's laughter remained. It didn't feel creepy anymore. Instead, it was somewhat comical. Xi still nestled in the man's embrace, their heartbeats synchronized. Both out of rhythm, unsure whose heartbeat was faster. The laughter coming from the wooden box finally stopped, and just as Xi was about to get up, her chin was suddenly held by the man. "I'm starting to suspect you have a grudge against me, making me the target of these ridiculous things over and over again." Xi looked up, her eyes innocent. "I said I was tricked by Ling Yihang. Do you believe me?" Their gazes locked, mere inches apart. The man's dark eyes held a trace of a smile at the corners of his lips. "Not intentional. Of course not." Xi quickly replied, mumbling softly. "Why would I want to harm myself?" The man gazed into her eyes, leaning in closer, and whispered, "No grudge means there are some things you're not satisfied with." Sushi's face flushed, and she looked down. "No. Since it's for happiness, if there are things you dislike, we should communicate in a timely manner, okay?" His voice deepened, the tone slightly rising, stirring emotions. "Really not," Sushi emphasized, raising her gaze to meet the man's smiling eyes. Only then realizing what she had said, her face flushed, her fingertips tingling. "I'll come by tonight," the man said softly, pinching her chin and leaning down to kiss her. His kiss was gentle, lingering on her lips like a patient fisherman, constantly testing with bait, waiting for Sushi to willingly part her lips before he captured that little pink fish. Sushi closed her eyes, feeling as if she were in water, an indescribable sense of pleasure enveloping her. She had to admit that the man's kissing skills were becoming increasingly sophisticated. It was like a team battle game where he could be the main attacker or the support, offering her tenderness or fervor at the right moments, leading both of them to enjoy the delight of victory together. Even if this wasn't the intimacy between lovers, it still felt incredibly good. Therefore, when kissing the man, Sushi always felt an illusion of being deeply cherished by him, taking a long time to snap back to reality from this illusion. For instance, now, after the deep kiss ended, she lay against the man's shoulder, breathing softly. The sunlight streamed through the bright floor-to-ceiling window onto her face, her gaze hazy, lazily reluctant to move, thinking this embrace truly belonged to her. Ling Jiuze wrapped his arms around her waist, waiting for her to calm down. Sushi took a deep breath, her gaze gradually clearing. She needed to leave, otherwise, Ling Yihang would suspect she had been disposed of by his uncle. Ling Jiuze lowered his head slightly, his voice lazy and magnetic. "I have something to do tonight. I'll be late. Wait for me." Sushi's heart, which had just calmed down, jumped again. She dared not linger, nodded slightly, got up, and walked straight towards the door without looking at him. As she opened the door and stepped out, Sushi instinctively raised her hand to press her lips together, wiping away the traces left by the man. A servant was bringing Han Xiao up to the 3rd floor, and upon seeing Sushi standing at the study door, Han Xiao's expression darkened suddenly. She looked at Sushi warily, frowning and asking, "What are you doing here?" Sushi's expression returned to normal as she replied calmly, "I brought Mr. Ling Yihang his exam papers." Han Xiao's expression softened slightly, and she nodded faintly. "If there's nothing else, don't come to the 3rd floor." Sushi chuckled lightly. "I'm afraid Miss Han's words don't hold much weight." Han Xiao's eyes widened as she watched Sushi walk past her, revealing a resentful and gloomy expression. When Sushi returned to Ling Yihang's room, she said nothing and began to pack her things. Ling Yihang was waiting to see the show unfold, but seeing her like this made him somewhat flustered. "Why aren't you speaking? The class isn't over. What are you packing for?" "I was fired by your uncle. You can find another tutor." Sushi's expression remained calm as she continued to pack her books. "Fired?" Ling Yihang's eyes widened, rushing over to block Sushi, anxiously saying, "Impossible. Didn't you tell him I asked you to come?" Sushi looked down. "I did. He doesn't believe me." Ling Yihang frowned. "Don't go. I'll talk to my uncle. It was my fault for messing with you. It has nothing to do with you." Sushi maintained a straight face. "No need to go. It's just right that you don't like me. He fired me. Isn't that what you wanted? Who said I didn't like you? I was just joking with you, really." Ling Yihang grew increasingly anxious. "Wait here. I'll go explain it to my uncle." He turned and hurried towards the door. Just as he reached the doorway, he heard Sushi chuckle behind him. He turned back to see Sushi sitting in a chair, stifling her laughter. He suddenly came to his senses, his face darkening as he lunged over to tickle Sushi. Sushi dodged. "You tricked me first." Ling Yihang gritted his teeth. Who said teachers should set an example and never lie? Sushi laughed. I meant I wouldn't lie to your uncle. I knew it. You favor my uncle. He pays me. Of course, I favor him. The two chased each other around the room, creating a ruckus. Ling Yihang, unable to catch up with her, gasped out. You don't favor him. You like him. Sushi raised her eyebrows with pride. I do like him. What about it? As soon as she finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, and the man standing at the doorway looked at her, his deep eyes as dark as night. Chapter 55. The one he likes. Sushi felt a jolt in her scalp as she stared at the sudden appearance of the man, momentarily forgetting to dodge, and was hit directly on the head by the pillow thrown by Ling Yihang. Stop messing around. Ling Jiuze shifted his gaze and reprimanded Ling Yihang in a low voice. Ling Yihang did not expect to actually hit Sushi and quickly jumped off the sofa, saying, Are you stupid? Why didn't you dodge? Sushi touched her head and replied, It's fine, it doesn't hurt. Ling Yihang looked at Ling Jiuze and said, Uncle, Su Laosher said she likes you. Sushi thought to herself that she really had to consider resigning. Ling Jiuze looked at Sushi with a half smile and said, Is that so? Sushi smiled gently and calmly replied, Yes, I also like Yihang and Inua. Thank you for giving me a job. You are both good people. Ling Yihang shivered in disgust. I have goosebumps. Sushi smiled warmly. Mr. Ling, the exam papers this time were not comprehensive. I would like to give Yihang a thorough assessment next week. Ling Yihang's eyes widened in an instant. Ling Jiuze chuckled lightly, his eyes deep with understanding, and said, I came for this as well. This time the questions were too easy. Next time, Su Laosher should make the questions a bit more challenging to really gauge Yihang's true level. He added, I will send the results of the next exam to his dad. Ling Yihang felt like a small sailboat being hit by two large ships while floating in the sea. When Sushi went downstairs after her second class, Han Xiao was surprisingly still in the living room, all by herself. She deliberately ignored Sushi and only looked at Ling Yihang, smiling warmly. Yihang, I went to the mall today and saw that the new Lego Planet series is out, so I bought it for you. Do you like it? Ling Yihang glanced at the Lego set on the coffee table and replied nonchalantly, No thanks, my uncle already had someone buy it for me a few days ago. Really? Han Xiao forced a smile. Then you can give it to a classmate. Only then did she turn to look at Sushi, her smile fading. I heard Yihang's grades have improved a lot. Thank you for your hard work, Su Laosher. Since Yihang's parents are not home, I want to thank you on their behalf. Take care, Su Laosher. I won't see you off. Her tone was completely that of someone who considered herself the mistress of the Ling family. Before Sushi could respond, Ling Yihang suddenly said, Su Laosher is not leaving. She is staying for lunch. Han Xiao shot Ling Yihang a look, thinking it was inappropriate for an outsider to stay for lunch. Whose house is this? Ling Yihang retorted. Han Zhao's smile froze, and her face flushed. Ling Yihang's tone was cold. This is my home. I decide who is an outsider. Su Laosher is my teacher and also my friend. Outsiders do not have the right to call her one. Sushi's gaze shifted, and she turned to look at Ling Yihang, warmth flowing through her heart. Han Zhao's eyes turned cold as she looked up at Ling Jiuze, who was coming down the stairs, and spoke with a hint of grievance. Jiuze? Ling Jiuze ignored her and instead looked at the servant outside the kitchen. Has Su Laosher's favorite rice wine duck soup been prepared? The servant immediately replied, Yes. It's ready and can be served right away. Han Xiao stood there, feeling the wind blowing in from the window hitting her face like a slap. She was angry and wronged, wanting to storm out in an instant. But upon seeing Sushi, she forced herself to calm down and pretended nothing was wrong. Sushi was forced to stay for lunch, and while washing her hands in the bathroom on the first floor, Han Xiao blocked her inside. Han Zhao's eyes were filled with undisguised disgust and jealousy. Don't think Jiuze really likes you. He is doing this on purpose to provoke me. Sushi felt that Han Xiao was more pathetic than Zhou Ting. Regardless of sincerity, at least Zhou Ting had Xiao Yu. As for Han Xiao, she had always been one-sided in her feelings. Han Xiao said coldly, As a tutor, do your job properly. Keep your distance from the master. And don't think about what you shouldn't. Jiuze won't like you. Sushi asked, Does he like you? A fleeting sadness flashed in Han Zhao's eyes as she calmly replied, He doesn't like me. Sushi raised her eyebrows, realizing that Han Xiao understood the situation. Han Xiao continued, He doesn't like me, and he won't like you either. The person in his heart is. The servant suddenly interrupted Han Xiao, politely saying, The second young master said you like sweets. And there is cake made in the kitchen. What flavor do you want? Han Zhao's face instantly darkened. Sushi smiled lightly, Chocolate mousse, thank you. Okay. The servant replied respectfully. Sushi ignored Han Xiao and brushed past her, leaving the bathroom. Han Xiao coldly glared at Sushi's back, her hatred growing stronger. In the past, she lost because she was not as good as that woman, but now, she could not possibly lose to a poor student who was a tutor. During lunch, the servant brought over the cake made for Sushi, which was 6 inches in size. Sushi noticed Ling Yihong looking over and asked him, "Do you want half?" Ling Yihong immediately shook his head. "Only girls like you would enjoy this kind of thing." Han Xiao elegantly held a knife and fork to eat her cheese salmon, and upon hearing Ling Yihong's words, she smiled faintly. "Yihong, not all girls love cake. Only some who haven't seen much of the world would like it because they have never had real good things. Eating a little cake makes them feel very happy." After saying that, she even smiled at Sushi. "I'm just stating facts, not referring to you, Su Laosher. Don't take it to heart." Sushi raised her spoon, looked up, and replied calmly, "I want tea. After all, I'm also just trying to get a moment as satisfaction, not caring about what others say." Han Zhao's face darkened, realizing that Sushi was mocking her for only being able to express herself verbally. Just as she was about to retort, Ling Jiuze spoke up, asking Sushi, "Can you finish the cake?" Sushi turned back and said, "It is a bit large." Ling Jiuze said, "Then divide it with me." Ling Yihong also chimed in, "The cake looks good. I suddenly want to eat it too." Sushi's eyes sparkled as she smiled warmly at the servant. "Could you please bring 2 more plates and divide the cake into 3 portions? The servant responded respectfully and took the cake to be divided. The atmosphere at the dining table immediately grew subtle. Han Zhao's hand holding the knife and fork trembled slightly. Her emotions of grievance, anger, and embarrassment surged, making it hard to maintain her fake smile. Ling Jiuze and Ling Yihong clearly favored Sushi. She felt isolated and bullied by the 3 of them, and at that moment, she should have immediately gotten up and left. However, she did not have the guts to do so. She would rather be looked down upon by Ling Jiuze than dare to leave like that, fearing that if she left in a huff, she would not be able to come back again. She swallowed the salmon in her mouth, glaring at Sushi with a vengeful look, wishing she could stab a few holes in her face with the knife in her hand. After finishing the meal, Sushi said her goodbyes to leave. Han Xiao, fearing that Ling Jiuze would personally see Sushi off, immediately said to him, "Jiuze, I have something to discuss with you." Ling Jiuze's voice was cold. "What is it?" "It's very important," Han Xiao emphasized. Chapter 56 Background. She had already reached the entrance, changed her shoes, and turned back to say goodbye. "Mr. Ling Yihang, see you." Ling Yihang watched Sushi leave and turned to say, "Uncle, my dad's birthday is coming up, and I picked a gift for him. I want you to take a look." Ling Jiuze nodded. "You go up first, I'll find you later." "Hurry up." Ling Yihang glanced at Han Xiao and went upstairs. Ling Jiuze walked into the living room and asked lightly, "What is it?" Han Xiao frowned and said, "Jiuze, don't you think Sushi and Yihang are getting too close?" Ling Jiuze sat on the sofa, his expression detached and cold. "What's the problem?" "Of course there's a problem." Han Xiao sat across from him, looking serious. "The tutor my third uncle hired before deliberately tried to get close to Han Li, causing a ruckus with the family to get a raise, and was eventually fired by my third uncle. Also, there are rules in formal tutoring companies that prohibit getting too close to the children of the host family. There's a reason for all this." Ling Jiuze was unimpressed. "Sushi knows her limits." Han Xiao scoffed. "I see Yihang defending her a lot. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance. I think she's not simple at all." Ling Jiuze's gaze deepened slightly. "Does this have anything to do with you?" Han Zhao's face turned pale, and she coldly mocked herself. "Right. It has nothing to do with me, just my one-sided feelings. Do you like this female student? What about Gu Yinshu?" Ling Jiuze's expression gradually turned colder, his eyes like ice and snow, difficult to read. He stood up, coldly stared at Han Xiao. "If you're so idle, go sweep the streets. Don't worry about things that are none of your business. And from now on, don't come to the house without my permission." After saying that, he turned and walked upstairs, his back cold, as if he didn't want to see Han Xiao again. Tears welled up in Han Zhao's eyes. She knew she shouldn't have mentioned Gu Yinshu, and it was too late to regret her impulsive words. She had to find out what the relationship between Sushi and Ling Jiuze really was. The driver took Sushi back to Jiang University. On the way, Sushi received a call from Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi invited her to go shopping, explaining, "My cousin's getting married next week, and I need to pick out a dress. Come with me, 2 ice creams, how about it?" Sushi was in a good mood and readily agreed. She asked the driver to stop at the mall where she and Cheng Yi had agreed to meet. After getting out of the car and waiting for a few minutes, Cheng Yi rushed over from across the street. Cheng Yi was buying a dress for her cousin's wedding, but was also planning to splurge on a set of brand formal wear for her summer job search. The 2 of them shopped from the first floor to the 3rd floor, and Cheng Yi went to buy ice cream while Sushi waited on a chair. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure at the AJ counter across the way, Zhou Yang. She hadn't known Zhou Yang personally before. She was only familiar with him through Ling Yinua. Today, Ling Yinua was not home and had not gone on a date with Zhou Yang. She had heard he went to her grandmother's house. So Zhou Yang appeared here alone. At that moment, Zhou Yang was trying on a pair of shoes inside. standing up to look at himself in the mirror, looking quite satisfied. Moments later, Zhou Yang came out holding a boxed pair of shoes, talking on the phone with a warm smile on his face. Sushi got up and walked over. She wandered around the shoe store and saw the pair of shoes Zhou Yang had tried on, limited edition, priced at 9,880 yuan. Her eyes narrowed slightly. A pair of high-end AJ shoes couldn't compare to the price of a GK necklace. But buying a fake GK for his girlfriend and a limited edition AJ for himself was a bit disgusting. Moreover, Ling Jiuze said Zhou Yang came from an ordinary family. How could he afford shoes that cost over 10,000? Sushi. Cheng Yi ran over with ice cream. What are you doing here? Are you buying shoes? No, just looking around. Sushi walked outside with Cheng Yi and asked, do you know Zhou Yang? What's he like? Which Zhou Yang? Cheng Yi asked. The one from the foreign language department. Cheng Yi thought for a moment and suddenly realized, oh, it's him. I haven't interacted with him much, so I don't know. She looked at Sushi with playful curiosity. What, do you like him? He already has a girlfriend, and their relationship is pretty good. So you might be out of luck. His girlfriend is Ling Jiuze? Sushi asked. Yeah, Jiuze is pretty and has a good personality. If you try to steal her boyfriend, it might be a bit difficult, Cheng Yi analyzed for her. Sushi shot her a glance. What do you think about all day? Cheng Yi grinned. Thinking about you. Sushi calmly walked ahead. I'm not interested in you. Who are you interested in? Zhou Yang. Cheng Yi joked as she caught up. If you really like him, I can ask around about what he's like. Sushi was about to refuse, but her eyes flickered, and she nodded. Okay. Cheng Yi was surprised. You really like him? Sushi smiled lightly. After you find out everything, I'll tell you. Cheng Yi raised her eyebrows, annoyed that Sushi was being so secretive. Late at night, Ling Jiuze returned to Yuting at 11 o'clock. He thought Sushi would be asleep, but when he opened the door, he saw the TV still on in the living room. As he approached, a headless figure peeked out from under the female lead's bed, one eye fixed on him. Ling Jiuze, he recalled, Jiang Chun came back tonight, and the two of them had a few drinks. It was fine at first, but now the alcohol is hitting hard. He walked behind Sushi and said lightly, what are you watching? Sushi suddenly turned around, her mouth smeared with a bit of strawberry jam, staring at him, and after a moment, she asked, when did you come back? Ling Jiuze. He raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, saying lightly, I'll go take a shower first. Sushi responded, continuing to be drawn into the movie. When the movie reached its second half, Ling Jiuze came out of the master bedroom and casually sat down beside Sushi, leaning against the sofa to watch the movie with her. Sushi glanced at the man during a break, seeing him lounging back against the chair. A few damp black strands of hair falling across his forehead, his long eyes dark as ink, hiding all sharpness and emotion, with only the light from the TV flickering across his brows and eyes. He wore a bathrobe, his legs spread apart, and the outline of his underwear was faintly visible. Sushi quickly averted her gaze. The female lead in the movie screamed, and Ling Jiuze frowned, turning to look at Sushi, only to find the strawberry jam still at the corner of her mouth. He revealed a vague smile, leaned closer to Sushi, raised his hand to wipe it away. His voice as magnetic and pleasant as ever. You really like ice cream, huh? I saw you stocked up a lot in the fridge. Sushi caught a faint scent of alcohol from the man, swallowed the ice cream in her mouth, and slowly said, when I was a child, my mom only bought ice cream for my brother. He would tease me, eating it in front of me, one small bite at a time, then telling me how delicious it was. She couldn't help but salivate, recalling how her adoptive mother kicked her off the chair, scolding her for being useless. Sushi smiled faintly. At that time, I thought I would have a lot of ice cream in the future. Ling Jiuze had never heard her mention her family before, and he frowned slightly. Where are your parents now? Sushi replied expressionlessly. They died in a car accident when I was 4, and afterward, my brother and I were sent to an orphanage. Ling Jiuze asked, didn't you say you have a grandfather? Sushi nodded. I stayed in the orphanage for a year before my grandfather adopted me and took me home. Ling Jiuze didn't expect Sushi to have such a complicated background, and for a moment, he was speechless. He reached out to pat her head, smiling gently. Then eat more. If it's not enough, I'll buy you some. Sushi looked up, her gaze calm. I don't have childhood trauma. It's not because I was abused as a child that I like sweets. I just genuinely enjoy them. Ling Jiuze looked down at her, his expression deep and shadowy. After a while, he finally parted his lips and asked, what flavor is ice cream? Sushi handed him half a box of ice cream. Do you want to eat? Ling Jiuze reached out to take the ice cream box, but set it aside. He reached out to stroke her face, leaned down, and kissed the corner of her lips, rolling that hint of strawberry jam into his mouth. Chapter 57. The scumbag wants to break up. Sushi instinctively closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. The man's cool lips kissed their way down from her brow and the corners of her eyes, lingering on her cherry pink lips for a moment before pulling her onto his lap for a deep kiss. He tasted the sweet flavor of strawberries deep within her lips, while Sushi savored the rich, intoxicating aroma of wine. As her consciousness began to blur, Sushi suddenly thought of what Han Xiao had left unsaid at the Ling family today. Who was Ling Jiuze's heart belonging to? Did someone like him also have someone he desired but couldn't have? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her tongue as the man deliberately bit her, punishing her for being distracted at that moment. Sushi wrapped her arms around the man's neck, responding eagerly and focused. That night, Ling Jiuze was particularly gentle. Even when he slightly lost control, he would whisper many comforting words in her ear. The movie had long ended, and the gentle breeze of early summer blew in through the half-open window, lifting the curtains slightly and stirring Sushi's soft black hair, causing it to dance in the dark night. It felt like suddenly getting to eat her favorite ice cream on a hot day. The sweet and refreshing sensation spreading from her lips down her throat, with countless bursts of joy slowly exploding within her body. On Monday, in the VIP ward of Jiangda Medical University Affiliated Hospital, Wei Qingming sat on the sofa reading, when she heard Su Yan calling her from inside. "Qingming, I want to eat an apple, peel one for me." "Oh," Wei Qingming replied casually, picking up an apple to start peeling it. Su Yan was her cousin from her uncle's family, who were wealthy merchants and had always looked down on her family. This time, after Su Yan got injured, her mother insisted on coming to take care of her. Wei Qingming understood her mother's intentions, thinking that her father was unreliable and hoping her uncle could support her and her brother in the future. She didn't care much about it, but she didn't want her mother to be bossed around by Su Yan, so she had to take care of Su Yan herself. In fact, Su Yan's injury had long since healed. She didn't know why Su Yan insisted on staying in the hospital. Just as she was finishing peeling an apple, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Qingming went to open it and saw a tall, handsome man standing outside, looking gentle and polite. "Is Su Yan in this ward?" Qingming was momentarily dazzled by the man's good looks and nervously replied, "Yes, who are you?" Su Yan, who had been lying on the bed, rushed out with red eyes. Choking up, "Chenggu, you finally came back." Jiang Chen walked in, smiling slightly. "You've been wronged." Su Yan threw herself into the man's arms, sobbing. "I'm in so much pain." Wei Qingming watched the two suddenly embrace and quickly turned her head away, her ears turning red. She had heard her aunt say before that Su Yan had a very capable boyfriend, and it seemed this was the man. No wonder she hadn't been discharged from the hospital. It turned out she was waiting for him. Wei Qingming didn't know where to look, feeling awkward. "You two chat. I'll go get some hot water." She hurriedly grabbed the thermos and rushed out. Jiang Chun placed Su Yan on the sofa, soothing her gently, and handed her a GK box. "See if you like it." Su Yan pouted happily. "Is this to comfort me?" Jiang Chun smiled lightly. "No, it's a breakup gift." Su Yan's smile froze at the corners of her lips. "What do you mean?" Jiang Chun continued to smile, but his beautiful eyes held no trace of warmth. "Follow me. Are you short on money or jewelry? You wore that piece of broken jade from Changbo around your neck to show off. Is my girlfriend really so worthless?" Su Yan's face turned pale in an instant, her whole body trembling with panic and fear as she hurriedly grabbed Jiang Chen's hand. "Chenggu, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Jiang Chen stood up, looking down at her with indifference. "Everyone around me knows that once I say it's over, there's no turning back. I haven't treated you poorly these past few months. Let us part on good terms." "No, I don't want to break up." Su Yan cried, tears streaming down her face. The man who had just been so gentle suddenly turned ruthless, and she couldn't accept such a sudden change. She put aside her pride and pleaded, "Chenggu, I love you. I really love you. Please give me another chance, okay? I promise I'll be obedient." Jiang Chen sneered, "Do you love me or my money?" Su Yan immediately replied, "Of course I love you." Jiang Chen's voice turned cold. "If you don't like money, then why are you accepting Changbo's jade? Don't say it's because you think it's pretty." Su Yan's face filled with regret. "I won't dare again. Chenggu, I promise I won't dare again." Jiang Chun was already somewhat impatient. "We at least have some good memories. Don't make me hate you. And don't use my name to do things outside in the future. Or you know my methods." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Su Yan lunged at him, but stumbled over the carpet. She watched Jiang Chun leave without looking back, crying out, "Chenggu, forgive me. I really know I was wrong." When Wei Qingming returned with the water, she happened to run into Jiang Chun. She was surprised and asked, "Are you leaving?" Jiang Chun smiled lightly. "Is there something else?" "Isn't Su Yan your girlfriend?" Wei Qingming handed him the water kettle. "Take care of her. I have things to do this afternoon." Jiang Chun, looking noble and refined, like a character from a book, replied, "Sorry, not anymore." After saying that, he walked past Qingming and left. Wei Qingming didn't immediately understand his meaning. Her outstretched hand hadn't even had time to retract before the man was gone. She looked at his back in confusion and turned to walk back into the ward. Upon entering, she saw Su Yan on the floor crying. "Chenggu, I really made a mistake. Please don't break up with me." Others had told her that no girlfriend of Jiang Chen's lasted more than 3 months. But he had been so gentle with her that she thought she would be the exception. She never expected the outcome to be like this. She was unwilling. Wei Qingning's eyes widened. They really broke up? Just a moment ago they were all lovey-dovey, and now that she went to get water, they broke up? She set down the water bottle and went to support her. "Stop crying. He broke up with you while you were sick. That's a clear sign he's a scumbag. Breaking up is just breaking up. What do you know?" Su Yan shook off her hand forcefully, her tear-streaked face looking terrifying. "Even if he is a scumbag, he's a scumbag you could never aspire to." Wei Qingning's face flushed with anger. "Then you deserve to be dumped by him. I have to go do a part-time job this afternoon. I'm leaving, you can cry by yourself." After saying that, she grabbed her bag and stormed out. Even after leaving the hospital, Wei Qingning was still furious. That man didn't look sad at all. He was calm, clearly showing he had no feelings for Su Yan. Su Yan was willing to go through so much for such a person. She really didn't understand what was so good about that scumbag. Wasn't he just a good appearance? Good looks are everywhere, but a kind soul is rare. However, Su Yan wasn't worth pitying. One was willing to fight, and the other to endure. Why should she get angry over it? But just as she reached the hospital entrance, she received a call from Su Yan. "Wei Qingning, you come back." Qingning replied coldly, "Why should I go back? To be your punching bag? If you have the guts, go find that scumbag. If you're too scared, just hide under the covers and cry. What is the point of venting your anger on others?" Su Yan angrily retorted, "Are you crazy? How dare you talk to me like that? I've wanted to say this for a long time. You clearly have no issues, yet you insist on lying in the hospital pretending to be sick. My mom takes care of you, and you boss her around. What do you think you are? She's your own aunt. If it weren't for my mom, do you think I'd want to see your ugly face?" In her anger, Wei Qingning blurted out all her thoughts. Su Yan was about to go crazy. "Clearly, it was you poor folks who came to serve me in order to curry favor with our family. Your mother willingly offered to wash my feet and pour water for me, and I am using you because I think highly of you." Chapter 58 Misunderstanding. Wei Qingning opened her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, she choked up and couldn't say a word. Su Yan was right. They were poor in both money and ambition, and she had brought this on herself. Su Yan's scolding was spot on. She used to have a happy family, but Wei Lynching destroyed it after becoming addicted to drugs, making her mother live in such humiliation. She didn't feel sorry for herself, only for her mother, who, as an elder, was insulted like this by her niece. Yet she had no way to rebut. A Maybach was parked nearby, and Jiang Chen sat in the driver's seat, watching the girl by the roadside cry. The women he had seen cry either sobbed loudly after a breakup or pretended to be wronged. He had never seen anyone cry like this, with no expression on their face, just tears continuously flowing from their eyes. It looked so sorrowful. A trace of pity rose in his heart, and he wanted to ask her why she was crying so sadly. Wei Qingning hung up the phone, ignoring Su Yan's ongoing anger, and wiped her tears forcefully from her face. She would definitely work hard to lift her mother's head in front of the Su family. Just as she was about to leave, a luxury car suddenly stopped in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing a handsome and elegant man. He smiled at her and asked, "Who did you just say was a scumbag?" Qingning was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the man. Jiang Chen looked at the girl in front of him, noticing her red eyes, resembling a rabbit. The red-eyed rabbit clearly wasn't in a good mood. Her expression shifted from surprise to anger as she looked at him, saying, "It's you." She knew she shouldn't vent her anger on others. But who told him to appear when she was crying because of Su Yan? Jiang Chen wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "How am I a scumbag? Su Yan called you and made you cry, right? I just broke up with her, so I helped you get revenge. Shouldn't you be grateful to me?" Qingning was taken aback, almost letting him fool her, but she quickly regained her logic. It was clearly because he broke up with her that she was in a bad mood and vented her anger on me. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "The reason doesn't matter. The result is what counts. Anyway, I taught Su Yan a lesson on your behalf. Isn't that right? Who are you calling you?" Qingning coldly retorted and turned to leave. Jiang Chen drove after her. "Little girl, where are you going? I'll give you a ride." "No need." Qingning strode forward, not looking back at him. Jiang Chen was in an unusually good mood today. "You're crying like this, and no one dares to take you. Where are you actually going?" Qingning stopped, frowned, and looked at Jiang Chen. "What do you want? Are you trying to chase me? Let me tell you. I hate you rich playboys who think every woman can be toyed with. Go charm Su Yan with your tricks." Jiang Chen looked at her defensive and angry face. After 3 seconds, he suddenly smiled, his smile gentle and handsome. "Do you have a misunderstanding about us rich playboys you mentioned?" Qingning sneered. "Did I misunderstand you?" "Of course." Jiang Chen smiled warmly. Us rich playboys, even when pursuing women, would go after someone like Su Yin, who has curves. As for someone like you." He paused, deliberately sizing up Qingming's thin and frail figure, and smiled wickedly. "We wouldn't pursue." Qingming stood there dumbfounded. "Really don't need me to give you a ride? Then I'll leave first, bye?" Jiangchen rolled up the window and stepped on the gas, speeding away. After a moment, Qingming snapped out of her daze. Her face flushed with anger, nearly exploding. "Scumbag jerk." Qingming kicked a stone on the ground forcefully. After Jiangchen returned to the company, he received a call from his subordinate. "Brother Chun, Li Bo has hidden in the mountains. We've been looking for him for days and finally found him. But someone got there first and took Li Bo away." Jiangchen narrowed his eyes in surprise. "Do you know who it was?" The voice on the other end lowered. "It seems to be Eagle Hook." Jiangchen was taken aback. "Are you sure?" "It should be correct." Jiangchen was somewhat surprised. Eagle Hook was a mysterious organization that did work for the wealthy. As long as the payment was high enough, they would take any task and had never missed a target. But no one had ever seen the people from Eagle Hook, who spent money to find Eagle Hook's men to capture Chongbo. The Su family? The Su family certainly hated Chongbo. Jiangchen had a plan in mind and said calmly, "You don't need to worry about this. Just bring your people back." He sent people to capture Chongbo, not for Su Yin, but because he couldn't swallow this anger. No one had ever dared to pursue his woman before. However, since someone was doing the work for him now, he didn't need to act personally. "Understood, Brother Chun." Jiangchen sent out more inquiries, and sure enough, this morning, Chongbo was found tied up and thrown at the police station entrance. The police went to check the surveillance to find out who had captured Chongbo, but the footage was completely blank. At noon, after class, Su Shi and Cheng Yi went out to eat. As they exited the school gate, they saw Su Tong getting into a car from the Su family and leaving. Cheng Yi, seeing Su Tong's back, recalled something and said, "I have a school group with some senior students. Yesterday I casually asked, and someone said Zhou Yang used to pursue Su Tong, but didn't succeed." Su Shi was somewhat surprised. "When was that?" Cheng Yi replied, "Probably when they were freshmen. They are a year above us, and at that time, Ling Inua hadn't come to Jian University yet." A thought flashed through Su Shi's mind, but before she could think further, Cheng Yi pulled her along. "My white moonlight is across the street. Hurry up." Su Tong was on her way to meet her traditional Chinese painting teacher, Li Zheng. Her painting was about to be exhibited, and Li Zheng was guiding her on some details. It was already 4 in the afternoon when she came out of Li Zheng's studio. The driver had been waiting outside. As soon as she got into the car, she received a call from Su Hetong. Su Tong swiped her phone and sweetly called out, "Grandpa." Su Hetong chuckled and asked, "Tong Tong, are you about to graduate? Have you been busy lately?" Su Tong replied warmly, "I've almost prepared my graduation thesis. I've been busy with the exhibition recently." "I heard your dad say it, Tong Tong. You are truly impressive." "Thank you, Grandpa." After exchanging a few seemingly warm pleasantries, Su Hetong finally spoke, "Tong Tong. Recently the young master of the Su family saw you at the old Lady Fong's birthday banquet and took a liking to you. His father has contacted me a couple of times, wanting to introduce you too. It just so happens that he is free today. Why don't you go meet him?" Su Tong's heart skipped a beat. Last night at dinner, Chen Yuan mentioned the Su family's young master, Su Geng, but in a mocking tone. Su Geng was in his 30s, previously fixated on a female celebrity, and insisted on marrying her against the opposition of the Su family. The wedding was extravagant and lively. However, less than a year later, they divorced, and the female celebrity revealed to reporters that Su Geng was abusive, frequently cheating on her, and had many unspeakable hobbies. The female celebrity exposed her body, showing fresh and old wounds, which was shocking. At that time, this report caused quite a stir. The Su family had connections and quickly silenced the female celebrity, ensuring she disappeared from the entertainment industry. Su Tong had also seen Su Geng in some occasions. He was about 1.6 meters tall, weighed around 160 pounds, and had a pockmarked face, making him look 10 years older than he actually was. Now Su Geng had set his sights on her. Su Tong couldn't help but shiver. She cautiously asked, "Do my parents know?" Su Hetong replied in his usual gentle and kind tone, "You two meet first, and then I'll talk to your dad." Chapter 59. Scheming. Su Tong's palms were sweaty as she gripped her phone. "Grandpa, I just graduated and don't want to date anyone for now." Su Hetong fell silent for a moment, his voice turning cold. "Tong Tong, business has been tough these past 2 years, and our Su family is not what it used to be. A major project is about to be developed in Jiangqing, and Su Geng's uncle is in charge of it. If our families get along well, we might have a chance to be involved." He spoke earnestly. "Tong Tong, the Su family has raised you for over 20 years. It can't be for nothing. Grandpa knows you are sensible and understands what it means to be grateful and repay kindness." Su Tong's voice tightened. "Grandpa, I know I owe a lot to the Su family, and I will definitely be filial to my parents and grandparents in the future. Su Hetong smiled lightly. No need to wait for the future. There's a chance for you to be filial now. He added meaningfully, in theory, Sushi is our family's biological daughter, and your parents' assets should all go to her. But if you are obedient, Grandpa will also care for you. Su Tong's mind was buzzing. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Where do we meet? 6 o'clock in the evening, at Xiangxia West Bank. Behave yourself. After hanging up, Su Tong's hands and feet remained cold. Her mind only focused on one thought. The Su family wanted to sell her off. Usually, Su Hetong and Su Mu treated her kindly, as if they cherished her like a biological granddaughter. But at a critical moment, she realized that in their eyes, she was merely a commodity for trading interests. Why didn't they let Su Shi marry Su Gong? Was it because she was not a biological child and could be discarded at will? No. She had been spoiled for 20 years and would never let herself be ruined by them. Su Tong's eyes flashed with determination, and she soon had a plan. In the afternoon, after class, Su Shi received a call from Su Tong as she left the classroom. As soon as she picked up, Su Tong choked out sister and then started to cry, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Su Shi walked to a quiet place and spoke softly. Su Tong, what's wrong? Su Tong gasped for breath, her tone panicked. Sister, please help me, help me. Su Shi remained calm. What happened? After a few sobs, Su Tong managed to say, Grandpa called me today and wants me to date the young master of the Su family because he needs Su Gung's uncle to help him with bidding. You must have heard of Su Gong. Su Tong's crying grew more sorrowful. He has been divorced and has a history of domestic violence. If I marry into the Su family, I won't survive. I just graduated from university and have many dreams. I don't want to get married, especially not to the Su family. Su Shi asked, do mom and dad know? Su Tong cried pitifully, I don't know. Grandpa won't let me tell them. He said the Su family raised me for over 20 years, and I need to repay the Su family. Sister, please help me. Su Shi said. How can I help you? Su Tong helplessly replied, I don't know. I'm terrified and have no idea what to do. I can't tell mom and dad, so I could only call you. You're the only one I can rely on now. She sobbed again and continued. Grandpa wants me to meet Su Gong at Xiangxia West Bank at 6 o'clock tonight. Sister, please go with me. I can't go alone. Su Shi paused for a moment. Okay, I'll go with you. Thank you, sister. You're the best. Su Tong's voice was hoarse from crying. I'll wait for you at the West Bank at 6. You must come. Yes, I will definitely go. After hanging up, a coldness flickered in Su Shi's beautiful eyes. In the evening, just before 6 o'clock, the Su family's driver dropped Su Tong off at Xiangxia West Bank. Su Tong asked the driver to stop across the street, but didn't get out of the car. Instead, she kept staring at the entrance of the West Bank. At exactly 6 o'clock, she saw Su Shi get out of a taxi and walk into the restaurant. Watching Su Shi's figure, she slowly smiled. Su Shi was very beautiful, even more so than Su Tong. If Su Gong saw Su Shi, he would surely be attracted to her. Let the biological daughter of the Su family marry into the Su family. Why should she, who was not a Su family member, sacrifice herself for their interests? She turned off her phone and waited quietly. Time passed slowly, and Su Tong didn't dare wait too long. Around 6:30, she got out of the car and walked toward the West Bank. Upon entering the Western restaurant, she reported the room number, and the waiter led her there. Standing outside the private room, she couldn't hear any sounds from inside, probably due to good sound insulation. Su Tong glanced around and gently knocked on the door. Come in. A man's impatient voice came from inside. Su Tong was taken aback, but pushed the door open and entered. Inside the private room was only Su Gong. He had been waiting impatiently, but upon seeing Su Tong, his eyes brightened, and he immediately grinned. Miss Su. Su Tong instinctively asked, where's Su Shi? Su Gong looked surprised. Who is Su Shi? Su Tong's expression changed. She had clearly seen Su Shi enter. How could she not be here? Su Gong asked the waiter to leave and closed the door, his triangular eyes openly scanning Su Tong, and he smiled. Miss Su, please sit. The private room was extravagantly decorated, with crystal chandeliers, valuable paintings, exquisite tablecloths, flowers, and candlesticks, wasteful and luxurious. Su Tong had no choice but to sit down, awkwardly explaining. I was stuck in traffic, so I'm a bit late. No problem. Su Gong directly sat down in the chair next to Su Tong, poured red wine into a crystal glass, and said, as long as Miss Su is willing to come, I will wait no matter how late. He squinted and smiled, his pockmarked face gleaming with greasy light, making Su Tong feel a wave of nausea, and she immediately turned her head away. To celebrate our first meeting, I'll toast you, Miss Su. Su Gong placed the wine glass in front of Su Tong. Su Tong leaned away from Su Gong's approaching body and lowered her head. I don't drink. Then just drink a little, it won't get you drunk. Su Gong leaned in closer, almost pressing his face against Su Tong's, staring at her face and murmuring, Miss Su is truly beautiful. Suppressing her disgust, Su Tong smiled softly. That's because Su Gongzi hasn't seen my sister. My sister is even more beautiful than I am. Su Gong looked surprised. You have a sister? Yes, she is taller than me, fairer than me, and more beautiful than a star. Su Tong praised softly, and she could see Su Gong's eyes showing a foolish admiration. Su Tong continued, why don't I call my sister and have her come over? Su Gongzi can see for himself if I'm telling the truth. Su Gong's small eyes flickered. Thinking Su Tong was intentionally trying to divert his attention, he grinned and said, no rush, let us drink first, and then you can call. Su Tong had to pick up the wine glass and take a small sip. Can I call now? Su Tong, trying to avoid Su Gong's increasingly close body, tightly clutched her phone. Is your sister really that beautiful? Su Gong asked disbelievingly. Really? Su Tong affirmed confidently. As soon as she finished speaking, the door to the private room suddenly opened. She turned her head in shock and exclaimed, Sister. Chapter 60. Always thinking of oneself as the smartest Su, she walked into the private room and spoke lightly, Su Tong. Su Gong stared at Su Shi in shock, stood up, squinted his eyes and smiled, unable to hide his amazement. She was indeed beautiful. Su Tong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, the corners of her lips unconsciously curling up. Thankfully, although Su Shi arrived a little late, everything was within her expectations. Su Gong stared at Su Shi with wide eyes and exclaimed, I didn't know the Su family had such a beautiful daughter. Didn't they say Su Jingrong only had one daughter? Su Shi's gaze was clear as she asked him, what did you just do to my sister? Su Gong immediately laughed and said, we were talking about you. Talking about me? Su Shi glanced at Su Tong and asked, what are you saying about me? Su Tong instantly became nervous and hurriedly spoke up, I made an appointment with my sister for 6 o'clock. I was a bit worried when I didn't see her, so I asked young Master Su if he had seen her. Su Shi lightly curled her lips. Is that so? Su Gong's small eyes sparkled as he smiled. Miss Su, you came just in time. Let's all have a drink together. Su Shi's expression suddenly darkened. Do you deserve it? Su Gong's smile froze on his face. What did you say? Su Shi retorted, you, a toad, dreaming of eating swan meat. I don't think you even qualify as a toad. If you want to marry my sister, you might as well go and be reborn. Her tone was mocking, like a cold wind slapping Su Gong's disgusting face. Su Tong's face changed drastically. Sister, what are you saying? Su Shi raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say you didn't like Su Gong and asked me to help you? Su Gong's expression darkened, his eyes fierce as he glared at Su Tong. You little. Su Tong trembled all over. No, I never said such things. Su Gong, humiliated and angry, raised his hand and splashed wine on Su Tong's face, reaching out to grab her hair. Su Shi swiftly stepped forward, blocking Su Tong, and slapped Su Gong's face, sending him staggering back. Su Gong stumbled and hit his lower back against the hard edge of the table, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. What are you screaming for? Su Shi's expression turned cold as she kicked him in the waist, sending his fat body flying, crashing against the wall with a loud bang. Su Tong's eyes widened as she watched Su Gong rolling on the ground, howling in pain, her heart filled with panic. Su Shi turned to look at Su Tong and said indifferently, it's taken care of. Su Tong stared at Su Shi's delicate and youthful face, trembling slightly. The two exited the West Bank, and by then, it was already dark. The street was brightly lit, as bright as day. The lights shone on Su Tong's face, making her look pale and unappealing. She looked at Su Shi, her tone ambiguous. Sister, you're really impressive. Her words were double-edged, laced with anger. Su Shi turned back, her tone calm. When I was young, I was bullied and learned some martial arts. If someone bullies you in the future, just tell me. I will. Su Tong replied flatly, taking a step towards the opposite side, without even looking at Su Shi. Su Shi watched the girl's back, her expression unchanged, and turned to leave. On the way home, Su Tong received a call from Su He-tang. Su He-tang angrily asked, Su Tong, what good deed have you done? If you don't agree, you can just tell me directly, but you actually found someone to beat Su Gong. Now the Su family is very angry. If the Su family suffers any losses, I will never let you off. Our Su family has raised you as a young lady for 20 years, and we can just as easily throw you out like a beggar. Su Tong hurriedly explained, Grandpa, let me explain. But Su He-tang hung up the phone. Su Tong's face turned pale, and hatred grew in her heart. Su Shi must have done this on purpose. She was jealous of her excellence, jealous of her being pampered by Chun Yuan, and took the opportunity to retaliate against her. It had to be that way. She would not let her have her way. She not only wanted to monopolize Chun Yuan's affection, but also wanted all of the Su family's assets for herself. A useless country bumpkin, how could she compete with her? Su Shi bought a portion of pasta at the supermarket and returned to Yuting. While cooking the noodles, she received a call from Chun Yuan. When the call connected, Chun Yuan's cold and furious voice blasted in her ear. Sushi, why are you bullying Tong Tong? Where did you learn all these thug skills? I know you resent Tong Tong. It was I who lost you back then. If you have grievances, take them out on me. Sushi saw that the soup in the pot was boiling, hung up the phone, threw her phone aside, and focused on cooking the noodles. Chen Yuan called again, and Sushi pressed mute. She could roughly guess what Su Tong told Chen Yuan after returning home, that Su Tang introduced her to a friend. And while they were having a pleasant meal, she went over and beat the person up. That made Su Tong offend Su Tang and also the Su family. All the blame was on her. Even if she explained, Chen Yuan would not choose to believe her. Shen Yangyang was right. Chen Yuan was just a fool. Even though she was her biological mother, she had to admit this fact. Human emotions are limited. All of Chen Yuan's maternal love had been given to Su Tong, leaving no excess for her. Blood ties could not make up for 20 years of absence. The next day, after Sushi finished her first class, she received a call from Su Jingrong. Su Jingrong's tone was slightly tired. Shi, what happened yesterday? Sushi replied. Su Tong said she didn't like Su Gong and asked me to help her. Su Jingrong paused for a moment. His voice softened. Dad believes you. Tong Tong has been a bit off lately. It might be because after you came back, she felt insecure in this family. Sushi sensed that Su Jingrong was speaking up for Su Tong, so she remained silent. Su Jingrong continued, last night. Your grandfather called me and vented for a long time. The Su family might not let this go easily, but don't be afraid. Your dad is here. Hearing this, Sushi wanted to say she could handle the Su family's matter, but hadn't he spoken before Su Jingrong continued. I was initially thinking of bringing you back home after you broke off the engagement with the Ling family, but now, given the situation, you should stay outside for a while. If you need more money, just tell Dad. Sushi's gaze turned cold as she smiled lightly. I've rented a place outside. I won't be going back for now. You moved out of Qingyuan? Su Jingrong sounded surprised and quickly explained, Dad didn't mean that. It's just that your mother is upset, and Tong Tong's emotions are also off. Even if I bring you back, it won't be happy for everyone, and it might even make you feel wronged. Sushi replied lightly, I know. They wanted to bring her back, but hadn't left a place for her in the family. She understood this when she returned to the Su family. So when the agreement with the Ling family was signed and she was asked to live in Qingyuan, she didn't hesitate to agree. Chen Yuan didn't know where she was going at that time, made no effort to keep her, and never cared. She might even be relieved that she wouldn't have to compete with Su Tong for affection in the Su family. As for Su Tong, she could pretend not to know the little scheme she played, but if Su Tong really thought she could toy with her like a fool, then she was gravely mistaken. Some people always think they are the smartest, but in fact, that is also a kind of foolishness. Chapter 61. Visiting Master in the Su family study. Su Jingrong had just hung up the phone when Chen Yuan pushed the door open and said coldly, You are not allowed to call Sushi again. Let's just pretend we don't have this daughter. Su Jingrong frowned. We should listen to Shi's explanation. Explanation for what? Chen Yuan retorted angrily. She must be jealous that her grandfather introduced a boyfriend to Su Tong, so she deliberately caused trouble. She even dares to hit people. Is this what a girl should do? What has she learned outside these years? She acts like a thug, Su Jingrong said in a deep voice. What kind of boyfriend is that, Su? This commotion is even better. If She doesn't cause trouble, do you really want Tong Tong to marry into the Su family? Chen Yuan sneered. That's two different matters. I don't want Tong Tong to marry into the Su family. But it's also true that Sushi is jealous of Tong Tong and scheming against her behind her back. What if it was Tong Tong who called Shi over? Su Jingrong asked. Impossible, Chen Yuan asserted. Su Jingrong knew that Chen Yuan had a prejudice against Sushi. No matter what he said, Chen Yuan would not believe Sushi. Chen Yuan's anger had not subsided. Now look what you've done, offending the Su family. The old house and the Su family will blame Tong Tong for this, all thanks to Sushi. How could I have such a rebellious and violent daughter? From now on, you are not allowed to contact her or give her any money. She doesn't deserve our investment in her. We should focus all our energy on Tong Tong, Chen Yuan said firmly. We can only rely on Tong Tong for the rest of our lives. Su Jingrong frowned but did not speak. That evening, Ling Jiuze came over. Sushi hugged him and suddenly called out, Second uncle. Ling Jiuze stopped, kissed her face in the dark, and chuckled softly. Running into trouble again? Sushi shook her head, tightening her embrace around his neck and leaning closer. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Ling Jiuze carried Sushi out of the bathroom, placed her on the bed, pulled the blanket over her, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the bathrobe was grabbed. He turned back to see Sushi gazing at him with clear eyes. She probably just felt happy, so she looked especially soft and her voice was gentle. Sleep here tonight. Ling Jiuze never stayed overnight in a side position, no matter how late it was. He would return to the master bedroom. He bent down, gently stroked her hair, and asked, What's wrong? Sushi pressed her pink lips together and said softly, The movie tonight was a bit scary. Ling Jiuze smiled. So you were afraid too. Sushi said nothing, only gazing at him with her watery eyes. Ling Jiuze felt as if his heart had been scratched by a cat, his voice deep and gentle as he leaned closer. Sushi's eyes sparkled, and she immediately hugged the blanket closer to the bed. Ling Jiuze lifted the blanket and got into bed, caressing her face. I'll leave after you fall asleep. Sleep now. He didn't intend to stay, he just waited for her to sleep before leaving. Sushi leaned into his embrace, smelling the familiar woody scent on him. Although it didn't belong to him, it still made her feel at ease. She closed her eyes and said softly, "Don't wake me when you leave." Ling Jiuze's chest heaved, and he seemed to smile, so domineering. Sushi gently shushed him, "Don't talk." Ling Jiuze wrapped his arm around her slender waist and smiled again, truly falling silent. Sushi quickly fell asleep, the faint moonlight falling on her fair face, reflecting a soft glow. She was very well behaved while sleeping, her breathing even light. Ling Jiuze looked at the girl in his arms, feeling as if a layer of soft moonlight had settled on his heart, delicate and tranquil. Unknowingly, he began to feel drowsy. He closed his eyes, and before he knew it, he had also fallen asleep. The two embraced each other in sleep, the moonlight flowing silently. And the night passed in an instant. As dawn broke, Ling Jiuze suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and realized that he had slept on his side all night here. The room was dim, and Sushi was still fast asleep. Ling Jiuze looked at her face for a moment, then slowly got up and quietly left. Sushi slept until it was bright outside. Remembering something, she turned her head to look, but the place where the man had been lying was empty. He really did leave. Sushi calmly shifted her gaze away and looked at the sun outside, stretching lazily. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and it was already June. During class, Cheng-Yi mentioned to her that the art museum's exhibition was about to open, but tickets were hard to come by. She couldn't even buy one from scalpers. She said she could try to help, but Cheng-Yi thought she was just comforting her and didn't take it to heart. On Saturday, when leaving the Ling family, Sushi received a call from old Master Qin. The old man was angry. "Girl, if I don't look for you, do you think you've forgotten you still have a master like me?" Sushi smiled slowly. "Master, I miss you." Just this one sentence immediately calmed the old man's anger. But he deliberately huffed, "Don't come here with that. Why didn't you call me? Why didn't you come see me? Your senior brother still knows to come see me every week. Are you busier than him?" Sushi lowered her voice. "It's my fault. I'll come see you this afternoon and bring you osmanthus cake from Mei's Zhai. Don't wait until the afternoon. Come over now. I'm waiting for you to eat." The old man insisted. Sushi readily agreed. "Okay, but it takes me at least an hour to get from Jiang University. Don't starve. Eat first. Don't chatter. Hurry up. I'm waiting to eat osmanthus cake." The old man huffed and hung up the phone. Sushi smiled faintly and went to buy osmanthus cake from Mei's Zhai. After coming out of Mei's Zhai, she received a call from Qin Jun. He chuckled. "Did your master look for you?" Sushi lowered her head. "It's indeed my fault. I haven't visited my master in so long. Master has that temperament," Qin Jun said gently. "I'm going over today too. Where are you? I'll pick you up." "I'm at Mei's Zhai on Fushi Road. I'm nearby. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Don't move around. Wait for me there." "Okay." 10 minutes later, Sushi got into Qin Jun's car with the osmanthus cake. As Qin Jun drove, he turned back to look at Sushi and smiled faintly. "You look good. Have you been happy lately?" Sushi found it hard to face the word happy. Just hearing it made her think of someone. She turned to look out the window. "Not bad. Is the engagement with the Ling family coming to an end?" Qin Jun asked. At the time, Qin Jun strongly opposed her being married into the Ling family in such a way by Su Zhongrong, and he was angry with her for several months. So Sushi didn't dare to say that she was now in a relationship with Ling Jiuze. She just vaguely said, "Soon. After breaking off the engagement with the Ling family, don't go back to the Su family. Your house is far from Jiang University. You should stay at my place in Yuding. It's closer to Jiang University," Qin Jun said softly. Sushi looked at him in shock. "Shangping Yuding?" "Yeah." Qin Jun nodded. "What's wrong?" Sushi shook her head guiltily. "Nothing." Qin Jun, with one hand on the wheel, took out a key and handed it to her. "This is the key. You can go there anytime. I'll find a housekeeper to cook for you." Sushi took it and put it in her bag. "Thank you, senior brother. But I have also rented a place over there." Qin Jun glanced at her through his gold-rimmed glasses. "Aren't you in Xingyuan?" Chapter 62. The old man show-off. Sushi nodded, having moved out a month ago. Qin Jun nodded slightly. "That's good. Living on the mountain all the time makes one solitary." Sushi raised an eyebrow, non-committal. The two chatted for a while longer, and Qin Jun said, "Do you know why the master called you over?" "What is the matter?" Sushi asked. Qin Jun replied, "Tomorrow the National Style Painting Exhibition at the Art Museum officially opens. The exhibition's organizer invited the master to make the final checks, and the master wants to take you along to have a look." "Oh, I see." Sushi frowned. "I haven't picked up a brush in a long time. I'll definitely be scolded by the master today." Qin Jun smiled. his handsome face radiant. So, I'll go with you. Sushi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thank you, senior brother. An hour later, the car stopped outside a small Western-style building. Sushi and Xinjun walked in side by side. Upon entering the yard, they heard the old man's loud voice giving orders. Put more sugar in the lotus seed soup. That girl likes it sweet. If it's too little, she won't taste it. Xinjun smiled lightly. The master still cares for you the most. Sushi's eyes sparkled with joy as she stepped on the bluestone path, weaving through the osmanthus trees, and called out, Master, I'm here. In the blink of an eye, an old man appeared at the door, wearing a deep blue satin jacket, with white hair and a youthful face, full of spirit. Upon seeing Sushi, he first smiled, then immediately tightened his face and snorted, I thought you'd forgotten the way to my door. Sushi said seriously, I was afraid I wouldn't remember, so I specifically asked senior brother to bring me. Old Qin widened his eyes, say that again. Sushi burst into laughter. Even Qin Jun, who usually had a stern face, showed a hint of a smile. Sushi linked arms with Old Qin as they entered the house. The servants had already prepared the meal, and seeing Sushi had arrived, they immediately set the table. Old Qin had been passionate about painting all his life, with a cheerful personality. He was a close friend of Sushi's grandfather, and it was because of her grandfather that Sushi became Old Qin's disciple and later met Qin Jun. Sushi's master had passed away 3 years ago, and Old Qin had a daughter who had been living abroad for the past 2 years, so he had been living alone. However, his students often came to visit, and with frequent visitors, Old Qin was quite busy. During the meal, Old Qin mentioned the painting exhibition, saying that someone from the exhibition would come to pick them up at 3 in the afternoon. Old Qin also asked about Sushi's recent situation. Are you coming to the design studio when summer vacation starts? Qin Jun asked. Sushi thought for a moment, I might go, but I have other ideas. What ideas? Qin Jun inquired. Sushi pressed her lips together. I'll tell you later. Old Qin snorted. Little girl, you're learning to keep secrets now. After finishing the meal, Old Qin took the two to the backyard to see the new flowers he had recently planted. While Sushi and Qin Jun were admiring the flowers, Old Qin walked to the side, pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a video invitation. After ringing 4 or 5 times, the call was connected. An old man dressed in gray clothes was seen sitting in a lounge chair, sunbathing and napping, who, upon being disturbed, became impatient. What do you want, you old fool? Bothering me in the middle of the day? Old Qin smiled warmly. Old Jiang, don't sleep anymore. Let me show you the new variety of peony I planted. Look, it's about to bloom. He pointed the camera at the peonies behind him, intentionally tilting it a bit so that the two people admiring the flowers could be clearly seen. Old Jiang initially showed little interest, but after glancing a few times, his eyes widened, staring intently at the screen. Is that my little Shi Baoer? Old Qin feigned surprise. I'm showing you flowers. Why are you looking at people? Old Jiang sat up straight. Isn't that my Shi Baoer? Old Qin nodded. Yes, she came to see me today and bought a bunch of my favorite pastries. You know I'm not a child. Why buy so many pastries? Old Jiang's beard bristled in anger. You old fool. Are you doing this on purpose? You called her over. I'll ask her who loves her more, grandpa or master. After not coming home for so long, she went to flatter that old fool. Old Qin straightened his face and said seriously, look at what you're saying. With our friendship, am I going to compete with you for a granddaughter? Of course. It's the master who is closer. After saying that, Old Qin turned the camera to himself, chuckled, and ended the video, putting down his phone. He was in a great mood and shouted loudly, Shi Baoer, it's too hot. Go back inside. I had someone make you cream ice cream. Sushi turned back from a patch of flowers. I'll be right there. Back in the house, Sushi received a call from her grandfather. Old Jiang sounded displeased. Just as Sushi was about to speak, the phone was suddenly snatched away by Old Qin. You've been petty since you were young. Shi Bao is just here to see me. Do you really need to call her to scold her? If you're capable, move to Jiangqing, and I'll have Shi Baoer visit you every day. Sushi was bewildered, having no idea what was happening. You old fool, you're so bad. Old Jiang snapped. Why does Shi Baoer need your permission to see me? Old Qin directly hung up the video call and smiled at Sushi. Let us not argue with him. Come on, let us go eat ice cream. Sushi and Qin Jun exchanged a glance, speechless. At 3 o'clock, the exhibition staff arrived to pick up Old Qin. When the car stopped, Li Zheng got out, respectfully greeting Old Qin, and then noticed Sushi, a bit surprised, senior sister. Li Zheng was 42 this year, but he had apprenticed after Sushi, so despite the age difference, he still respectfully addressed Sushi as senior sister. Sushi smiled gently, teacherly. Don't mention it, don't mention it. I often come to see the teacher and occasionally see senior brother. But it's been a long time since I've seen senior sister, Li Zheng said politely. After a brief exchange of pleasantries outside the door, they all got into the car and headed to the exhibition. The exhibition's organizer and some well-known figures in the industry had been waiting outside the venue. As soon as the car arrived, they all hurriedly welcomed old Qin and escorted him out of the car with great respect and flattery. Upon hearing that old Qin's two most cherished disciples were also present, they were surprised to meet Qin Jun and Su Shi, particularly astonished that Li Zheng's senior sister turned out to be a girl who looked like a student. After introductions, the organizer led old Qin and the others into the exhibition hall. This exhibition had been in preparation for 2 years and was being held on a grand scale, with industry professionals from various countries attending. Therefore, the paintings selected for the exhibition had gone through layers of screening and were all highly artistic masterpieces. Once inside the exhibition, everyone surrounded old Qin and a few of them, introducing each painting and its author. Traditional Chinese painting requires a solid foundation, so most of the selected authors were well-known artists in the industry, although there were also some newcomers who were exceptionally talented. Occasionally, old Qin would stop to listen to Su Shi and Qin Jun's comments. Su Shi's critiques were always incisive, pointing out the unique aspects and highlights of the paintings. Everyone then understood why old Qin valued such a young girl so highly. When they reached the center of the hall, old Qin stopped in front of a painting and smiled. "Look at this painting." Su Shi raised her eyes to see it was a lotus painting. Her gaze fell on the author's signature, and her eyes slightly narrowed. Su Yan Wudong. Chapter 63. Are you sure you live alone? Su Shi smiled lightly. The author's name is quite interesting. Someone next to them glanced at Li Zheng and said with a smile, "The person who painted this is still a student, very talented. I was astonished when I first saw this painting. When I was in my 20s, I couldn't paint like this." Su Shi smiled faintly and replied, "The painter has a unique style, with angles that are stunning, combined with rich technique and a full composition. It's a good painting." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Li Zheng smiled deeply, a bit proud. However, Su Shi suddenly changed her tone and shook her head, saying, "But the charm is lacking a bit. Especially since this painting is next to Teacher Li's work. The two paintings are not even close in terms of charm and artistic conception. Logically speaking, such a painting shouldn't even be displayed at the exhibition." Everyone was taken aback, some secretly nodded, some felt Su Shi was too sharp and straightforward, while others secretly glanced at Li Zheng's expression. Someone among the crowd said, "This is the work of Teacher Li's student, right?" Elder Qin looked at Li Zheng in surprise. "Really?" Li Zheng's expression became complex for a moment, and he quickly replied, "Yes, I mentioned to you before that I have a student named Su Tong, who is quite talented in painting. This is indeed her work." Su Shi smiled lightly. "I'm sorry." Li Zheng hurriedly said, "No, Su Tong indeed has some shortcomings." Elder Qin asked Qin Jun, "What do you think?" Qin Jun glanced at Su Shi and nodded lightly. "I think my junior sister is right." The person in charge looked at Li Zheng awkwardly, and Li Zheng didn't hesitate, directly saying, "Let us remove Su Tong's painting." Once he spoke, the person in charge didn't say anything else and called the staff over to take down Su Tong's painting. After it was removed, everyone realized that this was originally a position for a painting. It was just that Li Zheng's painting had been moved aside to make room. Now that Li Zheng's painting was back in its original position, it was impossible to tell that anything was missing. Perhaps it was just out of respect for Li Zheng that Su Tong's painting was allowed to be displayed here in the first place. Everyone had different thoughts as they followed Elder Qin to continue walking forward, quickly forgetting about this little episode. On the way back, it was getting dark. Elder Qin invited Su Shi to dinner before letting Qin Jun drive her back. While driving her back to Yuting, Qin Jun asked, "That Su Tong is the child who was exchanged with you, right?" Su Shi replied lightly, "Yes." Qin Jun's handsome and elegant profile was as indifferent as ever. Was it intentional? Su Shi smiled yes. She could be kind to people as her grandfather advised, but that didn't include some people who provoked her repeatedly. Her temper wasn't that good. Qin Jun, who understood Su Shi well, knew that it must be that Su Tong had annoyed her, which was why she looked down on her. The man's refined and handsome brows were cold, and he said lightly, "Indeed, it's somewhat lacking." Su Shi raised an eyebrow. Although she didn't like Su Tong, her critique of that painting wasn't intentionally derogatory. The foundation was indeed good, but the charm and artistic conception were indeed lacking. If it weren't for Li Zheng, it wouldn't have made it to the exhibition at all. As the car gradually approached Yuting, Qin Jun asked, "Do you rent a place to live alone?" "Yes." "Which building?" Su Shi mentioned the building number and floor, and it was very close to the place Qin Jun had given her. When they arrived at Yuting, Qin Jun walked her inside. When they reached the ground floor, he looked up and suddenly asked again, "Are you sure you live alone?" Su Shi was about to nod when she looked up and was instantly stunned. The light in her room was actually on. Had Ling Jiuze come back? And he was back so early. Su Shi met Qin Jun's questioning gaze and pretended to be calm. "This is my second uncle's house. He occasionally comes to check on it." Qin Jun's cold eyes showed no waves as he said after a moment, "Your father is the second among the brothers of the Su family. Where does your second uncle come from?" Shi. Seeing her silent, Qin Jun made his own guess. "Are you dating someone?" Shi bit her lip and nodded gently. "Where is he from, and what does he do?" Qin Jun frowned and asked. Shi's expression stiffened slightly, and she awkwardly said, "He is from Jiangxing, and we just started dating. The relationship is still uncertain." Qin Jun's expression darkened. "You let him into your home when your relationship is still uncertain? Did you move out of Qingyuan because of him?" Shi didn't know how to explain, so she could only nod, yes. Qin Jun took a deep breath, his hands in his pockets, looking at her seriously. "Initially, with the Sheng family around you. I usually don't inquire much about your life, but you suddenly started dating someone, and didn't he even tell me?" He knew that Shi's engagement with the Ling family was about to be annulled. He didn't oppose her dating, but she had only just started living a normal life in Jiangxing a few years ago, and wasn't well versed in human affairs. So he was worried she might be deceived. Shi knew she was in the wrong and lowered her voice. "Senior brother, I know what I'm doing." Qin Jun's expression remained serious. "Can I meet him?" Shi said, "When our relationship stabilizes a bit, I'll take him to see you." Seeing that she seemed serious, Qin Jun's voice softened. "Then take care of yourself. If anything happens, call me or ask Shen Yangyang." Shi smiled lightly. "Don't worry. Then I want to go up." "You go ahead," Qin Jun said. "Goodbye, senior brother." Shi waved her hand. "Drive safely on your way back." Shi walked into the building, and once she entered the lobby on the first floor, she let out a long sigh. She didn't want to lie to Qin Jun, but he didn't like the Ling family, and her current relationship with Ling Jiuze was indeed hard to explain. For now, she could only keep it a secret like this. After going upstairs, she opened the door and went in. The living room light was on, but Ling Jiuze was not seen. The study door was slightly ajar, and the light was on inside, so he must be working in there. Shi didn't disturb him. She went to the kitchen to drink a little water, then returned to her room to take a shower. After showering, it was still early, so Shi snuggled on the balcony to read for a while. Around 10 o'clock, she got into bed, turned off the light, and went to sleep. She didn't know how long she had slept when she felt something in her mouth. Someone was kissing her. The familiar scent made her instinctively part her lips to respond, her awareness still hazy. Suddenly, the man stopped and stuffed a round candy into her mouth. As she tasted it, a wave of fruity sweetness immediately spread across her lips and teeth. She groggily asked, "Desert storm?" Ling Jiuze asked, "What?" Shi immediately woke up, her face turning red. The candy in her mouth was just regular candy, and she had misinterpreted it. It was all Shen Yangyang's fault for filling her head with all sorts of nonsense. Fortunately, the room was dimly lit, and the man didn't notice her unusual reaction. He lowered his head and continued kissing her, savoring the candy in her mouth, and said in a low voice, "I bought this when I went to the supermarket. Is it sweet?" Shi absent-mindedly replied, suddenly feeling curious. "You went to the supermarket?" She imagined the scene of him shopping, and for some reason felt like laughing. "What did you buy at the supermarket? What could possibly need you to buy it in person?" Ling Jiuze kissed the corner of her lips, gazing at her, and stuffed something into her hand. "Yesterday was the last one. I can't always make you buy them." Shi held the box in her hand, her face slowly turning red. "Actually, it's fine if I buy them too." Ling Jiuze said, "I think, for now, you don't need to go buy them." Shi had a bad premonition. "How many did you buy?" The man remained calm. "A whole box." Chapter 64. Art Exhibition. Shi's voice trembled. "How many boxes are there?" The man thought seriously for a moment. "Probably around 50 boxes. Shi's expression was more shocked than embarrassed. "How did you get past the checkout? Did the cashier look at you like a weirdo?" Ling Jiuze frowned. "What checkout?" Shi took a breath. "It's the place where you pay for things at the supermarket." Ling Jiuze's frown deepened. "The supermarket manager helped me load the boxes onto the car, and I paid him." "Shi, what?" The man asked. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Shi said hoarsely. "At most, the supermarket manager thinks you're a wholesaler. Going to the supermarket for wholesale? No wonder he made such a fuss, and even helped load the car." She looked up seriously and said, "Don't go to that supermarket again." "Why?" the man asked. Shi said, "I'm afraid that manager will want to discuss a partnership with you." Ling Jiuze looked at her and suddenly laughed. Shi couldn't help but laugh too, her watery eyes sparkling, charming and soft. Ling Jiuze's heart stirred. He pinched her chin and kissed her hurriedly, deliberately ignoring the unusual heartbeat in his heart. The next day was Sunday. The art gallery's exhibition officially opened. Early in the morning, Chen Yuan had done her makeup and was picking out clothes for Su Tong. Since they were going to see Su Tong's painting today, she naturally wanted her to dress beautifully. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Chen Yuan picked it up and answered with a smile. "Yes, it opens at 9 o'clock. We'll be there shortly. See you soon." Su Tong obediently sat in the chair. And when Qin Yuan hung up the phone, she asked, "Mom, did you invite anyone else?" "Yes, Mrs. Wang, Mrs. Liu, Mrs. Zheng. And those who usually play cards with me. I invited them all," Qin Yuan said, her face full of pride. "My daughter's painting is exhibited in such a big exhibition. Of course I want them to see it." Su Tong curled her lips and said obediently, "Isn't that a bit too showy?" "Not at all, we've been very low-key. Didn't you see Mrs. Zheng, who plays cards with me? Her daughter won second place in a music competition, and she threw a huge party, making it known all over the city. My daughter is so prominently displayed, shouldn't I show off a bit?" Qin Yuan scoffed. Su Tong laughed. "As long as Mom is happy." "Happy, of course I'm happy." Qin Yuan selected a white long dress and held it up to Su Tong, asking, "Did you invite your classmates?" Su Tong nodded. "I invited 2 good friends." 2 is a bit few, but the exhibition will last a month. "We can invite them to come see later," Qin Yuan planned. "Last time at the Fong family's birthday banquet, they secretly laughed at us. This time I will regain all the face." Mentioning the last incident made Su Tong a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry, it was all my fault." "It's okay. This time you're not giving Mom a chance to redeem herself?" Qin Yuan lovingly touched Su Tong's face. "Sushi has become useless outside. I can only rely on you now." Su Tong's eyes sparkled. "I will definitely not disappoint Mom." She paused and said sadly, "But I'm afraid Grandpa will make me marry early again. I want to stay by Mom's side for a few more years." Qin Yuan's expression turned slightly angry as she thought of previous matters. "Your grandpa is getting senile. Don't worry, I will never let you marry someone like Su Gong. If anyone should marry, it should be Su Shi." Su Tong's smile blossomed as she hugged Qin Yuan. "Mom, you are too good to me. I will work hard and spend my whole life being filial to you. My good daughter." The mother and daughter embraced, moved, and exchanged many touching words. Only then did Qin Yuan stand up and say, "It's almost time. Change your clothes. Let's hurry up and go." Su Tong smiled adorably. Su Tong's painting being exhibited was a great honor for the Su family. Su Jingrong pushed aside all social engagements and drove the mother and daughter to the exhibition. In the afternoon, he also planned to take Su Hetong and Su Mu to see it again. When they arrived outside the exhibition, the ladies Qin Yuan invited and Su Tong's classmates had already arrived. Seeing Su Tong, everyone surrounded her, praising her endlessly. Mrs. Zheng smiled and said, "I heard that only renowned artists can participate in this exhibition. Our Tong Tong is the youngest. Her future is limitless." Others gasped in admiration. Qin Yuan felt increasingly proud. Holding Su Tong's hand and smiling, "Our Tong Tong indeed has talent in painting." Mrs. Zheng said, "I can't wait. Let's hurry in and take a look." The crowd surrounded Su Tong in the middle, went through the security check at the entrance, and entered the exhibition hall together. Mrs. Zheng walked beside Qin Yuan and whispered, "I think you should hold a celebration banquet for Tong Tong and invite Mrs. Wang too. She has mocked you a lot behind your back because of the Fong family's birthday banquet. This time you must publicly slap her in the face." Qin Yuan was tempted, but said, "I originally wanted to hold one for Tong Tong, but she said she is still a student and wants to keep a low profile, so I complied with her. Tong Tong is a good child, you can organize it for her. To be honest, I've even prepared a congratulatory gift for her," Mrs. Zheng flattered. Qin Yuan felt even prouder. "Then I'll ask for her opinion when I get back." As they talked, everyone had already started viewing the paintings on the walls. All renowned works, with extraordinary skills and shocking artistic conception, captivating everyone who looked at them. They also admired Su Tong even more for being included in such a top-tier exhibition. They walked to the center of the exhibition, but still didn't see Su Tong's painting. Someone asked Qin Yuan, "Where is Tong Tong's painting?" Mrs. Zheng immediately chimed in. "Our Tong Tong's painting must be the grand finale. It's at the back." Everyone murmured in agreement and continued walking to the back. However, as they looked at painting after painting, nearing the exit, they still didn't see Su Tong's work. Qin Yuan began to feel anxious and quietly asked Su Tong, "Where's your painting?" Su Tong became a bit flustered and hurriedly said, "I was just here with Teacher Li yesterday morning. It was right here. How could it be gone?" Qin Yuan comforted her. "Maybe the staff moved the painting somewhere else. Let us take another look." They retraced their steps through the entire exhibition. Yet still couldn't find Su Tong's painting. A few of the ladies had already started whispering, and their gazes towards Su Tong changed. Su Tong became increasingly anxious, murmuring, "It can't be, it can't be. I saw it when I came yesterday." Su Jingrong said sternly, "Quickly call Teacher Li." Qin Yuan also hurriedly said, "Yes. Call Teacher Li and ask what is going on." Su Tong immediately took out her phone and called Li Zheng. The call connected quickly, and without bothering with pleasantries. Su Tong directly asked, "Teacher Li, why isn't my painting in the exhibition?" Chapter 65. Losing Face. Li Zhengdao, are you at the art exhibition? I was going to call you, but I've been too busy with the exhibition these days and forgot to tell you. Yes, for some reason. Your painting has been withdrawn. Su Tong's mind buzzed. Her face turned pale, and she felt frozen, trembling as she asked, how could this happen? Wasn't it already confirmed? We even came to see it yesterday. Why has it changed in just one day? Li Zheng apologized. It really is that way. I couldn't do anything about it. And I should have told you sooner. Tears streamed down Su Tong's face as she choked out. Can we discuss it again? Li Zheng said sternly, no? But it's okay. You are still young, and there will be other opportunities. Don't take it too hard. Su Tong cried even harder. And after Li Zheng comforted her a few more times, he hung up. Chen Yuan could tell something was wrong by Su Tong's reaction and quickly pulled her aside. Asking in a low voice, what happened? Su Tong, unable to speak clearly through her tears, covered her mouth and said, Teacher Li said my painting has been withdrawn. What? Chen Yuan's face changed drastically. Didn't you say it was confirmed? How could it change? Su Tong cried pitifully. Teacher Li said my painting was selected. I came to see it yesterday, and it was indeed hanging at the exhibition. I don't know why it was withdrawn again. Chen Yuan's expression turned extremely grim. Her voice sharp. I'll call Li Zheng and ask him what is going on. Su Jingrong quickly held her hand. Calm down. Do you dare question Teacher Li? Are you trying to ruin Tong Tong's future? Chen Yuan angrily retorted. Then what should we do? I brought so many people to see Tong Tong's painting. And now they say it's been withdrawn. How can I explain this? How can I afford to lose face like this? What will they think of us? Su Tong cried even harder. Su Jingrong's expression wasn't good either. There was no way around it. They could only find a reason to cope for now. How to cope? Chen Yuan said angrily. Disappointment, panic, and anger all clogged her throat. She simply couldn't calm down. Last time at the Fong family birthday banquet, it was already embarrassing. She thought the exhibition would help regain some face, but unexpectedly, it was even worse this time. What happened? Mrs. Zheng and a few others walked over, asking in shock. Chen Yuan immediately blocked Su Tong behind her, forcing a smile as she said, We just called Teacher Li Zheng. He said the staff accidentally got Su Tong's painting dirty, and they are repairing it. Even if it can be fixed, it will take a couple more days to exhibit it again. I'm really sorry for making everyone come for nothing. The crowd was in an uproar, and someone couldn't help but sneer. In such a grand exhibition, how could the staff be so careless? Isn't it possible that Su Tong's painting wasn't exhibited at all? Chen Yuan's face darkened. If it wasn't exhibited, why would I invite you here? To embarrass myself? That lady chuckled dryly. Who knows? Mrs. Zheng stepped in to smooth things over. It's okay. We didn't come for nothing. There are so many beautiful paintings. Today was still an eye-opener. The previous lady showed no mercy. Eye-opener? I didn't want to come in the first place. Someone insisted on showing off, so I gave face. What a waste of effort. After saying that, she turned and left. Chen Yuan was so angry she trembled, wishing she could chase after and slap her. Mrs. Zheng smiled. Lu Tai's temperament is just straightforward. Don't take it to heart. Seeing Mrs. Zheng's expression, which clearly showed schadenfreude, Chen Yuan felt even more frustrated. Su Tong's two classmates noticed something was wrong and also said goodbye. Su Tong, we have things to do. We're leaving first. Su Tong forced a smile. Okay. When my painting is repaired, I'll invite you to come and see it. All right, don't be too sad. The two girls exchanged pleasantries and hurried away. The crowd arrived joyfully, but ended up leaving unhappily. On the way back, Chen Yuan didn't say a word, while Su Tong kept crying softly. When they got home, Chen Yuan completely exploded, directly smashing the cup that the servant handed her onto the floor. I'm so mad. What is this? Su Tong's eyes were swollen from crying. Mom, I'm sorry. Chen Yuan, feeling irritated, said, Can you please get things right before telling me? I've lost all my face because of you. Seeing Chen Yuan's angry face, Su Tong's eyes showed fear and disappointment. And she covered her face and ran upstairs. Su Jingrong told the servant to clean up the shards on the carpet and said in a deep voice, Enough. With something like this happening, Su Tong must also feel bad. Don't blame her. Chen Yuan sat down heavily on the sofa, panting. Su Jingrong frowned. This matter is indeed a bit strange. I'll have someone investigate exactly what happened. How could Su Tong's painting be withdrawn for no reason? Chen Yuan's gaze shifted, coldly saying, You go check. I must know who withdrew our Su Tong's painting. On Monday, Su Tong didn't go to school. In the afternoon after class, Cheng Yi and Su Shi gossiped. Our Su School Beauty's painting was selected for the exhibition, and she even invited people to see it. But when they got to the exhibition, her painting wasn't there at all. What a huge embarrassment. Su Shi's clear eyes were calm. How do you know? Cheng Yi sighed. The whole school has been talking about it all morning. Su Tong is excellent in academics, good-looking, and comes from a good family. She is already a prominent figure in school, and any little wind that blows around her is known by everyone. Su Shi scoffed. The friends she invited to see the exhibition must be the ones she thought highly of, but the next day, Her embarrassing situation became known throughout the school, which shows her judgment of people is really poor. Cheng Yi hadn't thought of this before, but after Sushi mentioned it, she felt it was indeed the case. Nodding repeatedly, then she puzzledly said, "This matter seems strange. Since she invited friends to see the exhibition, she must have been very confident. So why wasn't her painting exhibited?" Sushi smiled and said, "Who knows?" She took out 2 tickets to the exhibition from her bag. "Here's one for you." Cheng Yi was taken aback for a moment. Then her eyes lit up with excitement as she took the ticket and examined it. "Where did you get this?" "A friend gave it to me. I don't have time to go, so I'm giving it to you." Cheng Yi immediately picked Sushi up and spun her around. "Sushi, you're the best. You're simply my goddess." Sushi pushed her away, laughing. "Calm down." Cheng Yi couldn't calm down, kissing the ticket hard. She asked, "Why did you give me 2 tickets?" Sushi said, "Didn't you want to invite your white moonlight? Isn't this the perfect opportunity?" Cheng Yi looked at Sushi excitedly, and Sushi immediately took a step back. Standing there, "Don't come any closer." Cheng Yi clasped her fists, saying nothing, but her determination to go through fire and water for She was evident. Sushi laughed speechlessly, turning to walk forward, her smile warm and relaxed. Chapter 66. Seeking help 2 days later. Su Jingrong learned some details about the removal of Su Tong's painting. He bribed a staff member at the art exhibition, who told him that the day before the exhibition opened, the person in charge had invited Qian Lao and his 2 students to oversee things. After they left, Su Tong's painting was taken down. As for the specific reasons, he didn't know. After returning home, Su Jingrong shared this news with Chun Yuan and Su Tong. Chun Yuan speculated, could it be that Qian Lao didn't like Tong Tong's painting? Su Jingrong replied that Qian Lao was highly respected in the industry, and while Li Zheng was famous, he wasn't Qian Lao's most favored student. If Qian Lao had objections to Tong Tong's painting, even Li Laoshi wouldn't dare to oppose him. Su Tong hadn't dared to go to school for several days, locking herself in her room, and in just 2 or 3 days, she had become much more haggard. She helplessly asked, "What should we do?" Chun Yuan pondered for a moment and suggested, "Why don't we ask Li Laoshi to take us to visit Qian Lao? The exhibition is open for a month, and if Qian Lao softens, perhaps Tong Tong's painting might have a chance to be displayed again." Su Tong's eyes immediately lit up. "Really?" Su Jingrong frowned, saying that Qian Lao was reclusive and low-key, so it might not be easy to meet him. "Isn't there Li Laoshi?" Chun Yuan seemed to grab onto a lifeline and said urgently, "Before we said that Tong Tong's painting was sent for restoration. If it can still be exhibited in a few days, those people will believe it. This way, all the lost face can be regained." Su Tong immediately said, "Then I'll call Li Laoshi." Su Jingrong said in a deep voice, "Let me call." Regardless of the situation, Li Laoshi has some responsibility in this matter, and I think he will help us. Chun Yuan's eyes turned, and she had an idea. "You don't call yet. This afternoon, I'll arrange to meet Li Zheng's partner. She mentioned before that she liked a ruby bracelet from GK, so I'm going to buy it now and give it to her this afternoon. Then in the evening, you can call Li Zheng." Su Jingrong nodded. "That's fine." That afternoon, Chun Yuan went to buy the bracelet, which was quite expensive. But she didn't blink as she made the payment. Afterwards, she met with Li Zheng's partner and successfully gifted the bracelet. In the evening, Su Jingrong called Li Zheng, politely requesting him to introduce Su Tong to Qian Lao. Li Zheng didn't refuse or directly agree, only saying he would ask Qian Lao if he had time recently. Su Jingrong smiled and thanked him before hanging up. Chun Yuan and Su Tong eagerly waited nearby, quickly asking how it went. Su Jingrong smiled, saying, "It seems there's no problem based on Li Laoshi's tone. After all, Tong Tong is originally Li Zheng's student, and Qian Lao is her mentor, so it's only natural to pay a visit." Chun Yuan's heart, which had been in her throat, finally relaxed, feeling that as long as they could meet Qian Lao, there would definitely be room for negotiation. She even had a bigger idea. If Su Tong could gain Qian Lao's recognition and personal guidance, her future would be vastly different. This wasn't just about learning to paint. Qian Lao held a significant position in the entire Chinese painting and calligraphy scene. His students, who founded the Arctic Design Studio, had won numerous international awards and gained recognition both domestically and abroad. Although there were many wealthy families in Jiangcheng, the painting and calligraphy world had always been aloof, pursued by the wealthy, representing the highest taste. If Su Tong could enter their circle, her connections and status would be unattainable for others. Not only would the second branch of the Su family enjoy glory alongside her, but they could also walk with their heads held high throughout the entire Su family and Jiangxing in the future. Chun Yuan calculated in her heart, becoming more and more excited, even envisioning the old Su residents and the first and third branches of the Su family coming to curry favor and flatter them, rather than just boasting that Su Chusi was the most outstanding daughter of the Su family. Su Tong also had her own thoughts. She wanted to establish her position in the Su family and make the old residents see her value. So they wouldn't treat her like an object to be sold off casually. The next day at noon, Li Zheng called to inform them that Qian Lao would be available Saturday afternoon, and they could bring Su Tong to visit. Su Jingrong shared this news with Chun Yuan and Su Tong, and the three of them were so happy that they couldn't sleep well for days, inquiring about Qian Lao's preferences and preparing various valuable gifts. On Saturday, Li Zheng took the Su family to Qian Lao's home. In the car, Chun Yuan repeatedly urged Su Tong to perform well and try to win Qian Lao's favor. Su Tong naturally understood the significance of this meeting for her life. Her fingers were so nervous they felt numb, and she thought that she must give her all today to earn Qian Lao's goodwill. The car stopped outside the Western-style building, and Su Tong took a deep breath, wearing a faint smile as she confidently followed behind Li Zheng. The servant welcomed everyone inside, and Qian Lao, knowing they were coming, was waiting on the sofa in the living room. Upon seeing Qian Lao, Su Jingrong and Chun Yuan couldn't help but feel nervous and respectful. Li Zheng introduced Su Tong to Qian Lao with emphasis. Su Tong smiled gently and sweetly called out, "Grandpa Qian, I've always heard my teacher mention you. And today I finally get to meet you in person." Qian Lao had a refined and approachable demeanor, smiling as he said, "I've also heard Xiaoli speak of you, saying you are his most esteemed student." Su Tong immediately humbly replied, "It's because of teacher Li's good teaching. I still have much to learn." Qian Lao smiled and nodded, inviting everyone to sit down while the servant came over with tea. After some casual conversation, mostly expressing admiration and respect for Qian Lao, nearly half an hour passed. Chun Yuan signaled to Su Jingrong, and he finally stated the purpose of their visit. Teacher Li values Tong Tong and wants to promote her, hoping she can participate in this national-style painting exhibition. Tong Tong also cares deeply about it. She has been locked in her room every day studying how to improve her painting. Later, thanks to Teacher Li and the exhibition's organizers, Tong Tong's painting was selected. But when we went there on the opening day, her painting was not exhibited. He paused for a moment, speaking more humbly. "These past few days, we've been thinking that there must be some shortcomings in Tong Tong's painting that led to its removal from the exhibition, so we specifically came to ask for Qian Lao's guidance." He didn't directly say they were seeking Qian Lao to have Su Tong's painting exhibited again, but framed it as a request for advice. Chun Yuan gently smiled and said, "Tong Tong hasn't eaten or slept well these past few days. She's lost weight, and we feel sorry for her, which is why we did everything we could to ask Teacher Li to bring us to see you." Qian Lao took a sip of tea and slowly spoke. "I've seen that painting of Su Tong's. Its removal was due to my suggestion." Suddenly, a cold voice came from outside the living room, and everyone turned in shock to see a person slowly descending the stairs. Su Tong stared unblinkingly at the person coming down, her heart racing as if something had exploded within her. Chapter 67. Heartbeat. Li Zheng stood up and smiled. "Senior brother." He turned to introduce the Su family. "This is my senior brother, Qin Jun." The three members of the Su family immediately stood up, looking at the young and handsome man in front of them with shock. He looked so young, yet he was Li Zheng's senior brother. They had heard long ago about the two students of Old Tan who founded the Arctic Design Studio. One was King, and the other had the surname Qin. Could it be this person in front of them? Thinking of this, their expressions became even more respectful. Su Tong looked at the man's handsome face, her heart racing, unsure where to place her nervous hands. Qin Jun sat down beside Old Tan, his demeanor elegant yet indifferent. Su Tong's painting lacked a certain essence, especially when placed alongside Teacher Li's work. The difference was apparent. This art exhibition not only represented Jiang City, but was also a cultural exchange among several countries, so I had Su Tong's painting removed. Su Jingrong and Chun Yuan exchanged awkward glances, feeling quite embarrassed. Suddenly, Su Tong spoke up, her voice obedient. "Teacher Qin is right. Teacher Li also mentioned before that I am still young and lack experience, and my painting's essence is lacking." Chun Yuan tactfully added, "If Old Tan could provide some guidance to Su Tong and make slight modifications to her painting, could it be exhibited again?" Qin Jun replied coldly, "If we help her revise it, whose painting would it be?" Chun Yuan didn't expect him to be so blunt, and she instantly turned red. Li Zheng glanced at Qin Jun, knowing that Qin Jun was proud of his talent and usually kept to himself. He was rarely this harsh with others. What was going on today? He was showing no mercy to the Su family. He quickly smiled and said, "The exhibition has already started. It's a pity that Tong Tong's painting was removed, but she is still young and will have opportunities in the future. Don't be too fixated on these superficial honors." Chun Yuan forced a smile. "Yes, Teacher Li is right." The Su family realized that it was impossible to have Su Tong's painting back in the exhibition, and after exchanging a few polite words, they stood up to leave. Su Tong knew the opportunity was rare. Summoning her courage as she stood up, she said to Qin Jun, "Teacher Qin, Can I add you on WeChat? I would like to ask you for advice on painting in the future. Qin Jun, wearing a pair of thin gold-rimmed glasses, looked elegant and indifferent. He slightly parted his thin lips. You are Teacher Li's student. If you ask me questions, where does that leave Teacher Li? Su Tong panicked and quickly explained, that's not what I meant. I just thought that everyone has different insights on creation, and consulting more opinions would be very helpful for me. Qin Jun lowered his eyes, not even looking at her. Sorry, I don't like giving advice. Su Tong's face turned red, and she suppressed the overwhelming disappointment rising in her heart as she quietly apologized. The Su family bid farewell to Old Tan and walked out together. Once they were in the car, Chen Yuan's face darkened. What is that Qin Jun's background? He seems to have more clout than Old Tan. Rejecting our Tong Tong like that, it's simply rude. Su Jingrong said, artists tend to have strange temperaments. Forget it. We won't have any future interactions anyway. Chen Yuan felt dejected. This trip was a waste. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have given a gift to Li Zheng's partner. That bracelet cost nearly 100,000. Su Jingrong comforted her. At least we met Old Tan. Teacher Li is right. Our Tong Tong has talent, and there will be opportunities in the future. Chen Yuan frowned. But how do I explain this to Mrs. Zhang? It's so frustrating. With her hopes dashed, it seemed that Old Tan didn't have any special fondness for Su Tong either, and all of Chen Yuan's fantasies suddenly fell apart. Su Tong kept her head down, listening to Chen Yuan's complaints, a gloomy look flashing in her eyes. She turned to look out the window, no longer caring much about not being able to participate in the exhibition because now, her mind was filled with Qin Jun. Since childhood, she had never lacked suitors around her, but no one had ever made her heart race like him with his charm and looks. He was so young. Surely he didn't have a girlfriend, right? Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. As long as she got the chance, she was sure she could make him like her. But how could she have the opportunity to see Qin Jun again? The weather grew increasingly hot, and She indulged in ice cream without restraint, seeking coolness, only to end up in bed with pain when her period came. She had been exercising since she was 5, and her health had always been good. But she could never overcome the natural physiological flaws that women faced. Sheng Yangyang called her, and upon hearing her weak voice, she knew she was having her period. She had the servants at home make black-bone chicken ginger soup and brought it to Yuding. She had been to Yuding several times and was familiar with the place. Entering the side room, she saw She curled up in bed, feeling both heartbroken and angry. Are you trying to die? Your stomach hurts and you still dare to set the air conditioning so low? She blinked and replied, can you be a bit gentler with a sick person? Sure. I can buy you 2 boxes of Haagen-Dazs and feed you bite by bite. Do you want that? Sheng Yangyang said, turning off the air conditioning while sneering. She thought of the time Ling Jiuze bought her a box of balloons when she heard about the 2 boxes and buried her head in the blanket, chuckling softly. If she could still laugh, it meant the pain wasn't too severe. Get up and drink the soup. Sheng Yangyang tried to pull her blanket off. She had just taken some painkillers and felt a bit better now. She tidied her hair and got out of bed to drink the soup in the dining room. Sheng Yangyang went to the kitchen, poured the soup into a bowl, and brought it out to She. Drink it hot. You'll feel better once you do. She's face was pale as she held the bowl and slowly drank the soup. The scorching hot black-bone chicken soup made her feel instantly comfortable. Sheng Yangyang said, you don't have to cook for yourself these days. I'll have someone deliver meals to you on time. She raised her eyes. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Then you can stay at my house. My mom has been mentioning you a lot these days. I won't go. I can take care of myself. The weather was already hot, and she was afraid of being melted away by Mrs. Sheng's enthusiasm. Sheng Yangyang sighed. Then I'll have someone deliver food to you. You can't refuse anymore. She raised her eyebrows, but said nothing. Sheng Yangyang glanced around the room and casually asked, how often does Ling Jiuze come over? She blew on the hot soup and took small sips. He comes about 3 or 4 times a week. Sheng Yangyang immediately laughed, saying meaningfully, wasn't it once every 10 days or so before? Things are progressing quite fast. She's cheeks flushed from the heat, and her drinking motion paused. Indeed, in the beginning, Ling Jiuze would only come once every few days. But she didn't know when it started becoming more frequent. Sheng Yangyang blinked her eyes, excitedly asking, Shi Bauer, do you think you might fall in love with Ling Jiuze? She's eyes sparkled for a moment as she put down the bowl and replied calmly, we agreed not to discuss money or feelings while together. Sheng Yangyang scoffed, unconvinced. Do you think you can control that? If hearts could be controlled and feelings could be swayed at will, there wouldn't be so much love turning to hate in this world. She thought for a moment and said frankly, if there were no feelings at all, we wouldn't have developed our current relationship. But I am very clear that he does not love me. I keep myself aware of this at all times so I won't fall into it. Sheng Yangyang felt that she was thinking too simply. After all, they were in a marriage relationship. Although Ling Jiuze didn't know it, as time passed, it was hard to guarantee that feelings wouldn't develop. Chapter 68. The sweet soup he made. It was past 11 at night when Ling Jiuze came over. Sushi pressed his hand that was reaching into the quilt and said softly, "It's not convenient today." Ling Jiuze understood and withdrew his hand. Hearing her voice sounded off. He turned on the bedside lamp and noticed her face was abnormally pale. Her eyes lacked their usual sparkle, looking wilted, like a little rabbit that had been beaten down. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The man sat at the edge of the bed and touched her forehead. "Yeah, it hurts every time." Sushi closed her eyes immediately as the light made her dizzy. "Then you lie down." Ling Jiuze covered her with the quilt, turned off the light, and got up to leave. Sushi felt a bit empty inside, and with her stomach discomfort, she soon lost her drowsiness. After some time, the door opened again, and the tall figure of the man walked in, softly asking, "Are you asleep?" Sushi opened her eyes abruptly, looking at the man in the dark, unsure why he had returned. "I turned on the light." The man walked to the bedside and switched on the lamp. Sushi squinted her eyes and saw that he was holding a bowl filled with dark red soup. She smelled the rich aroma of brown sugar and ginger. Ling Jiuze sat at the edge of the bed, under the dim light, his brows and eyes soft. "I asked the doctor, and they said you can make brown sugar ginger soup to relieve it. Try drinking a bit." Sushi raised her eyebrows in surprise. "You made this?" Ling Jiuze's face showed a hint of awkwardness. "Yes, it's my first time making it. I don't know if it's drinkable." Sushi sat up, took the bowl, and took a sip. It was very hot, then spicy and overly sweet, almost making her want to throw the bowl away. "What's wrong?" Ling Jiuze noticed her expression was off. Sushi looked up and asked, "How much brown sugar and ginger did you put in?" Ling Jiuze frowned. "The doctor said to put in more. I saw a bag of brown sugar in the cupboard and put it all in, and I used a whole piece of ginger. Is there a problem?" Sushi. She inexplicably thought of a movie by Stephen Chow, where the character said he had poisoned someone with half a pound of arsenic, pouring a whole bag into the pot, making it thick like porridge. She couldn't help but want to laugh. Her hand holding the bowl trembled slightly. "If it doesn't taste good, don't drink it." Seeing her looking uncomfortable with her head down, Ling Jiuze thought the soup was hard to drink and reached out to take the bowl from her hand. "It's fine." Sushi dodged a bit, holding back her laughter as she looked at the man. Although he had put in too much sugar, it was still drinkable. Under the dim light, the girl tilted her head, her brows and eyes like a painting, her pink lips holding a smile, pure and beautiful, like a ray of moonlight breaking through the clouds, stunning against the quiet night. Ling Jiuze's dark eyes fixed on her. "Then drink it." Sushi puffed out her cheeks, blew on the soup, and slowly took small sips. Ling Jiuze sat quietly at the edge of the bed, patiently waiting for her. The soup was sweet yet bitter, spicy and stimulating. But Sushi maintained her expression as she finished the whole bowl. Ling Jiuze took the empty bowl and gently asked, "Feeling better?" "Yeah, thank you." Sushi's gaze was clear and sincere. "I'll go wash the bowl," Ling Jiuze said lightly, getting up to walk out. Back in the kitchen, the man looked at the half pot of leftover soup, his brows furrowing. He scooped out half a spoon and carefully took a sip. Almost immediately, he spat it out into the sink, his long brows knitted together, wondering what kind of poison he had just drunk. This was really what he had made. How could that girl drink it without changing her expression? He poured the pot of soup down the drain, placed the pot in the dishwasher, and went back to the room to shower before checking on Sushi. Sushi was almost asleep. Feeling the man lying beside her, she naturally snuggled closer, wanting to ask what he was doing there, but she was so tired that she soon fell into a deep sleep. Ling Jiuze placed his hand gently on her stomach, softly kneading it. Once the girl fell asleep in his arms, he wrapped her in his embrace and closed his eyes. Perhaps it was the girl's even and shallow breathing that infected him. The drowsiness came suddenly, and he fell asleep holding her. The next day, when Sushi woke up, she found herself alone in the room, as if the embrace from last night had been a dream. Opening the door, she immediately saw the man busy in the kitchen. Her lips unconsciously curled up as she turned to look out the window, feeling that today's sun was warm and comfortable. Ling Jiuze had ordered black-bone chicken and astragalus soup from the hotel and was pouring it into a bowl. Hearing a sound, he turned back and said, "Go wash your face and come drink the soup." "Okay." Sushi replied cheerfully and went back to wash up. When she came out, the dining table was set with steaming chicken soup. Sushi said, "I thought there would be brown sugar ginger soup." Ling Jiuze replied nonchalantly, "You still want me to make you soup? Dream on." Sushi sighed in relief, speaking lightly, "Then I'm at ease." Ling Jiuze paused with his chopsticks, looked up at her, their eyes met, and after 3 seconds, both of them burst into laughter. After finishing breakfast, they left together. Ling Jiuze drove Xi to Jiang University first before heading to the company. After they left, someone hiding behind a flower tree sneaked away with a phone in hand. When Han Xiao saw the photo of Ling Jiuze, and Sushi walking out of the community together. Disbelief filled her eyes, followed by heart-wrenching pain and coldness. In the end, he still preferred to take a tutor as a lover, not even willing to glance at her. Her beautifully crafted eyes were filled with grief and disappointment. She couldn't understand why she was inferior to Sushi. Why did he treat her this way? It must be that poor student who tempted him. It must be like that. The woman's beautiful face gradually twisted into a grimace, her gaze fierce and resolute. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Help me find a few people. Yes, I want those kinds of low-grade thugs, the kind that can do anything. Kidnap a female student. The price is negotiable. Take her to a secluded place and do whatever it takes to her. I'll send you her photo and a few places she often goes to. Han Xiao hung up the phone, cut out Sushi's photo separately, and hit send. On Wednesday afternoon, Sushi accompanied Chung Yi to participate in a club activity. By the time they were heading home, it was getting late. She wanted to eat the sauce noodles from a shop in the ancient-style street, which was not far away. So she walked to buy the noodles. The sky was dim but not dark, and the lanterns in the ancient-style street cast a hazy light. The surrounding snack shops were lively at this time, with a flow of people and various aromas floating in the warm air. The usual sauce noodle shop had a long line, so Sushi thought of another one in the adjacent street, though it was a bit remote. Looking at the crowded people in front, she turned and went to the other shop. When she came out with the noodles, suddenly a car stopped in front of her. A man in a suit got out from the back seat and politely asked, "Beautiful lady, how do I get to Lou's Roast Goose?" Sushi pointed the way. "Go left up ahead, walk about 300 meters, then turn right, and you'll see the Roast Goose sign, but cars aren't allowed there. You can only walk. There are too many alleys in this ancient-style street, and I'm a stranger here. I might not find it right away. Can you get in the car to help me find it? I can buy 2 roast geese to treat you." The man smiled. Sushi took a step back. "Sorry, I have something to do." The man's expression suddenly changed as he looked around and stepped forward to grab Sushi. Sushi's lips curled into a cold smile that she had expected, raising her hand to slam the noodles into the man's face and kicking him in the chest. Chapter 69. Can I call my second uncle? The man was kicked back a few steps and crashed into the car, with a box of noodles on his head, screaming as the scalding noodle soup burned him. Almost simultaneously, 4 or 5 people got out of the car, some holding ropes, others baseball bats, all fierce and menacing. Rushing towards Sushi. This area was somewhat secluded, and a few passers-by, seeing the situation, hurriedly stepped back, afraid of getting involved, watching from a distance. Sushi raised her foot and kicked the tattooed fat man in the chest, using his stumbling body to launch herself into the air, kicking the man with the baseball bat in the jaw, sending him flying. She quickly grabbed the bat and swung it down, with a crack. The man who tried to entangle her with the rope dropped his hand and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. As the spectators gradually got a clearer view of the fight, they initially thought it was a few men beating up a little girl, but soon realized it was a little girl overpowering several seemingly strong and fierce men. The girl moved swiftly and fiercely, her actions almost imperceptible, but every strike hit a vital point, causing the men to scream one by one. In the midst of the fight, one man tried to run away but was caught by the hair and slammed against the car window, shattering it. One man with a blue dragon tattoo on his arm was knocked off balance by a swing from the girl and crawled toward the crowd, his face bruised and bleeding, crying out, "Call the police, call the police." The crowd hurriedly took out their phones and started dialing. "Hello, I want to report a crime. There's a little girl beating up a group of men. Yes, you need to come quickly. They're too pitiful. Begging for mercy doesn't work." Just as the call ended, the sound of police sirens could be heard. The caller widened his eyes, surprised at how fast it was. A woman next to him whispered, "I called the police. I called as soon as those people started attacking. I thought they were going to beat up that little girl. She was too naive and inexperienced." 2 police cars arrived with 5 or 6 officers, who stood there staring at the scene for 4 or 5 seconds before stepping forward to stop Sushi, telling her to cease and not to harm anyone further. Sushi and the others were taken to the police station. The men were injured, with broken arms and legs, bruised faces, too afraid to look at Sushi, and some even clung to the police officers, fearing that Sushi would strike again. Sushi remained quiet, appearing gentle and harmless, answering whatever the police asked her. The police quickly reviewed the surveillance footage and confirmed that, as Sushi said, those men had struck first. The police then interrogated the men, who feigned unconsciousness or acted as if they were dead, while some really couldn't speak anymore. Seeing their miserable state, the interrogating officers couldn't bear to continue questioning. A female officer poured a glass of water for Sushi and said with a smile, "You're really impressive. Even I wouldn't be able to take them down like that on my own." Sushi gently replied, "Thank you." The female officer continued kindly, "Although those men wanted to rob you, you really hurt them quite badly. It might be a bit excessive for self-defense. You're still a student, right? This situation is a bit troublesome. We should call your family. Sushi thought for a moment and quietly said, "Can I call my second uncle?" The female officer handed her the phone, cheerfully saying, "Let him come quickly." Sushi called Ling Jiuze and briefly explained the situation. Ling Jiuze's voice was cold and serious. "Are you hurt?" Sushi had been hit on the shoulder, but it wasn't too serious. She moved it slightly and replied softly, "I'm fine." Ling Jiuze responded with an saying, "Wait for me. I'll be there right away." About half an hour later, the branch chief of the police station in the Antique Street personally came over, looking gentle and asking, "Little girl, are you scared? Don't worry. We will punish those who attacked you severely." Sushi smiled faintly and nodded. The branch chief personally escorted her out, saying many comforting words. Fearing that his subordinates might have said something harsh that scared her, Mingzhu was waiting for her outside the police station, leading her out, speaking respectfully, "Mr. Ling is waiting for you in the car. Sorry to trouble you with this errand." Sushi gratefully replied, "Thank you. It's my duty," he said. When Sushi got into the car, Ling Jiuze was on the phone, his handsome face hidden in the dark, his tone sharp. "It's not a coincidence. Find out who's behind them." He added, "I want to know the results before dark tomorrow." After hanging up, the man took her hand, his dark eyes quietly observing her face. "Are you scared?" Sushi suddenly wanted to lean on his shoulder and did so, resting her forehead against his neck and smiling. "No, just a little hungry." Ling Jiuze chuckled lightly, his voice softening in an instant. "I'll take you to eat." "Okay." Sushi wasn't too scared, but at that moment, she felt even more at ease. Ling Jiuze took her to a private restaurant located in an alley. From the outside, it looked like a small, ancient courtyard, with white walls and gray tiles, and a few tall bamboo shoots peeking out from under the eaves. Upon entering, they turned past a rockery. The courtyard had flowing water and winding corridors. It was already deep into the night, with red lanterns swaying gently in the breeze, and the faint aroma of wine and soft laughter wafting from the front pavilion, instantly making one feel relaxed and joyful. Ling Jiuze held her hand the entire time, guiding her through the winding corridors. Sushi lagged a step behind, watching the man's refined and noble profile, her gaze gradually becoming dreamy. Perhaps it was the ancient and charming surroundings that gave her a sense of déjà vu, as if they had known each other in a past life. With him holding her hand as they traversed from one life to another, she smiled silently, her clear eyes reflecting the glimmer of the lanterns, sparkling beautifully. The interior of the pavilion was simply and elegantly decorated, with 3 to 5 tables occupied by diners chatting and drinking, their laughter adding a touch of warmth to the refined atmosphere. Ling Jiuze led her to a private room with round wooden windows, where magnolia flowers were in full bloom outside, their faint fragrance mingling with the lantern light and moonlight flowing into the room. Sushi's heart suddenly felt very calm. The proprietress entered with tea, warmly greeting Ling Jiuze. "It's been a long time since you've come. Is this young lady your girlfriend?" The woman, appearing to be in her 40s, wore a light blue silk top and had her hair neatly styled. She looked at Sushi appraisingly and sincerely smiled. "You're really beautiful." Ling Jiuze neither confirmed nor denied it, smiling lightly as he asked, "Where's Qi go?" The woman replied, "He's back there stewing." Buddha jumps over the wall, insisting on watching it himself. "I think it's almost done. I'll let you taste it later." "All right. You just choose the other dishes." Sushi likes sweet and spicy flavors, Ling Jiuze instructed. The woman looked at Sushi with a warm smile. "That's great. I'll personally make a few dishes later. I'm sure you'll like them." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the woman left with a smile. Chapter 70. Settling accounts. Ling Jiuze poured tea for Sushi from the teapot, and the aroma of milk tea immediately wafted through the air. Sushi took a sip. It wasn't too sweet, but it was rich and fragrant, with a smooth and fine texture, a flavor she had never tasted before, as if it were brewed in-house at the shop. "It's delicious," Sushi commented. Ling Jiuze smiled and explained, "When I was young, Sister Hua worked for the Ling family. Later, her husband made money in business, so she quit and opened a restaurant with him, specializing in private dishes. Both she and her husband are great cooks. You'll see once you try it. To have been in business for so many years, they must be quite good," Sushi said, finishing her cup of milk tea and reaching for the teapot again. Ling Jiuze pressed down on her hand, saying, "Just 1 cup is enough. Too much will affect your sleep." "Who said that?" Sushi raised an eyebrow. "Even if I don't sleep all night, I can't waste such delicious milk tea." Ling Jiuze chuckled softly, lowering his voice. "Well, if you can't sleep, we can do something else." Sushi's face flushed. She shot him a glare and turned to look out the window at the flowering trees. The girl's brows and eyes were picturesque, looking both angry and pouting, causing Ling Jiuze's heart to skip a beat. He leaned back in his chair, the corners of his lips curling slightly. Soon, Sister Hua came in with the dishes, placing them one by one on the table. 2 bowls of Buddha jumps over the wall, squirrel fish, spicy crab, and salt-ed scallops, catering to both Su Shi's tastes and Ling Jiuze's preferences. As she served the dishes, Sister Hua asked, "Miss Su, are you from Jiangxing?" Su Shi smiled gently. "I grew up in Yunqing. I just returned in the past few years." "That's not far," Sister Hua said kindly. "Yes. I also know how to cook Yunqing cuisine. If you like, you can come often," she added. "Okay, thank you." Once Sister Hua left, Ling Jiuze asked, "You used to be in Yunqing?" Su Shi nodded. "Yes, my grandfather is from Yunqing." Ling Jiuze's voice remained steady and calm. "Did you come to Jiangxing for school? Will you go back after graduation?" Su Shi took a bite of the fish maw in the Buddha jumps over the wall and replied softly, "I'm not sure yet." Ling Jiuze's gaze deepened, and he nodded slightly, not continuing the topic. By the time they returned to Yuding after dinner, it was nearly midnight. In the bathroom, Ling Jiuze noticed the bruise on Su Shi's shoulder. Her skin was pale, and the bruise was very noticeable. His eyes darkened. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" Su Shi didn't care much. It didn't hurt anymore. Ling Jiuze wrapped a bath towel around her and carried her back to the bedroom, fetching a first aid kit to treat her injury. Su Shi insisted, "You really don't need to apply medicine. It will be fine in a couple of days." The man remained silent, simply pressing down on her shoulder as he gently applied the medicine. There were some faint scars on her back, not very obvious, only visible upon closer inspection. Ling Jiuze squinted and casually asked, "What did you do before?" With her back to him, Su Shi held the towel around her chest, arching her back with her head resting on her knees, and replied softly, "I got hurt while learning martial arts." "Why did you want to learn martial arts?" Ling Jiuze's voice softened. Su Shi answered, "Because I wanted to protect myself." Ling Jiuze's hand paused while applying the medicine, his gaze darkening a bit. He knew she seemed not to have been favored by her parents when she was young, having gone through many misfortunes. Perhaps the bruise on Su Shi's shoulder was a bit serious. He frowned, feeling a bit stifled. After applying the medicine, Ling Jiuze tidied up the kit, turned back, and kissed her on the cheek, saying, "Go to sleep." Su Shi unexpectedly raised her eyes, instinctively reaching to grab the towel around his waist. "Are you leaving?" Ling Jiuze looked down at her from above, his gaze meaningful. Su Shi's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes flickering. Maybe I drank too much milk tea and don't want to sleep." Ling Jiuze leaned down, gazing into her eyes, and whispered, "Want to have some fun? Tomorrow, okay? You're injured, so it's better to rest well." Su Shi looked up at him, her arms wrapping around his neck, appearing soft and obedient. She gently shook her head, a hint of a spoiled tone in her voice. "No." Ling Jiuze's breath hitched, and he grasped her chin, kissing her deeply. "Then I'll be gentler." Su Shi tilted her head to kiss him back, pulling him down onto the bed. Ling Jiuze, worried about pressing on her injured area, quickly flipped over, lifting Su Shi up. Su Shi knelt on the bed, looking down at the man beneath her. In the dim light, their eyes met, both feeling a heartbeat quicken. After a moment of silence, Su Shi leaned down, inching closer until their lips touched. She parted her lips and slowly closed her eyes. 3 days later, Han Xiao and a few friends finished having afternoon tea and found that the car outside was not her own. Just as she was about to call her driver, someone from the car stepped down and said in a deep voice, "Miss Han, Mr. Ling is looking for you." Han Xiao recognized the person in front of her as Ming Yi, who indeed worked for Ling Jiuze. Her gaze flickered as she asked, "What does Jiuze want with me?" "You'll find out when you get there." Feeling a bit guilty, Han Xiao secretly speculated whether Ling Jiuze had found out about her sending someone to kidnap Su Shi. But she couldn't help but wonder what Ling Jiuze could do to her even if he knew. That Su Shi was at most his kept woman. Could he really kill her for that? Thinking this way, Han Xiao felt less afraid and confidently got into the car. 10 minutes later, Han Xiao realized they were not heading to the Ling family home. She frowned and asked, "Where's Jiuze?" Ming Ye's expression remained unchanged as he repeated, "Miss Han will know when she arrives." Han Xiao snorted coldly, sitting steadily in the car, appearing indifferent. The car left the city center, heading east into an industrial port area, stopping outside a factory. Ming Yi parked the car and said, "Miss Han can get out now." Han Xiao got out, looking around. "Where's this?" "Miss, follow me." The two entered the factory, going down the stairs as the light dimmed. Suddenly, the door ahead opened, and light flooded in. Han Xiao realized it was a dark room. It seemed to be a temporary resting place. The inner room was a bedroom, while the outer room was an office with desks and sofas. Ling Jiuze was sitting on the sofa, his long legs crossed, holding a stack of documents, his face showing the usual indifference, revealing no emotions. "Mr. Ling, Miss Han is here," Ming Yi announced. Han Xiao stepped forward in her high heels, smiling gently. "Jiuze, you were looking for me." Ling Jiuze glanced at her, then lowered his head to continue reading the documents, his tone neither warm nor cold. Yes. I'm looking for you to identify a few people. Before Han Xiao could think, Mingyi opened the door on the right, bringing out several men. 7 or 8 burly men hunched their shoulders and lowered their heads, their faces marked with old and new injuries, making it impossible to tell who was who. They went to the corner and obediently squatted down. Han Zhao's heart tightened, and she clenched her hand back. Ling Jiuze looked up and asked, "Do you recognize any of them?" Chapter 71, I won't like you. Han Zhao's gaze flickered. Jiuze, what do you mean by that? Ling Jiuze's indifferent eyes swept across her face. Don't you recognize me? Han Xiao chuckled awkwardly. How could I know these people? One person squatting in front suddenly looked up. Sister Han, it's me, Li Quan. You asked me to find someone to deal with that girl. You can't deny it. If you don't admit it, they'll beat me to death. Han Zhao's expression changed instantly, and she angrily shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? Who did I ask you to deal with? I don't even know you. Don't blame me to shirk responsibility. Li Quan widened his eyes in panic. Sister Han, you can't do this. I've helped you with so much. If you turn your back on me, it'll cost me my life. You're slandering me. Who instructed you to do this? Han Xiao gritted her teeth, pointing at him with a sharp voice. Is it Sushi? She staged this whole thing just to frame me. Ling Jiuze coldly interjected. Who told you they were targeting Sushi? Han Xiao froze, her face pale, stammering, I guessed. Ling Jiuze looked at the man on the ground. You said she instructed you. Do you have proof? Yes, I do. Li Quan immediately responded. I have the transfer records from Han Xiao on my phone. You all can check it. Ming Yi quickly found Li Quan's phone among a pile of phones and had him unlock it. Han Zhao's eyes widened in panic as she rushed to snatch Li Quan's phone, only to be pushed away by Ming Yi. Li Quan retrieved the transfer record, excitedly showing it to Ling Jiuze. It's this 200,000. Han Xiao gave it to me, saying after the job was done, she'd give 10,000 to everyone who dealt with that girl. Han Xiao looked at Ling Jiuze in a panic, trembling all over. Ling Jiuze stood up slowly, his deep black eyes icy as he looked at Han Xiao. What did Sushi do to you that made you treat her this way? His low voice carried an unspeakable chill, and the entire room fell silent, with even a pin drop audible. Han Zhao's face turned pale, and she bit her lip, trembling as she said, I did it. What can you do about it? What's so good about Sushi? Why does she deserve you? I hate her. I wish she were dead. Her voice choked. Jiuze, I like you. I can't let you be taken away by someone else. Ling Jiuze's tone suddenly turned cold. Let me tell you, even without Sushi, I wouldn't like you. If you dare to touch her, you are crossing my bottom line. Tears welled up in Han Zhao's eyes as she looked at the man with despair and anger, crying and laughing. Ling Jiuze, how can you trample on my feelings for you like this? You want to take revenge for her? Fine, kill me. If you have the guts, kill me. Ling Jiuze looked at her with disgust, then turned to Li Quan and the others. Whatever she asks you to do, just do it. Whoever does well, I'll consider letting them go. Do you understand? Everyone was stunned, looking up in shock. But Han Zhao's expression changed drastically. Ling Jiuze, what do you mean? Ling Jiuze didn't even look at her, stepping outside as he instructed Ming Yi, seal this place off. No one is allowed to come near. Ming Yi respectfully complied. Han Zhao's calm facade crumbled, leaving only fear. She rushed forward. I want to go home. Let me go back. Ming Yi turned to block her. Miss Han, sorry. You can only stay here. After saying that, he closed the door and locked it. Han Xiao showed an expression of disbelief, rushing to the door and banging on it. Ling Jiuze, come back. You can't treat me like this. I am the eldest daughter of the Han family. Your grandfather won't let you off. Ling Jiuze, did you hear that? You don't have the right to do this. Ling Jiuze, Han Xiao cried out hoarsely, frantically banging on the door. But the steel-reinforced wooden door remained unmoved. She suddenly turned around, looking at the burly, disheveled men behind her, and shouted, Don't touch me, or I'll make sure you die. After saying that, she hurriedly opened her handbag, took out her phone to call for help, only to find there was no signal at all. She panicked completely, turning back to continue banging on the door and shouting. The Han family searched for Han Xiao for a week and finally found some clues. Realizing she had been taken away by Ling Jiuze's men, the Han family didn't even dare to confront Ling Jiuze directly. In desperation, Han Zhao's mother, Xinyu, sought help from Xin Ming, saying that if Han Xiao had offended Ling Jiuze, the Han family could agree to any conditions as long as he released Han Xiao. Xin Ming arranged to meet Ling Jiuze at Kaixing. Once inside and seated, he got straight to the point, pushing a contract across the table. This is what the Han family promises, as long as you are willing to let Han Xiao go. Ling Jiuze lounged lazily on the sofa, not even looking at the documents on the coffee table, sneering, Does the Ling family lack this? Xin Ming smiled faintly. I don't care for my cousin either. The Han family is too highly regarded, foolish and arrogant. However, I'm here to mediate for your sake. If Han Xiao dies at your hands, it's still a life, Isn't it not worth it? Ling Jiuze lit a cigarette and took a slow drag. Who said Han Xiao is in my hands? If you have evidence, feel free to hand it over to the police and let them come find me. Xinming smiled lightly. I know you're not afraid, Mr. Ling. Even if the Han family has no evidence now, even if they did, no one would dare to cause trouble for you. But if the Han family gets desperate and sets their sights on you like a rabid dog, getting bitten would hurt for a few days, wouldn't it? Ling Jiuze's expression remained unchanged, his lips curling into a thin, cold smile. Then I'll just kill the dog too. Xinming's gaze darkened slightly, and after a moment he said, if I'm not mistaken, Han Xiao must have provoked Sushi, right? What did she do to Sushi? After learning about Sushi's relationship with Ling Jiuze, he understood why Han Xiao had invested so much to have him pursue Sushi. Ling Jiuze flicked the ash off his cigarette. This has nothing to do with you. Xinming suddenly smiled. My girlfriend, how could it not be related? Why don't I go ask her personally what it would take to vent her anger? After saying that, he stood up to leave. Ling Jiuze's face darkened sharply. Xinming, you'd better stay away from her. Xinming stopped and turned, hands in his pockets, saying calmly, if it really is because of Sushi, the Han family will eventually find out about her. The Han family wouldn't dare to do anything to you, but what about Sushi? She's just a student. Can you watch her 24 hours a day? Ling Jiuze's gaze deepened, slowly responding, they dare. Han Xiao is the only daughter of my aunt. For her daughter, she can do anything. Ling Jiuze said nothing, his deep eyes cold and calm. After a moment, his thin lips lifted slightly. Fine. I'll return Han Xiao to the Han family, but whether she lives or dies, I can't guarantee. Xinming chuckled. She brought this upon herself. Whether she can survive in Mr. Ling's hands depends on her own fate. Chapter 72. Why help her? Xinming personally took people to find Han Xiao. When the door opened, the disheveled men lying on the floor immediately got up, looking over in panic. Xinming frowned and asked, where's Han Xiao? Li Quan stood up and nervously pointed to the bedroom door. She's inside. Xinming went over, opened the door, and a foul smell hit him, causing him to frown and nearly vomit. The room was filled with filth, and Han Xiao lay on the bed, barely alive. Disgusted, Xinming took a few steps back and had someone carry Han Xiao out and sent her directly to the hospital. Han Xiao had not been violated. After Ling Jiuze left that day, she couldn't get through on the phone and, fearing that Li Quan and the others would truly harm her, immediately ran into the inner room and locked the door. For the past 7 days, someone had delivered food to them, but Han Xiao dared not step out of the bedroom. There was no food or water in the bedroom. So how she survived those 7 days was known only to her. When Han Xiao first woke up in the hospital, her mind was somewhat disoriented. It took 3 days for her to slowly regain her senses, crying heartbreakingly while holding her mother, Xinyu. Xinyu was heartbroken and summoned Xinming, saying angrily, I must avenge Xiao Xiao. Xinming sneered, avenge? Who do you plan to take revenge on? Xinyu dared not go after Ling Jiuze, but she found out about Su Shi, gritting her teeth and saying, it's that female student. Xinming stood up, a smile on his lips, but his voice was cold. Then you're not just offending Ling Jiuze, but also me. Xinyu was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Xinming pulled out a plane ticket and threw it on Han Xiao's hospital bed. Forget about revenge. This is a ticket for the day after tomorrow. Send Han Xiao abroad and don't let her come back for a year or 2. Otherwise, I'll make sure she stays here indefinitely. After saying that, Xinming left directly. Xinyu was in shock and abruptly turned to look at Han Xiao. What does he mean by that? Han Xiao's gaze was vacant, and she cried out loud again. 2 days later, Han Xiao left Jiangcheng, but she did not use the plane ticket Xinming gave her to go to Country M. Instead, she went to London to find someone who could completely defeat Su Shi. The news of Han Xiao being expelled from Jiangcheng quickly spread in the socialite circle. The exact reason was unknown, but everyone knew she had been driven out by Xinming. Xinyangyang felt instinctively that this matter was related to Su Shi. It was common knowledge that Han Xiao liked Ling Jiuze, and that Ling Jiuze was getting closer to Su Shi. If Han Xiao was jealous of Su Shi, she might have done something reckless. She called Su Shi out for dinner to inquire about what had happened. Su Shi was somewhat surprised. It had been 10 days since she was kidnapped. On the night of the incident, she had heard Ling Jiuze on the phone looking for the person behind the scenes, but he had not mentioned it again, and she had not asked, thinking the matter had passed. Now it seemed that it was Han Xiao who had someone kidnap her. So why did Xinming help her? After dinner, Xinyangyang said, let's go. I'll take you to relax and help you decompress. Su Shi pursed her lips and said softly, by the time you help me decompress, the person will have peacefully passed on, and I can only burn more paper for her. Xinyangyang laughed heartily. Burn what paper? That's superstitious. I'll burn you some real money. Su Shi rolled her eyes, not wanting to engage with her. Xinyangyang took her to Kaixing, and as soon as they entered, someone called Xinyangyang to invite her to hang out. Holding her phone, Xinyangyang laughed. Did you secretly send someone to follow me? I just arrived at Kaixing, and you're already inviting me here. All right. No need to explain. I'll be right there. So hurry and kneel to welcome me. After hanging up, Shen Yangyang turned back and smiled. A friend just happens to be here. I'll take you over to meet her. You should get to know more people. Su Shi's eyes were clear. I don't need to interact with many people for my future work. Shen Yangyang raised her eyebrows and smiled. Of course, even if you do interact, it'll be people trying to curry favor with our king's top designer. Su Shi shot her a glance. Have I not practiced with you for a long time? Shen Yangyang quickly said, Heroine, spare me. Considering I have to fight with Lu Mingxing every day, please let me off. My legs are bruised. If you don't believe me, I can show you later. Su Shi frowned in disdain. Can you be a little more reserved? What is reserved? Shen Yangyang chuckled softly. Is Ling Jiuze reserved in bed? Su Shi. The two entered the VIP room, where there were 7 or 8 women. Upon seeing Shen Yangyang come in, they all gathered around. Shen Yangyang introduced Su Shi to them, wrapping her arms around Su Shi's waist, smiling brightly. This is my little sister. You all help me look after her, and I'll remember your kindness. One of the women, named Fang Miao, joked. Is Su Shi the only one you consider your little sister? What are we, chopped liver? Everyone burst into laughter, surrounding Shen Yangyang and Su Shi as they walked inside. These few women were close friends of Shen Yangyang, taking good care of Su Shi, constantly bringing her food and drinks since she was younger. Shen Yangyang whispered in her ear, just eat and drink. Once you're full, we'll leave. Su Shi replied lightly. People will think I came here just to mooch off food. Shen Yangyang's eyes sparkled. Even if they do, who cares? Everyone sang, joked, and played for a while until 5 or 6 more people came in. They greeted each other and formed small groups to sit and play together. When the newcomers arrived, Su Shi didn't get up, but when she looked up, she saw a familiar face. In the room, someone was singing, and the flashing lights illuminated the space, making everyone's faces appear dim and unclear. Fang Miao brought juice to Su Shi and then sat next to Shen Yangyang, chatting with others. A woman in a spaghetti-strapped dress asked Fang Miao, Who is that woman in the white dress? I haven't seen her before. Fang Miao glanced over. Her tone slightly disdainful. She is a small celebrity. The woman in the spaghetti-strapped dress looked surprised. Then why are they surrounding her? Fang Miao explained. Her name is Su Yi, an artist from Xingyu. I heard her sugar daddy is the president of Ling Corporation, and she has resources galore. She just landed a leading role in a movie and is in the spotlight, so they're probably trying to curry favor with her to connect with the Ling Corporation. The woman in the spaghetti-strapped dress understood. No wonder. Shen Yangyang glanced over, a smile that was neither here nor there. Which one are you talking about? Fang Miao pointed. The one in the white dress. She looks like a green tea type. Men love that. Shen Yangyang's expression darkened as she looked at Su Shi, her voice turning cold. Is her relationship with Ling Jiuze real? They all know about it in their circle. It should be real, Fang Miao said. Shen Yangyang's face fell, and she stood up to go over, but was grabbed by Su Shi on the wrist. Lower your voice. If you want to make things difficult for her because of me, there's no need to go, Su Shi said calmly. Shen Yangyang coldly asked, Do you know her? Su Shi replied, Yes. And is her relationship with Ling Jiuze real? Su Shi answered, I don't know, so let us not act rashly. Her clear eyes held a calmness. Chapter 73, He has never admitted it. Shen Yangyang thought for a moment, settled down, and did not move again, saying, If she makes you uncomfortable, definitely don't hold back. We women may not be able to do without men, but we must not let other women ride on our heads. Su Shiqian smiled softly. Is this your experience summarized over the years? Shen Yangyang proudly smiled, of course. As the two were talking, suddenly the door of the private room was kicked open with a bang, and 4 or 5 people walked in. The woman at the front was 175 meters tall, with deep and bright features, looking like a mixed race. She scanned everyone in the room and finally landed on Su Yi, walking straight over. Su Yi had already stood up. Lena, what are you doing here? Is it true that director Zhang's film has chosen you as the female lead? The woman called Lena coldly asked. Next to her, Su Yi's manager, Sister Li, stood up. This has nothing to do with Miss Lena. Lena angrily said. How does it not relate? I was originally booked as the female lead. What underhanded methods did you use to make director Zhang replace me? Sister Li immediately said. This was decided by director Zhang. He must think he is more suitable for his film. Bullshit. Lena cursed directly. Don't think I don't know. Su Yi only got the female lead by selling herself. You guys are really shameless. Su Yi was humiliated in public. Her face turned pale, and she trembled as she said, If you slander me like this, I will send a lawyer's letter. A lawyer's letter? I'm scared of you. Lena suddenly grabbed Su Yi's hair, relying on her height, and slapped Su Yi's face. I'll ruin your face and see how you seduce men. Ah. Su Yi raised her hands to protect her face and screamed loudly. Let go of Yi. Sisterly rushed forward. The few people who came with Lena immediately rushed over and pushed Sisterly aside. Others who tried to mediate were also hit by Lena's people, and the room instantly turned chaotic. The few women standing by Su Shiqian jumped at the sudden situation, wanting to go up to mediate, but were stopped by Sheng Yangyang's glance. Do you want to get hit too? Just watch. Sheng Yangyang had been through all this in the women's circle for so many years. What didn't she understand? Since they all said in that circle that Su Yi's benefactor was Ling Jiuze, there must be something to it. Or it was something Su Yi deliberately spread. In either case, she deserved to be hit. Since Su Shiqian wouldn't let her take action, then she would just watch others do it. Su Yi was being kicked down on the sofa by Lena, struggling in pain as she looked up and suddenly saw Su Shiqian sitting on the sofa, immediately shouting, "Miss Shiqian, save me." Sisterly ran out to find someone and just happened to hear Su Yi's shout. She initially wanted to find security personnel, but who knew she saw Mingzwa outside the private room? If Mingzwa was here, then Ling Jiuze must also be here. She immediately ran over. "Brother Ming, is President Ling here? I need to find President Ling." Mingzwa had a blank expression. "What's the matter?" "It's Yi. She's playing here with friends." And Lena suddenly came over, saying Yi stole her female lead role and is beating Yi. Sisterly said anxiously. Mingzwa's expression didn't change. "I'll go tell President Ling." Inside the private room, Ling Jiuze was sitting on the sofa chatting and laughing with Jiang Chun and others. When he saw Mingzwa come in, he looked up and asked what was the matter. Mingzwa relayed what Sisterly had said. Ling Jiuze's handsome face remained unchanged, coldly saying, "If there's a fight, go find security or call the police. Why come to me?" "Understood." Mingzwa understood his attitude and turned to return to Sisterly. Sisterly outside heard Ling Jiuze's words. Her eyes turned, and she immediately shouted, "President Ling, your niece is also in the private room. Lena's people are hitting everyone. It seems they have injured your niece too." Ling Jiuze raised his eyes. "What did you say?" When Ling Jiuze and Jiang Chen arrived, the private room was still in chaos, with Lena's people guarding the door, not letting security in. Mingzwa kicked the door open, and as he entered, a woman tried to block him but was grabbed by the wrist and thrown to the ground. Security immediately surged in, pulling apart the fighting crowd. Ling Jiuze quickly scanned the chaotic crowd and saw Su Shiqian looking up at him. Just as Ling Jiuze was about to go over, Lena suddenly broke free from security and ran to him, gritting her teeth and saying, "You are Ling Jiuze, Su Yi's benefactor? You use capital to manipulate the market, ruining how many people's futures. You people will definitely die a horrible death." Everyone was stunned, not expecting Lena to be so bold. The women who came with her reached out to pull her wrist, telling her to stop talking. Lena was already mad. "You are afraid of him." "I'm not afraid. I don't believe he can kill me." Jiang Chun said with a serious face, "I can choose not to kill you, but I can make your life worse than death." After he finished speaking, he said to the people beside him, "Take this crazy woman to the police station. Gathering to fight, provoking trouble. Inform all entertainment companies that such a vile artist will not be used again." Lena's eyes widened. "Who are you to decide?" Jiang Chen wore a malicious smile. "Yeah? You don't even know who I am. How do you know I can't decide?" Lena's face gradually turned pale. In the end, all of Lena's people were taken away. Su Yi walked over, clutching her collar. Her clothes were torn by Lena, her makeup was a mess, and there was a glaring handprint on her face. Looking weak and pitiful, "President Ling." Su Yi looked up, tears streaming down her face. "Go back and take care of your wounds first," Ling Jiuze said softly. "I'll talk to Su Chun and give you a few days off to recover." Su Yi looked at him with a mix of grievance and gratitude. "Thank you, President Ling." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow at Ling Jiuze. "Why are you so unkind? Miss Su has been seriously injured, and you don't personally take her to the hospital and then send her home." Ling Jiuze glanced at him. "Since you understand, you can take her." Jiang Chen jokingly said, "I do want to, but I'm afraid Miss Su only wants someone else to take her." Su Yi's face turned red. "I've already been so embarrassed today, Mr. Jiang. Please don't make jokes about me." Before Jiang Chun could say anything else, Ling Jiuze didn't give him a chance to speak and directly said, "Mingzwa, you take Miss Su." "Yes." Mingzwa replied lightly, "Miss Su, let's go." Su Yi knew how embarrassed she looked at the moment and didn't dare to look at Ling Jiuze any longer. She lowered her head and said thank you again, then hurriedly left. When Ling Jiuze went to find Su Shiqian again, he found that the place where she had been sitting was already empty. "Everyone has left. What are you still lingering for? Let's go back," Jiang Chun said with a smile. Ling Jiuze scanned the private room again and did not see Su Shiqian. He nodded lightly and walked out with Jiang Chun. Outside Kaixing, Sheng Yangyang was running in high heels to catch up with Su Shiqian. "Why are you walking so fast? It's as if you have something to hide. Don't forget, you are the rightful queen." Su Shiqian stopped and turned back. "He has never admitted me as his wife." Chapter 74. Sudden coldness, then you are also his legally recognized wife. Sheng Yangyang snorted coldly. You should have gone over and asked them directly what their relationship is. It's too much to act so affectionate in front of you. Sushi replied calmly. Others may not know, but you should be clear about my relationship with Ling Jiuze. I have no right to question how many lovers he has. Sheng Yangyang was furious. But you've slept together so many times. Does he actually like you? Sushi looked at her quietly for a moment, then turned and continued walking. Sheng Yangyang caught up, grabbing her wrist, and breathlessly questioned, Sushi, I can tolerate that there are always women around Lu Mingsheng because I know he loves me. What about you? Why are you with Ling Jiuze? Sushi's clear eyes were calm, and she replied softly, Didn't you tell me to enjoy life in the moment? Sheng Yangyang was taken aback. Then she took a deep breath and calmly suggested, How about I find someone to test him for you? Sushi raised an eyebrow. Test him for what? To see if he is a player. Sushi immediately said, You can't go. What are you afraid of? If he is a player, then you should leave him as soon as possible. What I meant by enjoying life is that it should be based on mutual feelings. Not that you are being played by him. Sushi said earnestly, I'm not afraid, but we respect each other. He hasn't tested me like that. And I wouldn't do that to him either. Respect? Are you sure? Sheng Yangyang sneered. Absolutely. Sushi replied seriously. When Sushi returned to Yuding, it was already 10 o'clock. After taking a shower and reading for a while, she went to bed. Just as she was in a half-asleep state, she felt Ling Jiuze holding her face and kissing her. He had already bathed, with only a towel wrapped around his waist. And the strong scent of a man overwhelmed her senses. She hummed softly and slowly opened her eyes. Ling Jiuze leaned over her side, his muscular arms strong and sexy. As he held her chin and delicately kissed her cheek, his voice husky, Are you happy? Sushi looked at him with sleepy eyes, feeling very tired. The man chuckled softly, slightly lifting himself to look into her eyes in the dark. Did you get hurt tonight? Sushi shook her head. Even if they came for me, they couldn't hurt me. If you encounter such things, keep your distance. The man lowered his head to kiss her again. Sushi's voice was soft and casual. As long as you're not mad at me for not protecting Sui, it's fine. Her casual words made Ling Jiuze pause, a shadow of darkness passing through his eyes, like a cold moon sinking into a still lake, creating ripples that felt slightly chilly. She said that because she had heard about Sui's relationship with him, but she didn't question him or throw a fit. She understood the boundaries and played by the rules, so he should be pleased. But he didn't feel happy. Instead, a strange heaviness settled in his chest. He didn't say anything, only kissed Sushi more fiercely, losing the tenderness and affection from before. As usual, after everything, Ling Jiuze carried Sushi to the bathroom to wash up. Afterwards, he gently placed her on the bed and turned to leave. Sushi felt exhausted and found a comfortable position, quickly falling asleep. After Ling Jiuze returned to his room, he had a video conference with the executives from the company in M country. When he closed the laptop, it was already 3 in the morning. He got up and walked to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and looked at Jiangsheng in the deep night. Jiangsheng, located by the sea, was economically prosperous. With nightclubs bustling all night, many people were still awake, enjoying their youth. His youth, however, was spent in the midst of gunfire. For a period, he wandered through the primordial forest every day, not washing his face or bathing for half a month. By the time he felt tired, it was nearly 4 o'clock. He returned to his room, lay in bed, and felt as if he had only slept for a moment before waking up again. He glanced at the time. It was just 5:30. Perhaps because he remembered the past before sleeping, he dreamt of that child, with whom he had completed a mission and saved each other's lives. They had never seen each other's faces. He only remembered her eyes, bloodthirsty like a wolf, yet calm like the dark night. She was the youngest among them, but her shooting skills were better than most. They had acted as 2 teams together, and she always stayed alone, not speaking to anyone except during task assignments. He noticed she loved sweets, always carrying chocolate with her. If she ran out, she would become noticeably restless. At first, he offered his chocolate to her, but she wouldn't accept it, only watching him warily before walking away. It wasn't until they developed a bond of trust that she accepted his chocolate, her voice hoarse as she thanked him. Later, he heard she died during a mission, betrayed by someone above and perished with her teammates in an abandoned warehouse. When he heard the news, he felt a pang of regret, and even now, recalling her eyes brought a twinge of pain. The sky was beginning to brighten. Ling Jiuze took a shower, changed clothes, and left at 6 o'clock. Sushi was still fast asleep. She slept until nearly 8 o'clock and opened the door to find no one outside. Just as she was about to return to her room to wash up, she heard the doorbell ring. When she opened the door, the hotel delivery person, who often brought breakfast, stood outside, respectfully handing her a food box. This is the breakfast ordered by Mr. Ling. Enjoy your meal. After thanking him and taking the food box, she returned to the kitchen. The door to the master bedroom was closed, and she assumed Ling Jiuze was still asleep. However, when she finished washing up and got dressed, she didn't see Ling Jiuze. She knocked on the door. "Mr. Ling, are you awake?" "Mr. Ling? Uncle." No one responded. She thought of something and pushed the door open, only to find that Ling Jiuze was not in the room at all. When did he leave? Sushi frowned slightly, shrugged, and decided to go eat by herself. At the Ling Group office building, after the morning meeting, Ling Jiuze returned to his office and called Su Chun. Zhang Sun's movie has Su Yi as the lead. "Are you guys behind this?" Today, Lena's incident trended but was quickly suppressed. It disappeared within an hour. Su Chun received some news and hurriedly explained, "No, we just provided Su Yi with an audition opportunity." Zhang Sun personally felt that Su Yi was more suitable for the character than Lena, which is why he chose her as the lead. "We were actually a bit surprised." Ling Jiuze nodded. "I see. Lena injured Su Yi. We will hold her accountable for this." Su Chun reported, "Handle it as you see fit." Ling Jiuze hung up the phone, feeling a bit lighter in his heart, as if he had been wronged but now knew he was innocent. Even if he wouldn't explain, he felt relieved. Before he knew it, it was Saturday. When she went to the Ling family, she realized she hadn't seen Ling Jiuze for 4 days. During the time they were together, aside from their physical interactions at night, they had no contact during the day. So how could Ling Jiuze possibly like her? Their relationship was merely based on mutual needs. But was he a player? Sushi believed he wasn't. She shook her head, feeling a bit conflicted. Ling Jiuze wasn't home, but Ling Yihong was very obedient. And the two classes went very smoothly. At noon, Sushi accompanied Ling Yihong for lunch. They joked and laughed, creating a much more pleasant atmosphere than when Ling Jiuze was around. After lunch, the driver took her to Jiang University. Sushi didn't return to Yuding, but went to the school library to study. With exams coming up, she should focus and prepare. 2 days later, at night, Sushi had already fallen asleep when she heard the door sound outside, and she almost immediately woke up. Chapter 75. Does Uncle not like sushi? About half an hour later, Ling Jiuze seemed to have gone to the kitchen to get water. The floor lamp in the living room was still on, casting a faint light through the crack of the door. Is he unable to sleep again? Sushi's clear eyes turned in the darkness. She got out of bed, opened the door, and heard the man on the phone. "What's going on?" The voice on the other end was anxious. "Ling, this is Li Ai, EE's manager. Today, Director Zhang took EE to meet a few investors. EE drank quite a bit, and now she has been taken upstairs by Mr. Sun from Huafeng Industries. His people are guarding outside, not letting anyone near. Ling, please help EE." Ling Jiuze frowned. "Where's Director Zhang?" "Director Zhang has been sent away and is not here now." Ling Jiuze's expression turned cold. Just as he was about to ask her to call Su Chun, he caught sight of the side room's door slightly ajar. Almost instantly, he changed his mind, picked up the suit jacket resting on the back of the sofa, and asked, "Where are you?" "At Yangfan Hotel." "Wait for me, I'll be right there." He stepped outside, looking quite urgent. After the door closed, Sushi opened the side room door. The warm yellow light from the floor lamp illuminated her beautiful eyes, as if a layer of moonlight had been spread over them. Cold and desolate, Sushi's clear eyes resembled the serene and deep Shili Lake at night. She turned back to her room and closed the door. Ling Jiuze stepped out, and the night breeze in the garage was cool. Suddenly, he became clear-headed. What was he doing? What was he trying to test Sushi with Su Yi? Sitting in the car, the man calmed down completely and called Su Chun. "Su Yi is at Yangfan Hotel, taken away by Sun Feng from Huafeng. Go check it out." Su Chun immediately responded and went personally. Such incidents often occurred, and Su Chun knew how to handle them. Ling Jiuze sat in the car for a while, as if waiting for Su Chun's call or something else. Half an hour later, he drove away. After returning to the Ling family old house, he received a call from Su Chun while going upstairs. Su Chun had already brought Su Yi out. Sun Feng had been in a drunken state and had been beaten unconscious by his men. Su Yi was fine, only slightly injured while resisting Sun Feng, but fortunately, Sun Feng was too weak from drinking to harm her. Ling Jiuze replied with a faint hum and hung up the phone. He placed his phone on the bed, turned to take a shower, and after coming out, read for a while, but was somewhat distracted, taking 10 minutes to read a single page. Checking the time, an hour had already passed. He picked up his phone, but there were no missed calls or messages. He frowned slightly, irritably threw the phone aside, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. In the following days, he did not go to Yuding. Every day was either socializing or going to Kaixing with Jiang Chun and the others. When he returned late, he relied on medication to help him sleep. By Saturday, he returned early in the evening and had dinner with Ling Yihong and Ling Yin'aw. "How's your studying recently?" Ling Jiuze asked Ling Yihong. "Not bad." Ling Yihong replied with a dull expression. Ling Jiuze paused and asked casually, "Did you have lunch with Teacher Su today?" "Yeah, I had the kitchen stewed duck soup and took it for her, Ling Yihong said. Ling Jiuze asked nonchalantly. What did she say? Ling Yihong casually replied, we talked a lot. What do you want to know? Ling Jiuze. His gaze dimmed slightly. Let's eat. After saying that, he glanced at Ling Yinhua. When is your exam? Ling Yinhua, lost in thought, was momentarily stunned by the question and replied, the day after tomorrow. Why? Nothing. Just tell the driver the time in advance so he can pick you up, Ling Jiuze said. Uncle, I've made plans with my classmates to travel during the break, Ling Yinhua said with a squinting smile. Ling Jiuze replied calmly, if you tell your parents and they agree, then I agree. Ling Yinhua pouted, got it. As they were finishing their meal, Ling Jiuze turned to Ling Yihong again and said, after your sister finishes her exams, Teacher Su won't have to go to class. Should we have her come over every day to tutor you for the final exam? No need. Ling Yihong replied with a proud tone hidden in his calmness. I've already lapped them once. Even if I stop to wait, they can't catch up. Ling Jiuze lowered his gaze for a moment before replying, and then stood up. You all eat. I'm going upstairs first. After Ling Jiuze left, Ling Yinhua turned to Ling Yihong and said, I feel like Uncle is a bit unhappy. Does he have an opinion about Sushi? Ling Yihong frowned. What opinion could he have? She's not his tutor. Ling Yinhua shrugged. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Usually, you should say good things about Sushi in front of Uncle. My getting first place is the biggest affirmation for her. What more good words do I need to say? Ling Yihong said calmly. Ling Yinhua chuckled. That's true. When Mom and Dad come back, I need to make them thank me properly for getting you such a good tutor. Ling Yihong snorted. If anyone should be thanked, it should be Teacher Su. What do I have to do with it? I found Sushi for you. Who else should you thank? Ling Yihong shot her a glance. You should think about how to tell Mom and Dad about your dating situation. Ling Yinhua blushed. Mind your own business. I can't be bothered with you. Just keep your eyes open and don't get deceived. Ling Yinhua glared. You little brat. What do you know? Ling Yihong didn't argue with her. Finished the last bite of rice and went upstairs to find Sushi to play games. On the day Sushi finished her exams, Sheng Yangyang picked her up outside the school, saying she wanted to treat her to something fun. The car stopped in front of Sheng Yangyang's private design studio. And Sushi asked, where are we actually going? There's a cocktail party tonight with a Michelin 3-star chef. The desserts are amazing. Sheng Yangyang leaned against the car door, giving Sushi a tempting smile. Sushi chuckled. Are you taking me to mooch food and drinks again? Sheng Yangyang opened the car door, pulling her out. No, I'm bringing you to help me show off. At 7 in the evening, the two arrived at the hotel. After getting out of the car, a woman in a wine-red long dress greeted them. Miss Sheng. The woman greeted Sheng Yangyang and turned to Sushi with a sweet smile. You must be Miss Su? Sushi smiled lightly. You know me? I often hear Miss Sheng mention Miss Su, saying you are her best friend and the most beautiful girl she has ever seen. So I recognized you at first glance. The woman smiled gently, revealing 2 dimples, and extended her hand. I'm Jiang Tunan. Those who bear the blue sky and do not ascend the central palace, then approached Jiang Tunan. Sushi was amazed by her name and gently shook her hand. Sushi. Sheng Yangyang smiled brightly. It's not just me saying she's the best looking. Tunan, even if you flatter Sushi, don't sell me out. Tunan joked. You say Miss Su is more beautiful than me. Isn't that the best compliment? Sushi laughed at her teasing, and Sheng Yangyang joined in. You're floating after seeing a beauty. How much have you drunk? Just joking. The cocktail party is about to start. Let us go in, Tunan smiled. Chapter 76. Capturing Ling Jiuze. Sheng Yangyang and Sushi walked behind, explaining to her that Tu Nan was a friend of theirs. A very capable person who ran a public relations company, and was here to help them fend off drinks. Sushi understood, and saw Jiang Tu Nan in front of her, with a graceful figure, long curly hair, a slim waist and long legs. Complemented by her angelic and perfect face, sexy yet sweet and cute, possessing a huge allure for the opposite sex. The banquet hall was lavishly decorated, filled with celebrities from all walks of life in Jiang City. Groups of men chatted and drank together, while beautiful women in various elegant dresses moved among them, toasting and mingling in an atmosphere of elegance and grandeur. They had just entered when someone approached to strike up a conversation, but Tu Nan blocked them all. Sushi watched Tu Nan handle the crowd with ease. She was clearly a woman of many talents, yet her every smile and frown seemed pure and sincere, captivating everyone. Sheng Yangyang was right. She was a formidable woman. Sheng Yangyang led Sushi around the banquet hall, then found a quiet spot for them to enjoy desserts while looking at the garden outside. As they spoke, Sheng Yangyang noticed Ling Jiuze in the business area. She turned to Sushi and said, a friend has arrived. I'll go say hello. You take care of yourself for now. Sushi held a glass of wine and nodded. You go ahead. Don't worry about me. Sheng Yangyang raised an eyebrow and smiled before turning to leave. She found Tu Nan and pointed towards Ling Jiuze, asking, do you know what to do? Tu Nan smiled. the heir of the Ling family, back for less than half a year, has only been rumored to be with that little star Su Yi, and hasn't publicly brought a female companion to any occasion. This might be a bit difficult. You'll need to prepare me a big red envelope. Xing Yangyang smiled lightly. Let us see your skill. If you succeed, starting next month, the PR fees will double. Tu Nan's eyes sparkled, but she replied, no, if I succeed in capturing Ling Jiuze, you need to increase the PR fees. If I fail, then we'll double it. Xing Yangyang immediately understood her meaning. If Tu Nan succeeded in capturing Ling Jiuze, it would be like helping her find a gold mine, and this PR fee would naturally not be worth her attention. She smiled generously. No problem. I actually hope that in the end, you get double, triple, or even 10 times that fee. Then I'll go. Wish me luck. Tu Nan winked at Xing Yangyang and walked towards the man surrounded by others. Such a man, no matter where he went, was always in high demand, which made them arrogant and proud. For Tu Nan, this was indeed a test. As she walked towards him, she had already adjusted herself to the best state, ready to use all her charm. Xing Yangyang quickly returned to Su Shi's side, bringing her a portion of cheese steak. Want some wine? Su Shi played a game for a while, then looked up at the sound. Sure. Xing Yangyang poured her a glass of burgundy white wine. The organizers invited a few stars to liven up the atmosphere. It'll be more lively in a bit. Su Shi took a sip of wine. It was slightly sweet and refreshing. Xing Yangyang had recently been keen on bringing her to such banquets and wine parties. Knowing she wanted Su Shi to get familiar with this atmosphere and meet more people, Su Shi understood her intention, but she feared the outcome might not be as she wished. A friend came over to greet Xing Yangyang. Su Shi, feeling a little dizzy from the wine, took the opportunity to go outside to the garden for some fresh air. The hotel garden was managed by dedicated gardeners, and every area was neatly and delicately maintained, without a single weed in sight. Walking along the rose path to the pond, Su Shi sat on a bench and watched the swans swimming back and forth in the clear, shallow pond. The semicircular pond was clear to the bottom, with reflections of lights shimmering on the surface, creating a colorful, luxurious scene. Even the swans raised here were more noble than those leisurely in the park. Leaning her head back against the bench, she felt drowsy when she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. She opened her eyes and, under the streetlight, saw a man, momentarily thinking she was dreaming. Where was she, and why was she seeing Ling Jiuze? The man stopped a meter away, looking down at her from above, his usually stern face showing a hint of mockery and detachment, making Su Shi feel strange, as if she had returned to the time when she first met him. Ling Jiuze's thin lips parted slightly. Seeing me here, are you happy or disappointed? Su Shi didn't understand. What? Ling Jiuze sneered coldly. Jiang Tu Nan. Don't tell me you don't know her. Did you send her to test me? What does that mean? Su Shi was taken aback, but quickly understood. It was Yangyang. Did she plan to test Ling Jiuze from the very beginning, or was it a last-minute decision? It was really troublesome. She stood up, furrowing her brow, unsure how to explain to Ling Jiuze. She couldn't just push everything onto Xing Yangyang. Seeing her silent, Ling Jiuze's gaze grew colder. What's your intention? Do you want to test if I'm the kind of man who would go for any woman? Or do you have feelings for me and want to see how I feel about other women? Su Shi's face paled slightly as she stared at his cold brows and eyes, replying in a deep voice, I'm sorry. She had angered this proud man. Although this matter wasn't her doing, since Yangyang had done it, in a sense, it represented her, and she should apologize to him. Ling Jiuze stared at her unblinkingly, slowly saying, You still haven't answer my question. What do you want to test? Do you have feelings for me? No. Su Shi quickly replied, lowering her gaze. Her voice calm. You haven't come for many days. I wanted to see if our agreement has ended. Ling Jiuze's gaze darkened further as he looked at her with a deep, somber expression. After a while, he took a step closer, reaching out to grasp her chin, forcing her to look up. What was our agreement? Su Shi fell into his dark, night-like eyes and opened her lips. No talk of feelings, no talk of money. Mutual respect and trust. And do you respect and trust me? The man asked. Su Shi bit her lip. Not anymore. I always thought you were a smart girl. Don't do such foolish things. The man scoffed, releasing her and turning away without even looking back. Su Shi watched his cold back, a mix of frustration and disappointment washing over her. It seemed that since that day when Su Yi had been beaten by Lina at Kaixing, their relationship had turned delicate. And then that night when he came over and was called away by Su Yi's people, he hadn't returned to Yuding all night, nor had he come back since. Today, he was so cold and angry. Was this ambiguous relationship that hovered between lovers and friends coming to an end? Did that mean she had to move out of Yuding? The 5,000 rent house would be gone. Or perhaps she was more worried that she had angered him, making it even less likely for her to buy Qing Yuan from him in the future. Xing Yangyang quickly came over, astonished. I just saw Ling Jiuze walking out this way. What did he say to you? Chapter 77. Dist Sushi sat in the chair, looking up at her helplessly. I still want to ask you what you did to him? Sheng Yangyang's eyes widened. Does he know that Tunin is someone I sent? Sushi sighed slightly. Miss, didn't I tell you not to send someone to test Ling Jiuze? Why didn't you listen to me? No wonder she specifically brought Tunin today. The real purpose was this. Sheng Yangyang said, you've been together for so long. I need to know what his attitude towards you really is. Sushi nodded. Thank you, now I know. What do you mean? Sheng Yangyang frowned. What did he say? Sushi looked down, her toes swaying, glancing at the pebbles on the ground. He was annoyed, very angry. I guess our relationship might be over. Sheng Yangyang sighed in frustration. She wanted to see if Ling Jiuze was a player, but she didn't want them to break up. After all, they were legally a married couple. She turned to leave. I'm going to find Ling Jiuze and explain clearly that this has nothing to do with you. It was all my idea. Sushi grabbed her wrist. Don't go. Sheng Yangyang turned back in confusion. Sushi raised an eyebrow. Miss, are you representing me to plead with him to stay? Sheng Yangyang looked as if she had been doused with cold water, suddenly waking up. Her expression turned dejected. What can I do for you now? Sushi stood up. Take me home. Sheng Yangyang, both of them having had a drink, found a designated driver. On the way back, they sat in the back seat. And Sheng Yangyang held Sushi's hand. She bowed. I'm sorry, I will definitely listen to you in the future. Sushi chuckled. You listening to me would be a surprise. Anyway, from now on, I want to do anything you don't allow me to do. I promise. Sheng Yangyang raised her hand to swear, looking adorable. Sushi pulled her hand down. Actually, this isn't all your fault. The issues between me and Ling Jiuze aren't just about this. What other issues? Sheng Yangyang asked. Sushi pressed her lips together and looked out the window. I can't quite say. It seemed that the two of them had been harmonious before, but suddenly, it had turned cold. After the exams, it was summer vacation. Sushi suddenly found herself with free time. She first went to visit old Qin with Qin Jun, stayed there for 2 days, and then locked herself in her room to design 2 sets of jewelry for Huaying. Until the end of June, she hadn't seen Ling Jiuze again. During this time, she went to the Ling family to tutor Ling Yihong and accidentally heard that Ling Jiuze had gone on a business trip to Country M. At the end of the month, she received the tutoring salary forwarded by the Ling family, which was double what they had previously agreed upon. She thought it was a mistake by Uncle Fu and called to check, but Uncle Fu told her it was the second young master's intention. He had been so angry because of Tunin and hadn't come to Yuding again, yet he doubled her tutoring salary. What did this mean? Sushi was a bit confused. She also transferred the rent to Ling Jiuze and thought for a moment before sending him a message. I received the increased salary. Thank you. She sent the message in the evening, and the next day at noon, she saw that he had accepted the transfer, but he didn't reply. Sheng Yangyang had time that day and took her to Xinyue to try the new dishes. Unexpectedly, when they were leaving, they ran into Shen Ming. Shen Ming came over with a few friends for a meal. Upon seeing her, he approached without hesitation and smiled. Eating with friends? He had a new silver ear cuff on his left ear, making him look even more unruly and charming. Sheng Yangyang smiled. You guys chat first. I'll go say a few words to my senior. Sushi said softly, I'll wait for you in the lobby. Okay. Sheng Yangyang waved her hand and left. How did you become good friends with the eldest lady of the Sheng family? Shen Ming raised an eyebrow. I've always been curious. Sushi replied softly. Do you have something to say? After all, you're my publicly acknowledged girlfriend. Can't we just chat if there's nothing else? Shen Ming smiled charmingly, his peach blossom eyes sizing her up. Did Han Zhao's people hurt you last time? With your skills, it shouldn't have happened. I heard it was actually Han Zhao's people who got beaten so badly they didn't recognize their own mother. My girlfriend is impressive. When Sushi heard him mention it, she asked, what did you do to Han Zhao? Shen Ming's eyes flashed, and he slowly smiled. She sent someone to harm my girlfriend. What do you think I could do to her? I just told her to get out of the country and never come back. Sushi asked, Isn't she your cousin? Yes, so what? Shen Ming replied with a smile, half serious and half joking. What is more important, a cousin or a girlfriend? She caused you trouble, so of course, I protect you and get rid of her. Sushi certainly wouldn't take his words seriously and said, actually, you don't need to do this. I don't want to owe you a favor. Shen Ming gave a helpless smile, revealing a hint of sadness, and sighed. Do I look like a bad person? What terrible thing did I do that made you dislike me so much? Sushi thought about it. In fact, the two of them really didn't have any particular grudges. No matter how one looked at it, he was helping her this time. She softened her tone. Thank you. No matter what the reason is. Shen Ming's eyes smiled. The corners of his peach blossom eyes curving up, his jawline delicately smooth, looking like a character from a comic. I offended my aunt's family. Isn't your casual thank you a bit lacking in sincerity? Sushi raised an eyebrow. How would you like me to thank you? Shen Ming seemed to think for a moment and suggested, you can treat me to a meal. That is not possible. She couldn't see through Xi Ming, and it was best to stay away from unknown dangers. Xi Ming's bright smile instantly dimmed. Frowning, "You won't agree to such a simple request. Then tell me, how else can you thank me?" Sushi thought for a moment and replied seriously, "I'll give you money." Xi Ming was stunned, biting his lip to hold back a laugh, but ultimately couldn't contain it and burst out laughing, asking, "How much do you plan to give me? How much do you want?" Xi Ming tried to hold back his laughter. 10 million. How about that? Sushi frowned, not expecting the man to ask for such a high price. However, once the words were out, she couldn't take them back, so she could only grit her teeth and say, "Then give me your account number, and I'll transfer it to you now." "You're really going to give?" Xi Ming felt like he was about to hurt himself from holding back laughter. "Where do you have so much money?" After he finished speaking, he thought of something and his smile faded slightly. "Right? You are Ling Jiuze's lover, so you can spend his money. Then forget it. If I take his money, I won't be able to stay in Jiangxing anymore." Sushi raised an eyebrow. "You're the one who doesn't want it. Don't say I didn't give. I don't want your money, but you can't just brush this off. Actually, I have something I need help with. Why don't you help me?" Xi Ming smiled. "What do you need help with?" Sushi asked warily. Chapter 78. Delivering the cake. "Don't worry, I won't let you down this time." Xi Ming smiled and said, "I'm pursuing a girl, but she doesn't like me and has rejected me many times. Tomorrow is her birthday, and I've booked a private room at Kaixing to celebrate for her. Can you help me deliver a cake to her?" "Why don't you deliver it yourself?" Sushi asked, puzzled. "If I deliver it, she won't eat it." Xi Ming shrugged helplessly. "I'm such a good person, yet you all fail to see my worth. It really saddens me." After seeing that Sushi didn't respond, he added, "Just take the cake in and leave. No one will make you drink or eat anything. Even if they do, you don't have to pay attention. Kaixing isn't my territory. No one will make things difficult for you." Sushi felt that she could help with this and returned the favor to Xi Ming. "All right, I'll help you deliver the cake. Tell me your phone number, and I'll have someone pick you up tomorrow. I'll also arrange for the cake to be ready. You just need to take it in," Xi Ming said. Sushi gave him her phone number and asked, "Is there anything special about the cake you're delivering?" She had never seen one, but had heard that some people hide rings in cakes when proposing or confessing their love. "No, it's just a regular cake." "Why?" Xi Ming asked. Sushi said, "If there's nothing special, I can order the cake for you, and you don't need to pick me up. I'll go by myself." Xi Ming scoffed lightly. "You aren't afraid that my people will do something to you on the way, are you?" "No, I just want to help you buy a cake and return your favor." Sushi certainly wouldn't admit that she was always on guard against him. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Xi Ming's eyes as he smiled. "That's fine, but you'll have to spend some money." "No problem. It's the least I can do." Sushi replied politely. "What should I write on the cake?" Xi Ming, with his beautiful peach blossom eyes, slowly said, "Just write 'I love you.' You don't need to write anything else. I'll send you the private room number tomorrow." "Okay." The two made an agreement, and Xi Ming went to find his friends while she went to the sofa to wait for Shen Yangyang. After Shen Yangyang came out, she took Sushi back to Yuding and asked her what Xi Ming had said for so long. Sushi told her about Xi Ming's request for help. Shen Yangyang pondered. It seems that Xi Ming is pursuing a girl named Jiang Yi. She studies acting and is already somewhat famous in the circle. She might be keeping Xi Ming on a string. Sushi wasn't concerned about who Xi Ming was pursuing and said, "I owe him a favor regarding Han Zhao's matter. So helping him once isn't a big deal. Do you want me to accompany you?" Shen Yangyang asked. "No need. It's just delivering a cake. Kaixing isn't far from Yuding. I'll go home after delivering it." "That's fine." The next day, Sushi went out in the morning to find Qing Ning at the dessert shop and also checked on Wu Ma, Lin Shu, and Ba Shi. Having not returned for a long time, Ba Shi was not at all distant with her. He jumped up and affectionately greeted her as before. Wu Ma asked her, "Young madam, when will you be back?" Sushi smiled lightly. "My engagement with Ling Jiuze has expired." Wu Ma nodded sadly, always feeling that it was a pity that Ling Jiuze couldn't be with Sushi. Her gaze grew even more kind. "No matter what, I've always regarded you as the young madam." Sushi's eyes sparkled. "Thank you." At the dessert shop, Qing Ning prepared many new desserts for her and chatted with her for a long time. "This dessert shop is going to lay off employees, so I might need to find another job. That way, I can live closer to Jiang University and can visit you often," Qing Ning said with a playful smile. Sushi, eating peach pudding, nodded. "Great." She thought about her family's situation and asked, "Has your dad come back?" Qing Ning's smile faded a little, shaking her head. "No, but that's fine. My mom can live a bit more peacefully, and my brother has a girlfriend now." As she mentioned this, she immediately became happy again. Sushi nodded. Everything will get better. Knowing that Sushi's cake was for a friend, Qing Ning personally made it for her. Sushi offered to pay her the marked price, but she insisted on not accepting any money. Sushi didn't want to add to her financial burden, saying she would split the cost with other friends. Only then did Qing Ning accept it. she still felt uneasy, saying, "If I have to charge you for a cake, I won't be able to sleep at night." Sushi laughed. "If I'm eating it myself, I won't pay you." Only then did Xi and Ling show a little smile. "Come visit me when you have time." "Okay." Sushi took the cake back to Yuding first. The cake was 10 inches, pure white, with a circle of golden rose petals around it. And the 3 prominent words in the middle read, "I love you." Simple and straightforward. Sushi specifically took a photo of the cake and sent it to Shunming, asking if he was satisfied. Shunming quickly replied, "Satisfied." Then he sent her another message. "Thank you, baby." Sushi ignored him. At 7 in the evening, Shunming sent her the private room number he had booked at Kaixing. She carried the cake and walked to Kaixing. In the Kaixing lobby, Sushi walked in with the cake and showed the front desk staff the private room number Shunming had sent her. Seeing that the room number was booked by Shunming, the receptionist didn't immediately send someone to take her there, but politely asked for her name and told her to wait. Then she called the private room to ask if someone was coming to deliver a cake. After all, this was a high-end VIP room, and with Shunming's charming reputation, they couldn't afford any incidents if they let someone in. At that moment, on the second floor by the railing, Ling Jiuze and Jiang Chun passed by. Ling Jiuze casually glanced down, his gaze pausing slightly. Jiang Chun was still talking to Ling Jiuze, saying, "You said you'd be back in a few days. And it's been almost half a month. I thought you had your eye on some beautiful woman and were planning to settle down." Not hearing Ling Jiuze's response, he turned and saw him standing still, looking down. He walked over and joked, "So you really are enchanted by a beauty." Ling Jiuze ignored him and continued to stare at Sushi below, his expression dark and inscrutable, showing no signs of joy or anger. After the receptionist finished her call, her smile towards Sushi became even warmer. She called over a waiter and instructed, "Take Miss Su to room 8801 on the 8th floor." The waiter immediately said, "Miss Su, please follow me." After Sushi thanked her, she followed the waiter to the elevator. Jiang Chun sneered, "What a pity. Such a beautiful girl is going to see Shunming." "How do you know?" Ling Jiuze asked, turning his head. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow in Sushi's direction. "Today is Shunming's birthday, and someone is celebrating in 8801. The girl is carrying a cake, so she must be trying to please Shunming." Ling Jiuze watched the girl's figure, his long eyes cold and inscrutable. After a moment, he said softly, "Perhaps there are other reasons." Jiang Chun scoffed. "Isn't it just the same thing between men and women? What other reasons could there be?" Chapter 79. I love you. The waiter took Sushi to the 8th floor, opened the door, and respectfully said, "Miss Su has arrived." Sushi stood behind the waiter, and the private room was dimly lit, with both men and women inside, making it hard for her to distinguish who was who. A person walked over and whispered something in the waiter's ear. The waiter turned to Sushi and smiled, saying, "The birthday person inside hopes you can personally deliver the cake to him and say, 'Happy birthday?'" Sushi's eyes shifted, and she asked, "Is the birthday person a young lady?" The waiter answered without hesitation, "Yes." Sushi thought that this young lady probably liked Shunming as well, knowing she was sent by him, which was why she made such a request. Since she was already here, she had no reason to refuse this request, helping someone to the end. She nodded, "All right." The waiter communicated with the people inside and gestured for Sushi to enter. "Please, Miss Su." Sushi nodded, took the cake out of the box, and walked into the private room. The lights in the room were off, and it was pitch black, with faint movements of heads visible. The person sitting in the center of the sofa wore a glowing happy birthday headband, which made them easy to recognize. Sushi approached slowly, getting close enough to see each other's outlines. Sushi stopped and looked at the person across from her. The entire private room was silent, as if it was just the two of them. After a moment, the man smiled and said, "Why not say happy birthday?" Sushi gritted her teeth and replied, "Shunming, is this fun for you?" A whistle sounded in the room, and then the dim yellow lights turned on, with everyone surrounding them laughing. Shunming, wearing the headband, looked handsome, his eyes sparkling with charm. He looked at Sushi and smiled. "Thank you for the cake." Sushi felt a surge of anger in her chest, glaring at the man, wanting to throw the cake in his obnoxious face. But she didn't do it because she couldn't bear to waste the cake. It was made by Xi and Ling, and she had paid for it. She couldn't ruin it. Sushi kept a straight face, holding the cake, and turned to leave. On the same floor, room 8809 was equally noisy and lively. Ling Jiuze sat in the lounge area chatting with Jiang Chun, while others played cards or sang. Occasionally, someone would come over to invite Ling Jiuze to play cards, but seeing his low mood, they would awkwardly retreat. Jiang Chun flipped through his phone and suddenly smiled, showing it to Ling Jiuze, saying, "That little girl isn't Shunming's person. Look at what Shunming posted." Shunming had posted on social media 10 minutes ago, saying, "Thank you, my dear. I'm satisfied with whatever you send." There were 2 pictures attached. One showed a cake with "I love you" prominently displayed. The other was a screenshot of a chat where the other person asked if he was satisfied with the cake, and Xi Ming replied, "Satisfied. Thank you, babe." Jiangchen laughed. "Look at the cake box. Isn't it the one that little girl was carrying just now? Xi Ming is quite the charmer. It seems he really likes that girl." Ling Jiuze stared at the cake picture, rereading the chat twice, then fixated on the words "I love you," his gaze unblinking. As if frozen, a wave of emotions surged in his chest, his expression darkening, as if he could drip water from it. Moments later, he suddenly got up and strode out. Jiangchen was taken aback and quickly followed him. In room 8801, Xi Ming blocked Su Shi at the door, joking. "Are you really angry?" Su Shi's expression was cold as she replied, "I know I owe you a favor. If you want the cake, I can give it to you. You don't need to play tricks on me." Xi Ming's smile gradually faded as he looked at Su Shi seriously and said lightly, "Do you really think I like a cake?" Su Shi replied coldly, "If you don't like a cake, then you just want to mess with me. I'm sorry." Xi Ming frowned, his expression becoming serious, his tone slightly heavy. "I didn't know you would be this angry. Actually, I really wanted a cake from you. I was afraid if I told you the truth, you wouldn't pay attention to me, so I lied to you." Su Shi scoffed. "You just said you didn't like a cake." Xi Ming's gaze dimmed as he glanced at the lively people in the room, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his lips. "Yes, I am the heir of the Shin family, always surrounded by a crowd. It's usually like this, especially on my birthday. But they give me gifts worth tens or hundreds of thousands, yet no one remembers to give me a cake. They will never know that on my birthday, I want nothing but a cake and a simple happy birthday." He looked at Su Shi with intense eyes. "I am using your hand to send myself a cake and a birthday wish. If it makes you unhappy, I apologize." Su Shi could hear the loneliness in Xi Ming's tone, and her anger gradually dissipated. Her voice softened. "No matter who the cake is for, I'm here to repay a favor. The cake is for you. I fulfilled my promise." Su Shi held out the cake to Xi Ming. He smiled brightly, looking very happy and satisfied, taking the cake with both hands. "Can you say happy birthday to me again?" Su Shi paused for a moment, then slowly said, "Happy birthday." As soon as she finished speaking, someone pushed a cake cart from the nearby lounge area, which had a 7-layer cake on it. Someone shouted, "The time has come." The lights in the private room suddenly brightened, and everyone shouted together, "Minggu, happy birthday." Xi Ming's expression instantly changed. Su Shi was taken aback, her face gradually darkening. Staring wide-eyed at Xi Ming slowly backed away while holding the cake, trying to explain, "Babe, I didn't know they also ordered a cake for me." Having been played twice, Su Shi was completely enraged and moved forward to grab Xi Ming, wanting to snatch the cake back, even if she didn't hit him. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the heavy wooden door was kicked open, and Su Shi turned around, stunned. Ling Jiuze, wasn't he abroad? The man's eyes were filled with suppressed anger as he coldly stared at her. Xi Ming's smile vanished as he handed the cake to someone else and slowly walked over. He stood beside Su Shi, smiling with a hint of sarcasm. "Is Mr. Ling also here to celebrate my birthday? Just that the way you entered was a bit special." Ling Jiuze's gaze was icy as he glanced at Su Shi, his voice devoid of any emotion. "My person didn't return last night, so I came to look for her. I didn't expect to find her here with Mr. Shun." Xi Ming's eyes flashed with cold light. Smirking, "Are you looking for Shi? She came to celebrate my birthday and even bought a cake. Mr. Ling, why not stay and enjoy the cake together?" "No need." Su Shi suddenly interjected, stepping forward to grasp Ling Jiuze's hand, looking into his eyes and softly saying, "Let's go outside first." Ling Jiuze refrained from shaking her hand off, sneering, "What's the hurry? Let me at least have a piece of the cake you gave to Mr. Shun. Is there something wrong with the cake?" "Of course not." Xi Ming smiled, calling out, "Sun Song, bring the cake over. I'll personally cut a piece for Mr. Ling to taste." "Xi Ming," Su Shi shouted, turning to Ling Jiuze and softening her tone, "Uncle." Ling Jiuze's dark eyes bore into Su Shi for a moment before he turned to Xi Ming and said meaningfully, "I was on a business trip for half a month, and she got anxious. We're not eating the cake. Mr. Shun and friends can continue having fun. We won't disturb you." After saying that, he pulled Su Shi and turned to leave. Chapter 80. Let's end this. Xi Ming stood there, watching the two figures flash by, the door closing again. His expression gradually faded, and after a while, he turned and returned to the sofa, lowering his beautiful eyes, lost in thought. Sun Song leaned over and asked with a smile, "Do you really like that little girl?" Xi Ming looked up at him, and after a moment, he curved his lips into a smile, his expression exuberant and unrestrained. "How is that possible? Using her to provoke Ling Jiuze, don't you think it's fun?" Sun Song raised an eyebrow. "Be careful not to get burned." Xi Ming laughed carelessly. "I'm forged from Lao Jun's Samadhi true fire, already impervious to blades and guns. What do I have to fear from self-immolation?" Sun Song looked at him with admiration and poured him a glass of wine. "Minggu, you are our god. Get lost." Ming laughed and scolded, his gaze shifting as he noticed someone about to take the cake from the table. He immediately shouted, "Give me the cake." The person brought the cake over to Ming. "Mingo?" Ming lowered his gaze to the words on the cake and said softly, "You all go eat other cakes. This one is off limits." Sun Tsung smirked, still saying you don't like it. "What are you keeping the cake for?" Ming curved his lips. "You don't understand. This is my trophy. Of course I need to keep it safe." In his mind, he recalled Shi presenting him the cake, wishing him a happy birthday, her clear eyes like a pool of water. How could she be so innocent? Believing everything he said. What a fool. No wonder she was deceived by Ling Jiuze. In the end, despite a table full of gifts, Ming took nothing except for one cake. At this moment, in the corridor, Jiang Chun leaned lazily against the wall, watching the scene in the private room. When he saw Ling Jiuze coming out with Shi, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. What's going on here? Ling Jiuze's expression was grim as he glanced at Jiang Chun and coldly said, "You go back first." Shi was pulled along by him as they exited Kaisheng. Finally, the two sat in the car, the air thick with a stifling silence. Ling Jiuze lit a cigarette, rolled down the window, his profile sharp and tense, coldly stating, "I just left for half a month, and you want to find Ming. Isn't that a bit too fast? So eager, is it because he is richer than me? Or is he better in bed?" Sushi's desire to explain was caught in her throat, her once bright eyes now misty, her face pale. Ling Jiuze's tone grew colder. "Even if you found someone else, shouldn't you at least tell me? Didn't we agree to part on good terms?" Sushi pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Looking stubborn and cold. Seeing her not speak, Ling Jiuze's pent-up anger surged again. He turned to look at her, his long eyes glinting with coldness, like ice and snow resting on her face, mocking as he said, "You love him? Do you know he initially pursued you because of Han Xiao? Han Xiao promised you would end up in Ming's bed, giving up the wealth from the Xin family. Now he pursues you because he is competing with me, wanting to use you to provoke me. Do you think when he publicly calls you his girlfriend and flatters you with sweet words, he truly likes you? He says nicer things to other women in bed." Just as he was about to say more, Sushi suddenly turned her head. In the dim light, her beautiful eyes seemed to hold tears, mixed with grievances and anger, staring at him unwaveringly. Ling Jiuze's heart tightened, and he couldn't bring himself to continue his reprimand. Sushi swallowed hard, her voice hoarse as she said, "It's my business if I play with him. Why are you so angry?" Ling Jiuze's eyes narrowed, a wave of inexplicable anger rising within him. Without thinking, he blurted out, "I'm angry because you are my woman. Doing something so foolish makes me feel embarrassed." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Sushi's face turn even paler, the grievance and stubbornness in her eyes sinking into a vast darkness. He immediately realized he had gone too far, and perhaps the reason for his anger was something he himself didn't understand. The light in the car was dim, the atmosphere heavy and cold, and the two simply stared at each other. After a moment, Sushi said nothing further, turned, and opened the car door. Without looking back, she walked straight ahead, her figure slender, yet her back remained straight, quickly disappearing into the deep night. Ling Jiuze leaned back in his seat, taking a deep drag on his cigarette, which caught in his throat, refusing to go down. After a long while, Ling Jiuze returned to the private room, his expression dark and grim. The people inside fell silent, some looking flustered and unsure of what to do. Jiang Chen smiled at everyone. "You all continue having fun." The others dared not stare at Ling Jiuze anymore, pretending nothing had happened, going about their business. Jiang Chun walked over to the sofa, sitting down in front of Ling Jiuze, and asked with a faint smile, "What is going on with you and that girl?" Ling Jiuze lit another cigarette, pressing his sharply defined lips together, and said lightly, "She lives in my Yuting house." "You two are living together?" Jiang Chen looked at him in disbelief. Ling Jiuze shot him a cold glance. "What is so surprising about that? Don't tell me none of your girlfriends are college students?" "No." Jiang Chen calmed down a bit, but still found it hard to believe. "It's normal for us to date whatever kind of girlfriends, but it's not normal for you. You tell me, besides that girl you liked back then, where have you had any women around you all these years? I thought you were still a monk. Turns out you've been indulging all along." Ling Jiuze looked annoyed. "Get lost." "No." Jiang Chen teased. "Come on, tell me in detail. Is that little girl your kept woman?" "No." Ling Jiuze took a drag on his cigarette and said lightly, "She doesn't want my money. She just lives in my house and pays rent every month." Jiang Chen showed a shocked expression. "Isn't that too much? Such a pretty little girl. You sleep with her and still make her pay rent?" Ling Jiuze frowned. "She insisted on paying. I've compensated her elsewhere." Jiang Chen looked like he was deeply hurt. "Why can't I meet such a simple girl?" Ling Jiuze sneered. "Are you lacking in people or lacking in money?" Jiang Chen replied, "It just feels different." Ling Jiuze smoked, too lazy to respond to him. Seeing his expression was not good, and recalling what had happened in Xi and Ming's private room, Jiang Chen leaned in closer and said meaningfully, "You wouldn't have developed feelings for that little girl, would you?" Ling Jiuze's gaze deepened, and the phone on the coffee table suddenly lit up. He picked it up to find a message from Xi. "Let's end this. I will move out of Yuting as soon as possible." His previously annoyed mood plummeted to the lowest point. He stared at the message on his phone, recalling the screenshot of the chat Xi and Ming had sent, and threw his phone onto the coffee table, a cold sneer curling at the corners of his lips. He turned to Jiang Chen, his voice indifferent. "How could that be? Just playing around." Chapter 81. He is not worth her liking. She had been sitting on the balcony for an hour, feeling very annoyed and in a bad mood. She didn't know if it was because of the end of this relationship or if she was angry and wronged by Ling Jiuze. She picked up her phone, and the message she sent to Ling Jiuze half an hour ago had sunk like a stone into the sea. He hadn't replied at all. Perhaps he would never reply to her again. She felt angry, wronged, disappointed, and a bit empty. She even lost interest in her favorite ice cream. Fortunately, she had remained clear-headed and had never really liked him, so now that they had broken up, it wouldn't be too painful. Yes, she suppressed the bitterness in her throat, feeling both relieved and angry. She did not like Ling Jiuze, and he was not worth her liking. Her chest felt stuffy as she picked up her phone and scrolled through it, thinking about when to move out, whether to go to her own place or to Qin Jun's house in Yuting. Or perhaps she should move farther away to avoid running into Ling Jiuze here in the future. Her finger paused suddenly as she saw Xi and Ming's moments. A post from 2 hours ago with misleading captions and pictures. She sighed. Her already irritable mood grew more resentful. How could there be someone like Xi and Ming? No wonder Ling Jiuze asked her if she had fallen for Xi and Ming. He must have seen Xi and Ming's moments too. For a moment, she felt an impulse to call Ling Jiuze to explain tonight's incident clearly, but after calming down a bit, she decided against it. His silence to her message was already a default acknowledgement of the end of their agreement. Why should she make an unnecessary move? The next day, while Xi was packing her things, she received a call from Qing Ning. Xi, I wasn't dismissed from the dessert shop. I was transferred to a branch near Jiang University. We can see each other often now. Xi smiled faintly and asked, "Really?" "Yes." Qing Ning was very happy. "By the way, I want to tell you something. You mentioned that you rented a place near Jiang University. Can I stay at your place for a few days? The manager here said we need training, and we have to get up very early every day. My home is too far away to catch the bus in time." Xi remained silent. She was planning to move out today. Noticing her silence, Qing Ning asked, "Is it inconvenient? If it's not, I can find another place." "It's fine." Xi chuckled lightly. "Just stay for a few days. Why look for another place? Where are you now? Are you coming over?" Since it was only for a few days, and Ling Jiuze wouldn't come over, she could wait for Qing Ning to finish her training before moving out. "I'm at the shop now. I'll come over after work this afternoon. I'll bring you a cake." "Okay." Xi hung up the phone, looking at the half-packed clothes with a helpless expression, and began to put them back one by one. At 5 in the afternoon, she went downstairs to meet Qing Ning. It wasn't until Qing Ning entered the house that she sighed. Xi, why didn't you tell me you lived in Yuting? The landlord's decoration is so high-end. The rent must be expensive." Xi replied lightly, "Not really. I just rented a guest room. Not that expensive." "It must be more expensive than an ordinary place." "I'll pay you." Qing Ning took out her phone to transfer money to Xi. Xi laughed. "You don't treat me as a friend? If you're going to pay, then don't stay." Qing Ning pouted and sighed. "You always help me. How can I not take advantage of you?" Xi chuckled. "What about the sweets I've eaten from you?" Qing Ning huffed. "That's not even comparable." X's gaze softened and calmed. "In my heart, they are the same." Qing Ning laughed, her eyes shining like the moon. "Then I want to be polite with you." Xi took her to the next room. "This room used to store junk. I cleared it out and put in a bed and a desk. See if you need anything else." Seeing that the bed and desk were new, Qing Ning immediately asked, "Did you just buy them?" "No." Xi hurriedly said, afraid she would offer money again. "They were here before. The landlord probably bought them and never used them." Qing Ning breathed a sigh of relief, sitting on the bed. "If I have to make you spend money again, I might as well stay in a hotel. Don't worry, I only rented one room. The landlord won't make things difficult for you if you stay here." "That's good." Qing Ning smiled and got up. "Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner." Then she quickly added, "No refusing." Xi raised an eyebrow. "Okay, you treat." They found a clean Chinese restaurant, and during dinner, Qing Ning learned that Xi cooked for herself and said cheerfully, "I'll cook for you these days. Not to brag, but I can cook." Xi knew she was good at making desserts, and now finding out that Qing Ning could cook made her laugh with relief. "Thank goodness. We won't have to eat boiled noodles together." Qing Ning paused for a moment and then burst into laughter. In the following days, the two lived together, and life became a bit livelier, easing Xi gloom. Every day, Qing Ning left early and returned late. not disturbing Sushi while she drew in the study during the day. In the evenings, Sushi would go to the supermarket to buy ingredients, waiting for Qing Ning to come back and cook. Each time Qing Ning returned, she would bring a dessert for Sushi, who would eat while watching movies and waiting for Qing Ning to prepare dinner. Occasionally, she would go over to help wash vegetables, but Qing Ning would push her out, complaining that she was too slow. Fortunately, the meals were easy to prepare, and Qing Ning could cook quickly on her own. Sushi thought Qing Ning was being modest. She was not just capable in cooking, but incredibly talented, no less than a hotel chef. Qing Ning explained that her father had been a chef, reaching the position of head chef in a 5-star hotel. Her mother was conquered by her father's culinary skills and married him. Unfortunately, he later fell into drug addiction, and he had since deteriorated, as if he had become a different person. Sushi frowned and asked, "Do you need me to help you find your parents? I know a few people who might be able to help." Qing Ning shook her head. "He won't change. If he comes back, he'll only harm this family. Without him at home, my mom is doing a bit better." Her tone was heavy as she mumbled to herself, "As long as he is alive, that's enough." Hearing her mixed feelings of hatred and love, Sushi felt a deep, unexplainable heaviness in her heart, and didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. Qing Ning quickly lifted her head, tears in her eyes, but smiling optimistically. "Let us not talk about him. I'll go wash the dishes." Sushi stood up, smiling lightly. "Let us go together." On Saturday, Sushi went to the Ling family. Entering Ling Yihang's room, she saw him building with Lego. Upon seeing her, he quickly got up and walked to his desk, preparing for class. Sushi took out a set of test papers from her bag. "I just bought these for you. See if you like them?" Ling Yihang, with a serious face, replied, "If you didn't know better, you'd think you were giving me a birthday gift." Sushi turned around. "Is your birthday coming up?" "No, I mean the tone you used when you gave me the papers. Do you really think I'll like them?" Ling Yihang pouted. Sushi unfolded the papers, smiling. "You're already in the review phase now. The papers I found are all topic training. We can check for gaps in your knowledge and see where you're not solid." Ling Yihang looked uninterested. "What will you do while I do the papers? Your presence as a tutor is getting less and less. Be careful, my second uncle will fire you." Sushi paused while dividing the papers, turning back to glare at Ling Yihang. "I advise you to cherish this. I might only come 2 more times, and after that, even if you want to see me, you won't be able to." Ling Yihang froze for a moment, then quickly turned back. "What do you mean? Are you going to resign?" Chapter 82. Wronged her. Sushi lowered her eyes slightly and smiled faintly. "No. You still have exams in half a month. What will I do after the exams?" Ling Yihang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but said, "Well, when school starts, I still have to face you every weekend." Sushi didn't speak. She indeed wanted to resign after teaching this semester. During her several visits to the Ling family, she hadn't seen Ling Jiuze. She thought perhaps Ling Jiuze was intentionally avoiding her, which made her feel there was no need for mutual dislike. Ling Yihang began answering questions on the test paper and casually said, "Are you still going to show my paper to my second uncle? I advise you not to." "Why?" Sushi asked. Ling Yihang continued writing, "My second uncle has been in a bad mood these days. I don't even dare to look for him. It's better for you to keep your distance." Sushi's gaze flickered, and she asked softly, "What happened?" Ling Yihang shook his head. "Who knows? He hasn't been happy these days, coming and going at odd hours. Yesterday, he yelled at people in the company over the phone and got really angry. I haven't seen him lose his temper like that in a long time." Sushi said, "That's just company matters. Maybe it will be resolved in a few days." Ling Yihang didn't say anything further and focused on his exam. In the evening, Ling Jiuze returned home earlier than usual, entering before 9 o'clock. The servant wanted to ask him if he had eaten, but seeing his stern face, didn't dare to, and went back to the kitchen to make tea. Ling Jiuze went up to the 3rd floor, and as he opened the door, his phone rang. He answered the call while pushing the door open. "Where are you?" Jiang Chen asked. "Home, you guys carry on." Ling Jiuze didn't turn on the lights, and his voice sounded even lower in the night. Jiang Chen chuckled. "I heard you lost your temper at the company again today. Supervisor Chen specifically called me to ask what was going on. I told him that men have a few days each month when they're in a bad mood and don't know what to do, so they shouldn't be scared." Ling Jiuze snorted. "If you keep talking, I'll definitely make you not know what to do. Don't. I'm terrified of you," Jiang Chen said in a pleading tone. "By the way, I need to tell you something. There was someone at the drinking party yesterday from Shunming's group. He got drunk and said that Shunming teased a girl a few days ago, telling her it was his girlfriend's birthday and asked her to order a cake, even having someone write 'I love you' on it to help him confess. It turned out it was his own birthday." Ling Jiuze paused while adjusting his tie, narrowing his eyes. Jiang Chen continued, "That was about the girl next to you, right? So you wronged her. She was also tricked by Shunming. Don't be angry with her." Ling Jiuze's eyes shimmered, like the moonlight breaking through clouds. casting a faint glow on the dark lake, creating gentle ripples. He yanked his tie off and tossed it onto the sofa, coldly snorting, that is her own stupidity. If she stayed away from a rotten fish, she wouldn't have gotten herself into this mess. Jiang Chun sensed something different in his tone and chuckled. That girl looks very innocent. How could she possibly match Xi Ming's cunning? Are you really angry with her? Ling Jiuze leaned back against the sofa, gazing at the moonlight outside without speaking. Jiang Chen's tone softened as he slowly asked, "Are you with that girl because of Yinshu?" Ling Jiuze's eyes darkened, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. "No. That's good." Jiang Chen laughed. "Get some rest early. I'll hang up." Ling Jiuze put down his phone, staring at the distant lights outside, not moving for a long time, until he heard a knock on the door behind him. He said softly, "Come in." The door opened, and Ling Yihang's voice came through. "Second uncle? Why aren't you turning on the lights?" With a clap, the study light turned on. Ling Jiuze turned his head. "What's up?" Ling Yihang felt his second uncle's expression seemed better than the past few days, and mustered the courage to step forward. "This is the paper Sue gave me for the exam today. Can you take a picture for me to show my dad? Also, ask him when he'll be back." Ling Jiuze smiled. "Missing your dad? Why not send it to him yourself?" "I'm afraid he'll think I'm showing off on purpose." Ling Yihang chuckled and said, "It's been months. He still hasn't come back? Even if I don't miss him, I miss Grandma and Grandpa. It'll be soon." Ling Jiuze smiled, taking the paper from his hand. "I'll send it to your dad later." Thanks, second uncle." Ling Yihang expressed his gratitude and turned to leave, but after taking a couple of steps, he paused. "Second uncle, is Sue going to resign?" Ling Jiuze raised his eyes. "What did she say?" "She said she would only teach me a couple more times." "I don't think that sounds right. Did you cause her trouble?" Ling Yihang frowned. Ling Jiuze felt displeased. "What trouble could I cause her? I'll ask her later. You should go to bed." "Oh." After Ling Yihang left, Ling Jiuze's expression darkened. What did Sushi mean? Did she really want to cut all ties with him? Since she was wronged regarding Xi Ming's birthday, why didn't she explain it to him? The previous incident with Su Yi was the same. He went out at midnight and didn't return all night, yet she didn't ask him a single question. Even if they didn't talk about feelings while being together, they were still sharing a bed. Didn't she care at all about how he felt? He was filled with frustration, not knowing who to vent it on. But tonight he had to find someone to take it out on. He picked up his phone and made a call, directly asking, regarding the art park project in Jinzhou, does the Xin family want to get involved? On the other end, Chen Xing, who received Ling Jiuze's call in the middle of the night, felt a jolt in his heart and quickly replied, "Yes, the Xin family has already started investing. And Xi Ming is personally in charge." Ling Jiuze's expression turned cold. "At any cost, kick the Xin family out of the game. I want Xi Ming to lose embarrassingly." Chen Xing was taken aback for a moment, but immediately responded, "Understood, I'll take care of it." Ling Jiuze hung up the phone, feeling that half of his pent-up frustration was released, but the other half still lingered, and he didn't want to hold it back. He opened WeChat, found Sushi, and was about to question her when he suddenly saw the message she had sent him earlier, telling him that they were done and she would move out soon. In an instant, he didn't know what to ask her anymore. The next day, when Ling Yihang went downstairs for breakfast, he found his second uncle was also there. Ling Yihang greeted him and sat down to eat. Ling Yinhua had gone on a trip to Y country with her classmates and had been gone for 4 or 5 days. Halfway through the meal, Ling Jiuze told the servant, "Prepare the rice wine duck soup for lunch." Ling Yihang looked up. "Is Sue coming over for lunch?" Ling Jiuze maintained his usual expression and said calmly, "You have exams coming up. Shouldn't you bribe her a bit to try for the top score in the whole school?" Ling Yihang scoffed, "You might as well set up a prize. If I come in first, you give her a reward of 100,000 or 80,000. Ling Jiuze replied, "That is a good idea." Ling Yihang laughed. "Then when she comes, I'll tell her. Perhaps if she is happy, she won't make me do the exam paper." Ling Jiuze smiled. "I think she'll probably make you do even more." Ling Yihang was taken aback and then realized, "Then I won't tell her." Ling Jiuze smiled lightly, his features handsome and clear, looking quite in a good mood. Chapter 83. She doesn't want to see you after finishing dinner. Ling Jiuze returned to his study and stood by the window. 10 minutes later, he saw Sushi get out of the car. The girl's complexion was pale pink, her clear eyes like stars, as she walked slowly towards the villa. The sunlight shone on her face, reflecting a soft glow on her delicate features. She didn't look up, unaware that someone was watching her. The servant was already familiar with Sushi and politely greeted her at the door, asking her what she would like to drink. After thanking and declining, Sushi went upstairs to give a lesson to Ling Yihang. Ling Yihang said he would surprise her after the exam, and Sushi replied that she would also surprise him. After the lesson, as Sushi was coming downstairs, she unexpectedly saw Ling Jiuze playing with David in the living room. This was their first meeting since he had scolded her that day. The man was half squatting on the carpet, stroking David's head, and when he looked up, his deep gaze fell on her. She pretended not to see and walked straight towards the entrance. Why are you in such a hurry? The kitchen made your favorite duck soup. Stay for dinner. Ling Yihong said from behind. Sushi turned back while changing her shoes and saw Ling Jiuze approaching. Their eyes met, and Sushi averted her gaze, saying to Ling Yihong, "No need. I have something to do. I'm leaving." Ling Jiuze spoke in a deep voice. "If you have something to do, does that mean you won't have lunch?" Sushi's voice remained calm, with a hint of distance. "I can eat on the way." After saying goodbye to Ling Yihong, she turned and left. Ling Yihong looked at Ling Jiuze in confusion. "Did you have a disagreement with Teacher Su?" Ling Jiuze's eyes darkened slightly. "Why do you say that?" Ling Yihong replied, "She didn't even say goodbye to you, and I feel like her not staying for dinner is because she doesn't want to see you." Ling Jiuze. He walked with a stern face towards the dining room. "If she doesn't want to eat, do we need to beg her?" Ling Yihong shrugged, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy at Sushi's words about surprising him after the exam. In the evening, after Sushi finished her shower, she saw an eagle head appear on her phone. She took her phone to the study. The study was arranged exactly like her study in Qingyuan. As she approached, the computer in the middle automatically turned on, and soon the two monitors opposite lit up. The voice of the eagle came through. "Boss, it's me looking for you." Sushi replied, "What's up?" The eagle said, "We haven't taken a job in a long time. I'm so bored I might grow hair. Let's take a job quickly." Xi Ying suddenly chimed in. "I also have something to discuss with you. We can communicate through our phones from now on." The eagle asked suspiciously, "Aren't you afraid the messages will be stolen?" Xi Ying coolly replied, "I've already made an interception program. I'll send it to your phones later." The eagle exclaimed, "Wow. Xi Ying, you're so cool." Xi Ying rolled her eyes at her, continuing, "This program is independently recognized. It will intercept outside intrusions and also protect all three of our IPs from being stolen, even from our own people. I can't either. If the phone is lost or stolen, it will automatically activate a self-destruct program to ensure all our information and privacy are safe." "Wow," the eagle exclaimed again. Sushi looked up and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Xi Ying replied nonchalantly, "You're welcome." Sushi said, "Okay. From now on we'll communicate through our phones. Let's activate the task program, and I'll continue taking jobs." The eagle cheered, "Boss is the best." Xi Ying knew the eagle admired the boss and was used to her sycophantic expressions. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Sushi closed the computer, and the screens behind her went dark. She went to open the door, and Qi Ming stood outside, smiling. "I made sweet water chestnut soup. Do you want some?" Sushi smiled warmly. "Yes, I'll be right there." Qi Ming waved her hand obediently and turned to leave. While drinking soup, Qi Ming asked Sushi if she wanted to find a job, as their shop was hiring. Sushi thought about going back to Yun City to see her grandfather after Ling Yihong's exam, so she declined Qi Ming's offer and asked, "Are you going to stay at the dessert shop?" She knew Qi Ming was about to be a senior. Qi Ming liked making desserts, but also liked her major. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. I've thought about it. After the summer vacation, I'll quit the dessert shop and look for an internship." "Are you planning to take the graduate entrance exam?" Sushi asked. Qi Ming shook her head. "My mom works so hard, and my brother has a girlfriend now. He will need a lot of money soon. I plan to work first, and then think about grad school later." Sushi knew Qi Ming had good grades, and her architectural designs had won awards in the country. It would be a pity if she didn't pursue a master's degree. "If you need money, just tell me," Sushi said with a smile. Qi Ming nodded. "Okay. I want to be polite with you." After spending these days together, the two had gotten along very well, and their relationship had grown closer. After finishing the sweet soup, they went to watch a movie. Sushi suddenly received a call from Song Changfeng. "Sushi, are you asleep?" "Not yet. Is there something?" Sushi got up and went to the balcony. Song Changfeng laughed. "What are you doing this summer?" "A friend of mine needs to create a cultural wall for his company, and part of it requires professional painting. I saw your drawings in the campus hand-drawn map I collected at school. They were really good, even better than professional ones. So I wanted to ask you to join me for this job. It will take about 3 days, and the pay is 10,000 yuan. We can split it. How about it?" Sushi was taken aback, remembering that the campus map drawing activity was during her freshman year when Cheng-Yi brought her along. She hadn't expected that so long later, Song Changfeng would see it. Since she had been free at home lately, she readily agreed. "Sure, no problem. I'll wait for you outside the school gate at 8 tomorrow morning, and we can go together," Song Changfeng said cheerfully. Sushi smiled. "No need. Just send me the address. I'll go by myself, and we can meet at the company entrance." Song Changfeng thought for a moment. "Okay. I'll send you the address now." Back in the living room, Sushi told Qi Ming about the cultural wall job. Qi Ming happily said, "That job is great. It's short-term and pays well." Sushi nodded, smiling. "Once I get the money, I'll treat you to dinner." Qingming cheerfully replied, when I get back from shopping. I'll cook for you. Let us have a big meal. The next day, Sushi arrived at Bairue Company on time according to the address. Song Changfeng had arrived 5 minutes early and was already waiting for her. They met and walked into the office building together. The people in this company were very friendly, serving tea and asking if they needed help. The two went to buy materials and brushes, had someone prepare wooden frames, ladders, and other tools, and selected the design. The busy morning quickly passed. Song Changfeng was tall and handsome, while Sushi was even more exquisite and beautiful. People passing by the company kept glancing at them. And Sushi even heard someone whisper, "Are they a couple? They look so compatible." Probably. I heard they are both students from Jiangda. Chapter 84. Has Teacher Su fallen in love? After they left, Song Changfeng stood on the ladder, turned around, and smiled brightly, saying that gossip is everywhere and not to take it to heart. Sushi was mixing colors, lightly nodding with a smile, saying no. In the afternoon, when everyone in the company finished work, the two of them tidied up their things and left. Song Changfeng, carrying his belongings, smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you." Sushi shook her head, saying it wasn't necessary, and advised him to go home early to rest. Since it was still early, they could discuss the plan for tomorrow during dinner. Just then, Sushi received a message from Qingming, saying that the colleague she was supposed to switch shifts with had something come up and couldn't make it, so she would be back late. She closed her phone and raised her hand with a smile, saying, "All right, anything is fine." Song Changfeng thought for a moment and suggested, "How about hot pot? There's a great one nearby." "Sure," Sushi nodded. Song Changfeng arrived on a beautiful Ducati motorcycle. Sushi knew he came from a good family. He was the lead singer of a music group at school, could sing and dance, and was also good at drawing. With his sunny and handsome looks, he was considered a heartthrob by many girls at school. At that moment, Song Changfeng naturally handed his backpack to Sushi with a charming smile, asking, "Have you ever ridden a motorcycle? If you're scared, just hold on to my waist." His tone was straightforward, without any ambiguity or other implications. Sushi was also straightforward in her thoughts. She took the backpack and gracefully hopped onto the motorcycle, saying, "Let us go." The motorcycle quickly hit the main road, weaving through speeding cars, raising dust along the way. At 9 in the evening, Mingzhou was driving back from the racetrack with Ling Yihong and Ling Jiuze. In the afternoon, there had been an outdoor shooting competition, and Ling Jiuze had taken Ling Yihong to watch. By the time they finished dinner and returned to the city, it was already late. At this time, the roads were crowded, and they were moving slowly. Ling Yihong was bored, looking out the window when suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Isn't that Teacher Su?" Ling Jiuze, who was looking down at his documents, immediately turned to look. On the roadside was a hot pot restaurant, and Sushi was walking out with a boy. She was wearing a baseball cap and a hooded sports outfit, her long legs giving off a naturally refreshing vibe. The boy beside her was also dressed in a white branded sports outfit, tall and handsome. The two of them walked together, exuding a youthful aura. They were chatting and laughing. And then Sushi naturally took the backpack from the boy's hand and got onto his motorcycle. Mingzhou continued driving, moving slowly with the traffic while Ling Yihong kept looking in Sushi's direction, suddenly realizing, "I remember now, when Teacher Su came with us to the racetrack. She ran into this guy. They are really dating." The motorcycle passed in front of their car, and Ling Yihong rolled down the window to greet her. But the motorcycle quickly overtook them, weaving through the traffic and disappearing in no time. Mingzhou discreetly glanced at Ling Jiuze through the rearview mirror and noticed his expression was indeed not good, his profile tense and cold. That night, Qingming returned late. After they finished their late-night snack and chatted for a while, it was almost midnight when Sushi went back to her room to sleep. Suddenly, her phone on the bed lit up. It was a call from Ling Jiuze. She was a bit surprised, as this seemed to be the first time Ling Jiuze had called her, and it was so late. Did he have something to discuss? The phone rang 4 or 5 times before it suddenly hung up. Sushi was taken aback, not having time to react before the phone rang again. She walked to the balcony, swiped to answer, and said hello, but there was no sound on the other end. Sushi raised an eyebrow, wondering if it was a wrong number. "Hello?" 3 seconds later, a deep voice from a man finally spoke. "Are you asleep?" Sushi replied calmly, "No, is there something?" Ling Jiuze said, "Yihong has an exam coming up. Can you come over every night to help him review? The pay will be double." Sushi lowered her gaze, her fingers tracing the wood grain on the railing, replying, "No need. Yihong is doing well with his review. I'll come over this weekend to reinforce things. He will be fine for the exam. Plus, I have something going on these 2 days and can't make it." Ling Jiuze's voice grew a bit colder. "Aren't you on break? What are you busy with?" Sushi bit her lip lightly and replied softly, "I took on a mural project with some classmates. I need to be busy for a few days." Ling Jiuze fell silent, and both of them were quiet on the line. After a moment, he said in a calm tone, "I see. and immediately hung up. Sushi put down her phone, resting her arms on the railing, looking at the dazzling night view of Jiangcheng, gently exhaling, wanting to release the frustration building in her heart. The mural project had been progressing smoothly for the first 2 days, and by the afternoon of the third day, they were in the final stages. Song Changfeng was on a wooden ladder doing the last touches, while Sushi was tidying up her things when she accidentally smeared paint on her face. She told Song Changfeng and went to the bathroom to wash her face. There were people in the bathroom, so she waited for a while. When she returned, she saw that many people were gathered in front of the cultural wall they had just painted. Everything on the ground had been thrown aside. The ladder lay on the side, and Song Changfeng was negotiating with the staff. Sushi walked over and asked, "What is going on?" Song Changfeng, with a serious face, replied in an angry tone, "They said a collaborating influencer invited by Rue Company wants to take photos in front of our cultural wall." The staff explained that it would only take a few photos and wouldn't take much time, so they just needed to wait a bit. Song Changfeng insisted, "Then tell them to hurry up. The wall isn't dry yet, and they shouldn't touch it, or we'll have to redo the work." The staff nodded repeatedly and went to negotiate with the people from the influencer's side. Sushi and Song Changfeng waited on the side, but after a long time, that group of people still didn't leave. Song Changfeng went over to ask, and the staff told him that the influencer wanted to shoot a video segment and wouldn't leave until they were satisfied with the shots. Sushi stepped closer to take a look. The influencer was dressed in makeup from the Republic of China era, wearing a qipao and a mink scarf, posing with the plum blossoms they had painted on the stone steps. To make matters worse, someone was creating artificial snow nearby, and the white fluff was falling onto the wet wall, immediately staining it. Song Changfeng quickly stepped forward to stop them, saying, "Our painting isn't dry yet. You can't sprinkle that fluff, or all our hard work over the past 3 days will be wasted." The influencer's manager came over, coldly pushing Song Changfeng, saying, "I saw you interfering with our people earlier. What are you shouting about? If it gets ruined, just repaint it. What's the big deal?" The manager was a woman, and Song Changfeng was reluctant to retaliate after being pushed and scolded, his face turning pale with anger. "What do you mean by what's the big deal? Isn't respecting others' hard work the most basic quality? What qualifications do you have to talk to me about quality? Do you know who Yao Yao is? She's a big influencer with 10 million followers. With just a wave of her finger, you'll be in trouble." The manager shouted arrogantly, "If you know what's good for you, stay away and don't annoy Sister Yao Yao." The staff came over to mediate, and the influencer named Yao Yao looked annoyed, asking, "What is going on? Is this person from your company? I was invited by your company, and I have many more engagements lined up. Can you hurry up? Don't waste my time. My time is money, and you can't afford to waste it." Song Changfeng strode over and said to Yao Yao, "You're in charge of this team, right? We spent 3 days painting this wall. You can take photos, but you are not allowed to sprinkle that fluff or petals." Yao Yao scoffed, speaking in a strong accent, "You don't allow it? Who are you?" "I was personally invited by the general manager of this company to promote their company. Get your facts straight." She rolled her eyes at Song Changfeng with a disdainful expression. "A painter dares to challenge me? What kind of world is this?" Song Changfeng retorted, "What is wrong with being a painter? We were also invited by this company. You and I are both working here. Is there really a distinction between high and low?" Yao Yao impatiently said, all right, isn't it just about money? Give him money. Is 10,000 enough? If not, give him 20,000. The time I've wasted here with you is worth more than 20,000. You people are just begging. Hurry up and take out your phones to transfer the money." Song Changfeng pushed away the staff, trying to pull him back, attempting to reason with Yao Yao. It was evident that Song Changfeng was raised in a cultured family and wouldn't resort to violence against women. He kept trying to persuade them with logic. However, he faced even more insults and attacks from Yao Yao's team, and the employees of Rue Company didn't dare to step in and help. Sushi walked over, grabbed Song Changfeng's arm, and pulled him back, her voice calm. "Don't talk to her. Let me handle it." As soon as she finished speaking, her leg was already raised, and she kicked the internet celebrity named Yao Yao flying. The world went quiet. Chapter 85. Is it a boy or a girl? Yao Yao bumped into the chair next to her and fell to the ground in a disheveled manner, having been kicked to the point of losing her breath. A few seconds later, she gasped loudly. The entire corridor fell silent. Only Yao Yao's painful cries could be heard. About 3 seconds later, some people rushed towards Yao Yao while others surrounded Sushi. Sushi grabbed Song Changfeng and kicked one person over, preventing anyone from getting close. Song Changfeng was completely stunned, looking at Sushi with admiration, not expecting such explosive power from a seemingly fragile girl. The entire company lobby was thrown into chaos. Employees in the company immediately called the police. So an hour later, Sushi found herself at the police station again, the same one as before, and still the same female officer. The female officer smiled when she saw Sushi. How come it's you again? Sushi felt helpless. She actually wanted to endure it, but she wasn't good at arguing. Watching Song Changfeng being cornered to the point of not being able to speak, she couldn't hold back anymore. When someone came to interrogate them, Song Changfeng stood in front of Sushi, saying, I hit them. It has nothing to do with Sushi. The interrogator laughed. Are you two a couple? Someone is already checking the surveillance footage, so no need to lie. Just say what happened. Song Changfeng stood straight in front of Sushi, insisting, I hit them. Let them come at me. In the adjacent interrogation room, Yao Yao and her staff remained arrogant, refusing to cooperate, even wanting to post videos to ask her fans to help her. The two police officers in charge of the interrogation looked confused, silently questioning each other. Are they out of their minds? After Sushi's interrogation was over, Song Changfeng received a call from a friend who had introduced him to paint the cultural wall. The friend said their boss was very angry. The company had spent a lot of money on that internet celebrity, and now all the losses had to be compensated by Song Changfeng. Full of youthful vigor, Song Changfeng replied, whatever losses there are, I will compensate. But that Yao Yao also needs to publicly apologize to me and my friend. After hanging up the phone, Sushi looked over and asked, how much do we need to compensate? Song Changfeng reassured her, you don't need to worry, just say it was me who hit them, and I'll handle it. Sushi insisted, I was the one who started it, I will pay. You really don't have to. I was the one who brought you into this. As the two argued over who should take responsibility, the police officer who had been interrogating them suddenly opened the door, and their captain walked in with a softer attitude. You are Sushi? Yes. The captain smiled. Your second uncle is here. Come with me. Sushi was taken aback, but quickly realized they were referring to Ling Jiuze. However, she hadn't called him. She followed the captain outside and encountered the female officer again, who whispered, I called your second uncle. Sushi understood. Public security officers are always the most adorable. She soon met Ming Zhua, and the captain spoke kindly to him. Our director is not in today. Otherwise, this misunderstanding wouldn't have happened. I hope we didn't scare Miss Su. Ming Zhua nodded. Looking at Sushi, let's go. Sushi said, my classmate is still here. The captain called over the interrogators to get the situation and immediately said, let him go too. Those internet celebrities have no self-discipline. It's reasonable for the kids to defend themselves when provoked. Don't blame them. Song Changfeng looked dazed as he was taken out. Ming Zhua led them to the car, and Ling Jiuze stepped down, first inspecting Sushi before asking, are you coming back with me? Song Changfeng now understood someone had gotten them out and asked with a smile, Sushi, who is this? Sushi bit her lip, straightening her neck to introduce him. I, second uncle. Song Changfeng politely greeted. Hello, second uncle. I'm Sushi's classmate Song Changfeng, and then thanked Ling Jiuze. Ling Jiuze nodded slightly, his eyes unreadable. Previously, when Sushi had trouble and called him second uncle, he was quite happy about it, but today he felt somewhat displeased. He looked only at Sushi and said, get in the car, I'll take you home. Sushi didn't move, calmly saying, we still have things at Bairue Company. Song Changfeng immediately understood and said, Sushi, you go with your second uncle first. I need to go to Bairue to meet my friend and pick up our stuff. I'll call you later. Sushi had no choice but to nod. Thank you. Song Changfeng waved at her, thanked Ling Jiuze again, and then turned to leave. Ming Zhua drove, and Ling Jiuze and Sushi sat in the back. The atmosphere in the car was quiet and subtle. After a while, Ling Jiuze looked at her, his gaze settling behind her ear, and asked, did you get hurt? Sushi was startled, following his gaze to touch her ear, seeing the red mark on her finger, and shook her head. No, it's paint. Ling Jiuze's expression remained grim. Once a month to the police station, you're quite impressive. It seems you're not looking for a benefactor, but a daddy. Sushi turned to look at him sharply. Ling Jiuze stared at her without blinking. What? Did I say something wrong? Hang and No never made me worry like this. Every time the police call, they say you were taken for fighting in a group. Who knows who you were fighting with, or if you were hurt? Sushi's face turned red, her ears burning. Her eyes were as stubborn as they were that day at Kaishang, and she coldly replied, it wasn't me who called you. Even if it was me, Mr. Ling, you didn't have to come. Ling Jiuze's expression darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Say that again. Ming's was suddenly interjected. Miss Su, Mr. Ling was in a very important meeting and rushed over as soon as he got the call. Ling Jiuze shot a cold glare at Ming Zhua. Why are you saying too much? Ming Zhua focused on driving, not daring to speak again. Ling Jiuze's phone rang. He answered it, sounding like it was about company matters. Sushi turned her head to look out the window, biting her lip, feeling heavy in her chest. The moment she realized Ling Jiuze was coming, she felt a twinge of emotion and thought about thanking him when she saw him. But for some reason, their encounters recently had been filled with this kind of tension. Besides, they had already broken up, and even when they were together, they had agreed not to talk about money. Why was he suddenly her benefactor? Ling Jiuze hung up the phone and asked flatly, "Where to? Are you still staying at Yuting?" Su Shi's throat felt tight, and she muttered, "Just drop me off at the subway station ahead." Ling Jiuze shot her a glance and asked again, "Where to?" Su Shi bit her lip, hesitating before saying, "Yuting." Ling Jiuze stared at her lips, which were slightly red from biting, his gaze deepening before he turned away. Ming's would turned right at the intersection ahead, heading toward Yuting. Neither of them spoke again, and the atmosphere in the car grew cold and silent, time seeming to stretch. As the car approached Yuting, Su Shi finally spoke softly, "A friend of mine needs to borrow a place to stay for a few days. I'll have her stay in the guest room. Sorry for telling you only now. She'll only stay for a few days." Ling Jiuze turned back. "Is it a boy or a girl?" Chapter 86. A fortuitous encounter. Su Shi immediately replied, "A woman." Ling Jiuze's voice softened significantly compared to before. "That's fine. You decide." The corner of Su Shi's eye twitched slightly, and she casually said, "I'll move out after she leaves." Ling Jiuze paused for a moment, then spoke with his thin lips slightly parted. "You paid this month's rent, so you can stay until the end of the month." Su Shi lowered her gaze and remained silent. Soon, the car stopped. When Su Shi got up, she hesitated for a moment and said, "Thank you for today." No matter his attitude, he indeed helped her. Ling Jiuze looked over and calmly said, "I'll handle the follow-up matters. You don't need to worry about anything." Su Shi met his gaze, a vague and indescribable emotion swirling in her chest. She nodded slightly and got out of the car. Ling Jiuze continued to watch Su Shi's silhouette and instructed in a soft voice, "Tell all branches in Jiangcheng that if Su Shi has any issues in the future, just call me directly." Ming's eyes flickered, and he immediately responded, "Understood." Su Shi had already entered the door when Ling Jiuze turned around and said, "Let's go." By the time they returned home, it was already evening, and Qing Ning had not yet returned. Su Shi took a shower, sat on the balcony sofa, and stared at the sunset for a while before picking up a book. The man's words echoed in her ears, "I'll handle everything. You don't need to worry about anything." She flipped through the book irritably. Hadn't they ended things? Why was he still involved in her life? What did he mean? Unable to concentrate on the book, she picked up her phone to play Sudoku, but ultimately ended up staring blankly at the numbers in the grid. Ever since arriving in Jiangcheng, she hadn't felt this restless for a long time. The next morning, Su Shi received a call from Song Changfeng. His tone was urgent. "Su Shi, have you seen the news?" Su Shi was taken aback. "What news?" "Open your phone. It's all about that internet celebrity Yao Yao. Someone uploaded the surveillance footage from Barway Company yesterday, clearly showing her and her team's arrogant behavior, along with her video at the police station. It's ridiculous." Su Shi opened her phone and browsed through the entertainment news. Sure enough, it was all about internet celebrity Yao Yao. She looked innocent and gentle, and her team had created a persona of kindness and purity, but it turned out to be utterly vulgar behind the scenes. The video had been uploaded late last night, and both Su Shi's and Song Changfeng's faces were pixelated. Once the news broke, Yao Yao's Weibo followers plummeted by hundreds of thousands overnight. More people online began to criticize her, claiming her charitable acts were merely for show, that the donated supplies were staged, and even the photos of her visiting children in the mountains were fake. Old footage of her filming skits, blocking roads, and driving away passers-by had also been dug up. At the time, the person who posted the video had been attacked by her fans, accused of trying to ride on Yao Yao's popularity, but now that person was vindicated. The uproar had stirred up a storm. The internet was filled with people denouncing her. This morning, various scandals about Yao Yao surged to the trending topics. The official entertainment platforms and the video app that had made her famous issued statements announcing a permanent ban on her. She had become a sensation, but people would no longer see her again. Song Changfeng excitedly asked over the phone, "Su Shi, who is your second uncle?" Su Shi raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Song Changfeng laughed. "Yesterday afternoon, I went back to Barway to get something, but the security wouldn't let me in, saying their boss was very angry and wanted us to compensate for all losses or they would sue us. Who knew that after a night? My friend called me over and their boss was personally waiting for me outside the company with an incredibly nice attitude, saying we didn't have to compensate and even doubled our payment for the drawing, calling it compensation for our mental distress." He chuckled in disbelief. "My parents don't know about this, so it must be your second uncle helping out. And the news about Yao Yao being exposed was definitely also your second uncle's doing. He's amazing." Su Shi lowered her long eyelashes, her eyes flickering. Some people had gone too far, and it was time for them to face retribution. Regardless, it was indeed your second uncle's accomplishment, so please thank him for me. Song Changfeng laughed heartily. "By the way, the boss of Barway gave us 20,000, and we agreed to split it. I'll transfer the money to you later, and if possible, I'll treat you to dinner tonight and invite your second uncle too." Su Shi smiled lightly. "Let us do it another day. I promised to treat my friend to dinner, and besides, my second uncle has plans tonight. Then I'll treat you and your friend, and I'll treat your second uncle another time. Song Changfeng quickly said, it's settled then. See you tonight. He hung up right after. When Sushi went out, Xi Ning was preparing breakfast. Come here. I made your favorite sandwiches and brewed milk tea. Sushi smiled. Someone wants to treat us to dinner. Are you free tonight? Xi Ning looked up in surprise. Which friend? Sushi took a sip of milk tea and replied. Just a classmate I paint with. He got paid today and wants to treat us. Sounds good. Xi Ning responded, smiling meaningfully. Does he like you? Sushi took a bite of the sandwich, her expression calm. No. Xi Ning teased, don't be so sure. Why else would he be so attentive? Sushi shook her head, dismissing the thought. You're overthinking it. Seeing that she genuinely didn't seem to consider it a romantic interest, Xi Ning smiled. Then I'll come back early this afternoon. In the evening, Sushi and Xi Ning arrived on time at the agreed restaurant, Shangxia West Bank. Xi Ning looked up and sighed. The dishes here are expensive. Is your classmate planning to spend all his earnings? Sushi had spent several days with Song Changfeng and had learned a bit about him. His parents were business people, so money was not an issue for him. He accepted drawing jobs purely to pass the time and experience life. While they were talking, Song Changfeng rode in on his motorcycle, took off his helmet, and flashed a charming smile. Sorry, I'm late. He looked at Xi Ning and said, Sushi, is this the friend you mentioned? As expected, beautiful friends are all beauties. Wei Qingning smiled and introduced herself. I'm Wei Qingning. Song Changfeng. He responded with a bright smile. I'll go park the bike and be right back. As he went to park, Xi Ning raised her eyebrows at Sushi, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Turns out he's quite the handsome guy. I guess my guess was right. Sushi smiled slightly. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze drifted to the distance, where she saw Ling Jiuze walking towards the West Bank entrance with a few friends. Perhaps sensing something, Ling Jiuze turned to look over, his gaze cutting through the bustling crowd and dazzling lights, locking eyes with Sushi from afar. Chapter 87. No dating allowed at home. Song Changfeng ran up from behind Sushi. Let's go in. In front of the west side gate, Ling Jiuze slightly squinted his eyes, scanning the group before turning and entering the restaurant. Sushi recalled what Song Changfeng had said on the phone earlier and contemplated whether she should thank Ling Jiuze. However, she feared that he wouldn't give her a pleasant expression if she approached him. Song Changfeng had already walked up to her and nodded. Let's go. He had reserved a private room in advance. The three of them entered, and the waiter came in to take their orders. In the upstairs private room, Ling Jiuze stood by the window when Jiang Chun walked over and smiled. The boy next to that girl just now, is he her classmate or her boyfriend? He had followed Ling Jiuze's gaze earlier and first noticed Wei Qingning, then saw Sushi, surprised that the two were friends. When that boy ran over, he clearly sensed Ling Jiuze's expression darken a few shades. Ling Jiuze shot him a glance and returned to the table, pulling out a chair to sit down. Being familiar friends, they knew Ling Jiuze's tastes and had already ordered food for him. As he sat down, they immediately asked what drink he wanted today. Before Ling Jiuze could speak, Jiang Chun interjected, what type of wine is sour? Others, unaware of his implication, replied seriously, sour? Did Brother Jiu change his taste today? Jiang Chun smiled meaningfully. Yeah, better add some vinegar. Ling Jiuze stared coldly at him. Do you want to die? Jiang Chun was amused. Who told you to have a long face since you walked in? It's too easy for people to misunderstand, you know? Ling Jiuze lit a cigarette, ignoring him. Jiang Chun leaned closer and chuckled. You said it was just for fun. Why are you taking it seriously? Ling Jiuze took a puff of smoke, speaking casually. Who said I was serious? Why get angry? Ling Jiuze shot him a sidelong glance, a wicked smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Is it not enough fun? Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Since you haven't had enough fun, why not coax a bit more? What's the use of getting angry? If you keep brooding, she might have a new boyfriend. Ling Jiuze was irritated. His face darkened, and he remained silent. On Sushi's side, the dishes were served slowly. The three of them chatted together, the atmosphere pleasant. Especially Song Changfeng and Qingning. They hit it off upon meeting, discovering many common topics and chatting animatedly. Qingning was playful and charming, always smiling, making it easy for people to feel close to her. When the dishes arrived, Sushi did not participate in their conversation and focused on enjoying the food. After a couple of dishes were served, the waiter came in and informed Song Changfeng, Mr. Song, the French blue lobster you ordered needs your approval before our chef can prepare it. Please come with me. Song Changfeng was somewhat puzzled. In the past, live seafood that required customer approval was brought to the private room. Why did he have to go see it himself today? However, he didn't say anything else. Turned back to Sushi and Qingning and said, excuse me for a moment, before getting up and following the waiter out. The waiter led him to the front kitchen to check the lobster, confirming that there were no issues before escorting him back. As they passed through the hotel lobby, Song Chongfeng spotted a man sitting on a sofa in the lounge area, his expression lighting up with surprise. He told the waiter to go ahead and walked toward the lounge area. "Uncle?" Song Chongfeng greeted as he approached. Ling Jiuze, who was looking at his phone, looked up at the sound, smiled elegantly. "Song classmate? Please, have a seat. Is it really you?" Song Chongfeng was very happy, sitting down on the opposite sofa. "I told Xi I'd invite you to dinner, and she said you had something to do. I didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence." Ling Jiuze extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, crossing his legs, his demeanor graceful and noble. "I had someone else scheduled, so I can't decline. I'll treat you another day." Song Chongfeng hurriedly said, "That won't do. You've helped us so much. I should be thanking you. There's no need to be so polite." Ling Jiuze looked at the sunny smiling boy in front of him. "Are you and Sushi in the same class?" Song Chongfeng smiled. "No, I'm from the foreign language department." Ling Jiuze nodded slightly, his gaze deepening. "Do you like sushi?" Song Chongfeng was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. "No, you misunderstood. She is a really good person and excellent in every aspect, but we're just ordinary friends." "And what about sushi?" Ling Jiuze asked. Song Chongfeng smiled. "I think she only sees me as a classmate." Ling Jiuze spoke slowly. "Her parents are not in Jiangcheng, and they entrusted her to my care, specifically advising not to date in college, which is why I asked a few more questions." Song Chongfeng nodded. "I understand. Don't worry, we have no ambiguous relationship." Ling Jiuze smiled faintly. "That's good. Is Sushi having dinner with you? You should go. Don't keep her waiting. Then I won't disturb you any longer." Song Chongfeng stood up. "Don't mention that you saw me to Sushi," Ling Jiuze said softly. "I understand." Song Chongfeng smiled knowingly. "Uncle, goodbye?" Ling Jiuze nodded slowly. Once Song Chongfeng left, Ling Jiuze stood up and walked to the elevator, heading to the third floor. When Song Chongfeng returned to the private room, he didn't mention running into Ling Jiuze and continued chatting and laughing with the two. The meal was very enjoyable. After dinner, when Song Chongfeng went to settle the bill, he was informed that someone had already paid for them. He was surprised at first, then quickly realized it was Ling Jiuze who had settled the bill for them. He returned to find Xi and Ling, not saying anything else, but sincerely smiled. "Xi, your uncle is really good to you." Xi was taken aback, not knowing what he meant by that strange comment. However, Song Chongfeng didn't elaborate, only saying, "Shall I give you a ride back?" Although the atmosphere was pleasant and he was still thinking of going singing and drinking with Xi and the others after dinner, he changed his mind upon seeing Ling Jiuze, knowing that Ling Jiuze was very strict with Xi. "No need. How will you fit two of us on your bike?" "We'll just take a taxi." Xi smiled warmly. "I'll treat you another time." "All right, let us arrange to meet another day." The three said their goodbyes. Xi and Ling took a taxi back to Yuding, while Song Chongfeng rode his bike home. After Xi and Ling returned home, they showered and sat in the living room watching a movie while eating ice cream, occasionally chatting about the events of the night and Song Chongfeng. Halfway through the movie, Sushi's phone screen lit up on her right, the eagle-headed icon flashing a few times before gradually disappearing. Sushi picked up her phone and stood up. "You go ahead. I have something to do." Ling waved her hand. "You go ahead. Don't mind me." Sushi turned and entered the side room, opened her phone, and clicked on an eagle-headed app. The phone screen flashed, and a password box appeared. She entered the password and immediately accessed the task homepage. At the same time, the two colored eagle heads at the top of the homepage lit up. "Got a job?" The excited voice of the little girl from Kanjing came through. Chapter 88. That is to respect him, she remained silent. The task list showed an eagle wing in black, meaning this was a task she had to accept, with no room for choice. Her gaze sharpened as she opened the task list and read it carefully. "Boss, what is the task?" Qing Ying asked. Song Ying chuckled proudly. "You're the one who couldn't hold your excitement this time." Qing Ying sent an attack wave at the eagle head beside him, and a few stars appeared above Song Ying's head, causing an eagle to crash to the ground. Song Ying exclaimed in shock, "Damn, how did you do that?" Qing Ying just shot him a cold glare. Sushi spoke calmly. "This time, I'll handle the task myself." "What?" Song Ying's fallen body immediately jumped up. "Boss, you're doing it personally?" Qing Ying stood straight. "Is it a task from above?" Sushi replied with her eyes fixed on the text and photos on her phone. Song Ying was a bit excited. "I applied to execute the task with the boss. Not needed for now." Sushi said softly, "I'll let you know when I need you." Song Ying pouted playfully. "Boss, you're not afraid of us seeing your true self, are you?" "Don't worry. Even if you're old and ugly, you're still my boss." The three were using voice modulation, having never seen each other and unaware of each other's identities. After Song Ying finished speaking, before Sushi could respond, Qing Ying sneered. "The boss is worried you might be old and ugly, and then we won't be able to play together anymore." Song Ying spat. "Come out and meet me if you have the guts." Qing Ying ignored him. Sushi maintained her usual tone. If there's something, I'll find you. After saying that, she pressed the exit button. She opened the door and went out, where Xi and Ling looked over. Is something up? Sushi sat on the carpet under the sofa. Her tone indifferent. After I finish the last 2 tutoring sessions this weekend, I'm going to look for a job. Huh? Xi and Ling exclaimed in surprise. Didn't you say you were going back to Yun City to see your grandpa after the tutoring sessions? Sushi frowned slightly. I'll probably wait until the summer vacation is almost over to go back. Previously, she had video called her grandpa, saying she could return to see him by mid-July. And he had nagged her a lot. Now that she had to delay, he would probably be so angry he might come to hit her. 2 days later, after the training at Xi and Ling's dessert shop ended, she planned to pack her things and go home that night. Unexpectedly, she received a call from her mother early in the morning, asking her to stay outside for a few more days. The reason was that her brother's new girlfriend, who had come to Jiang City for work, had moved into the Wei family after her landlord raised the rent on her previous rental. Xi and Ling frowned. When can I go home then? Wei's mother advised. Xiao Yu is looking for a house, and she'll probably move out soon. Just endure for a few days. Think of it as helping your brother. Xi and Ling could only agree. It wasn't that she didn't want to give her future sister-in-law a place to stay, but she didn't know where she would live next. She couldn't keep living at Sushi's place. She was also renting. Sushi heard her on the phone and asked what was going on. Xi and Ling shared the situation at home with Sushi. Sushi quickly said, "It's okay. I've paid for the whole month's rent. We can live together until the end of the month." Xi and Ling felt embarrassed. "I'm bothering you again. I'm actually happier because someone will cook for me tonight," Sushi said with a warm smile. "I have to go to class now. See you tonight." Xi and Ling waved at Sushi, feeling an indescribable warmth and gratitude in her heart. Before the final exams, Sushi gave Ling Yihong his last 2 lessons. Ling Jiuze was not at home, and after the lesson, Sushi played shooting games with him for a while to help him relax. When saying goodbye, Ling Yihong couldn't help but ask, "Are you coming back after summer vacation?" Sushi smiled. "Let us talk about it after your results come out. If you don't do well, I'll be too embarrassed to come back." Ling Yihong huffed. "You don't need to worry about that. I want to embarrass you. I believe in you," Sushi said as she put on her backpack. "Even if I don't come back, we can still play games together every day." Ling Yihong frowned. "What do you mean by that?" Sushi turned back. "It means nothing. Don't think too much." Ling Yihong rolled his eyes. "After I finish my exams, let us go horseback riding together." Sushi thought for a moment. "After I finish the tutoring lessons, I'll look for another job. I don't know if I'll have time. We can contact each other by phone then." "You really are busy." Ling Yihong pouted. "Can't help it. I need to make money." Sushi shrugged. "I'm leaving now. Good luck with your exams." "Got it." Ling Yihong looked annoyed. Sushi smiled and turned to leave. When Ling Jiuze returned that evening, Uncle Fu reported to him. "Today, Teacher Su said this was the last lesson. I settled the payment for her, based on the whole month." Ling Jiuze frowned. "She resigned?" Uncle Fu nodded. "Teacher Su said she found another job and may not have time to teach the young master after summer vacation, so she resigned. She asked me not to tell the young master for now." A dark expression flashed in Ling Jiuze's eyes as he pursed his lips and nodded faintly. "I understand." After going upstairs, Ling Jiuze grew angrier the more he thought about it. He picked up his phone and made a call. As soon as the call connected, he directly asked, "Why didn't you tell me you resigned?" Sushi didn't expect him to directly call and question her. After pausing for a moment, she replied calmly, "I told Uncle Fu." Ling Jiuze asked, "Who is your employer?" Sushi fell silent. Ling Jiuze looked out at the dark night and after a while asked again, "What job did you find?" Sushi teased her voice. "Do I need to report this to Mr. Ling?" Ling Jiuze sneered. "When you need me, I'm your second uncle. When you don't, I'm Mr. Ling. You're quite clear about that." Sushi was choked by his words and didn't know how to respond. Another silence passed, and Ling Jiuze said softly, "Our matters have nothing to do with Yihong. He likes you a lot, and it's hard for him to accept a tutor. If you change again, he'll cause trouble, leading to unstable grades. If you don't want to see me, we can avoid each other when you come. But there's no need to bring your emotions into it with Ling Yihong." Sushi felt her face flush slightly at his words. "I didn't involve Yihong. I just thought you might not want to see me." "I don't," Ling Jiuze exclaimed. After saying that, a hint of annoyance flashed across his face as he coldly said, "That's it. The tutoring after summer vacation will continue as usual." Then he directly hung up the phone. Sushi frowned lightly, staring blankly at the phone screen. Xi and Ling came over with sliced fruit and smiled. "What's wrong? Who called?" Sushi frowned and asked, "If someone makes you very angry, but you can't express your anger, what could be the reason?" "About that." Xi and Ling rolled her black eyes and tilted her head with a smile. "If it's a guy, it's probably because you like him." Sushi gasped, disdainfully throwing her phone aside, muttering softly, "Like him? No way. Who is it?" Xi and Ling became even more curious. Sushi thought for a moment and replied, "A distant uncle." Xi Ning immediately said, "Oh, so it's an elder. That means you respect him a lot." Sushi. Chapter 89. New job. Sushi's job was as a waitress at Kaixing. Because of her striking beauty, she was assigned to the VIP rooms on the 8th floor right from her first day, responsible for serving drinks. After 2 days of training, she officially started working. The head waitress on the 8th floor was called Sister Chun. On her first day, she introduced Sushi to the others. There were 5 VIP rooms and 5 waitresses on the 8th floor. The others had been working at Kaixing for over a year before making it to the 8th floor. While Sushi was assigned here immediately, causing the others to look at her with unusual expressions. Sister Chun was in her 30s, dressed in a professional suit. With exquisite makeup, looking capable and sharp. She reminded Sushi that rooms 8801 and 8809 were reserved for regular customers. And even if those customers didn't come, no other guests were allowed inside. I believe you understood the other precautions during your training. Let me remind you again. Any guest who can come to the 8th floor is the most distinguished. No matter the reason, you must never offend the guests, she said. Sushi nodded in response. Says she, today you and Yin Shui are responsible for room 8807. If you have any questions, ask Yin Shui, Sister Chin instructed before turning to Yin Shui. Sushi is new. Please show her the ropes. A girl named Sun Yu immediately expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, I've always been in charge of room 8807. Why should it be given to Sushi? Sister Chin replied calmly, personnel changes are not unusual. What's so strange about it? Sun Yu shot a glance at Sushi. Her face dark, but remained silent. After Sister Chin left, everyone went to check their respective rooms. Sun Yu and a few others returned to the break room first. She opened the wardrobe and noticed an extra sports top inside. Intentionally, she asked, whose shirt is this? The others in the break room knew it belonged to Sushi, but said nothing. Sun Yu pulled out the skirt and mocked. Did you buy this from a street vendor? Such cheap clothes shouldn't be placed together with my designer outfit. It really lowers my status. After saying that, she tossed Sushi's clothes onto the floor. Just then, Sushi walked in, her clear eyes turning cold. Why did you throw my clothes? Sun Yu sneered. So it's your shirt. I thought it was some discarded rag. Sushi said in a low voice. Pick it up. Sun Yu crossed her arms and leaned against the wardrobe, looking at Sushi defiantly. I won't pick it up. What can you do about it? Sushi walked over, her clear eyes sharp as ice, staring at Sun Yu. I will say this one last time. Pick it up. Sun Yu felt an inexplicable chill from Sushi's cold gaze. But with everyone in the room, she couldn't back down, so she straightened her back and said, I won't pick it up. Sushi clenched her fists, about to strike, when Sister Chin's voice called out from behind. What is going on? She walked over, looking at Sushi and Sun Yu, then at the clothes on the floor. Who threw this? Sun Yu replied sheepishly. I didn't know it was Sushi's shirt. I thought it was someone else's trash. Sister Chin frowned. Now you know? Pick it up for her. Sun Yu didn't dare disobey Sister Chin, reluctantly rolled her eyes, and picked up the clothes, hanging them back in the wardrobe. Sister Chin scanned the room with a cold expression and admonished, we're all sisters on the 8th floor. If anyone dares to bully a newcomer, don't blame me for turning against you. Sun Yu's face turned pale, and the others kept their heads down, silent. Sister Chin turned to Sushi and said, a guest has arrived in room 8807. Here is the drink list. You and Yin Shui go together. Yin Shui took the drink list and said to Sushi, follow me. Sushi nodded slightly to Sister Chin and followed Yin Shui. After Sister Chin left, Sun Yu's expression darkened, unable to swallow her anger. She found a number on her phone and dialed it. As soon as the call connected, she changed to a pitiful tone. Lin Xiao, are you here? After hearing what was said on the other end, Sun Yu's voice became softer. Today we have a newcomer who bullied me as soon as she arrived, and even took my job. You must stand up for me. The man on the other end seemed to be coaxing her, and Sun Yu smiled sweetly, saying, okay, then teach her a good lesson later. I will remember your kindness. All right, I'll bring you drinks later. Bye. After hanging up, Sun Yu wore a smug smile and took out powder to touch up her makeup. Meanwhile, Sushi and Yin Shui went to get the drinks and headed towards room 8807. After knocking, Yin Shui took the drinks from Sushi's hands and instantly put on a sweet smile. The luxuriously decorated VIP room was lit with warm yellow lights, and about 10 people were inside, were playing cards in the entertainment area, while 5 or 6 others were sitting on the sofa, with another 4 or 5 in the leisure area. With a sweet smile, Yin Shui knelt on one knee and asked, Lin Xiao, should we open the drinks? The man referred to as Lin Xiao was holding a female companion, whispering flirtatiously. Upon hearing Yin Shui, he turned around and, seeing Sushi behind her, deliberately asked, a newcomer has arrived? Yin Shui immediately replied with a smile. Yes, she just got here and doesn't understand the rules. Please guide her. Lin Xiao waved to Sushi. Come here, let me have a look. Sushi walked over, her expression calm. How can I help you? Lin Xiao looked Sushi up and down, then pointed to the coffee table, saying nonchalantly, get me a cigarette. Sushi took a cigarette and handed it to Lin Xiao, leaning slightly forward to light it for him. Lin Xiao kept staring at Sushi's face, suddenly grabbing her hand with a smirk. You really don't know the rules, do you? Is this how you serve? The people around laughed, all with expressions of amusement. Yin Shui watched Sushi being bullied, a hint of schadenfreude on her face. Standing still, Sushi bent slightly, her expression darkening as she whispered, let go. If you drink this whole bottle, I'll let you go, Lin Xiao said with a smirk, placing a bottle of whiskey in front of Sushi. I want to drink your alcohol. Sushi raised her eyes, her gaze icy. Let go of me now. Are you threatening me? Lin Xiao suddenly changed his tone, pulling Sushi hard towards him. What are you pretending for in a place like this? Smack. Lin Xiao received a slap to the face, staggering back and crashing heavily onto the sofa. Sushi stepped back, her expression cold. I'm a waitress, not a companion. Get it right. The others were stunned, and Yin Shui was also taken aback, angrily shouting, Sushi, how dare you hit a guest? Sushi glanced at her. Should I call the police instead? Lin Xiao jumped up, furiously pointing at Sushi. How dare you hit me? If I don't take you down today. My last name isn't Lin. Lin Xiao, what's going on? Why are you so angry? A tall and handsome man approached from the leisure area, scanning Sushi's face before landing his gaze on Lin Xiao. Everyone stood up, and Lin Xiao's bravado immediately diminished. Covering his face, he said, Chen Gu, this new waitress doesn't understand the rules. I was just teaching her, and she dared to hit me. Jiang Chen smiled, but his voice turned cold. She's a waitress, not a companion. Does she need your guidance? Chapter 90. Your little girl is here. Lin Qing's face turned pale. Although he didn't understand why Jiang Chen was angry, he quickly put on a smile and said, yes, I had a bit to drink. My head is muddled. Brother Chen, please don't take it to heart. At that moment, Chen Jie, who had received news from Yin Shui, walked in and cautiously asked, what happened? After she finished speaking, she noticed Jiang Chen and was slightly surprised. Young Master Jiang, you're here too. Lin Xiao is treating. Come and sit, Jiang Chen said in a calm voice. Chen Jie turned to Lin Qing and said, Sushi is new here. If she has offended you in any way, please don't hold it against her for my sake, Lin Xiao. Seeing that Jiang Chen was defending Sushi, Lin Qing dared not pursue the matter any further and awkwardly said, it's nothing. The others, seeing Lin Qing being reprimanded, also dared not say anything and remained silent. Jiang Chen looked at Sushi. Come with me. Yin Shui's curious gaze fell on Sushi. Initially, she thought that since Sushi had hit Lin Qing, the matter would escalate, and Sushi would definitely be in trouble. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen appeared and resolved the situation with just a few words. Did Jiang Chen know Sushi? Sushi was also puzzled. She didn't know this person named Jiang Xiao, so why was he helping her? Chen Jie signaled to Sushi, young Master Jiang has spoken, hurry up and go. Sushi nodded slightly and followed Jiang Chen out. The two went to room 8809. Jiang Chen sat down, his demeanor gentle and polite. Miss Su, please take a seat. After sitting down, Sushi thanked him. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled. No need to be polite. How did you end up here? Sushi replied, I came to work. Today is my first day. Do you know me? Jiang Chen chuckled. I know Ling Jiuze. Sushi suddenly remembered that on Shun Ming's birthday, Jiang Chen seemed to have spoken to Ling Jiuze outside the door. Jiang Chen took out a cigarette and asked Sushi, is it okay if I smoke? Sushi nodded. Please go ahead. Jiang Chen lit the cigarette, took a puff, and asked with a smile, does Jiuze know you're here? Sushi responded, I don't think so. Are you two still in a quarrel over Shun Ming's birthday? Sushi didn't know Jiang Chen's relationship with Ling Jiuze and didn't want to elaborate, so she remained silent. Jiang Chen asked her, do you like Shun Ming? Sushi bluntly replied, I don't like him. Jiang Chen said leisurely, then I advise you to keep your distance from Shun Ming. He is not a good person. He changes girlfriends more often than he changes clothes. Also, he and Jiuze have never gotten along. If you get too close to Shun Ming, Jiuze will naturally be upset. Sushi's eyes were clear as she spoke softly. I owe Shun Ming a favor, which is why I agreed to help him deliver the cake. I didn't know that day was his birthday. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and asked, when you said you owed him a favor, it wouldn't be because of Han Zhao's incident, would it? Sushi asked in surprise, how do you know? Jiang Chen smiled lightly. This circle is not small. It's not big either. Any incident will be known through a few people's mouths. Han Zhao was sent abroad by Shun Ming, but there were others who stood up for you. Sushi looked at him in confusion. After your incident, Jiuze found out that it was Han Zhao who did it. Caught the person who robbed you, beat him up, and locked Han Zhao up for 7 days, almost killing her. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he saw the astonished expression on Sushi's face and raised an eyebrow. You didn't know about this? Sushi shook her head. I didn't know. Jiang Chen smirked. That's just how Jiuze is. He never says what he does, and he doesn't know how to comfort girls. Sushi blushed slightly. He, indeed, didn't tell me. Since he didn't say anything, just pretend you don't know. If he finds out that I spilled the beans, he might turn against me. Jiang Chen chuckled. Should I tell him you're working here? Don't, she replied. After leaving the room, Sushi was still thinking about Jiang Chen's words. The person who robbed her was indeed directed by Han Xiao. That day, she heard Ling Jiuze making a call to investigate the person behind it. After that, he didn't say anything, and she thought he hadn't found out, so the matter ended there. It turned out he had found out about Han Xiao and even stood up for her. Why didn't he tell her? Sushi leaned against the wall, feeling a mix of bitterness and swelling in her heart. She took out her phone, wanting to call Ling Jiuze to at least say thank you. However, after hesitating for a moment, she still didn't make the call. So much time had passed, perhaps he had already forgotten. She would remember this favor and find a chance to return it in the future. Back in the lounge, Yin Shui and a few others were there, likely having heard about the incident in room 8807. They looked at Sushi with suspicion, wariness, and a hint of jealousy. Yin Shui tentatively asked, Sushi, do you know young Master Jiang? Sushi replied calmly, not really, just a friend of a friend. Sun Yu, seeing Lin Xing had been put in his place by Sushi, felt even more frustrated and sarcastically said, if she knew young Master Jiang, would she still be working as a waitress like us? Yin Shui, you're really funny. The others relaxed upon hearing this and went back to what they were doing. In the next 2 days, Sushi gradually became familiar with the work and environment on the 8th floor. Things went fairly smoothly. Sun Yu had toned it down a bit, and she didn't encounter any more customers like Lin Xing who were hands-on. On Friday night, as Ling Jiuze returned home, he received a call from Jiang Chun. We're at Kaixing, come out to play. Ling Jiuze, with his suit draped over his arm, walked upstairs and replied, I'm not going. You all have fun. You haven't come out several times. Are you feeling down? Jiang Chun asked with a smile. No. Ling Jiuze sounded uninterested and didn't want to elaborate. Jiang Chun smiled meaningfully. Guess who I just saw? Ling Jiuze had little interest and lazily asked, who? That little girl of yours. She's working as a waitress at Kaixing. She just came to deliver us some drinks, Jiang Chun said with a faint smile. Ling Jiuze paused while adjusting his tie, squinting his eyes. You mean Sushi? That's her. She's been here for a few days. I saw her a few days ago, but forgot to tell you. Lin Xing was making things difficult for her, and I helped her out. Ling Jiuze's eyes darkened, and he asked in a deep voice, how did Lin Xing make things difficult for her? Jiang Chun recounted the situation from that day. The girl has quite a stubborn temperament and hits hard. Lin Xing's face was swollen. By the way, I saw Lin Xing come in just now. I wonder if he'll make things difficult for her again today. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Jiuze had already hung up the phone. He looked at his phone, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Less than half an hour later, while Jiang Chun was playing cards with others, he saw Ling Jiuze walk in. Everyone stood up to greet him and made room in the middle of the sofa. Jiang Chun gave his seat to someone else and walked over to Ling Jiuze. After sitting down, he teased, didn't you say you wouldn't come out? Ling Jiuze shot him a glance. How long has she been here? Jiang Chun calculated. The day I saw her, she said it was her first day, so it should be 4 days by now. Ling Jiuze frowned. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Jiang Chun shrugged innocently. She didn't let me say. Ling Jiuze's expression darkened even further, asking, where's Lin Xing? In 8803. Bring him over. Chapter 91. Protecting her, Jiang Chun said to the person next to him. Call Lin Xing over and tell him Jiuze is looking for him. The person immediately responded and got up to leave. Soon, Lin Xing entered the room, smiling broadly, and respectfully called out, Brother Jiu, you were looking for me. Ling Jiuze answered with a grunt, his voice neutral. Come here. Hey. Lin Xing stepped closer, smiling. I haven't seen you for a while, Brother Jiu. My dad said that last time. It was thanks to your help. And he would like to invite you for a meal sometime. Ling Jiuze remained expressionless and asked, do you have any cigarettes? Lin Xing quickly took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed one to Ling Jiuze, then picked up a lighter from the coffee table to light it for him. Is this how you light a cigarette? Ling Jiuze suddenly spoke coldly, abruptly lifting his leg and kicking Lin Xing in the chest. Lin Xing was sent stumbling back several steps and crashed against the wall with a loud bang, followed by a scream as he clutched his chest and fell onto the carpet. Everyone in the private room was stunned, not understanding how Lin Xing had provoked Ling Jiuze to elicit such a furious reaction. Only Jiang Chun remained calm on the sofa, smiling at everyone. Don't mind it. Just keep playing. No one dared to intervene. Who would want to provoke Ling Jiuze? After a while, Lin Xing managed to get up, kneeling on one knee, and said, Brother Jiu, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to touch that girl again. He was lecherous but not foolish, with Jiang Chen here. Along with Ling Jiuze's earlier words, how could he not understand? Ling Jiuze looked down at him coldly, his thin lips slightly parted. Get lost. And don't let me see you here again. I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. Lin Qing immediately scrambled to his feet, stepped back a few paces, and hurriedly ran out. Is this a warning to others? Jiang Chun poured him a glass of wine, laughing, clearly angry, yet still clearing the way for her. What kind of show is this? Chasing girls isn't done like this. Ling Jiuze wore an expression that clearly said he was displeased, lighting his cigarette. Which of your eyes saw me chasing her? Just don't deny it. Jiang Chun shot him a glance, still maintaining his serious demeanor. Ling Jiuze casually glanced towards the door, somewhat distracted. Ximing Communications has been bottom fishing lately. Most of the funds are flowing out. They might be on the run. What do you think? Jiang Chun sneered. His old boss is watching from behind. He can't run away. After chatting for a while, someone knocked on the door. Upon entering, they asked the few people playing poker at the front, "This is the wine you wanted. Do you want to open it now?" Ling Jiuze turned to look. The dim light passed over the girl's face, and he quickly lowered his eyes, casually smoking. Jiang Chun smiled and said, "Sushi, over here. This is the wine I wanted." Sushi brought the wine over. The private room was dimly lit, with 3 or 4 people sitting on the sofa. At first, Sushi only saw Jiang Chun and smiled warmly. "Mr. Jiang, do you want to open the wine?" Jiang Chun replied, "Open it, and fill Mr. Ling's glass first." Sushi was taken aback and glanced beside him, only then noticing Ling Jiuze, her eyes slightly widening. Ling Jiuze looked at his phone without raising his head and said indifferently, "Pour it." Sushi nodded slightly, opened the wine, poured it into a glass, and placed it in front of Ling Jiuze. Jiang Chun turned back and smiled. "Why do you still have a cold face? You just taught Lin Qing a lesson for not lighting the cigarette properly. Are you still angry?" Sushi was taken aback and looked up at Ling Jiuze. He taught Lin Qing a lesson just now. Was it for her sake? A flicker of annoyance passed over Ling Jiuze's face as he glanced at Jiang Chun. "If there's nothing else, get lost." Jiang Chun joked, "You find me annoying? You want to kill the donkey after using it?" Jiang Chun laughed. "Sushi, today you don't need to do anything. Just make Mr. Ling happy, and you'll be my sister from now on. I'll protect you." Ling Jiuze frowned. "Who is your sister?" Jiang Chun teased. "Are you jealous just because I called her sister?" Ling Jiuze's expression darkened, about to speak, when Sushi interjected, "Is Mr. Jiang serious?" Jiang Chun immediately replied, "Of course." Sushi said calmly, "If I call Mr. Ling second uncle, if you acknowledge me as a sister, you also have to call me second uncle." Jiang Chun was taken aback. Ling Jiuze couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Jiang Chun with mockery. "Hurry up, call second uncle." Jiang Chun wore a speechless expression, pretending to be heartbroken. "Sushi, I'm protecting you like this, and you're helping Jiuze scheme against me." Ling Jiuze sneered. "You don't need to protect her. Fine, I won't be in your way anymore." Jiang Chun sighed and laughed. "That should be fine." After saying that, he stood up and called to the 2 people beside him. "Come with me to play a couple of rounds. I lost too badly earlier. I need to win it back." The 2 laughed and got up. "Jiang Xiao can still lose? I can't believe it." The 3 chatted and laughed as they headed towards the entertainment area. In the blink of an eye, only Ling Jiuze and Sushi were left. Sushi bit her lip, picked up the wine from the coffee table, and brought it to Ling Jiuze. "Mr. Ling." Ling Jiuze raised his eyes and looked at her. "You're toasting me? Look at how others toast." Sushi turned her head and saw a female escort sitting on a man's lap, drinking and feeding him mouth to mouth. Sushi's face flushed, and she lowered her eyes, saying softly, "I'm not an escort." "No sincerity? Then don't come to toast." The man's voice was mocking, and he lowered his head to continue looking at his phone. Sushi's gaze flickered, and she put down the wine glass. "Then I'm leaving. Mr. Ling, call me if you need anything." Ling Jiuze's expression darkened, and he suddenly looked up, grabbing Sushi's wrist and pulling her onto his lap, looking at her intently. "Is this how you coax me?" Sushi looked at the handsome face so close to her, her heart racing. She feigned calmness. "It's not coaxing. It's to thank you for helping me so much." The man's temper had been erratic lately, but she remembered every little thing he had done for her. Ling Jiuze's dark eyes fixed on her. "I said, if you want to thank me, show some sincerity." Sushi's gaze flickered as she turned to look at the wine glass on the coffee table, stealing her resolve. She reached for it, tilted her head back to take a sip, and leaned in to cover his lips. Ling Jiuze's pupils darkened, reflecting the girl's embarrassment and shyness. Although they had been more intimate before, at this moment, with their lips touching, their hearts raced, and an unspoken affection quietly blossomed. The man's gaze deepened as he slightly parted his lips, sipping the wine from her mouth, then raised his hand to hold the back of her head and kissed her forcefully. Sushi closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings, as the familiar scent surged around her. Her fingertips tingled, and her hands unconsciously climbed onto the man's chest, tightly clutching his clothes. The wine had long been consumed, and at some point, It had turned into pure kissing, as if they had both been waiting for this moment for a long time, and once it started, it couldn't be stopped. Chapter 92, Let's Make Up. I don't know who turned off the lights here. The darkness isolated them from the noise and excitement of others, leaving only the shallow breaths of the two, clear and urgent. After a long while, someone in the entertainment area won a game and shouted in excitement. Sushi was startled awake, abruptly stopping, her face flushed as she instinctively lowered her head to hide it. Ling Jiuze held her waist, waiting for the restlessness inside her to calm before speaking in a low voice. If other guests made such a request, would you agree? Sushi frowned, her voice hoarse and slightly annoyed. I'm not a public relations person. Then why are you here? The man's voice was laced with anger. Do you really think being a waitress can keep you safe? Go ask those who work with you. What kind of relationships do they have with the guests in their assigned rooms? In the 2 days Sushi had been there, she had come to understand some things. Like that son, you had an unclear relationship with Lin Qing. They weren't public relations workers, but when faced with generous guests, they could also make extra money. She blinked, calmly saying, I will protect myself. Ling Jiuze raised his hand to pinch her chin, his expression unfriendly. Do you think knowing how to fight can protect you? How much do you know about the underhanded methods those men use? In the dim light, Sushi's clear eyes were calm as she slowly replied, I will be careful. Ling Jiuze took a deep breath, speaking softly, quit this job and come tutor Ling Yihong. I'll give you 3 times your salary. Sushi couldn't help but laugh. You want to have Ling Yihong tutored during the summer vacation? He'll hate you for it. Then you can play with him. Hasn't he always wanted to learn shooting from you? You can teach him. Sushi felt a slight softness in her heart and softened her voice. I'll work for just this summer. I'll quit when the summer ends. No, quit now. The man's tone was unyielding. Seeing his domineering attitude, Sushi couldn't help but retort. Why should I listen to you? We're done. We have no relationship anymore. Ling Jiuze narrowed his eyes. Who told you we're done? Did I agree? Agreements are mutual. I didn't agree, so what you say doesn't count. Sushi glared at him in frustration, and the man chuckled softly, leaning down to kiss her. Sushi turned her head to avoid it, her tone becoming flat. Ling Jiuze, I'm not your pet. You come to coax me when you're happy, and ignore me when you're not. We are mutually dependent. It's an equal relationship. Ling Jiuze slightly narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on her chin, his voice deep. You say we are mutually dependent, then do you need me? Sushi furrowed her brow, looking at him in confusion. Answer me, do you need me? The man gazed at her intently, raising his hand to caress her brow and eyes, slowly saying, It's always me who comes to you. You've never taken the initiative to find me. If you needed me, no matter if I was in M country or far away, I would fly back to your bed immediately. Sushi was stunned, her face quickly flushing, unsure if it was from embarrassment or anger. The man leaned in slowly, his gaze softening, his voice gentle. Let's not fight anymore, okay? Let's make up. Sushi's previously cold heart felt like it was brushed by a gentle breeze, instantly becoming warm and soft. The man's cool lips landed on hers, deepening the kiss. Sushi's long eyelashes trembled as she slowly closed her eyes. The distance and coldness of the past few days dissipated in this deep kiss. Unlike before, the man's kiss was passionate, filled with emotion. Sushi quickly sensed the man's unusual intensity and began to struggle. There were other people in the room. Even if they couldn't see clearly, they were still within the sight of others. Ling Jiuze stopped, his breath unsteady, his gaze dark as he looked at her, his voice husky. Did you miss me? Sushi's breath hitched, layers of shadow rising in her eyes as she stared into his, biting her lip in silence. Ling Jiuze couldn't withstand her gaze, his body tense as he hugged her waist tightly, speaking softly. Let's go home, Sushi frowned. I'm still at work. No one dares to stop you. Ling Jiuze chuckled softly, picking her up and striding towards the exit. Everyone in the room immediately looked over, and Sushi's face flushed as she quickly jumped out of his arms, taking a deep breath and pretending to be calm as she walked outside. Jiang Chen stood up, giving Ling Jiuze a meaningful smile. Ling Jiuze glanced at him, unfazed. I'm leaving first. You all enjoy yourselves. Tonight counts as mine. A few people familiar with him couldn't help but cheer. Thanks, Brother Jiao. Take care of yourself. Ling Jiuze waited in the lounge for a while before seeing Sushi, who had changed into her own clothes, walking over. She wore a light gray t-shirt with white shorts and white canvas shoes, looking more like a middle school student. But her demeanor was cool and calm. Ling Jiuze stood up, holding her hand as they walked towards the elevator. After leaving Kaixing, Mings was already waiting outside in the car. He glanced at the girl whose hand was held by Ling Jiuze, and a knowing look flashed in his eyes. Once in the car, Ling Jiuze said, Yuding. Sushi suddenly remembered they couldn't go to Yuding and quickly said, We can't go back to Yuding. Qingning is still living there. Ling Jiuze turned to her. Is that your friend? Didn't you say she was only staying for a few days? Sushi felt a bit embarrassed. Her family has some issues, so she needs to stay a bit longer. Ling Jiuze said nothing more and instructed Ming Zhua, go to Hutong Villa. As the car drove, Sushi sent a message to Qing Ning, telling her she wouldn't be back tonight and to go to bed early. Qing Ning replied, asking where she was going that night. Sushi thought for a moment and replied, going to my uncle's house. Only then did Qing Ning feel relieved and sent a good-night gif. The car headed east, and as Sushi looked at the familiar route, her heart tightened, thinking they were going to Qingyuan. However, when the car turned right at the next intersection, she discreetly let out a sigh of relief. After about 10 minutes, the car entered a villa area by Shili Lake, stopping outside a garden villa. Ling Jiuze patted her head and got out of the car. Entering the villa, the yard streetlights were on, but the villa was dark. Ling Jiuze held her hand as they walked along the main path inside. Once in the villa, without turning on the lights, he picked her up horizontally and placed her on the sofa, leaning down to kiss her. Later, the man gently coaxed her to quit her job at Kaixing, offering various tempting conditions, but Sushi bit her lip and refused to relent. When the man saw that persuasion didn't work, he hardened his heart and resorted to threats. In the end, Sushi, feeling helpless, paid a price she usually wouldn't agree to in order to satisfy him, and only then did he reluctantly agree to let her work at Kaixing for one summer. As the moon moved from east to west, Sushi nestled in the man's arms, falling asleep together. Perhaps tired, Ling Jiuze slept very soundly, only opening his eyes when the sunlight filtered through the sheer curtains onto the bed, revealing a hint of lazy satisfaction on his face. The girl in his arms was still fast asleep. Ling Jiuze looked at her soft profile, his gaze gentle, like sunlight shining on the water surface of Shili Lake, creating tender ripples. He slightly lowered his head and planted a soft kiss on her forehead. Sushi's long eyelashes fluttered, a shiver running along her nerves that felt endless. She distinctly felt something settling in her heart, quietly taking root under his kiss and the sunlight's warmth. Chapter 93. Ling's mood improved. She only opened her eyes after Ling Jiuze got up. She turned her head to look at the bright sunlight outside the window, squinting her eyes and stretching her body. After moving around a bit on the bed, she got up but still couldn't prevent her legs from going weak and almost fell to the ground. When she looked up, she saw Ling Jiuze leaning against the bathroom door, smiling at her, only wearing a towel around his waist, with water droplets dripping down his freshly washed face. Looking both mischievous and alluring, Sushi's face turned red. She picked up a pillow from the bed and threw it at him, frowning and scolding. Don't laugh. Like an angry little leopard, Ling Jiuze caught the pillow and walked over, lifting her up and heading towards the bathroom, saying it wasn't mockery, but pride. Ming Zhua had already sent clothes and breakfast downstairs. While having breakfast, Ling Jiuze asked, when is your friend leaving? Sushi took small sips of her porridge. Shaking her head, I don't know. Ling Jiuze thought for a moment and said, Jiang Qin's house is downstairs. Let your friend stay there. Sushi raised her eyes. Is that okay? Ling Jiuze replied nonchalantly, Jiang Qin's house is empty. No one is living there. She can stay as long as she wants without paying rent or any other fees. Isn't that more convenient than now? Sushi had heard from Qing Ning that her brother's girlfriend hadn't found a place to live and seemed to want to stay at her house indefinitely, which was why Qing Ning wasn't planning to go home for a while. Hearing Sushi say she wanted to change houses, she even mentioned wanting to share a rental with her in the future. Sushi asked, what about Jiang Xiao? Ling Jiuze replied, you don't need to worry about him. Yuding is developed by the Ling family. I kept a top-floor unit for myself to use as a temporary resting place. He insisted on coming over to join the fun after hearing about it, but that floor was a gift I gave him, and he rarely comes. Sushi nodded, okay. I'll tell Qing Ning. She lived in Yuding, which was very close to the dessert shop, and indeed wouldn't have to pay rent, which was nice. After breakfast, the two left the villa. Ming Zhua first took Sushi back to Yuding, and then took Ling Jiuze to the company. Qing Ning happened to be home that day, and when Sushi talked to her about the housing situation, Qing Ning was surprised. I'm living downstairs. What about you? Sushi gently replied, I'm still living here. Qing Ning asked in confusion, is the place downstairs also your second uncle's house? Later she learned that the landlord Sushi mentioned was her distant second uncle. Sushi explained, no, it's my second uncle's friend's house, which has been empty. Is there really such a good thing? Qing Ning found it hard to believe and was very curious about Sushi's second uncle. Well, are you unwilling? Of course not. Qing Ning immediately shook her head. How could I not want such a good thing? You live upstairs, and I live downstairs. We can see each other often. But do I really not have to pay rent? Isn't that bad? Don't worry about it. Just treat it as showing the house to him. Qing Ning smiled. Then when will he be back? I'll move out immediately, not delaying even a day. All right. Since they had agreed, and Qing Ning was also off that day, she packed her things and moved downstairs. When returning in the morning, Ling Jiuze told Sushi the password for the downstairs door lock. The layout downstairs was the same as upstairs, just with slightly different decor. Jiang Chun liked smart technology, so the house was filled with high-tech gadgets, such as service robots, ceilings that could change colors and scenes, and a balcony skylight that opened automatically like a sports car. Qingning also liked these things and was excited and thrilled upon entering, but she didn't dare to touch anything, only admiring it. Like Sushi, she stayed in the second bedroom, and standing on the balcony in her bedroom, she could talk to Sushi. When Ling Jiuze arrived at the company, he called Jiang Chun. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Chun laughed. "You're not calling just to thank me, are you?" Ling Jiuze chuckled. "I'm not that free." Jiang Chun teased. "Sounds like you had a good time last night. Get lost." Ling Jiuze laughed and cursed, then said, "There's no one living in your Yuding house, right? A friend of mine will stay there for a few days." Jiang Chun joked, "That friend of yours isn't Sushi, is it? You live upstairs, she lives downstairs, and you occasionally meet up. You young people sure know how to have fun." "It's not her." Ling Jiuze was too lazy to chat with him. "Anyway, I told you, I have a meeting by." After hanging up, Ling Jiuze put down his phone and began to look through the documents on the table. Outside the president's office, Su Chusi came over with a stack of documents. She saw another assistant, Callie, frowning and pacing outside the door, looking troubled. "Hi, Callie," Su Chusi greeted. "Are you looking for Ling Zong? Why don't you go in?" Callie turned around and frowned. "It's a document that needs to be signed by the U.S. branch. Last time, Lu Zong was scolded by Ling Zong because of this. And now he handed this task to me. I'm afraid I'll get yelled at if I go in. You know Ling Zong has been in a bad mood lately." Su Chusi smiled gently. "Let me handle it. I also have a report that needs Ling Zong's signature." "That's great." Callie happily handed over the documents. "Thank you for your hard work." Su Chusi smiled lightly and walked up to knock on the door. "Come in." A deep voice came from inside. Callie whispered, "Good luck," and then quietly slipped away. Su Chusi took a deep breath, her lips slightly curved, and walked in. "Ling Zong, here are some documents that need your signature." Ling Jiuze kept his head down and replied lightly, "Hand them over." Su Chusi organized the documents and placed them on the huge desk, explaining them one by one. Ling Jiuze maintained his handsome demeanor and said softly, "Just put them here. I'll sign them after I finish looking." "Yes, then I'll step out first. Call me if you need anything." Su Chusi focused on the man's perfect profile, her smile gentle and serene. "The morning meeting is in an hour. I've also organized the materials and will bring them to you later for your review." "Okay," Ling Jiuze replied blandly. Su Chusi walked out of the office in her high heels at a steady pace. As soon as she closed the door, Callie immediately came over. "So, did Ling Zong get angry?" "No." Ling Zong said he would sign after looking at them. He didn't say anything else. Callie sighed in relief. Looking at Su Chusi with admiration, "You're amazing. If it were me, I'd definitely get scolded." Su Chusi smiled slightly. "It's not that serious. Ling Zong wouldn't get angry for no reason." Callie sighed. "Ling Zong has been wearing a long face these days, and we're afraid to speak loudly. But Ling Zong is still nice to you." What was said casually was taken to heart, and a hint of tenderness flashed in Su Chusi's eyes as she smiled. "I'm going to work now." "Okay, you go ahead. I'll treat you to afternoon tea another day." Callie waved her hand. Su Chusi smiled and walked to her desk. The fact that Sushi was under Ling Jiuze's protection quickly spread throughout the entire 8th floor. Sister Chun treated Sushi with great respect, and Sun Yu and Yin Shui and others no longer dared to provoke her. Sister Chen assigned Sushi to only be responsible for box 8809. If Ling Jiuze didn't come, Sushi wouldn't have to do anything. She could stay in the lounge, sleep, or play games, whatever made her happy. After that night, Ling Jiuze came almost every night. Sushi didn't have to accompany him all the time. She would occasionally go over to serve drinks, and everyone else was very polite. Sushi suddenly found herself with a lot of free time, easier than attending classes before the break. In mid-July, Ling Yihong had his final exams. 3 days later, Sushi called him to ask how he did. Ling Yihong replied calmly, "Are you lacking confidence in yourself?" Sushi laughed. "I'm afraid you're deliberately messing with me." Ling Yihong gave her a disdainful smile and casually said, "I did okay. I just scored a little over 10 points more than the second place." Sushi calculated and burst into laughter. Chapter 94 Caught by Qingning. Ling Yihong said, "Don't be too happy yet. You said you would give me a surprise after the exam. Where is it?" Sushi's smile froze on her face. She had originally planned to tell Ling Yihong about her resignation after his exam, but now it seemed she couldn't resign after all, so the surprise she had prepared was gone. Noticing her tone was off, Ling Yihong snorted, "You aren't trying to trick me, are you?" "Of course not." Sushi laughed awkwardly. Thankfully, Ling Yihong couldn't see her on the other end of the phone. "Didn't you say you would give me a surprise too? Tell me what your surprise is first." Ling Yihong ruthlessly exposed her, Don't try to change the subject. Hurry up and tell me what surprise you prepared for me. Sushi's eyes turned and suddenly came up with an idea, smiling. Actually, there's a big surprise. You'll know tomorrow. She had heard from Ling Jiuze that his parents and brother were coming back and hadn't told Ling Yihong in advance, so it could be a surprise for him. Since her surprise was gone, she had to pass this one on. After this was over, she would buy him a Lego set that he liked as a makeup gift. You're not lying to me? Yep, I promise I'm not lying. Ling Yihong let her off the hook for now. Tomorrow your surprise will arrive too. After saying that, the boy coolly hung up the phone. Sushi looked at the hung-up phone, raising her eyebrows. Did Ling Yihong send her a gift through express delivery? But he didn't even know where she lived. If he did, he would have made a fuss about it long ago, not wanting to think too much about it. Sushi put down her phone and got busy with her own things. However, the next morning, she received the surprise Ling Yihong mentioned, a bank text message notifying her that 100,000 yuan had been deposited. This was the reward from Ling Jiuze. Looking at the text message, Sushi couldn't help but smile. She was using Ling Jiuze's money to plan to buy his house. No matter how she looked at it, she was making a profit. Sushi decided to treat herself for her great wisdom and went to her favorite ice cream shop to buy 2 large tubs of ice cream, one for herself and the other for Qingning. The next night, after a pleasant conversation on the balcony carpet with Ling Jiuze, he carried her back to bed. Sushi was so sleepy that she was about to fall asleep, mumbling, "When you go out, help me close the door." "Let me go?" Ling Jiuze turned to touch her soft hair. "Why are you grabbing my robe?" Sushi opened her eyes and saw that she was indeed holding onto his chest robe, quickly withdrawing her hand and putting it under the blanket. Ling Jiuze kissed her cheek. "My parents and brother are back. They want to meet you. Tomorrow is Saturday. I'll take you back." Sushi's head buzzed, and she looked up at him in shock. "We? In this kind of relationship? I don't need to meet your parents, right?" After they reconciled, things seemed a bit different. He came to the Yuding more often, and everything was harmonious. But they were still not in a proper couple relationship. Ling Jiuze gazed at her for a long while before lightly smiling. "You're overthinking it. It's because Ling Yihong made great progress this semester and ranked first in the finals. My parents and brother want to thank you." Sushi. The room was dark. Otherwise, Ling Jiuze would have seen her face turn red. So it was like that. She really had overthought it. Feeling awkward, embarrassed, and with a hint of indescribable emotions, Sushi smiled lightly. "No need. I already received my salary and your bonus. Helping Yihong is my duty. So there's no need for extra thanks. It's fine. It's just a meet. I've already promised them I would take you," Ling Jiuze said. Sushi thought for a moment. "Okay, I also miss Yihong. All right, then let's sleep." Ling Jiuze leaned down to kiss her hair, then got up and walked out. As Sushi watched the door close, her expression gradually calmed down, and she laid down to sleep. The next day, Saturday, Ling Jiuze didn't have to go to the company, and Sushi didn't have to go to Kaixing during the day. They both got up around 8 o'clock. While Sushi was stretching on the balcony, she heard the doorbell ring. Thinking it was the hotel delivering breakfast, she opened the door to find Qingning coming in with a thermal container. "I guess you just got up. I made preserved egg and lean meat porridge this morning. Drink it while it's hot." As she spoke, she walked inside. And when she saw the man in loungewear, she froze. Sushi turned her head just in time to see Ling Jiuze coming out of the master bedroom, nodding slightly at Qingning and heading towards the living room. Qingning suddenly turned around. "Your boyfriend?" Last night, when she went to close the windows on the balcony, she heard some noises and thought it was from downstairs. Now, upon reflection, her face turned red. Sushi stumbled over her explanation. "No, he's the landlord, my second uncle." Since Qingning moved downstairs, she often came and went early and late, while Sushi was often out late too, so they rarely ran into each other. And Qingning had never met Ling Jiuze. Today, Qingning had taken the time to make porridge for Sushi, and that's how they ended up bumping into each other. Landlord? Second uncle? Qingning was even more surprised. Filled with questions but not knowing how to ask, she softly said, "Drink the porridge while it's hot. I'll leave first." "Okay." Sushi saw her out. After putting down the thermal container, Sushi walked into the living room and saw Ling Jiuze standing on the balcony smoking. She asked, "Do you want to drink some porridge that Qingning made?" Ling Jiuze turned around, his face exposed to the sunlight, looking stunningly handsome. He smiled. "You said I'm the landlord. Your friend must think there's something inappropriate going on between us." Sushi raised an eyebrow and joked, "Isn't there?" Ling Jiuze's dark eyes glimmered, making it hard to read his emotions. He still smiled. "I'm afraid she might misunderstand you." "It's fine." Sushi smiled back and asked, "Do you want some porridge?" Ling Jiuze nodded. "Sure, I'll be right there." "Okay, but don't take too long. Otherwise, the porridge will get cold." Sushi's gaze was clear and gentle as she turned to go back to the kitchen. Qingning also made 2 sandwiches, and Sushi gave Ling Jiuze one. "Try Qingning's cooking." Ling Jiuze took a bite and nodded, Not bad, but not as good as the noodles you make. Sushi was astonished and looked up. Is there something wrong with your taste buds recently? Ling Jiuze teased lightly. My taste buds are fine. It's you who left your brain in bed when you woke up and believed everything. Sushi. She didn't expect this man to joke. It really caught her off guard. The relaxed atmosphere seemed to ease the previously subtle distance between them. They quietly had breakfast, and the sunlight streamed in, adding warmth to the room, creating a peaceful and serene atmosphere. After breakfast, they went out, and Mingzhu was already waiting outside Yuding. They got in the car and headed straight to Ling's old house. Chapter 95. Going home with him in the car, Ling Jiuze held Sushi's hand and said softly, My father is quite serious, but my mother has a cheerful personality, and my brother and sister-in-law are easy to talk to. You don't need to be nervous. Just answer whatever they ask, and if they give you gifts, just accept them. Listening to his tone, Sushi increasingly felt like they were a couple meeting the parents for the first time. She tried to dismiss this thought and pretended to be relaxed, saying, Aren't you supposed to be thanking me? So why should I be nervous? Ling Jiuze chuckled. As long as you're not nervous, it's fine. Inua went on a trip to Y country and came back with them, so you can chat together. Sushi hadn't seen Ling Inua for a long time and nodded. Okay. Soon, they arrived at the Ling family home. Ling Jiuze and Sushi got out of the car and walked towards the main villa one after the other. A servant approached them respectfully and smiled. Young master, Teacher Su. A voice from the living room called out. Teacher Su is here. Ling Yihong quickly ran over, appearing much more lively than usual, likely because his parents had returned. Second uncle, you're back too. Ling Jiuze led Sushi into the living room, casually saying, Yes. I passed by Jiang University and happened to pick up your teacher. As they entered the living room, Sushi saw Ling Yihong standing up. She smiled at her mother, Yujing, and said, Mom, this is Sushi. Yujing stood up to greet her, extending her hand with a gentle smile. Teacher Su. Sushi shook her hand. Hello, please have a seat. Yujing said. In her 40s, Yujing had the demeanor of a woman from a scholarly family, with soft and calm features. And her every movement was graceful and elegant. At that moment, the glass door leading to the courtyard opened, and a woman in a dark silk top walked in. Although she appeared to be in her 60s, her skin was fair and smooth, and her eyes were bright. She laughed and asked, Is it Teacher Su who has come? Yujing immediately walked over and smiled. Yes, she just arrived. Ling Jiuze stood up with a smile. Mom. Sushi quickly added, Aunt Ling Ling's mother came over. Looking at Sushi with warm eyes, this child is truly delightful. Yujing also smiled. Indeed, I was surprised when I saw her just now. I thought our Inua was pretty, but it turns out she was outshone at once. Ling Jiuze glanced at Sushi, barely perceptibly curling the corners of his lips. Ling Inua linked her arm with Sushi's and teased, You all are too much. Complimenting Sushi is fine, but why put me down? Sushi felt a bit shy and smiled at Inua. Aunt Ling and Auntie are just being polite. Don't take it seriously. Ling Inua laughed. Aren't you getting the generations mixed up? How can you call my grandmother Aunt? You should call her Grandma. Sushi glanced at Ling Jiuze and couldn't help but smile. Yes. If the old lady doesn't mind, then I will call you Grandma. Ling Jiuze raised a hand to pinch his forehead and turned to look at the courtyard. Of course. I don't mind. You and Inua can both call me Grandma, Ling's mother said warmly. Sit down, don't just stand there. At that moment, Mingzhu entered, carrying several boxes of pastries from Meizhai. Ling Jiuze took them and placed them on the table, saying, These are from Sushi. Yujing said softly, We invited you to our home to thank you for teaching Yihong so well. How can we let you spend money? Sushi was a bit surprised. Ling Jiuze had only told her about coming to the Ling family the night before, and she hadn't had time to prepare a gift. She didn't expect Ling Jiuze to have Mingzhu prepare them in advance. She smiled lightly, just a few boxes of pastries. Ling Inua came over, linking her arm with Sushi as she sat down. We're all family here, so let us not be polite. Ling Jiuze sat on the sofa opposite Sushi and asked, Where are Dad and brother? Yujing replied, They have something to discuss in the study upstairs. They should be down soon. Ling Jiuze nodded lightly. Ling's mother set down her tea and looked at Sushi, smiling kindly. I heard Teacher Su is still a junior in college. You're so good-looking and so excellent. Are you from Jiangqing? Sushi replied, I grew up in Yunqing. Oh. Ling's mother smiled warmly. That counts as studying in a different place. If you ever need anything, feel free to come to our home or ask Jiuze for help. Don't be polite. Yujing interjected, Let us not scare the little girl. Jiuze's serious face makes it hard for most people to talk to him. Ling Jiuze shot a glance at Sushi and said with a faint smile, I haven't scared her. Otherwise, you can ask her how I treat her. Sushi couldn't help but feel a bit guilty, fearing Ling Jiuze's words might lead to misunderstandings. She quickly said, Yes, Mr. Ling treats me very well. Fortunately, no one else thought much of it. Ling's mother joked. If he treated girls well, he wouldn't still be single at this age. Ling Jiuze scoffed. How did the topic shift back to me? Yu Jing suddenly remembered something and asked, I heard that your engagement with the Su family has been called off? Ling Jiuze replied, yes. Yu Jing smiled at Ling's mother. Then we really need to hurry and find Jiuze a wife. Ling Jiuze lowered his gaze and took a sip of tea. No rush. Ling's mother asked, we met Yinshu while we were in London. Do you still keep in touch with her? Su Shi's gaze paused slightly as she recalled what Han Xiao had said earlier. Is the person Ling Jiuze likes named Yinshu? Ling Jiuze replied in a calm tone, no. Ling's mother said, it's a pity between you and Yinshu. You were delayed by the Su family for 3 years. Now that the engagement is off, you two can reconnect. Yu Jing added, yes, I chatted with Yinshu for a while. She has been single all these years and is currently filming. Once she finishes, she plans to return to the country to develop her career. Her matters have nothing to do with the Su family. Ling Jiuze's tone turned cold, as if unwilling to elaborate further. Don't mention her anymore. Ling's mother shot him a glare and shook her head, then turned to Su Shi. Xiao Su, have some fruit. Su Shi was lost in thought but quickly returned to her senses, saying, okay, I can take care of myself. You don't need to be polite. Yu Jing opened the drawer of the coffee table and took out a velvet box, placing it in front of Su Shi with a smile. We've been abroad for the past few months. Yihang's excellent results are entirely due to your efforts. Not knowing what you would like, we bought a small piece of jewelry. I hope you like it. Su Shi smiled gently. You're too kind. I'm a tutor, and it's my duty to help Yihang with his studies. Besides, Mr. Ling has already paid me, so I can't accept your gift. Yu Jing smiled lightly. This is just a little token of our appreciation. It's not worth much. Please take a look and see if you like it. I'll do it. Ling Yinhua took the box and opened it. Inside was a fishtail necklace from Dr. Exquisite, but not ostentatious, and cute and playful. Suitable for someone of Su Shi's age. Mom, your taste is surprisingly good this time. Ling Yinhua praised, handing the necklace to Su Shi. This is for you. Just take it. This Dr. necklace is only sold abroad and can't be bought domestically. Su Shi still refused. It's too expensive. Ling Jiuze looked over and said, it's a kind gesture from my sister-in-law. You should accept it. Chapter 96. No one will come. Su Shi had no choice but to accept. Thank you, Jingdao. Please, don't mention it. It is we who should be thanking you. Yu Jing smiled gracefully, making it clear that she genuinely liked Su Shi. As everyone chatted, Ling Fu and Ling Jie, the eldest son of the Ling family, came down from upstairs, and everyone stood up. Yu Jing introduced Su Shi to Ling Fu and Ling Jie, and Su Shi greeted the two of them politely, yet confidently. Ling Fu had a serious demeanor, much like Ling Jiuzhao, and did not smile easily. His deep and wise eyes made it difficult to discern his thoughts. Ling Jie bore some resemblance to Ling Jiuzhao, wearing black-rimmed glasses, likely due to his academic pursuits. He appeared steady and reserved, just like Yu Jing, elegant, courteous, and approachable. Su Shi felt that in terms of personality, Ling Jie took after his mother, while Ling Jiuzhao resembled his father. Ling Jie smiled warmly at Su Shi, saying originally, my wife and I wanted to send a car to pick up teacher Su, but Jiuzhao mentioned he was passing by Jiang University. So we asked him to bring you back. I hope you will forgive any inconvenience. Su Shi had seen Ling Jie on television and knew he held a high status in the academic world. Given that he was many years older than her and called her teacher, she felt a bit shy and hurriedly replied, no, you are too kind. Ling Jiuzhao chimed in with a smile. Su Shi is right. She will be coming often in the future, so we shouldn't stand on ceremony. Everyone took their seats, exchanged pleasantries, and Su Shi could see that the Ling family had a strong bond. The elders were warm and loving, while the younger generation was considerate and courteous, without the usual scheming and rivalry. While the elders were talking, Ling Yinhua made eye contact with Su Shi, pulled her up, and said with a smile, you adults are talking, so we can't join in. I'll take Su Shi to my room to play. Ling Yihang immediately said, I want to go too. What do you want to do? We're going to have girl talk. You can play your games. Ling Yinhua laughed, leading Su Shi upstairs. Yu Jing instructed, take good care of Su Shi. When lunch is ready, I'll come to get you. Ling Yinhua playfully replied, got it. Su Shi is our honored guest today, and I will take great care of her. Su Shi graciously bid farewell to everyone and followed Ling Yinhua upstairs. Once inside, Ling Yinhua smiled and said, everyone in our family is easy to get along with. Although Grandpa seems serious, he is very tolerant and loving towards the younger generation. You'll see once you interact with us more. Su Shi nodded. Yes, everyone is very nice. Ling Yinu casually flopped onto the sofa, hugging a cushion. Ling Yihang dismissed a few tutors, and my mom is almost giving up on his studies. Unexpectedly, he scored first in the whole school, which made my mom extremely happy. She said she must thank you properly. Su Shi said, Yihang is very smart. He is smart, but he just won't put in the effort, Ling Jiuze chuckled. Originally, my grandma wanted to gift you a house, but my second uncle said you're timid and even afraid of David. He was worried that giving you a house would scare you, so grandma didn't give it to you. Sushi, is it too late for me to prove my courage now? Who said that people afraid of dogs would also be scared of houses? Do those who fear dogs sleep on the streets? By the way, I brought you a gift. I'll go get it. Ling Jiuze tossed the cushion aside, got up, and went to the wardrobe. She quickly returned with a large box. You've accepted a gift from my mom, so you must accept this one from me too. What is it? Sushi took the box and opened it to find a beautiful bone china cup, crystal clear, adorned with vintage patterns. Isn't it pretty? I thought of you as soon as I saw this cup, Ling Jiuze said with a tilted head and a smile. I like it. Sushi traced the patterns with her fingers, her gaze clear. Thank you. Don't mention it to me. The two chatted for a while, and when they talked about Jiuze's family, Sushi casually asked, has your second uncle never been in a relationship? My second uncle? Ling Jiuze leaned against the sofa, thought for a moment, and said, I only know that he used to have a good relationship with Sister Yinshu, but later he got engaged to a Miss Su, and Sister Yinshu went to Country M. After that, my second uncle married Miss Su and went abroad. I thought he went to find Sister Yinshu, but later I learned that wasn't the case. Sushi asked, did they break up because of your second uncle's engagement to Miss Su? Ling Jiuze shook her head. At that time, I was in my senior year of high school and stayed at school for a while, so I wasn't very clear about their matters. Sushi nodded slightly and did not pursue the topic further. The two switched topics, and after a short while, Ling Jiuze's phone vibrated. She picked it up, glanced at it, and her eyes lit up with a smile. She swiped to answer. Didn't we just talk this morning? What is up? The other party seemed to say something, and Ling Jiuze's face flushed. When are you coming back to Jiang City? Sushi guessed it was Zhou Yang and didn't want to interrupt their sweet talk, so she gave Ling Jiuze a glance and got up to leave. After helping Ling Jiuze close the door, Sushi was unsure of where to go. The Ling family downstairs seemed to be discussing work matters, and she felt it inappropriate to interrupt. Fortunately, she was familiar with the Ling household and knew there was a shared study on the second floor, which should be empty at this time. She decided to go to the study to read for a while. The study was at the end of the east side. Upon entering, a wave of literary fragrance greeted her. The study was spacious, with a floor-to-ceiling window facing the villa's flower garden. The other three walls were lined with floor-to-ceiling wooden bookshelves filled with various books. Sunlight streamed in, falling on the beige carpet, blending tranquility and warmth. And even the air was filled with an extraordinary stillness. Sushi slowly walked from one end of the bookshelf to the other, searching for books she liked. Occasionally, she would pick up a book, stop to glance at it, and upon finding it to be an obscure professional book, she would carefully return it. She was completely immersed in the aroma of books and words and didn't hear the door open behind her until a man stood behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. She tensed up, only to relax when she caught the familiar scent of cold spring. Ling Jiuze held her slender waist, fitting perfectly as if it were meant to be, with not a single gap. Looking for a book? I can help you. Sushi felt somewhat uneasy, as the Ling family was downstairs, and she was there in the capacity of a tutor for Ling Jiuze. She bit her lip and quietly asked, what are you doing here? Ling Jiuze noticed her tension and chuckled softly in her ear. No need to worry. Usually, no one comes here. His breath brushed against her ear, causing Sushi's heart to race. She turned to look at the floor-to-ceiling window. If someone passed by the courtyard, they could see the two of them with just a glance. Ling Jiuze seemed to know what she was thinking. He reached out and tapped the electronic screen on the wall nearby, and the curtains on either side of the floor-to-ceiling window slowly drew together, blocking the bright sunlight and shielding them from the view of any servants outside. Chapter 97. Baby, jumped down. The study dimmed slightly, and the other sensations became clearer. Sushi was turned around by the man holding her waist, and then he leaned down, pressing her against the bookshelf to kiss her. Seeing her so obedient in front of his family earlier made him unable to resist wanting to tease her. Clearly, she had been wild in his arms last night, and his chest still ached faintly. Sushi tilted her head slightly, her entire being enveloped in the man's shadow, all her senses occupied by him. He started kissing her heavily, then gradually softened, devouring her little by little. Sushi's heart raced, probably due to the special environment and the vague sounds of conversation coming from somewhere, making her feel both pleased and anxious, with a hint of excitement. She slightly opened her eyes, seeing the man's tightly closed long lashes and the smooth lines of his profile. His lashes were very dark, his nose straight, every feature reflecting breathtaking beauty. As if sensing something, the man slowly opened his long lashes, pausing for a moment. His half-opened dark eyes were like an inky night, deeply gazing at Sushi. The two looked at each other, as if stuck on the edges of a cliff, neither willing to pull the other into the abyss. After a while, The man took a deep breath, tightened his grip on her waist, and continued to kiss her as if punishing her. Sushi couldn't help but tremble but didn't dare to respond, pressing her hands against his taut chest and lowering her gaze to softly say, "I still need to go out later." She hadn't put on makeup, so she wasn't worried about smudging it, but if her lips swelled, it would be quite obvious. Ling Jiuze kissed down along her cheek, his voice husky. "Want to go to my room?" Sushi spoke. "Do you want your family to think I'm using you to get this job?" Ling Jiuze buried his head in her neck, his chest heaving, and let out a low laugh. "It might be the other way around. They might think you're using this job to get me." Sushi couldn't help but curve her lips. "So, you want me to be fired?" "That's fine," Ling Jiuze said in a seemingly serious tone. "That way, you won't have anything to worry about." Sushi frowned. "But I'll lose my job." "I'll support you," Ling Jiuze blurted out. Sushi was taken aback, and Ling Jiuze's gentle kiss on her earlobe paused, as if realizing something, and both fell silent. After a moment, Sushi slowly spoke. "You want me to be your mistress again?" Ling Jiuze's long lashes drooped, hiding all emotions, and he said lightly, "What's the difference now? Do you have a grudge against money?" Sushi's back leaned against the bookshelf, her spine slightly pained by the books and wooden shelves. She tilted her head, her expression calm in the dim light, and smiled lightly. "Of course there's a difference. If I take your money, won't I lose my freedom? What if I find someone I like? I still want to pursue love." Ling Jiuze looked down at her, his thumbs slowly caressing her face, a smile on his lips. But his voice was faint. "You think too much, little girl. Wanting love, what is love? Do you know? Have you ever been in a relationship?" "No." Sushi shook her head with some regret. Ling Jiuze's gaze deepened a bit. "Then who did you give yourself to first?" Sushi was taken aback, suddenly recalling the night she first met Ling Jiuze. She looked up at him and quietly asked, "Do you want to know?" "Who?" Ling Jiuze's tone subconsciously became heavier. He wanted to know, but instinctively resisted knowing. Just as Sushi was about to speak, a knock came at the door. "Sushi, are you in there?" Sushi jumped in surprise. It was Ling Ino looking for her. Outside, Ling Ino muttered to herself, "Why is the door still locked?" Ling Jiuze's expression remained unchanged as he said softly, "Don't be afraid. She can't come in." Sushi then realized that Ling Jiuze had locked the door when he came in. But what would they do if Ling Ino couldn't find her? How would they get out? Ling Ino knocked again. "Sushi?" Ling Jiuze suddenly turned around and said calmly, "It's me. She's not here." "Uncle?" Ling Ino exclaimed in surprise. "Have you seen Sushi?" Ling Jiuze's tone was calm. "She seems to have gone to the garden." "Oh, then I'll go find her in the garden," Ling Ino said, and quickly walked away. Sushi frowned. "What should we do?" "I'll take you to the garden." The man smiled lightly, showing no signs of worry. "How?" Sushi asked in shock. "Is there a secret passage in this villa?" Soon, she realized she was overthinking. She watched Ling Jiuze walk towards the window, open it, and turn back to her. "Jump down. The garden is below." Sushi. The villa's first floor was quite high, and the second floor was equivalent to the third floor's height. This wasn't a problem for her. But did she have to jump in front of him? Did he know something? Ling Jiuze saw her in a daze and couldn't help but laugh, beckoning her over. "Come here." Sushi walked over, and Ling Jiuze smiled faintly. "I'll jump first. I'll catch you below." "Are you brave enough to jump?" Sushi looked at him. "Are you joking?" "No." Ling Jiuze's voice was steady, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Do you dare to jump?" Sushi nodded. "You jump first." Ling Jiuze kissed her cheek and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let you get hurt, and it will be fun." Sushi's long lashes trembled. Her gaze suddenly deepened as she looked at the man in front of her, time seemingly rewinding. Ling Jiuze pushed open the window, glanced back at her, and jumped down. Sushi immediately stepped forward to look down. The man turned midair, his toes lightly touching the window sill of the first floor, landing steadily with his agile form. Soon, he raised his head and stretched out his arms, calling out, "Baby, jump down." Sushi's gaze softened, her lips involuntarily curving up. Seeing that there was no one around, she leaped towards the man without hesitation. The wind rushed past her ears, and she even had time to glance at the clusters of blooming flowers in the distance, so vibrant and colorful. With a thud, she landed in the man's embrace, his arms securely wrapping around her waist, holding her tightly against his chest. The two embraced, looking at each other, silently smiling. In Sushi's picturesque eyes, there was a hint of mischief, cunning and lively, her lips curved like a child who had stolen a candy. Ling Jiuze felt as if he had been stung by an ant, a light itch coursing through his limbs. His gaze deepened, and he leaned down to kiss her lips. Just as Sushi closed her eyes, she heard Ling Ino calling her name. She hurriedly jumped off Ling Jiuze. "I have to go. How will you get back?" "I'll go in from the first floor. Don't worry. I have the key to the study." The man smiled warmly, his eyes shining. Sushi nodded, waved at him, and ran towards Ling Jiuze. Fortunately, the Ling family's garden was large, with a big glass flower house in the middle, surrounded by plants of varying heights, perfectly hiding her figure. Ling Jiuze stood there, waiting until Su Shi's figure completely disappeared before slightly curling his lips and turning to walk towards the front yard. He hadn't felt it earlier, but now he realized the absurdity of their earlier actions. The long-lost feeling made him particularly joyful. Chapter 98. We supervise each other. Su Shi and Ling Jiuze met outside the flower room. Ling Jiuze ran over, a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. Breathing heavily, "Where have you been? I've almost searched the entire garden for you." Su Shi pointed casually. "I saw a patch of peonies over there and stopped to look for a while. I thought you went to the study. But my second uncle told me you were here." Ling Jiuze smiled innocently and cutely. Su Shi couldn't help but feel guilty. "Sorry for making you worry." "No, it's just that I happened to come here. Let me take you to my grandmother's flower room to have a look," Ling Jiuze said with a smile. "There are many unique flower seeds my second uncle collected from different places. I guarantee you haven't seen them before." "Sounds good." The two entered the flower room and played for a while. A servant came to call them back for lunch. Returning to the villa, the servant was already setting the table. Yu Jing came over enthusiastically to invite Su Shi. "I heard from Hang that you like spicy food, so I had the kitchen prepare a few spicier dishes. Let me know if they suit your taste." Su Shi quickly replied, "No need. I'm not picky. I can eat anything." The group walked towards the dining room. Su Shi caught a glimpse of Ling Jiuze coming down the stairs and couldn't help but turn to look at him. Her ears flushed as she quickly averted her gaze. Ling's mother invited Su Shi to take a seat, and everyone sat down in order. By coincidence, Su Shi ended up sitting directly opposite Ling Jiuze. Ling's mother had someone serve Su Shi a bowl of rice wine duck soup, smiling kindly. "Please don't be shy. Just treat it like your own home." Su Shi smiled and nodded. "Yes, thank you." Ling Yihang said, "It's not your first time here. So what is there to be shy about?" He even served her a piece of spicy crab. "Eat more." Su Shi felt warmth in her heart. The Ling family didn't have an air of superiority. Except for Ling father's naturally stern demeanor, everyone else was very easygoing and polite, always considering Su Shi's feelings. Su Shi also felt comfortable and at ease, like she usually did when dining at the Ling family. Halfway through the meal, Yu Jing looked up and smiled. "Does little Su have a boyfriend?" Su Shi almost choked on a piece of lotus root and quickly lowered her head to cough lightly. Ling Jiuze glanced at her, subtly placing his water cup in front of her, his gaze meaningful. Ling Jiuze complained, "Mom, you're a scholar. Why are you gossiping about other people's relationships like a typical woman?" Yu Jing glared at Ling Jiuze. "I'm just concerned. Why does it become gossip in your mouth?" Ling Jiuze huffed, "It is gossip." Su Shi looked up, her expression calm. "Thank you for your concern, but I don't have a boyfriend." Ling's mother interjected. "Focus on your studies. That's very good." Su Shi felt a little guilty. "Yes." After finishing the meal, Su Shi said her goodbyes to the Ling family. Ling Jiuze came down from upstairs with his coat. "Just right. I have some business at the company and need to head out. I'll give you a ride back." Ling Ji smiled lightly. "Didn't you say you were going to Jin Haiwan this afternoon? That place doesn't seem to be on the way to Jiang University." Su Shi's heart tightened as she looked up at Ling Jiuze. The man's handsome face remained calm and collected as he spoke. "I need to go back to the company to get something." Ling's mother smiled gently. "Then you can take little Su with you. Be careful on the road." Su Shi's gaze paused slightly but remained composed, politely saying, "Then I'll trouble Mr. Ling." Ling's mother reminded her, "Come visit us again when you have time." Su Shi replied politely, "Yes, thank you for your hospitality today, Grandma." "Good child." Ling's mother's eyes softened even more. Yu Jing and Ling Jiuze accompanied her to the door, watching her get into Ling Jiuze's car and waving goodbye. Ling Jiuze drove away, leaving the Ling family, heading towards the city center. Su Shi looked out the car window and quietly said, "If you have things to do, it's fine. I can go back by myself." Ling Jiuze smiled. "I really do need to go back to the company." Su Shi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Oh?" Ling Jiuze glanced at the girl's profile through the rearview mirror, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. The car entered the Yuding, stopping in the underground garage. When Su Shi got out of the car and saw the man following her, she was astonished. "Aren't you going to the company?" Ling Jiuze walked over, taking her hand towards the elevator, explaining with a light smile, "I suddenly remembered that I had Mingzhou handle it this morning." Su Shi thought to herself, he must be doing this on purpose. After going upstairs and entering the door, Ling Jiuze pushed Su Shi against the entryway cabinet and kissed her. The fire she had ignited in the study spread like wildfire again as he lifted her up, kissing her passionately while slowly walking towards the bedroom. This was the first time they were intimate during the day, the curtains not drawn, sunlight streaming in, their young bodies as supple and shiny as satin. Su Shi lay on the bed, dazzled by the sunlight, unable to resist closing her eyes. In the darkness, She seemed to see the bubbles blown by the girl next door in her childhood, clusters of them, being blown into the sky by the wind, colorful and vibrant. She thought those bubbles could take her to a beautiful fairy tale world, free from hunger and abuse. She ran desperately, reaching out to touch them, only to see the bubbles burst at her fingertips and quickly disappear. And now, she was chasing those colorful bubbles again, swirling around her, happily dancing and leaping. Sushi was exhausted and fell asleep for a while. When she woke up again, it was already dark outside. The room was dim and quiet, and Ling Jiuze was not in the room. Sushi simply put on a nightgown and walked to the living room, hearing the man on the phone in the study, seemingly arranging work matters. She was extremely hungry and headed to the kitchen, ever since Xi Ning moved downstairs. Her dinner had mostly been solved there, and the fridge only had yogurt and ice cream. She took a large tub of ice cream and went to the balcony, eating while enjoying the evening breeze. The cold, sweet cream slid down her throat, making her shiver with satisfaction. However, after just a couple of bites, Ling Jiuze suddenly walked over and took the ice cream from her hand. Sushi looked at him in shock. Ling Jiuze frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? You're not allowed to have ice cream anymore." Sushi, with clear eyes, pouted to negotiate with him. "Just half a tub. I'm really hungry. If you're hungry, I'll take you out to eat. But you're not allowed to touch ice cream anymore." After saying this, the man walked back to the living room and mercilessly threw the ice cream into the trash can. Sushi felt heartbroken and muttered angrily, "Smoking is bad too. Can Mr. Ling quit smoking?" Ling Jiuze turned back, his eyes dark and deep in the dusk. He slowly nodded. "All right, I'll quit smoking, you quit ice cream. If I smoke one cigarette, then you can have a tub of ice cream." Sushi's eyes brightened. "Really? Really?" Ling Jiuze slowly smiled. "We supervise each other." Chapter 99. Beautiful appearance. Even more beautiful thoughts, Sue. She raised an eyebrow. A man's dependence on cigarettes isn't something that can be easily quit. She was waiting for him to hand her the ice cream. Today she was off work and didn't go to Kaixing. After changing her clothes, she went out to eat with Ling Jiuze. They went to Huajia's place at Lanueju again. Huajia knew Sue, she loved milk tea, so she specially made her iced milk tea. However, before Sue she could feel happy about it. Ling Jiuze spoke up and had it changed to hot. Once Huajia left, Sushi blinked and murmured, "Can I have ice cream or iced drinks?" The man decisively replied, "No." Sushi felt a bit dejected. Didn't that mean life would lose a lot of fun? Ling Jiuze's voice was low as he slowly said, "Can't the happiness I give you make up for it?" He spoke seriously, and Sushi was momentarily taken aback before she reacted, feeling like her heart was scorched. She lowered her gaze and muttered, "How can that be the same?" The man asked seriously, "Which one is better?" Sushi was momentarily speechless, her watery eyes looking at him, her pretty face turning from pale to red, and then she quickly turned to look out the window. She couldn't reply to him again. Otherwise, she would be led further astray by him. Under the window, a traditional palace lantern was lit. In the light, the man clearly saw the blush on the girl's ear, and the corners of his lips slowly curled into a smile. Outside the window was a flowering crabapple tree. Sushi leaned out to touch the crabapple flowers, and someone passed by in the yard. A boy in his 20s looked at Sushi and suddenly froze. He couldn't help but walk over, plucked a crabapple flower, and handed it to her, saying, "Here." Sushi didn't take it, saying, "Thank you. Do you often come here to eat? Can we add each other on WeChat?" The boy, who rarely approached girls, had mustered up his courage, and his handsome face was flushed under the light. Just as Sushi was about to refuse, another window suddenly opened, and Ling Jiuze stood there, looking at the boy outside and said with a light laugh, "Aren't you studying abroad? When did you come back?" The boy was taken aback, and then his eyes lit up. "Second uncle." Sushi was also stunned. Did they know each other? Ling Jiuze introduced her, Huajia's son, Qi Wei. After that, he introduced Qi Wei to her, "My friend, Sushi." Qi Wei's face was still red as he grinned foolishly. "Hello, Miss Su." Sushi smiled faintly and nodded. Soon, Qi Wei came in and enthusiastically chatted with Ling Jiuze, his face flushed with excitement. "I haven't seen you in a long time, second uncle. Just the other day, I asked my mom when you would come over." Ling Jiuze smiled faintly. "Have you graduated?" Qi Wei nodded. "Yes, I'm not leaving. I'm staying in Jiangxing with my parents." While he spoke, he kept glancing at Sushi. He turned to her and tentatively asked, "Is she second uncle's girlfriend?" Before Ling Jiuze could respond, Sushi shook her head. "No?" Qi Wei's smile seemed even brighter. "You don't look like it." Ling Jiuze suddenly spoke up. "What do you mean doesn't look like it?" Qi Wei replied straightforwardly. "Miss Su looks like she's still in school. Second uncle, you're almost 30 this year. If you find such a young girlfriend, isn't that like an old cow eating tender grass?" Sushi glanced at Ling Jiuze, suppressing a laugh. Ling Jiuze's smile faded slightly, jokingly. "Don't you know that men like younger ones?" Sushi was taken aback, feeling that this sounded a bit familiar. Qi grinned, revealing a few white teeth. His eyes filled with admiration. That's for others. Second uncle is different. Ling Jiuze chuckled. Don't think of me as so special. I'm just an ordinary person. At this moment, Huajie came in with the dishes and was surprised to see Qi Wei. What are you doing here? Qi Wei complained. Second uncle is here, Mom. Why didn't you tell me? Huajie replied with a chuckle. I was busy and didn't even see your shadow. How could I tell you where to go? Qi Wei said. I just came back from outside and was about to help in the kitchen. Then hurry up. Huajie said gently. Don't disturb your second uncle and his friend while they eat. Qi Wei nodded, hesitated for a moment, and asked Sushi again, Miss Su, can we add each other on WeChat? Since he was Ling Jiuze's friend, Sushi didn't refuse anymore. She took out her phone, sure. Huajie glanced at Ling Jiuze and pulled Qi Wei out. Hurry up, there are guests waiting for the dishes. Qi Wei waved at Ling Jiuze and Sushi. I'll come back later. Once the mother and son left and the door closed again, Sushi couldn't help but laugh, her eyes curving into crescents. Her fair cheeks tinted with a light blush. Ling Jiuze leaned back in his chair, leisurely watching her. What are you laughing at? Are you laughing that I'm the old cow or that you're the tender grass? Sushi's face turned red. She just found Qi Wei very interesting. Ling Jiuze leaned closer, looking at her leisurely. Isn't that young boy cute? Sushi met his gaze. Her bright eyes slowly said, there are many cute people, but there is only one handsome second uncle. However, Sushi smiled at him. If second uncle would allow me to have a glass of iced milk tea, that would be even better. Ling Jiuze also smiled. You are beautiful, and your thoughts are even more beautiful. In the end, Sushi still didn't get to drink her iced milk tea. After returning to Yuding, Ling Jiuze had work to handle and asked Sushi to go watch a movie by herself. Sushi loved watching movies while eating ice cream. But now that her right to eat ice cream was revoked, she sat on the carpet, feeling like something was missing. The movie also lost its charm. Ling Jiuze was busy until 10 o'clock before he came out of the study. He saw the TV on in the living room, and Sushi was curled up on the sofa, already asleep. He walked over, half squatting in front of her. He noticed her hair was slightly messy, scattered across her forehead and eyes. Her small nose and rosy lips looked delicate, and her quiet appearance made his heart soften. It is said that people who like to curl up while sleeping lack a sense of security. He knew she had suffered a lot when she was young, even being abused. When could he make her feel safe and secure beside him? He gazed at her eyebrows and eyes, realizing he had been watching her for a long time. He couldn't help but frown slightly and raised his hand to touch her face. Do you still want to take a shower? Sushi mumbled a response but was too sleepy to open her eyes. I'll carry you to wash up, okay? The man's voice unconsciously turned gentle as he firmly held her in his arms, walking toward the master bedroom. In the master bathroom, there was a large double bathtub. As Ling Jiuze removed Sushi's clothes, the water was already full. The warm water gradually enveloped her, and the floating feeling startled Sushi awake, instinctively wanting to struggle. Ling Jiuze's arms wrapped around her, softly reassuring, don't be afraid, I'm here. Sushi leaned against him, regaining her consciousness, and her body gradually relaxed in the warm water. The man reclined in the bathtub, gently stroking the girl's dark hair. Water droplets flowed down his well-defined arms, splashing into the water and creating ripples. The bathroom was filled with mist, and the temperature gradually rose. Ling Jiuze leaned down to kiss the top of Sushi's head, his voice low and magnetic. Good girl. Sit up. Sushi lazily lay on his chest, unwilling to move, and softly murmured, no. Just this afternoon, she didn't have the energy. Ling Jiuze's gaze deepened as he lightly kissed her cheek, coaxing in her ear, good baby, be good. I have a surprise for you tomorrow. Sushi looked up, resting her chin on his chest, her big black and white eyes misty. What surprise? I promise you'll be happy, the man gently coaxed. Sushi was still hesitant when suddenly, the man flipped her over, and with a splash, water overflowed from the bathtub, the mist rising and blurring Sushi's dazed expression. Chapter 100, Surprise or Shock. When Sushi woke up the next day, she found herself sleeping in the master bedroom. She looked around in a daze. Since she moved into Yuting, this was the first time she had slept in the master bed. The master bedroom was a private space for the man, and today, it felt like she had stepped into his territory. While she was lost in thought, the man came out of the bathroom. Seeing her awake, he smiled lightly and said, Get up, we're going out. Sushi turned her head, still groggy, and asked, Where to? Ling Jiuze leaned down, his hands resting on either side of her, with damp strands of hair falling over his forehead. To Yun City. Sushi's eyes widened. Ling Jiuze was going to Yun City for a business meeting and was taking her along to see her grandfather, which was the surprise he mentioned last night. Seeing the astonished expression on the girl's face, Ling Jiuze found her particularly cute and couldn't help but lean down to kiss her lips. Don't you want to go back? Sushi shook her head. No, what about my job? Don't worry about that. Even if you don't go back to work from now on, I'll have them send you your salary, okay? Ling Jiuze said with a faint smile. That's not good. Sushi pouted. Even if I like money, I don't want to gain it without working for it. We'll be gone for about a week. When we return, you can go back to work. Ling Jiuze stood up. Get up and have breakfast. We'll leave in an hour. Sushi sat up, still a bit dazed. We're going back to Yin City? If Ling Jiuze knew who her grandfather was, he would definitely investigate her background. And wouldn't that mean it would be over for them? Sushi let out a soft sigh, her expression complex. Their relationship was still very pleasant at the moment. Ending it would be quite a pity. Ling Jiuze said there was no need to bring luggage since everything was prepared in Yin City. So Sushi just changed into a set of clothes and went out with him. Mingzhou had already driven the car over and was waiting outside Yuting. The two got into the car and headed to the airport, then boarded Ling Jiuze's private jet to fly to Yin City. Jiang City and Yin City were very close. It only took 3 hours by car, and by plane, it was even faster, arriving in less than half an hour. Exiting the airport through the VIP channel, someone was already waiting outside. Seeing Ling Jiuze, the person respectfully opened the door, inviting him to get in. Once in the car, Ling Jiuze said, "We'll first go to where we're staying. When we have free time in the afternoon, I'll take you to see your grandfather." Sushi nodded, okay. After an hour's drive, they entered a private estate. The estate was vast, and as Sushi sat in the car, she saw a golf course in the distance, expansive vineyards, a winding stream at the foot of the mountain, and even a castle hidden in the forest. The car stopped outside a villa, and as Sushi got out, she saw a man and a woman approaching. The man was in his 30s, wearing a blue striped suit and impeccably styled hair. The woman wore a backless bohemian long dress, with a beautiful face and a hot figure, her eyes sizing Ling Jiuze up. The man stepped forward, warmly greeting Ling Jiuze. "President Ling." Ling Jiuze held Sushi's hand as they walked over, smiling lightly. "President Tang, sorry to keep you waiting." The two shook hands, and the woman beside Tang Guiyuan looked at Sushi, extending her hand with a charming smile. "Hello, I'm Ming Wan. You can call me Wan Wan." Sushi lightly shook her hand. "I'm Sushi." Ling Jiuze said softly, "I was delayed yesterday due to some matters, and there may have been some inconveniences. I hope President Tang can forgive me." Tang Guiyuan smiled politely. "How could that be? This estate has everything for fun and enjoyment. Staying here for 10 to 15 days wouldn't be boring at all. Wan Wan loves it here and wants me to build her a similar estate when we return to Beijing, which puts me in a difficult position." Sushi gradually understood. This estate belonged to Ling Jiuze, and he was here to discuss business with this Mr. Tang. Tang Guiyuan had a Beijing accent, implying that he was also from the capital. Why did they choose to discuss cooperation in Yin City? After the cooperation is finalized, President Tang can stay a few more days, Ling Jiuze said calmly. "I'll first take Sushi to rest, and then I'll come find you." "Sure, President Ling should take care of Miss Su first. We'll see you later," Tang Guiyuan said, his gaze subtly scanning Sushi before giving her a gentle smile. Sushi maintained her composure as she followed Ling Jiuze toward the villa. The luxurious European-style villa had neatly dressed servants waiting at the door. As they entered, the servants immediately knelt and presented slippers for them to change into. Ling Jiuze held her hand the whole time as they walked up the dark wooden stairs. Passing through the living room and a long corridor, Ling Jiuze pushed open the bedroom door and led her inside. The bedroom was spacious, with thick carpets covering the floor, light blue wallpaper, a carved large bed, exquisite crystal chandeliers, and white sheer curtains fluttering in the wind, revealing a large European-style balcony with black iron railings. Ling Jiuze took off his suit and draped it over his arm, softly saying, "You can take a shower first. There are clothes for you in the dressing room. Rest a bit, and I'll be back soon." Sushi nodded. "I'll take care of myself. If you need anything, just tell the servants. Call me if there's anything urgent," Ling Jiuze said, leaning down to gently kiss her cheek before turning to leave. Sushi walked to the balcony and soon saw the man leaving the villa. Ming's car was still waiting on the tree-lined road outside the villa. Once Ling Jiuze got into the car, it slowly drove away. Standing on the second floor, Sushi had a clearer view of the estate. Various villas with different styles were nestled in the forest, and the villa she was in faced a natural lake, which had a hotel on it, and 4 to 5 large yachts docked by the lakeside. Further ahead was a grassy area, and across the grass was the forest castle she had seen earlier. What Tang Guiyuan had said earlier was correct. Even if one stayed for half a month, they wouldn't be able to explore all the nooks and crannies of the estate. Yin City, surrounded by mountains and rivers, was beautiful, and this estate was like a pearl set in the landscape of Yin City. Sushi sat on the balcony for a while, and after a knock, a servant came in with red tea and fruit, asking if she needed anything else. Sushi asked, "Is there ice cream?" The servant smiled lightly. "Mr. Ling said you can ask for anything, except ice cream." Sushi, After the servant left, Sushi planned to take a shower. She entered the adjacent dressing room, opened the closet, and saw a row of clothes, various dresses, sleepwear, and lingerie, all in her size. On the vanity, there were various high-end skincare and makeup products. Sushi had been living outside for a long time, and after living with her grandfather for 2 years, and then 3 years in Qingyuan, she had always been taken care of. However, Ling Jiuze's thoughtful care gave her a different feeling. Choosing a white nightgown, Sushi went to the bathroom to take a shower. By noon, Ling Jiuze returned, and Sushi was already lying in bed asleep. Chapter 101. The Hilder couple. Ling Jiuze sat by the bed, watching for a while before leaning down to gently kiss her lips. A gentle breeze came in, lifting the sheer curtain and creating a picturesque tranquility. The man wore a black shirt, while Sushi's skin was snow white, contrasting yet complementing each other strikingly. Sushi soon opened her eyes, looking at the man in a dazed yet pure manner, prompting him to deepen the kiss. Sushi reached out, wrapping her arm around the man's shoulder, tilting her head to respond. After a while, the man slightly lifted himself, his long eyes softening. "Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat." Sushi nuzzled against his arm, softly replying, Ling Jiuze couldn't help but smile at her tender demeanor, soothingly kissing her hair before getting up to find her clothes in the wardrobe. He picked out a mint green, light long dress with a bit of puffed sleeves, ankle length. Elegant yet cute. Sushi didn't need makeup, just tidied her hair and changed into the dress, heading out with Ling Jiuze. Lunch was at the hotel in the estate, where Tang Guiyuan and Meng Wan were already waiting, whispering and laughing. Upon seeing the two enter, Meng Wan immediately stood up and walked over, affectionately linking her arm with Sushi's. "I was just about to find Miss Su, but President Ling said you were resting, so I didn't disturb you." Sushi smiled lightly. "Sorry about that." "Of course not," Meng Wan replied with a charming smile. "I'm just very envious of how considerate President Ling is." Tang Guiyuan joked. "As if I'm not good to you." Meng Wan pouted playfully. "Not as good as I am to you." Tang Guiyuan shrugged with a smile, non-committal. Ling Jiuze noticed that Sushi didn't like close contact with others, so he pulled out a chair next to him and sat down. Sushi took the opportunity to leave Meng Wan's arm and obediently sat beside Ling Jiuze. Dishes were served one after another, including both Chinese and Western cuisine, catering to everyone's tastes. A servant came to pour wine, and Tang Guiyuan squinted at Sushi. "Pour a glass for Miss Su as well." Ling Jiuze's voice was calm. "No need, she doesn't drink." Tang Guiyuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. "Really?" Meng Wan chimed in. "Then I'll have juice with Miss Su." During the meal, Tang Guiyuan and Ling Jiuze discussed their cooperation, while Meng Wan continuously served him dishes, gently putting crab roe in a white porcelain spoon and playfully coaxing him to open his mouth like feeding a child. Their actions were natural, as if they usually interacted this way. Sushi inexplicably thought of scenes from TV shows where concubines fed the emperor. She glanced at Ling Jiuze, wondering if she should also serve him dishes in such a setting. As if sensing her thoughts, Ling Jiuze turned to her and softly said, "Just eat your food. Don't worry about me." After saying that, he served her a piece of spicy beef tenderloin that she liked. Sushi raised her eyebrows and decided to focus on her own meal. She occasionally overheard parts of the conversation between Ling Jiuze and Tang Guiyuan. They were discussing a collaboration on an artificial intelligence project involving a third party, the Merck family from Germany, who monopolized the core technology and were seeking partners in Country C, ultimately choosing the Ling family and the Tang family from the capital. However, whether the collaboration could be finalized depended on this meeting. After finishing the meal and returning to the villa, Ling Jiuze said, "The Hilders arrived early. They'll be here this afternoon, so I can't accompany you home. I'll have Ming's would take you back." Sushi showed a hint of regret. "That's unfortunate. I called my grandfather this morning, and he's in the countryside, not in Yunqing, so I don't need to go back." Ling Jiuze raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Is it far? If you want to go, I can have Ming's would take you." "It's far, so there's no need. I told my grandfather I would come back to see him when the summer vacation is almost over." Ling Jiuze wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her onto the table. "Then wouldn't that be without surprises? Are you disappointed?" Sushi shook her head. "I quite like it here. It's like coming on a trip." "Then I'll take some time to accompany you this afternoon." Ling Jiuze gently caressed her face. "You go ahead and be busy. Meng Wan just texted me. We can go together," Sushi said, tilting her head to kiss the man's chin. "Don't worry about me. Such a good girl." The man smiled and pinched her chin before kissing her deeply. After the kiss ended, a servant knocked on the door. "Sir, Mr. Tang and Miss Meng have arrived." Sushi jumped down from the table. "You talk business with Mr. Tang. I'm leaving." "Wait." Ling Jiuze went to the wardrobe and quickly brought out a hat and sunscreen, gently applying the sunscreen to her face and neck, then putting the hat on her. "It's very sunny outside. Don't let my precious get sunburned." Sushi felt a ticklish sensation in her heart. She replied, standing on her tiptoes to give him another kiss on the jaw before turning to leave. The sunlight shone on her soft white profile, and a hint of red on her ears spread like colorful clouds. Meng Wan and Tang Guiyin were in the living room downstairs. When they saw Sushi come down, Meng Wan stood up, smiling charmingly as she welcomed her, while Tang Guiyin added, "Miss Su looks quite young. Wan, take good care of her." Meng Wan playfully turned back. "Don't worry, I guarantee Miss Su will have fun." Tang Guiyuan's gaze fell on Sushi, smiling gently, in President Ling's presence. "Your words are somewhat overshadowing." Ling Jiuze slowly came down the stairs, smiling lightly. "Not at all. Thank you, Miss Meng. You're welcome. You all chat. We'll be leaving now," Meng Wan said with a smile. Sushi turned back to nod slightly at Ling Jiuze before turning to leave with Meng Wan. Meng Wan had already spent a day here yesterday, so she was a bit more familiar than Sushi. Worried that Sushi might feel drowsy after lunch, she first took her to soak in a hot spring. After resting for an hour, the two went to the horse ranch to ride horses, then went to the lakeside hotel for afternoon tea. Meng Wan was not only gentle with the men, but also very considerate towards Sushi, caring for her feelings like an older sister. During their time together, Meng Wan mostly chatted and laughed, sharing stories from the many places she had visited and the many books she had read. Her conversation was graceful, and her expressions were gentle, revealing her as an educated woman. In the evening, the Hilders arrived at the estate, accompanied by his wife. Sushi stood beside Ling Jiuze and was a bit surprised when she saw Mrs. Hilder. She was Chinese, and from what Hilder introduced, his wife was from Yunqing. Sushi immediately understood why they chose Yunqing as the meeting place. Mrs. Merk was nearly 40 years old, with chestnut brown hair tied back, wearing a light blue suit, adorned with a set of ruby jewelry around her neck and ears, and a diamond on her hand the size of a pigeon egg, leaning against Hilder like a little woman. Hilder appeared to be in his 40s, a pure Caucasian with golden hair that shimmered in the sunset, looking well-maintained. When he saw Sushi and Meng Wan, his blue eyes revealed surprise. Meng Wan stepped forward, holding a carved redwood box, and gently smiled. "Welcome back to your hometown, madam." She had changed into a Chong Sam, accentuating her curvaceous figure, every frown and smile exuding the charm of an Eastern woman. Chapter 102. Each with their own thoughts. Mrs. Merk took the gift, opened it, and inside the box was a piece of exquisite jade. It was clear that she liked it very much, and she softly thanked Meng Wan. Sushi's gaze flickered as she looked at Ling Jiuze. Ling Jiuze calmly held her hand and gently squeezed her palm to comfort her. The group walked towards the hotel villa prepared for the Hilder couple, where dinner was already ready, and everyone chatted while eating. Because his wife was Chinese, Hilder spoke excellent Chinese and chatted with Ling Jiuze and Tang Guiyuan in Chinese without any barriers. Hilder also brought along a brown-haired butler, who had a serious expression and meticulously recorded everyone's conversations. Mrs. Merk always sat beside Hilder, looking like a delicate bird, making it hard to believe she was over 35 years old. Moreover, she was quite good at drinking. Just a whiff of each type of alcohol allowed her to name the drink and its vintage, which was very impressive. Hilder occasionally whispered to his wife, and they seemed to have a very good relationship. Tang Guiyuan asked Meng Wan to keep Mrs. Merk company for drinks. Sushi felt she could drink too, but after just one glass, Ling Jiuze had a servant come over to replace it with juice. Meng Wan loved to talk and laugh, was well-informed, and quickly became familiar with Mrs. Merk. Sushi, who was not good with words and had no experience in such occasions, glanced at Ling Jiuze and felt a bit guilty for not being able to help him. Xingyang was right. She couldn't detach herself from society and should learn how to interact with others sooner. However, Ling Jiuze was indifferent, seeing her sitting there bored. He leaned over and whispered that if they finished eating, they could go to the terrace where there would be fireworks at night. Sushi nodded and got up to go to the terrace. From the terrace, they could see the lawn, where fireworks were indeed being set off, along with sky lanterns rising one by one into the sky, illuminating the dark night. Sushi leaned against the wooden railing for a while, feeling the cool breeze, and her spirits lifted. The night wind was a bit chilly. "Miss Su, don't catch a cold." Meng Wan came over from behind and wrapped a thin blanket around Sushi's shoulders. Sushi turned around and said thank you. Meng Wan stood by her side, glancing back at the three people in the dining room who were toasting each other, with a faint smile on her lips, remarking that the Germans had a great capacity for alcohol, having already consumed 3 bottles by now. Sushi said, "Hilder looks very happy. The collaboration should be fine." Meng Wan shook her head with a smile, saying it's hard to say. Germans tend to hide their true emotions. It seems that during this visit to the country, he has met more than just the Tang and Ling families. Sushi raised her eyebrows and shifted the topic, asking about Mrs. Merk. "Wouldn't it be rude for us to come out?" Meng Wan laughed, saying Mrs. Merk was on the phone, chatting with a friend, and probably wouldn't he stop anytime soon. She turned to look at the distant mountains, her voice becoming ethereal, saying, "You know, Hilder really likes women from our country. His wife and personal assistant are both Chinese." So, she turned to Su Shi, her gaze profound. "Do you know why Tang Buiyuan and President Ling brought us here?" Su Shi looked at her in shock. Meng Wan scoffed, saying that men are never good. At 10 o'clock, the gathering ended. The Hilder couple, having traveled all day by plane and car, retired to their room to rest after dinner, and Ling Jiuze did not arrange any other entertainment. Back in the resting villa, Su Shi was still pondering Meng Wan's words and her expression of indignation at that moment. Ling Jiuze held her in his arms, leaned down, and kissed her neck. His voice was deep and rich from the alcohol, asking her what she was thinking about. Su Shi clutched his shirt at his chest, lowering her eyes to say, "Hilder brought his wife along. Why didn't you tell me? I should have prepared a gift too." She didn't know if she was overthinking it, but she always felt that Tang Buiyuan was very eager to showcase himself and please Hilder. Ling Jiuze's voice was calm, but did not hide his inherent pride, saying, "Hilder controls the technology, but I control the domestic market. We are partners, mutually beneficial. I don't need you to please him." However, Su Shi didn't know if she should express her worries about Tang Buiyuan. Yet before she could finish her words, the man had already sealed her lips and carried her toward the bathroom. In the next 2 days, Ling Jiuze and the others discussed business matters while Su Shi accompanied Meng Wan and Mrs. Merk. However, it was evident that Meng Wan was getting closer to Mrs. Merk, frequently following Tang Buiyuan to conduct business and handling such matters with ease. Although Ling Jiuze was busy, he made sure to choose Su Shi's clothes every morning, personally applying sunscreen on her back and arms, having breakfast with her, and occasionally finding time to take her to the racetrack to ride horses or teach her golf. Perhaps being away from familiar surroundings made Ling Jiuze's care for Su Shi more meticulous. Su Shi increasingly felt ashamed, as if everyone was on the battlefield while Meng Wan was doing her best to support Tang Buiyuan behind the scenes, and she couldn't do anything for Ling Jiuze. Yet he still had to take the time to care for her. That afternoon, Su Shi and Meng Wan accompanied Mrs. Merk back to the place where she and Hilder were staying. The three of them had afternoon tea in the sunroom, but Su Shi found the coffee too bitter and only took a sip before putting it down. She had a sweet tooth and particularly disliked bitterness. Mrs. Merk looked over gently and smiled, saying the coffee was brought from Munich. Was she not used to it? "I'll get you some milk candy to put in it, and the flavor will be completely different." Su Shi smiled lightly, saying she had seen the box of milk candy on the balcony and could get it herself. Mrs. Merk nodded with a warm smile, saying, "Go ahead and take whatever flavor you like." Su Shi smiled brightly and got up to go to the balcony to get the milk candy. The balcony was next door. As Su Shi walked over, she inadvertently glanced outside and was slightly stunned. She quietly approached the floor-to-ceiling window, hiding behind the white gauze curtain to look down. Below the balcony was the side door of the villa, and at that moment, Tang Buiyuan came out from the side door, followed by the brown-haired butler brought by Hilder. The two stood by the wall, whispering something. There were only the two of them, and Su Shi knew that Ling Jiuze was having a video meeting with the company in their own villa that afternoon. So, was Tang Buiyuan deliberately taking this opportunity to meet Hilder alone? The two seemed to be speaking in German, their voices very low, and even when Su Shi opened the window slightly, she couldn't hear clearly. Tang Buiyuan's smile held a hint of cunning and flattery as he chatted intimately with the butler before stepping back to bid farewell. When he left, he looked around and then quickly walked away from the villa along a small path through the garden. "Su Shi," Meng Wan was calling her. A chill flashed in Su Shi's eyes as she softly responded, "Coming." She turned to get the milk candy and saw several iron boxes neatly placed on the cabinet. She casually picked one and turned back to the sunroom. Chapter 103 Versailles. Meng Wan saw Su Shi holding a whole box of milk candies and couldn't help but laugh. Su Shi had a particular fondness for sweets, but Mr. Ling was afraid that too much sugar would be bad for her health, so he wouldn't allow her to eat more. Today, at the lady's place, Su Shi was bound to lose control again. When Mrs. Merk looked at Su Shi, her gaze shone with a special light, indicating that Mr. Ling and Miss Su had a good relationship. Su Shi smiled lightly, saying he was just too domineering. Meng Wan exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Su Shi, your Versailles is making me jealous. Such dominance is something others can't even hope for." Mrs. Merk, taken aback, asked, "What is Versailles?" Meng Wan exchanged a glance with Su Shi, unable to hold back her laughter, and patiently explained this internet term to Mrs. Merk. After listening, Mrs. Merk looked at Su Shi and nodded seriously. "Then you are very Versailles." After she finished speaking, everyone laughed together. In the evening, after taking a shower, Ling Jiuze applied body cream on Su Shi's back. Su Shi spoke softly. "Tang Buiyuan invited the Hildas to listen to the melodies of Yun City. You should go too." She wondered whether to tell Ling Jiuze about what she saw during the day. She hadn't heard the specific conversation, fearing she might be overthinking it. If she mentioned it, it might create a rift between Ling Jiuze and Tang Guiyuan, especially since the two would have to cooperate in the future. But if she didn't say anything, she worried Ling Jiuze might let his guard down and be deceived by Tang Guiyuan. After thinking it over, she decided not to bring it up, hoping he would understand her hint. Ling Jiuze sat on the edge of the bed and smiled lightly. If you don't want to listen, I'll stay and keep you company. Sushi lay on the bed, turned her head to look at him, saying, when you were talking to me, I thought you had prepared it just for me. If I knew you were inviting the Hildas to listen to music, I would have definitely gone. She lowered her long eyelashes and added, you don't have to take care of me everywhere. I can't help much. But I also don't want to delay you from doing your important work. Ling Jiuze propped himself up on the bed, leaning in with his dark eyes fixed on her picturesque brows and eyes, his voice filled with a lazy satisfaction. Who says you haven't helped me? If your body is relaxed at night, you can be twice as effective during the day. If the collaboration works out, you will be my greatest contributor. In fact, he wasn't just saying this to flatter her. He had recently noticed that his sleep had indeed been improving. He didn't know if it was because he had used up some energy before bed, but he could fall asleep within half an hour of lying down. Sushi's face flushed under his intense gaze, and she buried her head into the soft blanket, mumbling, is it done? I'm so sleepy. Almost done, the man chuckled softly, continuing to apply the body cream on her back. His warm and strong hand pressed down from her neck, and Sushi couldn't help but curl her toes in comfort, feeling all her bones relax. The room was lit only by a bedside lamp, and the moonlight streamed in, casting a glow on her smooth and firm back, glistening like jade. Perhaps being away from the city's hustle and bustle made the moonlight here particularly clear and bright. Sushi turned her head, her clear eyes reflecting the moonlight and stars, so brilliant and pure. The place to listen to the melodies of Yun City was not within the estate, but at a high-end tea house in Yun City, which Tang Guiyuan had booked. So there were only the Hildas, Tang Guiyuan, and Meng Wan inside. The four of them enjoyed tea while listening to the music in an elegant and quiet environment. Mrs. Merk, listening to the music, probably recalled the past, holding Meng Wan's hand and tearing up several times. Hilder leaned over, offering her a handkerchief to wipe her tears, and Mrs. Merk smiled shyly. During the intermission, Tang Guiyuan gave Meng Wan a look, and after a moment's hesitation, she leaned into Mrs. Merk and said, Madam, you can see Yun City's famous Tianqi night view from outside the tea house. Would you like to go take a look? Mrs. Merk exclaimed in surprise. Really? Meng Wan nodded with a light smile. Then let's go. Mrs. Merk turned back to say something to Hilder and happily left with Meng Wan. Shortly after the two left, a woman in a red spaghetti strap dress approached, holding tea and smiling sweetly. Mr. Tang, Mr. Merk. Tang Guiyuan immediately stood up to introduce Hilder, Miss G. The piece just now was sung by Miss G. Hilder's eyes showed surprise. Miss G, very impressive. Ji Yun smiled gently. It is my lifelong honor to sing for Mr. Merk. She casually sat beside Hilder, and when she leaned in, her ample bosom was fully visible. Mr. Merk, what other songs would you like to hear? I can sing for you here, Tang Guiyuan said with a smile. I need to make a phone call. Please take care of Mr. Merk for me, Miss G. Ji Yun smiled beautifully. Mr. Merk is my esteemed guest. Mr. Tang can rest assured. Tang Guiyuan smiled in satisfaction, greeted Hilder, and then turned to leave. In the dimly lit tea house, only Hilder and Ji Yun remained. After about 10 minutes, while Tang Guiyuan was sitting on a rattan chair outside smoking, he saw Ji Yun walk over. He stood up, frowning. Why are you back so soon? Ji Yun frowned. He said he didn't want to listen to music. He only came to accompany his wife. No matter how I hinted, he remained indifferent. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang. It seems I can't help you. A look of surprise flashed in Tang Guiyuan's eyes as he wrapped his arm around Ji Yun's shoulder and leaned down to kiss her cheek, saying with a smile, It's okay. I really can't bear to let you go and accompany that German guy. Ji Yun playfully pushed Tang Guiyuan away. Mr. Tang, you're so sweet-tongued. Tang Guiyuan chuckled. You go ahead. We'll contact each other later. Ji Yun smiled and turned, swaying her hips as she walked away. After finishing a cigarette, Tang Guiyuan returned to the tea house, where Hilder was looking at his phone. Upon seeing him enter, she smiled faintly, her face showing no signs of unusualness. Tang Guiyuan sat down and sent a message to Meng Wan. After a moment, Meng Wan returned with Mrs. Merk to the tea house. Around 11 o'clock, everyone took a car back to the estate. In the car, Tang Guiyuan held Meng Wan in his arms and sneered. This German guy is quite cautious. He can remain unmoved even in front of a beauty like Ji Yun. I underestimated him. Meng Wan's gaze flickered as she softly replied, Otherwise, we should think of another way. I see that Hilder and his wife have a good relationship. Tang Guiyuan scoffed. Don't you understand, men? If he truly cherishes his wife, then why does he have a young and beautiful assistant by his side? He reached into Meng Wan's embrace. It seems Hilder is very careful. He won't touch a woman he doesn't know well. So, it might be tough for you. A cold breeze filled Meng Wan's collar, making her feel chilly inside. In a spoiled tone, she said, I don't believe you can bear to. As long as you can help me win over Hilder, I will definitely compensate you, unless necessary. Don't take it too seriously with him. Tang Buiyuan tightened his grip and leaned down to kiss her. Meng Wan instinctively closed her eyes, feeling an indescribable bitterness rise in her heart.